but it's just about pennies there. It's over. Fernando Cifuentes has found it.
You've been patient. You've been waiting all this time, but you ready. You've been putting in that grind, so let's go. Champions are hard to find, but you know the goal when you're ready to shine. Have they heard of you? Then they know. You got your sights set on that road. If it's on the battle, then let's go. 'Cause you'll never stop. Show them what you got.
Stays asleep.
From that GM
Close combat onto a Morgan. Is that enough? She did. Triple cross gets the knockout. Defeats Voltula.
Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road.
Gets the leg down. Can you look down the Wizcast when he has a little bit of health left? Oh! What HP left. I know.
Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Put your hands up.
Welcome in, everybody. We are here for Day 2 of the 2025 Pokémon Stuttgart Regional Championships. Guten Morgen, of course, to everybody viewing from home, as well as anybody in the venue. We have a bit of a shot there of all of our trainers already going ahead, getting those spicy battles underway. And of course, we've come off of a very, very interesting and highly competitive Day 1. I myself am Costa, joined by Zoe, Lou, and Lee. And honestly, what a great day and place to be in. So, Zoe, any initial thoughts from what was the absolute chaos of yesterday?
It was so great to see a lot of different teams perform really well yesterday, and seeing all different forms of Pokemon, a lot of different weather controls, our old veteran players as well as newcomers to the game, all just shining on stage.
Yeah, I mean, any thoughts to that as well?
Yeah, I mean, this is the last regulation tournament we get to have of this current regulation, and it's been really nice seeing the Dragons kind of rise to dominance. So I've enjoyed seeing kind of how the meta has stabilized and what these trainers are bringing for the last hurrah.
I'm not going to ask Lee. No, I'm kidding. Lee, any thoughts as well?
Well, I mean, I think we're getting to that part of the format now where the players are really comfortable, and I think it translates into the amount of game 3s we saw yesterday and how well versed these players are with their skill level in this format. Translates over perfectly, and it makes for such good viewing at home, and you know, the showcase that these players can come and put on to try and win that championship this weekend. Yeah,
I mean, it's all up there for them to win, and understandably, they are already going through Swiss round number 9. We are going to be streaming, of course, round 10 onwards for today. But yeah, generally speaking, we are at the halfway point of the season, right before we go into the new calendar year for the EU with a new format as well. And what a way to be able to start that off in Birmingham.
Yes, as you can see, right after the new year, we will be starting with Birmingham, which will be utilizing the new set of regulations. At the moment, we know that it will be similar to Regulation G. We don't know we'll be waiting for more details. But after Birmingham, it will be EUIC at the London Excel, and that's going to be the same rule set as the Birmingham regionals. And then after that, it'll be NAIC.
I mean, I love the fact that we're coming back to Birmingham as well. I think it's been 2017 was the last regional we had in Birmingham. And it's around my birthday as well. It's a pretty good date on that calendar.
Very nice.
But straight after that, we're bringing it into EUIC in London. Fantastic event. And of course, that's not where the action ends. We have a few more regionals in between that and the final international of the season in New Orleans. That was the hot location last year. I think everyone was so excited to see it coming back to New Orleans. And of course, ending in Anaheim, a repeat location for the Pokemon World Championship. So if you weren't there last time in 2017, I think it was, or 2018, it was one of those years. You can check me later. It's the morning. I've only had one cup of tea. But the fact that it's back in Anaheim, I know a lot of trainers are so excited to be able to try and go there.
Yeah, and for good reason as well. You know, being able to go back to the past and be able to bring that forwards into the future. You know, no pun intended with all the Paradox Pokemon that are probably going to be involved in that, of course. But yeah, I think it's a beautiful thing to be able to try to pave your way through and check out all of the major events. Get involved as well if you are really enjoying all of the action that you have been seeing too. But of course, we have got a couple of things and criteria that you need to do in order to go ahead and actually qualify for the World Championships later on in Anaheim, and here they are.
Yes, as you can see, if you win a regional championship, you will get an automatic invite to Worlds. But there is also 350 championship points on the line, which will help in getting that travel award. But even if you come the top 64, you will all get championship points, and the top 75 in the EU region and the NA region will get that Worlds invite, as well as in Latin America, that's the top 50, in Oceania, that's top 20, and in Middle East and South Africa, that's the top 5.
Yes, I mean, getting to the World Championships is what a lot of trainers' goals have been set at. And I mean, the fact that we've got a different qualification kind of format this year as well adds a little bit of nuance to this particular 2025 season. I think previously a lot of trainers were, you know, really just trying to get to that minimum and then they could kind of relax, I guess, the rest of this season. But actually, you've kind of always got to keep your foot to that pedal and make sure that you're getting into those rankings to qualify.
Yeah, of course, because the top 75 players in North America and Europe, you need to make sure that you are in that bracket of players to get that qualification. If you're not in there, fortunately, you miss out. So it's like you say, Lou, you've got to keep that foot on the gas until the very last event to make sure you get that qualification. Latin America, you've got to be in the Masters Division top 50, and then there's criteria for the other regions around the planet.
Yeah, but CP, of course, is the way to try to get in to the World qualification acceptance criteria. But what can you get out of it as well? Aside from CP, you can get prizes, and there are loads of prizes at that, of course, split between the different divisions as well, and dependent on the placements. For the Masters, of course, this weekend, 6,000 USD, as well as 108 booster packs. My lordy, those prizes have really increased and improved upon from previous seasons.
Yes, as you can see, there are so many prizes on the line. There's winning or even just coming in the top 16 gives you quite a bit of financial compensation, and that allows you to then snowball into future regionals and ICs, pun intended. And on top of that, you'll be getting a lot of great booster packs, and it is so much fun opening them and seeing if you can get that secret rare or alternate art.
And it's really nice as well seeing that we've got our junior and senior divisions here as well. On the broadcast, we only get to show you the Masters division, but the juniors ended their tournament yesterday, and we have a fantastic champion from that division. And the seniors will also be battling it out to try and get some of these amazing prizes and crown their champion today, along with the Masters division. Yeah,
we're in a great position now with prizing, because not only is it you get the coveted medal from being the champion or placing well at these tournaments, you also have that funds for future events, which helps you throughout the rest of the season. I think it's such a big help because of the amount of events that we do have, and even at the end of the day, if you're not traveling outside of your region, it will help towards those international challenge trips and the one to the World Championships, hopefully, for our top players.
Yeah, because I think travel awards, generally speaking, are like very important too. The qualification period for EUIC has ended with the end of LAIC, so now going into the NAIC qualifications is something that everybody definitely want to try to go ahead and grab up, because travel awards are so big to any trainer that's aspiring to be the very best and get access to the future events. But yeah, talking about players and trying to vie for success, we have got the Day 2 qualified players that we are very proud to go ahead and feature on this graphic. And yeah, we, I believe, had 3 8-0s at the end of yesterday's Day 1. That figure would have probably changed at this point, but very notable players at that as well, right on the graphic.
Yeah, we featured quite a few of these players on the stream yesterday, and my eye is on Lorenzo Silvestrini, who is the current defending Stuttgart Regional Championship from last season. So he's definitely going to be looking to defend that, but a lot of all these other players around him will not be making it easy. There's just so many veteran players, Flavio De Pidio, Eden Bachelor, just to name a few.
Yeah, Flavio De Pidio is a player I've got my eye on. That adorable bug terror type on Chaladon yesterday as well was a really inspired piece of team building. And as well, Fabian Braun, we saw the upset taking down Joe Ugarte on broadcast yesterday. A really incredible match from yesterday's broadcast.
Yeah, and some we've got some very familiar faces here. We've got Hippolyte, we've seen so many times this season, last season, the season before, doing so well and continuing that form into this one. Vize as well in the home country, performing so well. And then the UK players have done very well coming into this event. A big notable mention for Eden Batchelor, who went undefeated yesterday, and obviously as well another well-known UK player, Jonathan Marston, incredible player. So it'll be interesting to see how those players in particular get on, or will we have a newer player come and take a crown this year?
Yeah, because it's not only about trying to go undefeated day one, it's about trying to get enough wins to guarantee you are in the top cut. But yeah, we've got another set row of trainers there. I think we've seen very notable trainers throughout the entire weekend do really well. I do want to call out our fellow caster as well, Marcus Statter, which back when, I think 2 seasons ago, we did have a Stuttgart side event. He was actually the eventual victor of that. So maybe trying to make it a bit more official this time round.
Yes, and I also want to call, there is 2 other of our official EU casters, Jamie Boyd and Ben Kiriakou. So hello, Grandpa Ben. Maybe. Yeah. I hope he doesn't mind me calling him Grandpa. No, he won't. I'll tell you, he won't. Okay. He'll be completely fine with it.
Yeah, it's fantastic seeing all these names up there as well. Victor Medina was another one I really wanted to call out, having had recent back-to-back finalist positions, but not quite getting to the #1 spot. Possibly it could be third time the charm to get to that elusive champion title.
I mean, yeah, it wouldn't surprise me if we do see Victor take another step forward into that final today, this weekend. We saw him on stream yesterday perform extremely well, as Victor does at these sort of events. Has taken a loss, but, you know, that's part and parcel of these events. The field is so extremely stacked. It's so difficult to go undefeated. So more credit to those players that did go undefeated yesterday. Can they carry it on, though? That's the big question. Yep. But Victor's just an amazing competitor, and it would be really fitting before we got to the new year to see Victor finally claim that title that he's so deserving of.
Fingers crossed, of course. We're going to have to see how the rest of the day unfolds. But if, of course, you want to look for a hub for all information that is available, we have a website for you. And you can go ahead and access it with Pokemon.com/broadcast, where it does have, it's essentially a source of all different links in order to allow you a bit more accessibility, to not get lost out of track of all the different links and channels and socials, etc., that you can look for. But talking about the channels, we have got YouTube and Twitch that you'll be using right now if you're watching us live, of course, at the moment. And yeah, I think we did mention socials. We've got X, YouTube once again, Facebook, Instagram, all what the kids get involved with nowadays. I say that because I sometimes feel like I'm a bit of a dinosaur when it comes to social media, but regardless, like, I mean, it is great to go ahead and get involved. Make sure you use the hashtag #PlayPokemon in order to go ahead and get that opportunity to be featured on stream. So it's been a full-on day one. I think we're definitely guaranteed, with all of the list of players we saw there, for a very exciting day 2. Any final remarks from you guys? Anything that you're looking forward to, or call-outs to any sort of Pokemon that really stood out to you?
Sinister.
Ooh, okay. Sinister?
Gastrodon.
Oh, come on, Lou.
I know there's one out there.
It's the pink one, isn't it?
No, it is the blue one. I had to double check that it was EC, and that player knows who they are, and I'm rooting for you.
Okay, all right.
Tyranitar, I want to say a bit of Tyranitar. Just going to be faithful to myself in this, but I do feel like it's a good call coming into this format. Yep. I would love to see it perform well today.
Okay, all right. Well, thank you guys for asking myself as well.
By the way, Costa, what about you?
Once again, thank you so much, guys. So I think Dragapult is going to be me, because it's dipped out completely in the past couple of events, and I really do want it to make a comeback. And I've got a player that I know that is rocking that, and so far is 1 win away from top cut. So fingers crossed, we'll see. But yeah, that's been enough of us filibustering. We are ready for the excitement and action. So we're going to go ahead, take a very short break, and we'll be back with our first round of stream match.
This weekend, the 2025 Regional Championships are bringing the electrifying action of Pokémon Scarlet and Pokémon Violet to the global stage. Top trainers from across the world have gathered to compete for a share of over $125,000 in cash prizes, travel awards, and the all-important championship points that could secure their spot at Worlds 2025 in Anaheim, California. The journey to the top is a true test of skill and strategy. This two-day event kicks off with Swiss rounds, where trainers face off in best-of-3 matches using an open team list format. In this format, each Pokemon's Terra type, ability, held item, and moves are fully visible to the opponent, making every decision crucial. To advance to Day 2, trainers need to rack up total match points to exceed the threshold for their division. On Day 2, the competition ramps up as trainers continue through more Swiss rounds until the top cut is determined. Then the battle reaches its peak in a single elimination bracket, where only one trainer will emerge as the regional champion. Who will etch their name into the history books this weekend, and who will punch their ticket to Worlds 2025 in Anaheim? Don't miss a minute of the action. Stay tuned all weekend long to watch the battles unfold live. To stay up to date on future Play Pokemon events, visit pokemon.com/play.
Hello trainers, welcome back to the Stuttgart Regional Championships. We are here in Day 2 of the events. My name is Lee Provost. I'm joined by the lovely Lou Akdos-Komi, and it's great to be here, Lou, to kick off Day 2 of this fantastic event. How are you feeling this morning?
I'm so excited, particularly as we just were able to recap all of the players that have made it into the Day 2 stage of the competition, because one of these trainers, they will become our champion at the end of Championship Sunday today. And it's amazing to be able to see out of all the hundreds of players that turned up yesterday, how it's been whittled down to only a few remaining that can get that title.
Yeah, exactly that. And the field has been so tough as well for our players. So it's such an accomplishment, not only to get the championship title, to get your face on the billboard as well, but it is such an accomplishment in such a tough field of players as well, especially at the end of the format when everyone feels like they're very comfortable with how the format's kind of panned out. They're comfortable with their teams. They know what they need to do in the format, and overcoming those obstacles along the way to get to that first place is just going to be incredible to see. And who it will be, well, we will find out today, of course, in a little while. But we've got a few rounds to go. We'll be starting off with round 10 this morning, moving into round 11 before we make it into Top Cut, and then on to crowning our champion. Very exciting, though.
I know, right? It's only a couple of matches away before we will find out who our #1 player will be. And I like your comment as well about kind of the team composition, because we are starting to see trainers that have opted for the same team over multiple events. Victor Medina, for example, just came off LAIC's second place with the same team he's rocking at this tournament. And we're also seeing a lot of the teams that have been successful. The Charizard, for example, that Marco Silva actually won LAIC with as well, has been picked up in usage, as well as a lot of core kind of sun or rain mode kind of compositions.
Yeah, the weather's been so dominant, hasn't it, in this format, and for good reason. Terrain as well starting to be that kind of next step as well. We've had the weather wars, we've got the terrain wars now. We're seeing a bit more usage of Rillaboom yesterday, at least on the stream, and maybe that's there to combat that psychic terrain as well.
Possibly.
So it'll be interesting to see our Day 2 players' statistics, because we've got the Day 1 statistics right now, and we can just see, but we'll have to wait a little bit, I believe, until we'll get Day 2 statistics. But we can take a look at how things shaped up yesterday, Lou. Anything that jumps out to you that was maybe you weren't expecting coming into this event?
Well, I think that's the thing. There aren't many surprises at this stage of the competition. I think earlier regionals, there were definitely a few choices. I was a bit like, didn't expect that to be, you know, in the top usage, maybe a rogue choice here or there. But now we are a little bit more familiar with these faces like Electabuzz, for example, Sneasel are some of the new faces that this regulation has really been able to facilitate success with, as well as kind of the dominance of Pokemon like Ursaluna and Blood Moon Ursaluna, as well as Kingambit and a Chaladon.
Yeah, it's exactly that. They kind of solidified themselves as the premier ground types in the format, really, haven't they? I love seeing the double dragons as well. I know you mentioned it in the couch segment earlier, where we've got the influx of dragons, and they're so strong in this format. You've got that scale shot that we're seeing so commonly used on Dragonite, with that haze as well, which is really good against potential setup, and it's really eradicated the use of Dondozo to a certain extent 100% because it makes it difficult to kind of get it in on the field. You can't really do too much to the Dragonite, and it can freely just get rid of those boosts that you do get when you pair it up with a Tatsugiri. Although we did see Jamie Boyd have a lot of success with that Dondozo yesterday. Ochaludon as well. It's a great Pokemon, like we mentioned on the broadcast yesterday. It feels like the poster child of Regulation H. And it's just such a good Pokemon, and I'm not going to be surprised to see it in that top cut today. I love to see Amoonguss. I've got to give Amoonguss a shout out. I feel like it's been in and out of the top 12 usage stats. I hope it stays there for day 2. I love the utility of it, and I always have appreciated the ability of it to support team members, be that real annoying thorn in a player's side when it comes out onto the field, sporing, rage powdering, and attacking
Pollen Puff as well sometimes.
Yeah, all of those good things. But Sneasler at the top.
Yeah. No surprises, right?
No surprise. No surprise.
And I think you make a good point about Amoonguss as well, because Amoonguss, whenever it's been in any regulation, has always been one of the top used Pokemon because it has that flexibility, it has the bulk to be able to withstand a lot of attacks, all of those disruptive things that you mentioned, Spore, the Rage Powder, Pollen Puff as well, to just keep regenerating HP, and its move pool's pretty decent as well. Grass and Poison typing as well can be really offensive in the meta.
Yeah, that's it. And I saw some really, when I was reviewing some of the teams coming into day 2, it was really interesting to look at some of the terrestrialization choices on Pokemon like Amoonguss, and I was quite surprised that they've had so much success, but it's great to see. And talking about Amoonguss, we're going to be able to find out. Day 2 stats already.
Did it make it onto the roster once again?
I'm curious to see. Am I going to be happy or am I going to cry? It's there.
It is there, and it's moved up.
Oh, there we go.
Very nice. And actually, going into that 12th spot where Amoonguss was the Pokemon Sinistcha that Zoe was shouting out in the opening as well. The grass types really, I think, kind of rising up in dominance. You've got Rillaboom, Amoonguss, and the Sinistcha there.
But the big thing, Incineroar.
Oh, it's back on top.
Its crown back.
#1 spot, Incineroar.
I was away for a little while, but I'm back, baby.
Yep.
And I'm here to stay. It's shown its dominance and its usage, and I think that's really a kind of a combination of those Sun teams coming about, how good it is into those cores, and just generally, we know how good Incineroar is. Rillaboom making a big kind of appearance as well in the day 2 usage stats, and for the first time, I don't know, has Sneasler really fallen off like this in an event so far this year? But Sneasler's still there, up in the top 4, but not on #1 spot going into this weekend, and the Bears that we were talking about yesterday.
I feel like that's
kind of
an uncomfortable dinner conversation here. 25%, 24%. You know, the rivalry between those two bears must be incredibly strong, let's be honest.
Definitely very strong. Pelipper still a mainstay. Ochaludon still up there on that top row, and Dragonite moving even further up the usage stats. So players really leaning into that Dragonite, and we saw plenty of that Pokemon yesterday. Of course, Skill Shot, we've talked about the haze, the ability for it just to disrupt and do so much damage. We saw players really leaning into it in certain matches, and it was so dominant. So it's going to be something that, you know, a lot of opposing trainers are going to have answers for coming into this event, and I'm sure all our day 2 players are very well prepared for it.
And let's not forget about Basculegion as well. We've talked about Pelipper being such a staple at the moment for so many support synergies. For example, Pelipper with the Archaludon can bring that rain and help out with the Electro Shot, only being a 1 charged attack move, doesn't have to go for the double. But then Basculegion as well can really benefit if it is running that Swift Swim ability from the rain being on the field, doubling up its speed. Even if it has the Choice Scarf, which a lot of trainers have opted for, so it can run the adaptability ability instead, boosting up the water type moves by an additional 50%, then you can also get an extra amount of damage from the rain being in play. It's just absolutely devastating damage. Honestly, the Basculegion, we've seen it go for these wave crashes when all of the kind of chips are stacked the right way for giving the ultimate amount of offensive pressure, and it can be so devastating.
It is so dangerous as well when you're not preparing for it properly. And the big thing, I think, from the day 2 usage stats was that there's only 1 weather present on there, which is the rain.
Yes, that's true.
There's only 1 terrain present on there, which was the Rillaboom with its grassy terrain. So interesting to see that they're kind of the more optimal choices for our trainers. Will it translate into what we see on the broadcast today? Because sometimes those day 2 usage stats, it's the majority of the field are using, but maybe someone's got that team to unlock those other problems and just kind of whitewash the rest of the field.
Well, that was something Alexandra was saying yesterday about her really cool team with the Armarouge. It was specifically built to be a Sun counter, and she and her team building partner were able to have a lot of success with that team and really kind of show that you can have these off-meta picks that are designed to really counter some of the core Pokemon we just saw, and sometimes they can go all the way and win.
That's it. And I would love to see that team in particular again today. But I'm sure we've got a lot more spicy teams in the field that we'll be able to feature as we get through the tournament. Of course, we do have the standings ready. After the round 9 this morning, our players were in very early, so we can have a look at where our players are ranked at the moment going into round 10. That's obviously the match that we'll be getting into in a moment. And you can see Flavio on an absolute tear, still 9-0, alongside Eden as well. 2 undefeated players in our tournament still. And that's just incredible. But the list goes right down. I mean, all of the players that are on here and the ones beyond this have done extremely well so far in this tournament. So got to be happy, and still all vying for that spot in the top cut as we get into the tournament a little bit later on.
Some incredible names on here as well in the X and 1 position. Players we were talking about at the beginning of the broadcast. Hippolyte, for example, Joseph Ugarte, Victor Medina, all still at X and 1. Alex Soto as well, a player who's really well known for running those kind of trick room combination teams and having great success. So I wonder if Alex is also running a trick room team this weekend.
I would imagine so. I think it's his bread and butter, isn't it? And I love watching Alex play because he's so comfortable with that. And he's probably one of the best hard trick room players that we've got worldwide, you know, and it's not too far to have that conviction saying that, because we saw Alex at previous regionals earlier this season performing extremely well. Hopefully that run continues on and gives a lot of the opponents that Alex goes up against a headache in that top cut. Maybe we'll see.
Well, I mean, trick room and, you know, hyper-offensive teams, these are a lot of ones that you can practice against and kind of build up a team plan or strategy. But the way that players like Alex Soto can work around those trick room strategies, or even these hybrid trick room teams that we see sometimes being piloted, can be so difficult to navigate in a best-of-3 situation.
Yeah, exactly that. And we're seeing a lot more teams where they've got that kind of split core where they have a really fast offensive mode, but they'll also complement with that slow mode, and being able to kind of combat against those where your opponent's got a trick room core to their team. It shows a lot of skill, I think. But we do have some notable matches as well.
Ooh, let's go.
So we're going to see who will be going up against each other in round 10 of the Stuttgart Regional Championships Day 2 here.
Oh my goodness, so many cool matches here, so many cool Pokemon, but the feature match we will be bringing you is Francesco Di Biese and Jonathan Marston. Some really interesting Pokemon in here. Jonathan running a lot of the Pokemon we saw on the Day 2 graphic. Francesco also doing similar things, except for the Vivillon. That's one I'm looking forward to seeing.
Yeah, that's a really exciting. We haven't seen it on the broadcast this weekend, I believe, and going to be really good matchup going into this next one. Both players extremely doing well this weekend. Of course, we can't forget to mention the other featured matches. We've got Alex Soto there confirming that hard trick room team that's so well versed with, going up against Ryan, and with the Milotic there, which is really interesting to see, and that Tyranitar.
Yeah,
little shout out there. We've got the Dragapult as well.
That was something Costa
and a
was asking
Murkrow.
about.
Look at that team, the Murkrow. Armarouge, Dragapult, that is a very interesting team going up against Hippolyte and then Victor Medina and Joseph Ugarte. What a corker that one is going to be. Interesting to see who comes out on top of that match. Sun versus the Rain.
I wish I could keep a little side eye on some of these matches as well. Joseph Ugarte, Victor Medina, 2 players so well versed with the particular weather cores that they've opted to bring this weekend, and both of them having so much success recently. Sacramento finals for Joe, and of course LAIC finals for Victor. So it'll be interesting to see which one of those will be able to come out on top. But our feature match is definitely going to be a phenomenal one as well.
Oh, incredible. And I just love the Vivian, because we had early stages of regulation where we saw Vivian have quite an impact in the format, but then it kind of fell off again. But it wasn't because it wasn't a good Pokemon. There was just other ways to kind of do the job that it needed, or there was other Pokemon that filled the roles that Vivian does. But it's got a good base speed, and it's got the ability to kind of always hit your sleep powders. Oh,
yes, the compound eyes.
Always, I say, yeah, not always, but you know, it gives you a better chance than that 70% that you have without it. And I just really do love that. And I think it really is the disruption that you need. It gives you Tailwind as well. And you've got powerful attacks and things like Hurricane that really benefit from all of the rain that we're seeing in particular in this format.
And it's one of those Pokemon as well that can come with many different kind of designs and styles on the beautiful wings as well. So it's always nice to see which option our trainers have opted for. It doesn't necessarily give competitive advantage, but always nice for maybe anyone who wants to pick up some teams and be inspired to do some artwork or something.
Get your style points in if you've been sending your postcards in Pokemon Scarlet and Violet, because that's what you need to do to get those other forms. Yes. But yeah, there we go. A quick overview of the stage. You've got Jonathan there on your screen right now, looking focused in, ready, relaxed as well. But I mean, Jonathan's very familiar with this kind of position on the stage, this stage of the tournament. Very accomplished player, and sure he is ready to go and had a good start this morning as well. So I'm sure both of these players, Francesco as well, here we go on your screen. We'll just get a quick overview. Also looks very relaxed this morning. I love this with our players. They come up here, you know, there's no nerves. They're just locked in, ready to go and know what they need to do to take that next step further to get deeper into this tournament, because it is crunch time now. You need to be picking up wins at this stage of the tournament to get, it sounds pretty self-explanatory, but it's not as easy as said as done, because the opponents that you're going up against every round are going to be getting, you know,
tougher and tougher.
Harder, yeah.
Exactly, and you don't forget these trainers have warmed up. They've already played one Swiss round already this morning, and now they are ready to play round 10. They want to be able to make it into that top cut, get a good placement to put themselves in the prime position to be the intimidating force to try and become the champion. And as a recap of their accolades, Jonathan Marston has been able to get lots of top cut finishes across many years of competitive play. Finalist at the Paris Special event, as well as being the champion in Harrogate. Oh my goodness, I remember that regional.
Yeah, 2019. Yeah, Jonathan's one of those players I think dipped out of like playing so consistently recently, but has come back this season, which is great to see because he is such a talented player. Going up against Francesco, who doesn't have the accolades to their name yet, but this is a great thing. I love to see it because it's a great example for those at home coming to your maybe first, second, third event. And this is the time where Francesco is going to come into this event and hopefully get that accolade to their name this weekend here in Stuttgart. So you can do it if you're sitting at home having thoughts about, do I go to an event or not? Well, yes, you do. You take 100%. An example from these sort of players and you come get involved.
We've seen it many times where trainers do rock up at their first event and can take the title. But let's focus in on Jonathan's team. Again, a lot of very standard choices from our day 2 stats, and you can see why they have been so successful. A lot of different compositions here. You've got the offensive powerhouses of Basque Legion, as well as a Dragonite being able to hit hard with that scale shot, and the supportive role of that Pelipper, being able to be on the field, supporting Basque Legion and our Chaladon in being able to do a lot of damage on the field physically and special attacking wise as well.
Yeah, I love the Life Orb choice on the Basque Legion. It's not something we commonly see. It's normally locked in with the choice band or the choice scarf there, but the ability to have the Protect on the Basque Legion, I think offers a lot of flexibility when you're in game and you need to get that maybe rain back on the field, or just need to stall a turn to get that board position back in your favor. So I think that's something that probably played a big part in Jonathan's success this season. Hopefully we can see that translated into this game. Of course, we've got an overview of Francesco's team, the Vivian there we've talked a lot about with that moveset confirmation. It's got the focus sash, it's going to have that security. You're going to have to double into that to take that Pokemon down, so it's going to have the room to disrupt or support through that sleep powder on the tailwind. Then you've got the Goldingo there. It's tried and trusted, isn't it, in this format. Nasty plot, Life Orb going to do all the damage, and then that core we've got at the bottom, the Porygon 2 and that Ursaluna, so impactful. And the Terra typing there is the fighting on the Porygon 2. It's been picking up quite a lot of usage recently, and to good effect as well with how good fighting as an attack is into this format. Ursaluna, I don't really need to say too much here because we know what it does. Guts is the ability with that Flame Orb, and then once it's set up under a Trick Room, it's going to do devastating damage.
I love the way as well, it's not just the Vivillon that can put opposing Pokemon to sleep. You've got the Amoonguss as well to be able to go for that Spore. So there's a lot of utility to slow the pace of the game down from Francesco's side, and that's something Jonathan has to work around. I'm not seeing too many options that are going to be able to prevent any of these status afflictions from coming through. There is the taunt on the Incineroar. If you position it correctly, then that could be a really nice way to try and shut down those status moves, as well as the fact that Incineroar is rocking the safety goggles, so it wouldn't be affected by any of the powders anyway. I feel like Incineroar is going to be the key to avoiding those sleeps.
Yeah, definitely, and I think that combined with the Sinistcha is going to be a way for Jonathan to really prevent that Trick Room going up, because I think on the face value of this match, if you look at Francesco's side of the field, you think that Trick Room looks so strong. If that Porygon 2 gets a Trick Room set up, the Ursaluna in, you've got the Amoonguss to disrupt things that aren't protected by things like their typing, like the Sinistcha and that safety goggles on the Incineroar. You can really start to put things to sleep. So I think Jonathan has to manage that. You do have the Trick Room to reverse it with the Sinistcha, and that's maybe one way to get yourself out of a sticky situation.
Well, here we go, Pokemon Trainers. Swiss Round 10 is kicking off. We've got the Pelipper with the Incineroar front and center for Jonathan, and on the opposing side, the Porygon 2 and the Vivillon is in play. I feel like Vivillon's going to have a hard time up against this Incineroar.
Yeah, it is going to be susceptible to that fake out now. So is the Porygon 2. Neither of these have that cover cloak to avoid the flinch here. And Jonathan in a position where they can go for the tailwind, but do you go for it knowing that there is the impending threat of the Trick Room? Maybe you just want to get damage onto the field. Vivian Vivian, like you've said, is threatened here quite heavily. The Trick Room, the fake out into it, of course, and then a double up into it. If it doesn't go for that terrestrialization, of course, you can avoid the fake out if you do terrestrialize. But do you want to commit the terrestrialization on that Pokemon when you've got such big hitters in the back? Maybe you don't, but maybe you value that fake out. That terrestrialization for later. We get off to a start with that fake out into the Porygon 2.
Well, it's allowed to do what it wants to do, right? It goes straight away for that Sleep Powder, connects on the opposing Pelipper as the fake out was indeed going down into the Porygon 2. Maybe Jonathan worried about exactly what you were saying there, Lee. The ghost terrestrialization that would have meant the normal type fake out would have had no effect onto Vivillon.
Yeah, and it's like almost calling the bluff there, right? You saying, okay, well, it's so tempting, it's so obvious that the fake out would be into the Vivillon, so you're probably not going to go for that. You're going to go for the Porygon 2 because how strong that Trick Room is, and taking full advantage of that and shutting down that Pelipper for at least one turn of sleep, getting right back into turn 2, reacting with a terrestrialization.
Straight away, getting the stage all beautiful and bejeweled with the terrestrialization of the Porygon 2 into that fighting Terra type. Has really risen in dominance to be able to tackle down against the normal types and the dark types that have been emerging, like King Gambit, for example. Hurricane will come down and connect onto the Incineroar, do about a third of damage, which is very respectable, and Pelipper knows it's important, wakes up on that first turn and is able to go for the Hurricane into Vivillon. It is, of course, holding that focus dash. It will not be able to get the one-hit KO, but puts it in a vulnerable position going forward.
Yeah, and now it all comes down to this Porygon 2. Is it going to go for an attacking move, which it's likely to do after terrestrializing, or is it going to go for the Trick Room, which it can't do after the taunt from that Incineroar? Terra Blast coming out. Is it going to be enough? The double up from the Vivian and the Porygon 2 into this Incineroar, and it is enough. Huge knockout here on turn 2 of this game 1 between Francesco and Jonathan.
This is just what we were saying. The fighting Terra type has really risen up to counter against all the dark types out there. Incineroar, yes, we know it for its kind of offensive fire pressure, but it is also running that dark type, so will be susceptible to the fighting type moves.
Yeah, now the Basculegion comes in and it causes a bit of a problem for this Vivian as well as that Porygon 2. It doesn't really have a way to attack this Basculegion. Terra Blast is not going to affect it. It's got the immunity through the Ghost typing, and of course Ice Beam unaffected as well because it's going to be resisted. So that Vivian in a spot where it is going to have to protect or switch out, or whether or not that Francesco just wants to allow it to go down, set the Trick Room up here because you don't have... Oh, sorry, it's taunted, so there's no Trick Room. It has to attack this turn. Or even with the Rain up as well, with that Life Orb, the Basculegion in a spot where it could go after that Porygon 2. But I think you have to prioritize that Vivian, get rid of it, because you don't want any more sleep powders being put onto the field.
Well, as you said, Porygon 2 can't really do too much here, so let's switch it out, reset that taunt as well, so it can come back fresh and ready later on in the match. Basculegion is going to go for the Wave Crash, but it does not find a target, as the Vivillon has quite wisely gone defensively and protected in this turn. It leaves Pelipper up to go for the Hurricane now. Of course, not going to do too much to the opposing Golden Go, but there could be that secondary effect, but not today. Golden Go staying sharp and focused.
Yeah, and probably that chip's quite useful here, because if the Basculegion goes into that Golden Go now, it's probably going to be able to pick up the knockout there. The problem is if you leave that Vivian unchecked, you are going to get punished by a Sleep Powder more than likely, or even worse, maybe the speed control gets set up with that Tailwind, which could put that Golden Go into a really good position, although it's not really got the attacking options onto the Pelipper to do super effective damage. It has got that threat of the Shadow Ball onto the Basculegion if it doesn't terrestrialize this turn. So things to think about from Jonathan. Do you click in, commit to that terrestrialization, get that big damage off, and which Pokemon do you target? The Vivian's just protected, so it's an easy target, but if you leave that Goldingo alone, there's always a threat that it will get a nasty plot up, and you want to try and avoid that if possible, because once it starts stacking those up, those Make It Rains, well, they're going to be doing so much damage.
And you really don't want to leave that Pavilion unchecked as well. We've seen how accurate Sleep Powders are. It could easily find its mark down on either of the Pokemon on Jonathan's side, but you are going to commit to the terrestrialization. This is going to be a full force Wave Crash. You got the terrestrialization, you got the Life Orb, you got the Rain on the field. This is going to be powerful, and it is so much damage into 1 HP, but necessary because you KO the Pavilion, and if that had been a switch into another Pokemon, you're likely getting the one-hit KO as well.
Yeah, it's a great choice. I think the smartest choice there, not to take any risks. Now, you are taking a Shadow Ball, but because you've terrestrialized, you've got rid of that weakness, so you're able to survive. Special defense drop, not the best thing that you want to be seeing if you're Jonathan, but you're still on the field, you're still in the game, and now followed up by a Muddy Water. Huge Muddy Water, single target into that Goldingo, enough to take it down. And now you're in a position with Jonathan where that Porygon 2 is going to come back onto the field. It's got that terrestrialization. It's going to be weak to the flying type attacks from the Pelipper, and you're sitting next to a Basculegion with a Life Orb in the Rain, Water Terra type. Those multipliers are stacking up, and Ursaluna coming onto the field is not the Pokemon that wants to see that fish on Jonathan's side.
I mean, Basculegion's got moves, but Pelipper does too. It's able to go for that Muddy Water single target connect and get the knockout. it doesn't need all those additional boosts. It has an incredible special attack stat as it is, as well as the rain boosting up. And both these Pokemon, as you've said, do not want to face down against either of the choices on Jonathan's side. The very speedy Basculegion with Swift Swim activated is going to be the first thing to move in this field, and it can go for this Wave Crash, connect down into the opposing Porygon 2, and remove it from play. You don't even have to go for the Hurricane here. Maybe it's going to be Pelipper that cleans up.
Yeah, maybe it is, but that is a huge attack, and you can see the benefit of that life form when you've got it stacked in this field condition with the rain. The Pelipper now going to be able to target down the Ursaluna. The Basculegion going down to that recoil, of course, one of the drawbacks of Wave Crash and the life orb, but now you're going to get this Hurricane full force into the Ursaluna and do some very respectable damage with that life, the Flame Orb activating, and then the chip on that. It's going to take it below 50%. The rain does stop, but Jonathan's still got one Pokemon in the back remaining to be brought in, and will it be enough to take down? It's going to be a hard job for this Ursaluna, especially when it hasn't got that speed control on the field that it really does prefer to have.
I mean, regardless of the partner Pokemon, the Pelipper's the difficulty for Ursaluna here. It can only hit it with Facade, and the Focus Sash is still intact, so you're going to have to hit it twice to be able to get the knockout. Yes, the rain has gone. The Hurricanes will not be affected by the accuracy anymore. But speaking of accuracy, the Muddy Water is going to miss. It gives Ursaluna the opportunity to go for the Headlong Rush, but as we've already identified, you still have to be able to hit the Pelipper. But now the rain has actually gone. Hurricane doesn't have that 100% accuracy, and Muddy Water, as you can see, isn't accurate either.
No, it's not, and that Muddy Water is not something that Jonathan wants to see here. But the one thing you would say that Jonathan still has in their back pocket is the Focus Sash on the Pelipper. Really good item choice here. So even if you do take a Facade, you're still going to be able to kind of stall this out, take one attack if your Muddy Waters do miss, and a really smart play by Jonathan here to allow that burn chip just to get a bit further down, because after one more tick, it looks like the Ursaluna will be out of this game. So if your Muddy Water misses, you'll take the Facade, and then you can close this up. Jonathan coming down very close in this game, but we're just seeing that cancellation locked in. Jonathan 1-0 going into this first game.
Yeah, Pelipper really navigating into that win condition there towards the end and sealing up the game for Jonathan. I have to say, Pelipper was outstanding in that match. Not only was it able to bring the rain to the field to facilitate Basculegion's power as well, but Pelipper, it got put to sleep in turn 1 and then woke up after that first turn sleep, and that was critical. Being able to get the Hurricane pressure, the Muddy Water pressure, and keep its Focus Sash intact is what enabled Jonathan this first game victory.
Yeah, and I like the way that Jonathan led out with the Incineroar there, kind of baiting out Francesco to go for that fighting type terrestrialization, knowing further down the line, well, if you go for that and I can get rid of your Vivian, then it's going to be easy for me to position my Pelipper next to the Basculegion and kind of just start to pick things off, because if you're concentrating on attacking, being the offensive threat that Francesco did in that first game, you're not concentrating on the speed control, which is maybe something that Francesco missed there, because I think if you had the speed control in some situation there, it would have made it easier for the likes of Porygon 2, the likes of Ursaluna to perform a little bit better than they did in that game. Made it easy for Jonathan just to have that board position. Didn't even need to think about their own speed control, because you've naturally got that Swift Swim with the Basculegion. It can come in and can pressure with the Life Orb, with the rain, the terrestrialization, and then the Pelipper, like you say, was really the star of the show, just being able to sit there. It did get the one-turn wake-up, which is hugely fortunate for Jonathan, a bit unfortunate for Francesco, but that's how it goes sometimes. You can only sleep for a maximum of 3 turns. You're going to wake up on one of them, and utilizing the ability of that Hurricane, the Muddy Water as well. Huge damage into that Goldingo.
I feel like I would love to see Francesco go for the Trick Room mode straight away here, bringing the Porygon 2 in, trying to get that Trick Room up. You can then have Ursaluna and the Amoonguss potentially in a prime position to start applying a lot of pressure to Jonathan's team. The issue is that Incineroar, the fact that it's got that safety goggles means you can't even try and put it to sleep with the Sleep Powder to enable the Porygon 2 to get the Trick Room up, because the taunt from the Incineroar going into the Porygon 2 will completely shut that down. So once you've maybe found a way to deal with the Incineroar, then you can get that Trick Room mode up and start trying to gain some momentum.
Yeah, and it'll be interesting if we see the same leads here. Will Jonathan fall for the same trick twice? You know, will they not fake out into the Vivian this time and get punished for it? But we are going to be going back into game 2 here. We've got Francesco changing it up slightly with the Incineroar included now alongside that Vivian, and Jonathan sticking with that tried and tested lead of the Incineroar and the Pelipper.
Yes, it looked like the Incineroar on Francesco's side was able to get the Intimidate off, possibly indicating that it might be a little speedier, and thus the Fake Out will be able to go first as well. But of course, it could still be a speed tie at this point. We'll have to find out.
That's the big thing. I think the question here is which one goes for the Fake Out, and if they both go for it, Are they going to go into breaking sashes on the opposing Pokemon? The Vivian on Francesco's side has the Focus Sash. The Pelipper has it. We saw how useful that Focus Sash was at the end game there. Give that little blanket of security to make sure that Jonathan had the comfort to lock up that game despite those misses. So you kind of want to keep that intact as much as possible. Do you go for it? Do you protect your Pokemon? Or do you kind of try and scout out ways around the fake out? Maybe switch your Pokemon, reposition?
But once again, Sparkle's on the stage nice and early on in this Swiss round 10. This time it's going to be on the Incineroar, going for that Ghost Terror type, meaning that it's not going to fall victim to Fake Out or potentially a Fighting type move a little bit later on. It's going to be the Incineroar on Francesco's side as Vivillon makes a more defensive play, going straight away for the Protect in case that Fake Out was coming its way. But there is no Fake Out coming through on Jonathan's side. Instead, the Tailwind is activated by the Pelipper as Incineroar was trying to shut down those status moves with the Taunt instead.
Yeah, I love this play where you're just not even going for the Fake Out because of the threat of that Ghost type Terastallization that we've seen on both sides of the field. Now you can see Francesco kind of going for that. The Tailwind, unfortunately, one of those things that has fired off and not really effective in this game at all. You know, the Vivian now under threat from the Pelipper, where the Hurricane's going to do, you know, big damage, take it down to its sash with the Hurricane. We're seeing that now, and will the Incineroar be in a position to kind of get rid of it before it is effective at all?
And the accuracy is 100% when Rain is on the field for the Hurricane, so you don't have to worry about it missing its mark, as Incineroar can follow up with that knockoff and remove Vivillon from play. Of course, the Incineroar on the opposing side now does have free reign, but Flare Blitz in the Rain isn't going to do too much. Knockoff, however, could be a nice play to remove one of those items, or you can go for the Party Shot and just reduce the offensive pressure that the Incineroar has, as well as allowing Francesco the opportunity to pivot around his entire board.
Yeah, you can see the reason, and you would have loved to have seen the Parting Shot from Francesco into the Pelipper, but the kind of impending maybe Protect there puts you off a little bit. So you can see why you might want to not risk going into a Protect and going for an easy slot where the Incineroar hasn't got the Protect, and you go for that one. But the Pelipper now, again, one of those Pokemon that is being ignored slightly. The Incineroar cycling in back onto the field for Francesco is nice because you've got the position where you can go for the Fake Out and you can go for the Trick Room. The problem is, as we're seeing, Jonathan has access to the Ghost Terastallization on their own Incineroar. Now, if you go for that Ghost Terastallization, it's going to open you up to avoid that Fake Out and go for a Taunt into that Porygon 2 and lock it out. It's not going to be able to go for that Trick Room and make things very difficult. And also, the Terastallization's being eaten up on Francesco's side now, so you don't have the ability to go for that Fighting Terastallization type and have that super effective damage into the Incineroar either, so it makes it very difficult.
Porygon 2 honestly looks stuck. Like you said, it cannot turn into a Fighting type anymore and use its Terra Blast to good effect. That's why it's now going to be in a lot of trouble. You maybe will take the Taunt, then you can't go for Trick Room. Even something like a knockoff coming through from the Incineroar can really get rid of that Eviolite and make it a lot more vulnerable. But I think you've got to shut down that Trick Room first, and there doesn't seem to be a way for Jonathan to be stopped from being able to go for that.
Yeah, exactly that, and we are going to see the Terastallization come out from Jonathan's side finally, and matching Francesco with that Ghost Terror type Incineroar. The Hurricane fired out, no Fake Outs from the opposite side of the field, and we're just getting some damage into that Porygon 2, followed by that Taunt, preventing any speed control from that Porygon 2.
Hey, there could be some Ice Beam shenanigans coming through any moment. Knockoff now will be super effective into the Ghost type Incineroar, but of course only gets about 50% damage. The Ice Beam, however, does a significant chunk to Pelipper, breaks the Focus Sash, but it's still in play. It's still speedy, and another one of those Hurricanes can really start doing some damage.
Yeah, and it's a really nice play from Francesco there in particular, not falling for the bait of the Fake Out, the Trick Room, because knowing of the impending threat from that Terastallization and then the Taunt, just getting some useful damage on the field. I like the offensive kind of approach to that last turn. It puts Jonathan in a little more of a tricky situation. Now you've got to decide, do you let the Pelipper potentially go down, because with the Muddy Water you're not going to be able to pick up the knockout on either, and you can see that want to preserve that the Rain for later on in this match, bringing our Chaladon in its place.
I really love how cognizant Jonathan is of those Rain turns, because you want to make sure, considering the fact we've got this Chaladon on the field, the Raid is going to be there to help out Electro Shot, and the Focus Sash is broken, so Pelipper is vulnerable. Incineroar's going to get the knockoff on the Ursaluna as it comes in. That Flame Orb is gone. It's not going to get a Guts boost for the remainder of this game too. Parting Shot will fall down onto the opposing Chaladon. That's unfortunate that it's going to get its special attack dropped. However, with a couple of Electro Shots, it's going to be able to boost that right back up.
That's a massive turn here from Jonathan, getting that knockoff onto the Ursaluna. That's going to prevent it being burnt. Now that Guts ability not active, it's going to be half as impactful as it would normally be. So a really easy Pokemon to kind of deal with. Has it got enough though to take down that Incineroar, because you want to really be preventing the Taunt, and I think because of the speed stats of all these Pokemon, you've got to say the Incineroar is going to be going before the Ursaluna, so you've got that easy Taunt into that slot. Whether or not Francesco picks up on that and says, okay, well, this is just a bait because I'm just going to cycle my Incineroar back onto the field. It's a little bit dangerous doing that, of course, because you can potentially get
fall victim to it, right?
Well, you can fall victim to a double up from maybe the Arcaladon and then a knockoff from the Incineroar as well, because I think if you're Jonathan, you're chasing down, getting rid of that Evioli on the Porygon 2, so it's an easy slot to either go for the taunt or go for the knockoff into that slot. And, you know, we're not going to see any switches, so we'll see how things are going to play out. Is Francesco risking getting a Trick Room up, seeing no taunt?
Well, our Chaladon, speediest thing on the field at the moment, getting its special attack boosted back up to neutral and is able to go for this powerful Electro Shot into the Porygon 2. A couple more of those and it's going to be dealing more and more damage every time. It looked like Porygon 2 was really just dancing around the field trying to avoid the taunt, but eventually will have to face it and get its status moves reduced. Headlong Rush tries to get the knockout. It does indeed onto that imposing Incineroar, but I think this is almost nice for Jonathan. If the rain goes away at the end of this turn, you can bring Pelipper back in and reset that up, or you can bring that fourth and final Pokemon in.
Yeah, it's a nice KO here from Francesco to get rid of that Incineroar, but unfortunately the damage was done with that taunt into the Porygon 2, and you can see Francesco trying to play the mind games here, because every turn before never went for the Trick Room, but committing to it here. And yeah, Jonathan reading him like a book. Now being able, like you say, to play the weather beautifully. The rain ended. Now you're able to get that Pelipper back onto the field. You've got that Electroshock active. You still have to worry about the Ursaluna, of course. It is going to be hitting you for super effective damage on the Archaladon. You've used up your terrestrialization, so you do need to be wary of that. But now you have that Pelipper on the field. It can fire off those Muddy Waters if you like, and you don't need the speed control at this stage, because everything on your side of the field, if you're Jonathan, is naturally faster than everything on Francesco's.
Yeah, that's the thing. We saw in game one that the Pelipper with the Muddy Water can be so devastating into the Ursaluna, and I'm not surprised to see it get out of there as well. This is not the ideal situation for it, and at least with the Incineroar coming on, Intimidate not really being valid here, but the fake out pressure into that following turn could be very useful.
Yeah, it could be, and we're going to see the Incineroar make its way onto the field. Is it going to be the target of an Electroshot, or is it going to be into that Porygon 2 that is now taunted? It can't recover, it can't Trick Room, it can only attack. If an Ice Beam comes into that Pelipper, you might be targeting into that Porygon 2 to get rid of it, so you preserve that Pelipper for later on in this game. And we are going to see the Muddy Water. It is going to connect, and it is into the Porygon 2. Enough with this rain up to take that little duck down.
Yeah, Porygon 2 had a bit of a rough time in this match anyway, constantly being shut down with those taunts and not being able to get offensive pressure off with the terrestrialization like it did in game one. So at least now Francesco has the opportunity to bring its powerhouse onto the field, but it has been neutralized with the fact that Flame Orb has gone. Pelipper in prime position to go for another one of these Muddy Waters, as well as the fact that the Archaladon can always try and go for something like a body press at this range to just keep tackling down against this opposing Ursaluna.
Yes, and that's the thing. I think you've got the active fake out here, so you can go into the Archaladon to prevent it attacking this turn, but by doing that, are you activating a stamina boost? And that's the thing you want to kind of avoid, because if you do activate that, you're giving the body press more damage, more ability to remove that Ursaluna even quicker. But I think you've got to prioritize that Muddy Water here, because if the Muddy Water comes off into the Ursaluna with the rain on the field at the moment, it looks like it's going to be maybe close to picking up the knockout. We do see that fake out prevented this turn, and another Electroshot, another boost, and this time going to be into that Incineroar. Will it be enough?
I feel like the fake out was the right target though, because those Muddy Waters would hit hard, and as you said, the Electroshots can't go down into the Ursaluna. They will have to find their mark onto the opposing Incineroar, but it is enough to be able to get the knockout. Potentially there could have been some wiggle room and defensive capabilities for the Incineroar, but not today. It has been felled.
It has been felled, and the Ursaluna left all on its own. The Pelipper fortunately can't move this turn. Where is the Headlong Rush? It's into that Archaladon, and it is enough. Clean knockout. Critical hit though, without that Flame Orb boost, but the Pelipper still intact on the field. The rain's still active, and you've got that super effective Muddy Water, which will now be a single target attack. You don't have the comfort of that Focus Sash like we had in game one, but the best partner has been saved for last. You don't need to worry about the Pelipper, because you've got the Basket Legion. It's coming onto the field, and it's going to make easy, quick work of this Ursaluna.
This is the Devastator here. Now, I think if you're Francesco, you can always try and go for some protects, but eventually they will run out, and the Wave Crash will connect, get the knockout, and Jonathan Marston will be the winner of Swiss Round 10. What a match. It was incredible to be able to see Pelipper, one of the Pokemon that has been so outstanding this weekend, a standout highlight for me, be so influential in that match, not only bringing the rain to be able to boost up its own Muddy Waters, but being the perfect support Pokemon to Archaladon and Basque Legion. A complete masterclass in why those three Pokemon are on the day 2 use stats.
Amazingly well played by Jonathan, and you can see how comfortable he was in that matchup. You look at it on paper, you think, wow, there's some really awkward things to go up against the Vivian. Porygon 2, is that going to terrestrialize? Is the Incineroar going to terrestrialize? Is the Vivian going to terrestrialize if I go for the fake out into it? How can I prevent this Trick Room going up, and how can I kind of slow down this Ursaluna? But did it every single one of those things perfectly in that game, and it just shows how comfortable Jonathan is with their team. Going to be a force to be reckoned with going into the rest of this tournament, and expecting to maybe see Jonathan make it into that top cut, of course, as well.
And I have to credit the Incineroar as well. I know kind of Pelipper stole the show for me personally, but if it wasn't for that Incineroar, it would have been an incredibly different match. The fact that Incineroar had the taunt to be able to shut down all of those kind of Spore or Sleep Powder setters, because you got to remember Jumpluff's out there as well in the meta at the moment. That's another Pokemon that's going to be disruptive to Jonathan's team, and you need to be able to shut down. The fact that it had the safety goggles as well, just to kind of capitalize on the fact that it was not going to take any sleep at all in this particular tournament, just meant that there was the perfect counter for Jonathan to utilize when faced up against a team like Francesco's.
Yeah, it's such a good call coming into this format, and I think the inclusion of that taunt in particular is
really
so
nice.
useful, because with that Ghost Terastallization, you can see it really prevents your opponent those board positions where you've weaved in the Porygon 2, and then you've got your fresh fake out user next to it, and you're most of the time in those situations kind of there saying, well, you can fake me out and I can't get the taunt off, and you're going to get your Trick Room up, and things are going to be very difficult after this. But with that Ghost Terastallization, with that taunt, just gives you the alleviation to get those Pokemon, target them, shut them down, and also with that safety goggles, like you've mentioned, so useful against those really, really pesky Pokemon like Jumpluff, Vivian, Amoonguss. Don't need to worry about them with that item.
That's true.
Got to avoid those knockoffs, but the knockoffs were key as well. I think that is another great move in this format as well, because of the reliance so many Pokemon have on those items.
Well, that was the Muddy Water coming through from Pelipper, showing that it has the capability to get knockouts as well. It is not just there as a supportive choice on the team. Basculegion, again, being so ferocious with these water-type moves, and it was really, I think, advantageous for Jonathan to be in a position where he wasn't in a weather war. He could control the weather from the start and then capitalize on that, force his opponent to make those adaptations. Ursaluna, of course, put in a very good shout throughout this tournament. You can see it there with the Flame Orb Guts boost being able to do a lot of damage, and even in Game 2, without it, it was able to pull through with that critical hit, but it wasn't enough to get the victory.
Yeah, and you can see even without that Flame Orb how dangerous it is. So when it's got the Flame Orb, I think when Jonathan saw it switch in, he must have had a bit of a sigh of relief, because I think you think, wow, it's not going to be as dangerous as it would normally be, but it's still something you can't ignore, and he had to manage the situation from that point on, and he did so very well. Of course, that Archaludon taking full advantage of that Pokemon. Maybe Francesco could have prioritized getting rid of that a little bit sooner, or might have protected some of the other pieces that they had still active on their side of the field. But all in all, I think Francesco did a fantastic job with the tools that they had. Jonathan just made it so difficult to get started in that game for them.
Definitely, and I really liked being able to see the Vivillon, and I like the Pokemon choices that Francesco brought to that particular match. I just think the Incineroar being so detrimental to shutting down the potential Trick Room and set up in the back for the sweep with Ursaluna just meant that, as we were kind of saying, Francesco constantly had to adapt to Jonathan's game. There wasn't really an opportunity to implement his own playstyle or kind of moves and counter moves, as it were. He just constantly had to adjust to what his opponent was doing.
Yeah, exactly, and I think if you are on top of your game, that's what you do to your opponent. You kind of pin them down every single turn, and you're one step ahead of them all along the way, and that makes it incredibly difficult to get a foothold in the game. And yeah, unfortunately, that was the case in this game. Francesco still got a game to go, so hopefully they can have success in that last game and maybe turn it around. But they've done incredibly well to get this far in the tournament. Just going up against this team felt a little bit too much, because the positioning, once you've utilized that Incineroar and you've been able to shut down maybe those speed control options, or you've been able to dispose of the Vivian, then it opens the door up for the Pelipper to get the rain on the field. And then that Basculegion, you know, I think Jonathan didn't use it until that last turn.
It always came in at the end, didn't it?
Yeah, and it was just there to just kind of be the cleanup crew, and it really is so effective. And like I said at the top of the game, the Life Orb and the Protect option on there, I think it's, well, I love it. It's probably something that I would prefer to run than a Choice Band, Choice Scarf, because it gives you that flexibility in-game where if your rain does go away, then you've got the ability to protect, switch out, weave your things around, get yourself into a better position, and not lose it where you would do with those Choice Scarf or Choice Band items that kind of lock you into a move and don't give you any other protection.
I feel like as well, team composition has been everything in this particular match, and I feel like if Francesco had maybe made one adaptation, possibly a Gastrodon onto that team, it would have been a very different match, because Gastrodon having that Storm Drain ability would have drawn in all of those water type attacks. It's also the ground type, doesn't have to worry about Electro Shot, can apply pressure into that opposing Incineroar. And for those of you keeping an eye at home, when Lou or Lee decides to talk about Gastrodon, there you go. We've been able to put it in somehow into this match as well.
I feel like we've done well to not mention it so far
this was actually
into the broadcast,
valid.
but it is very valid, because I mean, if you do look at the options that Jonathan does have, and this team comp is quite popular in this sort of field, especially this weekend. We've seen a lot of it. I think, yeah, it is a good shout because the Basque Legion's shut down. It's forced to use that last resort, and if you haven't had the knockouts on your side, it's not really going to be doing the effective damage that you need. The Pelipper's locked into Hurricane.
Once the rain goes, it can miss.
That's it. And yeah, you've got the Sinister, but I mean, if you can't weave it in on the field, and you could have protection with your Gastrodon to cover those threats as well, and terrestrialization like we've already mentioned. So
we will always be advocating for, and it is out there on the Day 2 broadcast
it is out
today.
There it is.
There are some trainers rocking it in Championship Sunday, so we'll have to keep an eye on how well that Pokemon does, as well as all of the favorites at home. We know from a lot of people engaging with all our social medias as well, using that hashtag #PlayPokemon, letting us know which Pokemon you are rooting for. It's nice to see you share some of your favorites, and then we can kind of track them throughout the competition.
Yeah, keep sending them in. Make sure you do tag them with that #PlayPokemon hashtag, and let us know which Pokemon you've enjoyed seeing most this weekend, who you're rooting for, what Pokemon you'd like to see in the broadcast as well, or if any pictures of you just watching the broadcast, particularly with pets and Gastrodons for Lou.
Love to see it.
Yes.
It's always nice seeing the community who maybe can't attend an event be able to kind of watch together and enjoy it still as that kind of nice camaraderie. So that's what I love about Pokemon, to be honest. It just brings people together.
It's one of the nicest features, I think, when I'm watching a broadcast from home. I do like the little send-in pics.
Yeah.
I never do it myself, so I'm really guilty of it. I need to make sure the next event, when I'm at home and watching, I send in some pics. I don't have a pet, unfortunately, but I do have a lot of plushies, so I could send
That could work.
I could send in some Gastrodon.
Yes, you could. I think there needs to be a lot more of that Pokemon on the broadcast, but there's no shortage of some incredible Pokemon choices here. We've already seen Pelipper, my little pin today, if you can see it past my hair. Pelipper's been
good shout.
already doing quite well. What about Arcanine, though?
I don't think as well as Pelipper, to be honest. So.
Or is it just like fire types in general? That's what it's symbolizing. So you could take credit for Incineroar then.
We'll go for that.
Yeah.
We'll go for that. We'll go for that. I'll take it. I should have had the Incineroar pin on. It's doing well. It's top of the Day 2 usage stats. We are going to go to a quick break right now. So go grab yourselves a beverage, take a quick break, and don't be long, because we'll be right back with all the action from round 11 very soon here at the Stuttgart Regional Championships.
I started playing Pokemon 10 years ago. A lot of my friends were into it, and I don't know, the game just looked really fun. My favorite Pokemon would have to be Flygon. I like Flygon a lot. It just looks so cool, and I'm a big fan of Emerald, Ruby, Sapphire, those games. The furthest I've traveled to play Pokemon would probably be down to LAIC, Brazil. Not this year, but, you know, in years past, I'd say. I would say the person I look up to most in the competitive scene is Michael Zhang, you know, a player who thinks very differently about the game, a good friend of mine. The highest I've ever placed at a Pokemon event would have to be getting first at a regional tournament. That's the best I've done. I've done it 3 times, but, you know, always looking to do better. Internets, Worlds. I try to eat something simple, something easy. I love a burrito. I don't know. I might not finish the whole thing, but you can save the rest for later. I would say between milkshakes and smoothies, I'd probably pick smoothies. I'm a big fan of boba, and, you know, you usually find boba in those. Maybe not so much in milkshakes. It's a much easier drink to have at any point in the day. I would say I really liked going to Japan. Japan was such a unique place, something so different than anywhere I've been before, and going there for the World Championships last year, it was a good time. When I listen to music, I usually like alternative stuff. I went with Sprigatito because I'm a big fan of the kitties, and I was really, you know, excited to see what it ended up evolving to. Meowscarada is a really fun evolution. I like it a lot.
Terrestrializing your Pokemon has been a key part of VGC since the release of Pokémon Scarlet and Violet, being very influential on the result of a battle when utilized effectively. Let's take a look at how trainers use terrestrialization to give them an edge in battle and how the Stellar type can shake things up. Offensive terrestrialization can be primarily utilized in two different ways to increase the damage you can output in battle. The first way people boost their damage is through terrestrializing into the same type. Fluttermane is a great example, as its most popular Terra type is Fairy, a type it already has. Fairy terrestrialization changes its 1.5 times same type attack bonus Moonblasts to 2 times power. Trainers can also give a new typing to a strong attacker with a strong coverage move. Landorus Incarnate terrestrializing into a poison type can maximize Sludge Bomb damage, along with getting rid of some weaknesses its original typing has.
And because of the Terra, it barely hangs on.
Defensive terrestrialization drops your original typing weakness for the type you terrestrialize into, which can completely change your type matchups. An Amoonguss that wouldn't have taken a Flare Blitz well can now take the hit with ease. Additionally, terrestrializing into a type with immunities can completely swing a turn in your favor. Qianpao terrestrializing to Terra Ghost allows it to ignore moves like Sacred Sword and Fake Out. Immunities aren't just for damaging moves, but can also be used to get around status conditions. If an opponent's Amoonguss pressures your team, terrestrializing into a grass type can make you immune to its powder moves, stopping Spore and Rage Powder. You have to be careful since there are situations where terrestrializing can be detrimental. A Terra Fairy Fluttermane will lose its normal type immunity, making it vulnerable to getting faked out.
Fake out! The call to fake out into the Fluttermane!
Oh yeah, this Fluttermane is about to enter a world of hurt. Fake Out and the Moonblast is enough to drop it in turn number 1.
If you terrestrialize your Amoonguss into a water type to avoid taking too much damage, you could get punished by an opposing Amoonguss Spore. It's important to know when it's ideal to terrestrialize your Pokemon. The Teal Mask introduced Ogerpon, which has a unique take on terrestrialization. You're not able to change its Terra type and ability, since the masks are the only way to alter the Pokemon. When Ogerpon terrestrializes in battle, though, it takes on a new appearance and also has its ability changed to embody aspect. The Indigo Disc took a different approach, introducing the Stellar type. This is a terrestrialization exclusive type, unlike any other. Stellar Terra retains all of its defensive weaknesses, meaning this mechanic is utilized for offensive purposes. You get a 1.2 times boost to any move that isn't your original typing, and a stronger 2 times boost if it is a move of your original typing. This allows Pokemon that run multiple different coverage moves, like Qianpao, a much needed boost to pick up a KO it might have originally missed. Stellar Terra does come with drawbacks, only getting the Terra boost the first time you use an attack. Stellar Terra also changes the effects of Terra Blast, giving it 100 base power while being super effective into any other terrestrialized Pokemon. This can lead to some cool interactions, such as an Urshifu Single Strike being able to deal with the Terra Fairy Fluttermane it originally couldn't knock out. However, Stellar Terra Blast does come with the drawback of lowering the user's attack and special attack at one stage. There are so many ways to utilize this mechanic, with players constantly innovating on its many uses. How will you take advantage of terrestrialization to help push your way to the top?
Welcome back, everybody. We hope you got those refreshments ready, as we have got our winner of the previous round, Jonathan Marston. Marston currently at 9 wins, 1 loss, and in top cut. Jono, how are you feeling, my friend?
Really good. I didn't really expect to do that well. I was just aiming for like day 2.
Yeah.
And then going 8-0 in day 1, I was like, maybe this team is good, because I decided on the team yesterday. Not yesterday, like
Couple of
Friday
days
or
ago.
Thursday, yeah.
Yeah, fair.
So, yeah, just really good.
No, mate, a very impressive run throughout. You know, being able to go 8-0 in such a stacked regional is no small feat whatsoever. You were one of 3 trainers that did go undefeated. But yeah, I mean, that match that we just saw there against Francesco, it seemed like there were intricate details that really did line up to determining the eventual result of the match. What were your game plan going into that game 1, seeing Francesco's team?
It was mainly just, I knew Incineroar was really useful because I could taunt for Spore users or Sleep Powder users. I was more concerned about Ursaluna in Trick Room than letting some of my Pokemon get put to sleep. So I was like, I'll taunt the Porygon 2 before the Sleep Powder Pokemon. I did get a bit lucky game 1 with that first time wake.
Right.
That made it a lot easier. I think I was still in a good position. But it was just stop Trick Room and then my Rain mode kind of just destroys most of his team.
Yeah.
Because I don't think he has a water resist. No, he has a Amoonguss, but that can just get taunted. So it's hard for him to bring.
Okay, but I mean, you did a really well placed game plan going into that game 1. Game 2, we saw there was the Terra Ghost on either side, but you identified getting that Tailwind set up alongside the Incineroar. Terra will really put you in a good spot where you can taunt that Porygon to not allow the Trick Room mode to get set up. And, you know, generally speaking, it seemed like you handled that really well.
Yeah, so like that Tailwind turn 1, I expected the Protect knockoff.
Yeah.
So seeing he went for that play was just really reassuring.
Right.
And then I was like, I can just double this slot. Nothing on his team, I think, can switch into knockoff Hurricane. I think it, like, anything that resists one is weak to the other, and like Saluna's neutral to both, but it's going to take a lot and lose its Flame Orb, which is quite nice. So, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it was really well done job, of course. But yeah, you are in top cut, my friend. It must feel really nice, especially, you know, going into the tournament, having no or low expectations. You said you made the team, or you crafted the team a couple of days ago. Did you get any sort of inspiration from Victor Medina's LAIC finalist position?
A little bit. So I saw that coaching Annihilate and Dragonite was doing really well, and then obviously Victor did well with Dragonite on a Rain team.
Yeah.
So I sort of tried merging them. I tested the team, and it was this team, but with Annihilate instead of Incineroar.
Yeah.
And I really liked it, but the Annihilate wasn't that good. My good friend Rebecca Dixon, shout out to her, convinced me to run Incineroar on the last slot. And I was like, I don't know if it's that good. And it's been just amazing this whole time.
Yeah.
Like, who'd have thought Incineroar, good Pokemon?
I mean, Mono Dark Incineroar had that as well, though, right?
Yeah, well, it's because I wanted to run Terra Fighting on my Archaludon. I've liked Rain this whole format, but I don't like its matchup into King Gambit until I saw Terra Fighting.
Fair.
But then when you can't run Terra Grass, Amoonguss can be a bit of an issue. So I was like, I want Taunt and not Flare Blitz. And I actually haven't missed Flare Blitz. I was a bit iffy about going into this tournament without Flare Blitz, but I don't regret it at all. Like, Taunt has been huge.
Awesome. All right. Well, I mean, obviously, you still have a day ahead of you, my friend. You are in top cut. So just to wrap things up and give you a bit more of a rest, do you have any shout-outs you would like to give?
So Rebecca Dixon, obviously. Other people that I talk about teams with and team build with, Taryn Birdie, Jamie Keane, Red. Yeah, that's about it.
Okay.
And Matt Maynard, who I'm rooming with.
Shout outs to you as well, Matt. Right, perfect. Thank you so much, Jono. It's been such a pleasure having you on the stage here with me, giving your insight. But of course, we are wishing you the very best going into the next critical stages of this tournament. So
thank you.
We're going to go ahead and cut to a short break before we go ahead and get that next round going.
Next up, from Japan, our video game senior champion, Rei Yamanaka!
もし僕がポケモンだとしたらノーマルタイプだと思います。特に何の特徴もないから。一番最初の好きなスターターポケモンはニャオハです。見た目が一番可愛いからです。スカーレット・バイオレットから対戦を始めて公式大会にも出るようになりました。
Ray himself, I mean, relatively newer player, so this is humongous.
私がポケモンをプレイするのが好きなのはやはり対戦相手に勝つことが楽しいと感じられるからです。対戦する上でいろいろな言語のポケモンの名前を知ることができました。今回の WCS でマスターカテゴリーで出場した秋山翔さんが自分の憧れのプレイヤーです。他の のものがありましたけど、今回の WCS で優勝できたことによりそれに変わりました。
Ray Yamanaka is gonna be your Pokemon World Champion.
世界大会を優勝できないと思っていたので、とても驚いているし嬉しいです。
Absolutely phenomenal here from Luca. He had it all planned out from the start.
My favorite Pokemon type, it's Ghost. I don't know. It just feels right. It's a great type.
We jump into the very first game of the Masters Finals.
I don't think I changed my strategy throughout the tournament. In general, I think it's just a hunch of how you should play. It really just comes down to the plays you're gonna make and how you're gonna adapt to your opponents. My strategy was using Miraidons and Ogerpon Fire and Ushi for Rapid Strikes to run through my opponents.
Fantastic play by Luca, the one-hit KO.
While having Iron Hands and Fairy Giraffe to slow down the pace. Miraidon has been the best Pokemon in the tournament.
That is a massive turn here from Luca.
All the players I faced this tournament have been a challenge on their own. In general, I was worried about some supporter Pokemons, such as Landorus or Rock Ogerpon, when coupled together with other strong Pokemons like Calyrex Ice, Calyrex Shadow, or Terapagos were really difficult to deal with. I think my strategy to beat this Pokemon was pretty straightforward. I just hoped that I was able to hit them harder than they could withstand.
And that is going to be Luca one step closer to becoming the world champion.
This was my 5th World Championships. I've never gotten this far. I was happy enough with just making it to Top Cut, but I started to realize there was an opportunity to do something even bigger, something that I never even dreamed of. The moment I knew that I was going to win was when I was able to knock out the Calyrex Shadow with Fairy Giraffe.
And he's done it. This is his first major win, and what a one to have.
It was unexpected, but I'm extremely lucky and happy to be where I'm at right now. I want to shout out my family for always supporting me ever since I started playing when I was just 14. My group of friends, they've been phenomenal, and I thank all of them for being there with me.
Welcome back, Pokemon trainers, to day 2 of the Stuttgart Regional Championships. We've got Swiss Round 11 coming up next.
Yep.
This is going to be the final Swiss round. The stakes are so high. Costa, how are you feeling?
Geared in. I am absolutely locked in for this final Swiss round in day 2, of course. And yeah, what a way to be able to capitalize off of that Top Cut finish, that guarantee, should I say, from Jono that we did have the interview just shortly before with. And yeah, he's, as you can tell, he was very happy, very excited to be able to lock himself in with that 9 wins and 1 loss. So he still, though, wants to try to guarantee a top 16 finish in order to have that initial bye, of course, if we go into that top 32 preliminary stage.
Yes, the way that this asymmetrical Top Cut works is that all players with the record of the 8th standing player will have to play in that top 32 bracket.
Yes.
Try and make it to the top 16. So even if you are X and 1, you do want to try and maximize your chances of advancing to that top 16 with as little losses as possible.
Yeah, exactly. I believe that counts for a maximum of 32 players, if I'm not mistaken. So there's still a lot more wiggle room for our trainers to be able to vie for that position. But yeah, we're going to be really excited to go ahead and present this final Swiss round. It's all going to be coming to a short end, at least for Swiss, before we transition into top 32.
I believe there's a few players who are still undefeated. Some UK players.
Yep.
I've heard it was Eden Bachelor and one other.
Eden Bachelor is the only undefeated trainer right now, but they did go up against the previous undefeated trainer, which was Flavio Del Pidio, which we know Flavio, exactly. Flavio has been having an absolute riot of positive form going into this tournament. So yeah, Eden being able to actually come out the victor from that set is truly a remarkable achievement of performance. Because Flavio, no shrug at all. Previous EUIC champion of 2017, I believe.
Yes, and if a player can go undefeated in a Swiss round, that is one of the greatest accomplishments that can be made during a regional. I think I can count on one hand the number of players who have managed to go on undefeated at a Swiss regional. So I'm sure this is something that Eden wants to achieve and strive for. Of course, they are guaranteed that top 16, but, you know, just a little bit of prestige to say, hey, I went undefeated during the Stuttgart regionals. That's a bit of a tongue twister.
It is. It definitely is both ways. But yeah, so I think it's a huge accomplishment, and being able to, you know, come out on top in terms of what has been a very stacked EU regional is honestly a great accolade to be able to put under your title. But also, most importantly, it makes you feel so much more confident going into Top Cut as well. So yeah, I'm really excited to see who else will be able to progress on to Top Cut. But we do have the standings, and I think this is a great time to be able to go ahead and see where all of our trainers are at.
Wow, look at that. All these fantastic trainers. So it looks like now Flavio Del Pidio emerged as the victor. So Flavio is still undefeated. Eden has taken one loss, but still guaranteed into that top 16. And we've got a lot of other really fantastic players, like Jonathan Marston, whom we just featured on stream, and Joseph Ugarte also at X&1, meaning he has also guaranteed himself a spot in the top 16. So a bit of a NA invasion coming over here.
Yeah, I mean, Joe is keeping the momentum going, honestly. He did lose his set on stream yesterday, but clearly he's just put on even more momentum and passion and drive to make sure he's going to reach that top cut. So yeah, huge congratulations to him. Huge congrats, of course, to all of our X1s, but the sort of jig isn't up just yet. They need to try to make sure they can guarantee as best of a finish right now to give them even more of an improved chance going into Top Cut. You want to be able to avoid that additional stage of top 32 and try to get into that top 16 placement. But there are a couple more trainers that are still undecided on whether they are going to also be progressing into Top Cut at X2.
Precisely. All these players at X and 2 cannot lose any more matches if they wish to progress to that top 32. We've got a lot of really well-known players. Alex Gomez, Matty Morgan, Fabian Brown, whom we saw on stream yesterday going up against Joseph Ugarte and just convincingly beating him. So a lot of really fantastic and really skilled trainers all battling it out, and I'm sure the stakes are just so high. They're probably under a lot of pressure, and at this stage, they've had their rest. We are at the third round of the day.
Yes.
So, you know, they've been a little bit more rested, but we've now, the next round, the Swiss round 11 that we're going to feature is going to be a community choice. So viewers at home, you get the choice and the power to decide who you want to see up on the stream.
Oh, and we got some great matchups. Of course, Dan Webb, UK representative versus Jan Schultes with I believe that's an Believer, if I'm not mistaken, Zoe, on the top left.
Oh, I was staring at the drift blimp on you.
Oh, there you go. Wait, oh my, I didn't even see that.
I was like, hey, a balloon.
Crazy. Oh, wow. Yeah, I mean, that's already such a spicy set. We've got Francesco Piopero versus Adrian Isidoro. We've got Luca Ceribelli, of course, our current reigning world champion, versus Bartosz Kauski, and then Fredrik Hoy Nielsen versus Alex Gomez.
Yeah, a lot of fantastic trainers here. Alex Gomez, the NA reigning... reigning. Keep getting all my seasons mixed up, but yes, Alex Gomez is the reigning NAIC champion. So a fantastic...
He previously was, of course, we did have Patrick Connors, which is...
Oh, yes, the season before.
The season before, exactly. But no problem. I mean, it is the fact that he is an IC champion. He's got a lot of experience under his belt, and going up against Fredrik, which has essentially, alongside his brother, really formed that archetype of the Blood Moon Ursaluna hyper offense with the Talonflame psychic spam, is so crucial, and very cool game that we could potentially feature, but of course it's up to everyone at home to do so. And I do want to point out as well very quickly, all of these matches are win and ins. Everyone here is at a record of 8 wins, 2 losses. Their tournament lifeline is on the line.
there is so much at stake for all of these trainers. And I'm looking also at Frederick Hoy Nielsen's team, and a very similar team was featured on the final round yesterday, piloted by his brother Nikolai up against Jamie Boyd. And that Flash Fire Chandelier is so great against a lot of Sun teams. Of course, Frederick is not going up against the Sun team, but there is a Volcarona with Heatwave, which the Chandelier can be very nice in switching in against. But there's just such a lot of spice going on. And also, of course, our reigning world champion Luca Cherry-Belly is up there, up against Bartosz Kuchelski.
Yes, yeah.
I got that right.
I think you definitely did. We'll have to have a chat with Bartosz afterwards. But yeah, I think Bartosz actually bringing that Klefki, which we have seen pop up on a couple of teams at some point in this format. It does such a great job, not only with its typing of Steel Fairy, it could be immune to scale shots, for example, but it's got the Prankster ability, where it could go ahead, set up screens. It has the potential of maybe even getting cheeky little Thunder Waves going, or Misty Terrain, which is such an undervalued, or should I say underused move in this format. And it's a great way to be able to navigate any uncharted waters versus Sneasler matchups or any sort of status condition ailments coming your side.
Yes, Sneasler, the #1 usage Pokemon, both day 1 and day 2. It is so powerful, the access to both Dire Claw and Close Combat, both really strong moves. And Dire Claw, a move with a 50% chance to get a status condition on your opponent. That is not something you want to face. But we do have the results ready for our community choice. So thank you everyone for voting. We are going to see who is going to get to go up on the big stage.
Who's it gonna be? Let's see. 1 out of 4 chance. And the graphic is taking its sweet time. Let's see. Oh, it is gonna be Frederick Hoy Nielsen versus Alex Gomez.
Oh, what a fantastic matchup here. Talonflame Chandelier, Indeedee Mail, Sneasler, Electabuzz, and Blood Moon Ursaluna. Up against a bit more of a balanced team on Alex Gomez's side. It's going to be that Rillaboom, Incineroar, Dragonite, Volcarona, Annihilate, and also a Blood Moon Ursaluna. So a lot of bears staring down at each other.
Yes, and I think... I do want to call out, obviously, Blood Moon Ursaluna, big fan of it. It is one of my caster predictions as well. It is, alongside the male Indeedee. So yeah, Frederick really hoisting that flag with my predictions. So thank you very much, Frederick. But yeah, I think there's a lot of damage potential that can come out with that Pokemon in particular from both sides, of course. But given the awkwardness of some of the speed tierings, it could be a case of Alex really wanting to utilize that grass terrain as much as possible, have the potential of priority, and sort of better place himself to break down a couple of the really hard-coded components of Frederick's team. You've got the male Indeedee Sneasler pairing. You've got that Electabuzz that acts as such a good support in order to be able to redirect. It can go for the Electro Webs, for example, and start getting a jump on the speed tiering on Alex's Pokemon, because there's no direct line of speed control unless that Dragonite does have Tailwind.
Also, the Volcarona could go for a Quiver Dance to boost up its own speed.
Yes.
But this is going to be a battle of the terrain wars. We've got that Indeedee Mail on Frederick's side, and I almost said Nikolai here, and also the Rillaboom on Alex's side. So whoever gets their terrain in control is going to have a much easier time in this game. Frederick running that hyper-offensive team, no room for mistakes, but also just has the potential to get an immediate one-hit knockout. Whereas Alex's side, much more balanced, more relying on better board positioning. So we're going to see an immovable target against an unstoppable wall. I've forgotten that.
Okay, so yeah, unstoppable force against an unmovable object.
Yes.
Yeah, I think that's it.
Let's.
we got there.
It's something like that.
Yeah. It's fine, but yeah, I think it's great to be able to see both of these trainers go up against each other. But I think let's go ahead and build a bit more of a story about our players. We do have a couple of the the achievements as well as the team that Frederick is running. We see multiple top cuts, very recent as well from Frederick, doing such a good job in being so consistent in the past couple of seasons and really vying for that finalist, if not that title position.
Yes, that fantastic consistency and two-time, Gdansk top cut. That is a really fantastic achievement, the Gdansk top 16, a very recent regional just a month ago, but also that Grand Challenge top 4. So this is an online tournament, closed team sheet, best of one.
Yep.
So Frederick proving that he can perform both in and out of this best of one versus best of 3 environment versus open team sheet and closed team sheet. And those skill sets are slightly different because in a closed team sheet, you want to conceal as much information as possible.
Yeah, exactly. And it sort of forces you to adapt a different mode when it comes to the approach of the game. So you can go hyper offensive. You could go for very gutsy, immediate reads in terms of the leads, for example. But you need to be able to apply your strategy as soon as possible and identify how your opponent will respect your strategy going into it. So it allows you to make an adaptation straight from the get-go. But it's very risky, best of one. Obviously, it's what used to be the official format back in the day, maybe like 2013, etc. But yeah, it's definitely changed in a very big way going into best of 3.
Yeah, and speaking of back in the day, Alex Gomez is a veteran player, has had a phenomenal achievement throughout his career. So look at that. LAIC top 8, just a very recent achievement, an AIC champion. So from the season before, and world's top 8 UK national champion. And these are just some of his achievements. There's so much more. We just couldn't fit them all under this one graphic.
Yeah, he's one of those trainers that the list could go on and on and on. But yeah, Alex, it was such a pleasure to be able to actually see that top 8 in LAIC several weeks ago versus Ashton Cox. It was such a decisive battle that really came down to the wire. So I imagine Alex is really trying to take all of that momentum of how well he performed and bring it to the fore right now. Try to get that guaranteed top cut with this winning in versus Frederick in order to be able to bolster himself upwards. And rocking that Annihilate once again. I'm not 100% sure if it's the exact same team as he and Eric were running in LAIC, but it does seem that there could have been a bit of an adaptation with that Blood Moon.
It could be. And, Annihilate was on my caster prediction, so... we got a bit of a, maybe we've got our own players. Maybe want to slightly... No bias at all. But our players now up on the stage getting ready for their big game. Both these players have been featured on stream before at previous regionals and previous ICs, particularly Alex. No stranger. I believe at every regional, every major event he has attended, he has managed to always perform so well and make his way onto stream and usually in the top cut.
Yeah, exactly. He's no stranger whatsoever. But Frederick has been really doing a good job as well in the past couple of seasons, doing the same. So he's quite well-versed and experienced being under the lights, and he's just looking to perform well and maybe get a bit of a helping hand from that stun fist on his side, which, by the way, Zoe, that is huge.
It is. So, I almost think it's a cushion. I don't think it's a plushie. You could sit on that stun fist, so I could be, be a bit more comfortable in your chair.
Lean your arm or something on it. It's like, oh yeah, that'd be great. But no, who knows? Maybe it's going to help with being able to stun and shock his opponent in this effort. But we're going to have to see, of course, how both of our trainers are going to try to tackle this matchup against each other. We did highlight, of course, the terrain war dynamic. That may be quite integral. There could be the setup potential as well from the Quiver Dance Volcarona that you mentioned, Zoe, where that could be somewhat of a cycling effort. I think we've seen trainers going from yesterday, not even utilizing Quiver Dance per se, and just going for that heat wave potential or just damage potential straight off the bat, as long as you're able to whittle down the available resources on your opponent's side, and Volcarona could clean up even without a boost.
Precisely. And Frederick, his team, we're going to show up on the screen right now. It's going to be that Talonflame, Chandelure, Indeedee, Mail, Sneasler, Electabuzz, and Ursaluna. Something we're very familiar with because yesterday his brother was also up on the stream running something similar if not identical. So the Nielsen brothers working together, that fantastic team and family synergy, that Talonflame with the Gale Wings allowing a priority tailwind if it's got full health. Chandelure, a really underutilized Pokemon in this format, but that Flash Fire ability is so useful. And Mayo Indeedee, bit of a solo surger, just an enabler for Sneasler. Once Sneasler consumes that Psychic Seed, it gets that +1 defense buff to its special defense, and Sneasler becomes surprisingly bulky on the special side with that defense buff. And we're going to see that Blood Moon Ursaluna. It is the Life Orb variant, so this one is looking to do damage immediately instead of trying to be more bulky with the Assault Vest.
Yeah, and a couple of other things worth noting there. The Electabuzz is actually Fairy Terra. It's been a bit back and forth between Dragon and Fairy, depending on whether you want to be a bit more weaker to scale shots or actually want to completely avoid any sort of outrageous outrage, you know, coming out from a Dragon Ball, which has definitely dropped. But over on Alex's side, we do have Rilla, Incin, Dragonite, Volcarona, Annihilate, and that Ursaluna. So Ursaluna, actually a focus variant. We definitely have a switch up from LAIC. Annihilate previously did have that set, that item, should I say, and now has actually opted to go for the Lumberry while still keeping the same 4 move slots.
Yeah, that is a very spicy Ursaluna, and you called it earlier, Costa. There is a tailwind on that Dragonite, and I really like how there's the Blood Moon Ursaluna on the Rillaboom team, because you don't have to worry about your own Rillaboom then halving the damage of the earthquakes of a regular Ursaluna. This Ursaluna does not care about any Intimidates, doesn't care about any burns. It's just going to get straight away, get to business, and launch those really powerful Blood Moons.
Yeah, and it's quite interesting. It's not going to be able to deal as much damage as it would with that Life Orb variant, but it just feels like it's that Pokemon that Alex seemed like he was looking for more of an immediate firepower option, and he's like, okay, well, I can free up the Focus Sash slot because I've noticed that Scale, or should I say Diaclaw, is quite annoying against Annihilate, even if I'm able to resist it, and just general any other sort of status ailments. But yeah, so it's gonna be also interesting to call out that Covert Cloak. It's not going to be actually susceptible to any Diaclaw status conditions. It's not going to be susceptible to Electro Web, so that may create a bit of a thorn in Frederick's game plans.
And here we go, the final Swiss round. The winner of this round will be advancing to the top cut. We are going to have the Blood Moon Ursaluna and Dragonite on Alex Gomez's side up against Frederick's Electabuzz and also a Blood Moon Ursaluna.
Yeah, really nice lead from Alex here, just going for that Ursaluna. You've got the Battle of the Bears right now. They may feel a bit more inclined to go on the safe side of things, go for that Hyper Voice. Guarantee you could, for example, break the multi-scale, deal a bit more damage, whittle down the HP. But Ursaluna, over on Alex's side, is going to be immune to the Electro Web. So unless there's a taunt going into that slot or a focus of the Blood Moon, it's going to be a bit tough because you're essentially guaranteeing the longevity of both of those Pokemon from the get-go.
Looks like Frederick just wanting to play it safe this turn, going for Protect. Electabuzz taunting immediately, outspeeding Alex's Dragonite and preventing any more taunts, or any more Tailwinds and Protects. But it is that Scale Shot coming off into the Ursaluna, so a fantastic Protect, and also means this Hyper Voice is going to be protected for Frederick's Ursaluna.
Yeah, so that is sort of what Focus Sash allows you to do, play a bit more offensive. You don't need to hold back and be concerned about being felled by a Blood Moon from the opposing Life Orb variant. But Taunt's so important to be able to shut down that immediate speed control option for Alex.
Yes, and now this Electabuzz can go for the Electro Web onto the Dragonite, break that multi-scale, and allow the Ursaluna on Frederick's side, which is slower than the Electabuzz, to then follow up with a full-powered either Hyper Voice or Blood Moon. Now, Ursaluna probably not looking to go for any risky Earth powers, but the Electabuzz also being Terra Fairy means Alex has to be very careful about launching Scale Shots.
Yeah, exactly, because you could easily get a redirection play going there, given, of course, Alex did opt to go for that in that turn 1. But we do have Terrestrialization. It is going to be the Steel Terra on the Dragonite, so wanting to make sure it doesn't take as much of damage from those normal type moves. Electro Web will actually be coming out, of course, course, not affecting that Ursaluna. However, breaking the focus sash. Unless there's a Earth Power read into this play, the Dragonite's going to stay on the field, and it does. And look at that damage output of the Life Orb onto Alex's side of the field. But the game's not over just yet for this turn. Scale shot focusing into the Ursaluna. Critical hit. This will guarantee the KO, not even needing that additional 5th hit.
Yes, now that the Dragonite has knocked out this Ursaluna, it means there is no more risk of any Earth Powers going into it. Dragonite has been knocked down to -1 stage of speed thanks to the Electro Web. However, thanks to the Scale Shot, its speed has now been increased. So it is now back up to neutral. But because Frederick's Electabuzz did outspeed the Dragonite from turn 1, we know that it's very free to then immediately go for another Electro Web, drop that Dragonite's speed down yet again, and we see Frederick's Pokemon in the back. That Sneasler, with access to fighting type moves, is suddenly looking extremely comfortable against Alex's normal type Ursaluna and a Terra Steel Dragonite.
Yeah, this is sort of the duality of having the different modes in the lead versus in the back with Frederick's team. You've got that Electro Web as support for that Life Orb Blood Moon Ursaluna. You put it within range where the speedy Ursaluna can actually start picking up KOs on most average speed tiers that are observed in the current format. And then you've got that fast mode in the back. So you don't necessarily have to utilize your Terra straight away with the Blood Moon. You just want to be able to whittle things down to the point where you've got an endgame scenario of that Male Indeedee and Sneasler being able to sweep up.
Yes, now Electabuzz looking like it can just redirect away any Fairy-type moves, and Dragon-type moves, thanks to his Terra Fairy, and allow the Sneasler to then start going to town with really strong fighting type moves. It looks like Alex, feeling quite threatened, is going to recall that Dragonite for the Incineroar. So a fantastic switch in there, dropping that Sneasler's attack.
Yeah, and at this point, it's a good way to be able to mitigate the damage output of course, the Sneasler, because it's not going to feel as well in tune to want to switch out if the Psychic Surge effect is on the field with the terrain. However, that's not the case right now. There's still the future option of being able to switch it out unless this Electabuzz does go down. Terra Fairy, Throat Chop into the Ursaluna. Not enough, but it does not allow the Hyper Voice to come out, and that all of a sudden does mean Alex doesn't profit as much as he would have liked to maybe get rid of that Electabuzz and force Frederick down to his final 2 Pokemon.
Yeah, that was a fantastic Throat Chop there. The close combat could have knocked out this Ursaluna, but it also meant that the Sneasler would be forced to take a defense drop from the close combat. And Frederick reading Alex really, really well, predicting that Hyper Voice, going for the Throat Chop and preventing that Hyper Voice. And now this Incineroar coming on does have the option to go for a Fake Out, but as you can see, there is that Indeedee out in the back. The ability to bring Psychic's terrain onto the field blocks out any sort of priority moves, which means that Frederick can switch in the Indeedee and prevent any fake outs and prevent any disruptions.
Yeah, exactly. And we do see the Electabuzz switching out. As you mentioned, the Indeedee will be coming in. So the Sneasler, even at -1, seems like Frederick is identifying utility in keeping it on the board. Wants to perhaps get rid of the Blood Moon Ursaluna, which does have the option of opting in for the Protect and being sort of receptive of the situation, which isn't the case. It does get felled and will force Alex down to finally his first KO from his team.
Yes, and now this Ursaluna has been knocked out, so also no more threat of Earth Powers going into this Sneasler. The Incineroar not falling for the bait. Going for the fake, immediate one-hit knockout onto this Sneasler, which means that Frederick is forced down to his Male Indeedee, which can't really do that much damage to the Incineroar. Let me just quickly check if he has Terra Blast. And no, it does not. It only has Expanding Force as its attack. So it's the Incineroar is completely immune, which means Electabuzz with its Electro Web is the only form of damage onto this Incineroar. And now the Rillaboom has come in as well and reset the terrain.
Yeah, the Rillaboom's having a couple of words with the Male Indeedee and saying, right, listen, this is the terrain for the rest of this game. And yeah, this is I would even say an unwinnable scenario for Frederick. You've lost your main damage output source, both being the Blood Moon Ursaluna and that Sneasler. Unfortunately, it feels like that Incineroar is quite invested in its physical attack, and perhaps there's a bit of a calculation role that could have been at play dependent on the training in the physical defense of that Sneasler. But Electabuzz going for the protect right now, as Frederick may not only be trying to look for a win condition, but also stalling for time, understanding what his game plan will be in Game 2.
Precisely. A lot of top players do this because you only have that 90 seconds during team preview to try and think of a strategy. But here, during the battle, whilst all the animations are playing out, you can then think about what to do for the next game. Frederick has gotten a lot of very useful information from this game. He knows that his Electabuzz is faster than the Dragonite, so he can guarantee an Electro Web coming off first or a Taunt coming off first. And in the following game, he could be adapting with, say, an Electro Web, an immediate attack onto this Dragonite. So at this stage, yes, it looks like Frederick just trying to scout out for maybe some more information and stalling for a bit of time.
Yeah, because there is no direct way for that male Indeedee to damage that Incineroar. It's really up to the Electro Web to do so, as the Indeedee does try to go for the Expanding Force. Does get a critical hit, though, but without that terrain, isn't able to profit as much from the damage output scenario, and that's all that was needed from Alex's side. Get rid of the Electabuzz, make sure that the Incineroar can never be touched for the remainder of this game to be able to guarantee this. So, yeah, Frederick really going to have to go back to the drawing board right now and better analyze perhaps what went wrong in this Game 1 for him.
Yes, there's a lot that can be gained. Also, just Alex played slightly better than Frederick. We see that Incineroar knocking off a Focus Sash, but indeed he's going to hang on to that Focus Sash, hang on to that 1 HP. At this stage, maybe Frederick might want to think about how much damage does the Expanding Force do, but actually Frederick, having gotten all the information he needed for that Game 1, is going to forfeit and go back and start afresh with a Game 2.
Yeah, and you can see Alex is completely locked in. He knows he wants that top cut. He's going to try his best to be able to get it, and being able to always have the Rillaboom in the back and try to expend the lead slots in order to force that male Indeedee in, so you can always guarantee you have your terrain up, is really a key piece in this matchup between both of our trainers. So Frederick, I'm not 100% sure the best route on how to try to tackle this. There could be a scenario on trying to pick up quicker KOs in order to slow down Alex's momentum.
Yes, I think Frederick in that Game 1 lost his Ursaluna a little bit too early, so that is something he really should maybe prioritize on protecting. The Ursaluna is not affected by any Intimidates from the Incineroar, and once the Dragonite had been baited out with that Terra Steel, then suddenly you've got an Ursaluna that can deal super effective damage to both the Dragonite and the Incineroar, not to mention Blood Moon. We saw how much damage that Hyper Voice did, so Blood Moon could have also just immediately knocked out the opposing Blood Moon. And we did also see, yes, Frederick's Ursaluna outsped the opposing Ursaluna.
Yes!
So that is really useful information, and I'm sure this is something that Frederick will be using to adapt in that Game 2.
Yeah, I mean, it could also have been a speed tie in all honesty.
That's true, yes.
So we don't have that confirmed just yet, but yeah, I think you put it quite nicely there, Zoe. Blood Moon Ursaluna is a Pokemon you want to be able to utilize and maximize the usability as much as possible in terms of picking up those KOs, and if not a KO, whittle everything down to the point where you can have that Sneasler or even male Indeedee to wrap things up. But we're going to have to see how things go. Part of me is thinking, is there any room for Chandelure? I'm not sure, really. I feel like you said, Electabuzz, redirection, making sure you better optimize those first turns, may be the play.
Yes, and we are going to get started immediately into Game 2. The same leads from Alex, Ursaluna and Dragonite, but look at that, a shiny, glowing Chandelure on the stage, also next to a very orange-looking Electabuzz. So a really nice color-coordinated lead from Frederick here. And Chandelure not really going to enjoy facing up against an Ursaluna that has access to Earth Power, but this Chandelure is Terra Grass, so you know, Frederick could maybe try and go for Reaper. At immediate first turn terrestrialization could be very risky, but Chandelure also a Pokemon that can deal a lot of fantastic spread damage with those heat waves.
Yeah, I do really like this adaptation because Trick Room may be the mode that Frederick is actually opting in for, given Alex trying to go for the scale shots will naturally bolster those speed boosts, but we actually see a very defensive protective from that Blood Moon, not wanting to risk breaking its focus sash as Electabuzz does get a redirection going. Scale Shot does actually miss the Electabuzz, so it doesn't even need the Terra there, and the Trick Room is up.
Yes, the Trick Room has gone up. The speed turns have been reversed, so the slowest Pokemon is going to be moving first under this Trick Room, and that Electabuzz dodging that Scale Shot did not need that Terra Fairy, which allows Frederick to then free up that Terastallization for another Pokemon that might need it. And this Chandelure in quite a nice position. There is no Assault Vest on Alex Gomez's side. It is a Focus Sash Ursaluna. So Frederick will need 2 hits to knock out Alex Gomez's Ursaluna. And the Electabuzz with its electric type moves cannot actually touch the Ursaluna. Not to mention, it probably does not want to Electro Web and drop the Dragonite speed and allow the Dragonite to then go first on the Trick Room.
Ooh, okay, so Alex trying to preserve the Ursaluna, switches it out for the Incineroar, and Incineroar is a very big issue that Frederick's going to have to be able to get rid of. It does have knockoff that it threatens a potential KO onto the Chandelure based off of the training, and yeah, Chandelure has no real way to be able to target that slot, as that is maybe what Frederick is trying to vie for, bringing that Ursaluna back in right now under Trick Room conditions. Heat Wave does break the multi-scale and picks up the burn onto the Dragonite. Not going to be able to deal as much damage, precisely half of the regular damage that it would deal. Third hit of the Scale Shot, going for the guaranteed 4th, and let us see if there's going to be a 5th one. There is no 5th one, just 4, and yeah, a bit of a trade-off there that I definitely feel like is in Frederick's favor.
Dragonite getting that speed increase and getting the burn means that it is one very unhappy dragon under this Trick Room. And now Frederick's Ursaluna is in such a fantastic position against both the Incineroar and the Dragonite. The Incineroar on Alex's side is a Terra Ghost. So if Alex chooses to go for it this turn, he can survive a potential Earth Power from this Ursaluna. But at the same time, Ursaluna's ability, Mind's Eye, allows it to hit Ghost types with its normal type moves. So Frederick can just play it safe and go for those Hyper Voices with that Life Orb. It will be doing a lot of damage, and we actually see there is no Indeedee in the back, so a fantastic adjustment, but also means that if a Fake Out is coming, the Ursaluna might get flinched.
But you can always have that bait for Alex to have to respect in order to maybe even deter him from opting in with that Fake Out, as Dragonite is going to be switching out. Alex, of course, identifying that's a bit of a wasted slot at the current moment, anticipating a potential male Indeedee switch in there does bring the Rillaboom. Will have that Grass Terrain, but most importantly, the Fake Out available the subsequent turn. So this, is just going to be a Fake Out rotation from Alex's side, saying even if, for example, you do bring in that male Indeedee, I want to be able to slow the momentum of this Ursaluna, not allow it any move to be called off.
Yes, that was such a fantastic switch in for Alex. Dragonite being the fastest Pokemon on the field meant that it was the slowest on the Trick Room. So Alex was guaranteed to switch out his Dragonite last and guaranteed then to have that grassy terrain up if Frederick attempted to switch in a male Indeedee, which he does not even have. And now this Rillaboom has the option to go for a Grassy Glide onto Ursaluna. Grassy Glide with the grassy terrain active is a priority move, but Alex does not know yet that Frederick has no Indeedee male in the back, so he has to be very, very careful about this.
Yeah, this is definitely unsettled waters that Alex is going to have to try to be able to circumnavigate. And yeah, we do actually see the Terastallization, no switch outs at all. The Ursaluna wanting to forego its grass weakness of the ground typing and maximize the damage, maybe trying to play in to Alex respecting that male Indeedee switching.
Ursaluna shining bright like a diamond indeed. The Fake Out comes out and flinches it. So this Electabuzz's Follow Me is going to redirect any attacks from this Incineroar. Ursaluna flinching once again, which means that the Electabuzz is going to get that Eviolite knocked off. So it is now a lot less bulky compared to before. But now that Alex has used up both his Fake Out options, there is no more chances of flinching this Ursaluna this turn. And there's still 2 more turns of Trick Room. So neither the Incineroar or the Rillaboom can protect. So there is a lot of free damage now coming off from this Ursaluna. And Electabuzz is quite free to just sit on the field and go for those redirections to keep its partners safe.
Yeah, and I feel like this is the point where Frederick has to consider perhaps bringing that Chandelure in as an aggressive switch in, getting that Trick Room set up yet again once, of course, the Trick Room turns do expire, because you want to be able to capitalize off of the momentum of this Blood Moon being on the field for yourself. And Alex trying to be a bit of a step ahead, ensure the Incineroar is kept safe to allow another fake out cycle by bringing in the sacrificial dragon, that being the Dragonite.
Yes, and now this Electabuzz once again going for the follow me with the Blood Moon coming off. Which target did this Ursaluna go for? Is it going to be that Rillaboom? Is not enough to get the knockout. The Assault Vest coming in clutch for this Rillaboom and allows a massive Wood Hammer onto this Electabuzz, knocking it out and removing any more redirection on Frederick's side.
That is insane. Most Rillabooms definitely go down to that. And just given the fact that that might be an indication there's a bit more special defensive investment in that Rillaboom to be able to at least guarantee some form of a count, as the Trick Room has now expired. And we do, though, have a free switch in for Frederick as well as Alex, but Sneasler is actually brought in right now, which does not have fake out pressure, but it does have super effective pressure on that Ursaluna.
Precisely, this Sneasler in a really fantastic position against the Ursaluna. And if the Dragonite chooses to go for a Terastallization like in that last game, and Frederick reads that, he could go for perhaps an Earth Power or the close combat into the Dragonite. The Dragonite at this stage, heavily nerfed with the burn, might want to just think about trying to get a Tailwind setup. And if Frederick calls it correctly, he can maybe... Oh, actually, Dragonite doesn't need to Terrasta. It's already burned, so it won't be put to sleep. So Dragonite has a very free Tailwind coming up. So Alex now going for the Protect, and we're going to see what's going to come up next.
Yeah, Dire Claw into Alex's Protect there, and the Blood Moon will not be moving next. It is the Dragonite. It does get the Tailwind set up, and there is all of the wind support behind Alex's Pokemon to be able to go for the outright damage. The subsequent turn, not before, though, the Hyper Voice targeting that Dragonite, and in combination with that burn will be giving Alex a free switch in.
Look at that Dragonite hanging on with 1 HP, but the unfortunate burn earlier from the Chandelure is going to knock it out and forces Alex down to his final 2 Pokemon, which we know is the Incineroar in the back. And now Tailwind is set up. This Sneasler has not had an Unburden boost. It's still holding the Psychic Seed, so no special defense boost, and it will probably be outsped by this Ursaluna. I would not be surprised if Alex trained that Ursaluna to outspeed a Sneasler once the Tailwind is active.
Yeah, you usually want to go for max speed, modest in terms of your training when it comes to especially a Focus Sash variant. But we've got Fake Out online, and obviously the reveal that there's no Sack Terrain over on Frederick's side. So this Fake Out is super clean, super free. Unless Frederick tries to bring in that Chandelure, things might get a bit dicey, because right now you either want the Tailwind turns to expire or get Trick Room set up in order to free up your Blood Moon Ursaluna.
Exactly, and that double Protect on both Pokemon, a really nice and safe play. Just to, one, burn the turn of Tailwind and a turn of Fake Out. Looks like a Terastallization onto Alex's Ursaluna. That is also going to be a Terra normal type, so Alex wanting to maximize the damage from this Ursaluna. Also, 2 Diamond Ursalunas, very shiny, handling the inner Larrys. They wanted to be a little bit dull, but a double Protect coming off from Frederick to start off.
Yeah, very safe in order to waste away that additional turn of Tailwind. You don't want to be able to be susceptible both to the Fake Out, and like we mentioned, you want the Tailwind to expire, or some form of speed control over on Alex's side that doesn't guarantee that he moves first. Knockoff actually trying to target down that Blood Moon Ursaluna, being the key threat that Alex has identified, and I think both of our trainers know is such a key piece in order to get, better their chances of progressing into the top tier, or at least Frederick trying to get that game too.
Yes, and this Sneasler is not holding a Focus Sash, it's holding a Psychic Seed, and with the Terastallization option gone, this Ursaluna can easily launch an Earth Power onto the Sneasler and knock it out in 1 hit. I would expect this Ursaluna to outspeed the Sneasler on the Psychic Terrain, because most outside of the Psychic Terrain boost. And now it means also the Ursaluna on Alex's side has a very free Blood Moon coming off onto either the Sneasler or the Ursaluna. It's just such a free target, and it's basically Alex getting to take his pick and then forcing Frederick down to that chandelier in the back.
Yeah, this is going to be a tough situation because I think Alex is trying to hold off from utilizing or trying to identify when to use Blood Moon so you don't get caught into a bit of a weird situation of the Blood Moon potential speed ties and which one's going to focus in or not. But he's opted to go for it right now. He wanted to clench up that slot, whether it's a Blood Moon, whether it's a Chandelier, and play around with subsequent protects in the following turns. But Sneasler has not been targeted. It does have a chance of surviving this, no doubt. Knockoff, as of course the Psych Seed will get removed, but most importantly doesn't even go for the close combat, goes for the status conditions. No status this time. Blood Moon is completely free to wave that off.
Yes, Alex in a very commanding position right now. Of course, this is the final turn of Tailwind, so Frederick can just go for a double protect, stall out the Tailwind, and then once again, his Sneasler will be the fastest Pokemon on the field. And with that bit of chip damage, I wonder if the Ursaluna on Alex's side is going to go down to a close combat. The Sneasler is at -1 stage of attack from the Incineroar, and now we see that double protect. So Frederick just wanting to play it safe and burn this turn.
Yeah, exactly. And I think going a bit into Frederick's mindset there, not wanting to go for the close combat, it feels like to the point where you're like, oh wait, but why don't you? You guarantee a follow-up close combat KO onto it once Tailwind expires, but it's more so not wanting to put yourself into a potential chance of getting KO because of the special defensive drop from that Earth Power. As we know, that's not a Life Orb variant, that is a Focus Sash. There may have been a chance for it to even survive it.
Precisely, and now Tailwind has petered out, so Sneasler once again gets to go first. And the question is, can it knock out this Ursaluna with a close combat? Now the Ursaluna on Frederick's side, if it's faster than the Ursaluna on Alex's side, there could be a double up of close combat and Hyper Voice to knock it out. But then again, the Incineroar on Alex Gomez's side can get that Flare Blitz, which we saw in Game 1, get that one-hit knockout on Sneasler. So is Frederick maybe wanting to Earth Power this Incineroar, guarantee the knockout, and then the next turn? So I think Frederick is in quite a good position here, and depending on the target, he could clinch out this game. But Ursaluna on Alex's side going for a protect.
Yeah, and I think the speed tierings are going to be so important here. Sneasler going into that protect, but most importantly, does this Blood Moon from Frederick's side outspeed, go for the Earth Power KO onto the Incineroar? No, this is a speedy cat. It goes for the KO onto the Sneasler, and all of a sudden, Alex Gomez stocks are increasing. It looks like he is going all the way through the top cut.
And with that Sneasler having been knocked out and Frederick forced down to his final Pokemon, he uses the Blood Moon on the Incineroar and knocks it out in one hit. So it is now the battle of the bears. Both of these Terra normal bears staring off against each other. Critically, Alex's Ursaluna does have access to Blood Moon, which is going to be a guaranteed knockout on Frederick's Ursaluna. And it looks like Ursaluna going for the protect, trying to maybe bait out that Blood Moon. Does Alex go for it? He does. And now Frederick is the one with the Blood Moon advantage.
I'm going to be honest with you, Zoe. I think we're going to be in here for a while. There's going to be mind games between the Protect and the Blood Moon. That's it. The Protect Blood Moon interactions. There's going to have to be a point where both of these trainers have to go for the read, and it's going to be a tough one right now. So yeah, they both identified what they need to be able to do. Focus Sash is broken, so it's all about A, do you get the Blood Moon off at the correct time? And B, can your bear be faster than the other one?
Look at that, another protect. So it looks like the full moon is just rising and waning every consecutive turn. Alex's Blood Moon Ursaluna fails that Blood Moon into the protect. Are we going to see the exact same thing?
Yeah, but this is sort of what I'm talking about, right? You need to make a read at some point and utilize the remaining PP you have, the power points of the Blood Moon, because I think that's truly what this is going to come down to. Both trainers are aware of it, and usually maybe between the third and fourth consecutive turn might be a situation where you want to try to make a read. But I just noticed Frederick has 1 minute remaining of match time.
Oh, that's quite interesting, because now he is forced to make his moves quite quickly or else lose to the timer. And it also makes you wonder, this game of chicken between these two Ursalunas, who's going to get it right? They are eventually going to run out of PP, unless Frederick also just runs out of time. Looks like a protect of Alex's side. Are we going to see the Blood Moon from the...
There it is.
That's
okay.
So Hyper Voice. So now this is really interesting because Frederick can go for the Blood Moon, and he may be thinking his Ursaluna did get moved first in game 1, but it could be a speed tie. We don't know whether these trainers know.
Truly, there's multiple sort of levels of interactions that we need to take into consideration here, but Frederick not wanting to go for the risk right now, trying to play a bit more safe, wasting the potential PP from Alex's side, but Alex is saying, no, I know what you're trying to do, Frederick. That's what I want to do. And coincidentally, we've got both of our trainers really at a... Oh, there it goes! Alex does unleash the Blood Moon. It rises and it drops that opponent. And there you have it. Alex has been able to make the right call at the right moment, and he has been able to guarantee his position in Top Cut.
Congratulations, Alex Gomez, on advancing to the top cut of the Stuttgart Regional Championships. That Ursaluna Blood Moon coming in clutch, launching that super powerful attack. So proving, yes, it was a speed tie between these two Ursalunas. And that's why both these trainers were so tentative, going for the protects, just trying to, you know, do that little dance against each other, just trying to make sure whoever...
dodging the Blood Moons.
Exactly. That was such a thrilling final game.
Yeah, it truly was. And it's so, I would say, tough to be able to mentally keep sane in that scenario, because you're like, okay, well, I've identified it. Okay, they've identified it too. Right, this is literally just a back and forth situation until someone breaks the deadlock. And we obviously saw Frederick was the first one to do it with the hyper voice, trying to sort of feign, hey, I'm about to get risky and I'm gonna go for that Blood Moon afterwards, and say, you know what, wait, I want to hold back and try to make you feel forced to do it in order for you to waste an additional power point of your Blood Moon usage. And yeah, Alex just saying, yeah, you know what, enough games. Whoever's going to win the speed tie is going to win the set, and that's exactly what he did.
Precisely, and Alex also just showing why he is one of the top players in the world and in the EU region. That Ursaluna coming in clutch. I think what maybe viewers might be wondering, oh, there was a critical hit in the final turn, but that critical hit didn't matter. It was going to get knocked out anyway. And we see in that game 1, the Dragonite going for the scale shot, knocking out the Ursaluna early on, and severely restricting Frederick's options, which meant that there was nothing checking this Incineroar after the Ursaluna went down.
Yeah, that Flare Blitz was such a big one-hit KO onto the Sneasler as well from Frederick's side. And then obviously we saw in game 2, Electabuzz was removed from the field. We had Frederick position himself a bit better with the Chandelure Blood Moon mode, and that Rillaboom being able to survive, it allowed itself to get rid of that Electabuzz, which had its Eviolite knocked off and really forced Frederick down to his final 2 Pokemon.
Yes, I almost wonder if that was a damage roll. If there had been just one more hit point of damage onto that Rillaboom, the Rillaboom would not have been able to get that Woodhammer off, which would allow the Electabuzz to stay on the field and continue for potentially more turns of Follow Me. So, you know, just goes to show that Alex has trained his Pokemon perfectly. That Rillaboom holding on to that Assault Vest saying, nah, I am going to survive any special attacks being thrown my way.
Yeah, exactly. And we saw, of course, the jubilance from Alex's excitement there, winning that speed tie, getting that very unnecessary critical hit, Blood Moon into the Ursaluna Blood Moon. And what a way to be able to seal up your position in Top Cut. Of course, commiserations to Frederick, which has done an amazing job throughout all of the past season as well as this season, being alongside his brother, the #1 Warriors, holding up that Ursaluna Blood Moon flag. And what a way to be able to go ahead and reach this stage.
We all know there are fantastic things in store for the Nielsen brothers. They've worked together so consistently, and both of them have always been able to perform at that top level. And I think that just goes to show that when you have a friend, a brother, a family member, just working together, that's how we all improve and raise ourselves. And I know, as I've spoken to both the brothers, and they have such great mindsets about it, and they can just use this game, this loss, and think about how they can adapt in the future, because this is a fantastic achievement, having made it to day 2 and almost making it to the top cut.
Yeah, exactly. And I know that they've got a well-knit, close team group as well, with a couple of other individuals where, you know, they go through understanding how can they better optimize optimize this archetype? What sort of changes do you need to make in order to be able to make a bit more of an adaptation on how the meta goes ahead and sort of flexes its changes every couple of events or so?
Yeah, hey, you know what's a great way to just test out your changes or your little cool ideas? It's going to be locals. Locals is the stage where we can test those little ideas, and if you think they work, you can then bring them to the next level of a regional event. So have a look at this little video that we have prepared for you, and maybe you want to come to the next locals.
Hey, do you want to play?
Yeah.
Nice.
One shot?
Wait, that guy. Yeah.
I'll use twin cannons.
Great game, guys.
Bye. See you next week.
Come play at your local Pokemon League.
It's always great to be able to go ahead and get more involved. Never necessarily, let's say, if you're a bit... I would say a bit unwary or not wanting to plunge yourself straight into a major event like a regional, for example, here, there's always such a great opportunity to do so at a local stage. And, you know, going ahead and trying to find a local you say is difficult? No, it is not. You can try to go ahead and use this QR code to essentially research on the nearest local for yourself to be able to go ahead, get yourself, whether it's even the VG game, it's any other game as well, and get involved.
Yes, locals is such a good stage to test those ideas, and a lot of top players also attend the locals just to keep polishing up their skills. I remember one local I went to, there was a traveling Italian player. So we were having a really interesting conversation. And then he goes, oh, this is so nice because at my locals, Luca Cherubelli keeps going to them, and I keep facing up against him and getting stopped. I was like, oh, this is great. So, players, if you want to face a world champion, go to your locals.
It's not a guaranteed situation, but yeah, there's definitely a chance for that to happen. And yeah, I think it's such a great way to be able to interact with the community at more of a lower level in terms of, you know, not going to these outlandish regional events and such, and just being able to take things a bit slower, have a good time, have a laugh, and just experiment around with the teams.
Yes, such a great place to meet new players, old players. But our interview is going to be ready, so we are going to throw it over to the couch and hear from Alex Gomez.
Thank you so much, Costa and Zoe. I have the pleasure to be here on the couch with our round 11 winner, Alex Gomez. Alex, how are you feeling after that last match and getting into Top Cut? Congratulations, man.
Thank you. Feeling good. Really excited to play a Top Cut event here in Europe. I think I haven't cut a tournament in Europe since AOC. Wow. So yeah, really excited. I don't know who am I going to play, and if I'll have to play one extra round in order to play top 16. Yeah. So we'll figure out.
We'll be soon getting all that information. Of course, it's two back-to-back top cuts for yourself after LAIC and then coming into this event. So you're in a real hot streak at the minute, which is great to see. We all know you as a player. We know how capable you are, talented you are. So it's really nice to see you kind of transitioning that into this regulation as well. After that, we'll touch on some other things, but I do want to just touch on the match quickly because how are you feeling going into that end game in game 2? There was a bit of cat and mouse there with those blood moons.
Well, I think I trolled a little bit the game. In game 2, I had a safe play, in my opinion, which actually could have allowed me to not have the position to be Blood Moon against Blood Moon. If I went for Blood Moon into his Blood Moon and knock off the Sneasler, if I had gone for Hyper Voice and Flare Blitz into the Sneasler, even if the Sneasler switches into Chandelure, whatever slot the Chandelure comes in, I think I would have sealed the game because my Blood Moon was faster than his. So yeah, the endgame was a little bit rough. In the end, it came down to whoever Blood Moons or just reads the Protect and goes for Hyper Voice, which is what happened. So yeah.
Yeah, it worked out in the end, but it wasn't easy because you had that burn early on as well,
Yeah,
of
true.
course, on the Dragonite, and that really slowed your momentum down and made it very difficult and probably took us to the place where we ended up. So to have that composure, even after that like little setback at the start, is really great to see you come through. Going back to LAIC, because you used a similar team in LAIC, making top 8 there, and then coming into this event, is there any adjustments that you've made from that event?
Yeah,
to
I made
this one?
some adjustments for this tournament. When we played Eric and I, LAIC, we both finished top 8, and in my opinion, we had some trouble against Volcarona teams and King Gambit. Eric lost in top 8 against Volcarona. And we had Incineroar with Mirror Air, which in the end could help us a little bit against both this Pokemon I just mentioned. However, we changed Goldengo and we put Volcarona because Volcarona actually helped us against King Gambit with Terra Fairy. Most of King Gambit nowadays don't run Ironhead, so they have a dark move, which with my favorite Terra should be okay against. And then we changed Electabuzz and we put the Ursaluna Blood Moon. I think I was really keen on using Ursaluna Blood Moon for LAIC, but I couldn't figure out the right set on Ursaluna Blood Moon. And then we changed Ursaluna, we put Electabuzz. It was really helpful against rain teams and Size Spam teams. However, we found out an item which is Focus Sash on Ursaluna Blood Moon, which I think I have never seen. No. And it was really clever because Electabuzz Ursaluna it should be fine for me because they can Blood Moon, but I'll take it with the Sash and I can Hyper Voice them, but I'll 2-hit KO them. So as long as I win the speed tie, I should be fine against it. So that's the major changes.
That's some really good insight into the team changes in particular. And like you say, we haven't really seen that Focus Sash on Blood Moon Ursaluna at all. It's really smart. And I guess as well, then it frees up you don't concentrate more. You're just maximizing those, getting all of the benefits on that side, and you've still got that cushion with that Focus Sash to allow those situations to play out there. Yeah, really great. Has it played much role in you having the success in this tournament? I imagine getting to top 8, it's probably had its role, that Focus Sash in particular.
It's been really good because I've been using it in many scenarios, not only against Size Spam. There is some matchups which I bring the Blood Moon, and in the end, if they want to knock it out, they have to double hit it. So it changes. It changes. Ursaluna Blood Moon, if you carry it with a Life Orb, it can be knocked out way easier, I would say. So I think it changes a lot the matchups, and I don't know if many players are aware of how Blood Moon with Sash works. So I think it's strong for this tournament.
Yeah, it's a really good call, I think, coming in, and hopefully it does you well in the rest of the games today. The Incineroar as well.
Yeah.
Very different from the Incineroars that we kind of tend to see. You don't need to go into too many details. Obviously, you do have matches left, but very speedy in comparison to some Incineroars that we've seen. How has that played as well in this tournament? Has that played a huge factor in caught players off again?
I think the speed on Incineroar has been clutch. Against opposing Ursalunas, it's been amazing. Basically, against Ursaluna, to be fair. I don't think they expected that Incineroar is going to be faster, so I can parting shot them or knock off and I get their item off. It's been really good. My Incineroar at LAC was really slow compared to this one. So far, so happy, and can't wait to play the future rounds.
That's amazing, and I think it's such a good example for like players that are just maybe at the start of their journey in VG to learn the ins and outs of team development as well from one event to another. So it's all about going to events, testing things out, learning what you've taken from that event that maybe didn't work, and adapting it for the new format. And then you've got such a good example here with Alex where that adaptation has worked out really well, and it's all through going to events, trial and testing. So it's great to see. Obviously, we're about halfway point in the season now. What are your plans for the rest of the season? Are you going to be going to many more events? Or
My plans are basically playing AOC and NAIC, and I guess some other regionals. I'm going to Birmingham, and maybe I'm going to be playing Stockholm regionals. But that should be it. I'm very excited to play Reg-G. I wanna finish this tournament with the best result possible, but I wanna go back to Reg-G. I think it's a really cool regulation, and yeah, I'm super excited to go back to Birmingham.
Yeah, me and you both. I cannot wait for those big powerhouse Pokemon to finally come back into the fray. But it's been nice change, this regulation, of course.
Yeah.
Alex, I am aware that you're going to have matches still to prepare for, which is great, because we're going to be able to hopefully get to see more of you on the broadcast today, which is a pleasure for all of us. So I will let you go, get some rest up. Do you have any shout-outs before we do finish?
Of course. I want to thank my family, my friends, Movistar Koi, Kanekuro, also Eric, Trosko, and Juanma, which they helped me prepare for this tournament. So yeah, thank you to them. Hopefully I can represent them as well as possible.
You're doing amazing so far. Alex, good luck in the rest of your games. Thank you so much. Take a short break now, trainers. Don't go anywhere. Well, maybe go somewhere, get a drink, and then come right back, because we've got all the action from Top Cut next.
I started playing Pokemon with Red and Blue in 1999, I think. Started playing competitive Pokemon in 2010, and my first VGC event was in 2015. Probably go with Bulbasaur, I guess. Lots of players, but Amelia Forbes is the best player in the world. I'm here to have fun and just, enjoy the game. I think the game is beautiful, and building teams is great, and I'm just here for love of the game. My favorite event food is my cookies that I bring to every tournament. They're good, and I get a lot of compliments. My favorite city is probably Melbourne. Melbourne's always great. Every time in Melbourne, it was a blast. Of course not.
Hey Pokemon trainers, welcome to Pokemon Championships History, a series where we showcase important matches throughout the history of competitive Pokemon. This was the first World Championships held in the Alola region with Pokemon Sun and Moon. Our classic battle took place in the top 4 match between Tomoyuki Yoshimura and Ryota Atsubo. Japan was guaranteed to have a representative in the finals, but who would come out on top? Tomoyuki had experience playing in multiple World Championships, and this time around he made the right call on the metagame. With Ultra Beast on his team like Nihilego to deal with the Tapu Pokemon running rampant in the format, and Buzzwole to handle Snorlax teams, Tomoyuki was in a prime spot to claim the championship title. But Ryota was not to be outdone. As the reigning Japanese national champion, Ryota wanted to solidify his claim to being the best player in the world. With a twist on the common double Tapu core, Ryota brought a team to support his choice specs Tapu Fini. But the real star of his team was Celesteela, the launch Pokemon. Many trainers feared Celesteela's ability to single-handedly bring back games from the depths of defeat, and Ryota would need a heroic effort out of Celesteela to win this set. In a game that lasted over 30 minutes, Celesteela showed just how unstoppable it can be thanks to Leech Seed recovery. If Tomoyuki wanted to keep his championship hopes alive, not only did he have to win Game 2, but he needed to do it fast. There wasn't enough time left in the round to play another slow game against Ryota, so Tomoyuki would need to be on the offensive. But sometimes the best offense is a good defense, and Assault Vest Salamence was just bulky enough to keep him in the game.
That is a big boy Salamence, taking a Choice Specs boosted Moonblast from a Tapu Fini of all things. And I know it's not known for its really big special attack, but it's still one of these Tapu Pokemon. As the trainers actually round out the game, shaking their hands, Tomoyuki will be the victor.
The clock was ticking, and 50 minutes wouldn't be enough time to finish this epic set. This meant our trainers would be concluding this match in the most dramatic way possible, +3 turns. If a match exceeds the round timer, 3 untimed turns are to be played, and whoever has more Pokemon remaining at the end of the 3rd turn will be the victor.
Time was just called in the round. We are a couple of seconds out, so this is turn 0 in the game. And in this turn 0, Metagross taking so much damage, but after the Intimidate, it's not enough.
Rounds don't commonly go to time in VGC, especially not in top 4 of the World Championships. Only 3 turns stood between these trainers and their destiny. What would ensue could be considered the most intense +3 turns in VGC history. A climactic 50-minute set came down to these final turns, and only one of these worthy trainers would be victorious. Celesteela wasn't the only Ultra Beast to show up big in this match. While the Fighting-type Buzzwole faced off against a Fairy-type and a Flying-type, Tomoyuki made an incredible read with his Z-move to try to make Buzzwole the hero of this story.
All out pummeling from your boy Buzzwole. It's not your boy Guzma like it is in the trading card game. In this case, it's a Buzzwole. It's going to be dealing some pretty sizable damage. It would like to get that on Celesteela, I think. A Pokemon that sometimes people try and bust through the defensive of with all of these fists.
But instead, the Crocodile is going to get knocked out by this all-out pummeling, leaving Ryota down with just 2 Pokemon on his side of the field as we go into the final turn of this game.
With a 3-2 Pokemon advantage for Tomoyuki going into turn 3, Ryota could see his hopes of victory slipping away. This was Celesteela's last chance to launch Ryota into the annals of VGC history.
It's been so close coming down to the wire, but Buzzwole doing what it does best with the Z-move. No, it protects from Tomoyuki. Instead, Sludge Bomb into that Tapu Fini. Not going to knock it out. Instead, Moonblast into the Buzzwole for the knockout. Ryota's clawing his way back. He still has a chance. The Heavy Slam from the Celesteela into the Nihilego. Will it knock out without the Intimidate?
A critical hit! It does it in the last second!
Ryota gets into the finals thanks to a critical hit from his Celesteela in the final turn of this game.
Tapu Fini hung on with 1 HP, and then crit from his trusty Celesteela. Ryota won an unbelievable set against Tomoyuki and would go on to leave Anaheim as the VGC 2017 Masters Division World Champion. Thank you for watching, and let us know some of your favorite moments in VGC history by using the hashtag #PlayPokemon.
Well, it might be snowing on set, but all the action is heating up right here at the Stuttgart Regional Championships. If you're just tuning in, my name is Lee Provost. I have the pleasure to be joined once again by Lou Actos-Chromie. How are we doing, Lou, after that final game? We're getting into Top Cut, all the action heating up now.
Well, the last time we were on the desk, we were talking about how the competition's been whittled down to X amount of players. It's now been whittled down again as we're about to be diving into our top cut, where these trainers will now go from Swiss rounds to knockout elimination matches.
Yeah, it's going to be exciting, and it is crunch time for all of our players. They've done all the hard work to get to this stage of the tournament, and now the knockout rounds begin, and there is no mercy here because you have to win from here on out to get that title and be crowned as Stuttgart Regional Champion this season.
Exactly, and it goes from top 32 to top 16, top 8, so on and so forth, until we find our champion at the end of the day. And the fact that we're now whittling it down to only a few remaining players means that at this point of the competition, players can maybe even start looking ahead for who they might be facing and formulating those kind of game plans. And it's always interesting to see which archetypes are going to come out on top.
Yeah, exactly that. And I think, you know, speaking with Alex just now on the couch, it really comes down to that experience about going up against certain teams in a format like this where, you know, we heard Alex say about how the team has adapted since that LAIC run, and the top 8 there was phenomenal. But wants to improve on that, and coming into this event has definitely done that with those adaptations, and it seems like the field isn't really ready for a lot of those adaptations, especially that focus sash on the Blood Moon Ursaluna. I absolutely love that. Yeah. The speedy Incineroar, how speedy it is, we don't know yet, but I'm sure there's a few players out there would rather avoid that matchup, not to find out until maybe later on in the tournament. But we'll have to see how Alex does proceed. But you're totally right. You know, I think everything about this next few games is going to be electric.
I like seeing that, though, the adaptations, because LAIC wasn't that long ago, only a couple of weeks. And I feel the thing that's really cool about it is the fact that you've got this one team and it's done really well, but then even though the regulation is not quite over yet, the fact that you can make these small changes is really nice to show you're not giving up on the regulation quite yet.
Yeah, and it just shows as well the uniqueness of all of our trainers, how they can put their own spin on. Maybe we're seeing a lot of the same teams, but the intricate details of how they've been trained, the terrestrialization types on those Pokemon, and also the item choices make a big difference to how a team can function in certain scenarios as well, and how that trainer essentially wants to play those Pokemon, because not everyone's the same, and I think that makes a huge difference, you know, a lot of the time.
Exactly, and I think, honestly, those small little adjustments, we even saw it in our match earlier where the Incineroar had all the kind of equipment to make sure that you weren't going to be put to sleep, for example, I think was really, really nice, and that was such a caveat in that particular matchup. In some matchups, it may not be as beneficial, for example, but in that one particular one where the other Pokemon are going to struggle, you need to make sure you have some kind of answer, and considering there's so much sleep around at the moment, it's always good to have a coverage. I know you can't always cover for everything, and that's sometimes the drawback that a lot of our team builders face, where they say, this is the one matchup I do not want to face them. Maybe the strategy is just to try and avoid them, which is, you know, easier said than done, because that's generally out of your control.
Yeah, it is, and it does come down to that kind of matchup roulette a lot of the time when you're at these sort of events, and because we have so many players here, you know, they're going to have a variety of different teams, different archetypes, and inevitably you probably will come up against that one matchup that you don't want to. I mean, sometimes you probably get really lucky and don't see it at all, which is great, but if you do come up against it, it's always out to have like a little backup plan, and I'm sure a lot of these trainers have kind of put those little techs and twists on their teams to make sure they've got at least some way of getting around those harder teams. And it's not just that as well, I think it's the way that you can approach those games. If you do have a bad matchup, I think, you know, a really good example of this is Carson Confa back in Sacramento last weekend, where you do have a bad matchup, but you kind of force your opponent into situations where they have to make 50-50 calls.
Yes.
Even though you're in a bad matchup, you're using your experience to force those situations and then kind of get the win from those positions.
Yes, exactly, and we can take a look at the standings as well, because I'm excited, Lee's excited, I'm sure you guys are excited at home as well, to find out who is indeed going to be in our top cut. Flavio Del Pidio, undefeated, 11-0. What a fantastic run for that trainer so far.
It's incredible, isn't it? Flavio has not moved off that top slot since yesterday, since we started the broadcast, has cemented their place there and stayed there the entire time. So, yeah, Flavio on an absolute tear, doing great. The only undefeated player still in this tournament. That is an incredible thing to say, because I think when you look down the list and the accolades these players have that are here this weekend, to go undefeated is incredible. A massive achievement by Flavio, and going to be one of the players I think a lot of our trainers, you know, will relish going up against, or maybe want to avoid to try and progress further in the tournament.
That's true. I mean, at the end of the day, when you're going in, I guess, undefeated, it's got to give you confidence going in as that #1 spot. I mean, there's so many incredible teams on here. One trainer I want to shout out, though, is Joseph Ugarte, a player from across the pond, who has done incredibly well in Sacramento recently, getting second place, bringing, I believe, the exact same 6 Pokemon to this tournament, and at the minute is X and 2, already making it through. Fantastic run. He's going to be wanting to try and take a trophy from our region back to NA.
Yeah, amazing seeing Joe kind of progress through to this latter stage of the tournament. We had him on stream yesterday. The game itself didn't go to plan.
Not to plan.
Yeah, but it just shows you know, how good Joe is as a player, really, being able to kind of brush that off, not let that falter him in any of his convictions, and making it through to this stage of the tournament with a tried and tested team as well. It's a great combination of Sun. You've got the King Gambit there, I love that, the Garchomp, the Dragonite, the Double Dragon, and then that Jumpluff, which I feel is almost a little bit of a mascot Pokemon.
I love it
so far. Yeah, and
I
it's
think
great.
It's great.
It's horrible to play against, but I do. Yeah, I do like Joe's jump up because it's got that offensive outlet to it as well with that Leaf Storm. It's great. So, yeah, another player, Matty Morgan, we've seen it on broadcasts all through this season, having really good success. And another player to make it into the top 32 here at the Stuttgart Regional Championships, another 9-2 record. So it'd be good if we can have a look at their team and see what they've been piloting this weekend. Of course, we've got that Porygon 2 and another favorite of Matty's as well. I feel like Porygon 2 is very comfortable with that Pokemon.
And we've seen how flexible Porygon 2 can be, not only in this format, but in previous regulations as well. Always being that really kind of bulky Pokemon that's able to set up the Trick Room, or sometimes even just provide support with that recover, just being so difficult to get off the field, because with the Eviolite giving the special defense and the defense an extra bit of a bolster, let's say, then it's going to be a really difficult Pokemon to deal with. And it's been nice to see that Matty is still championing that Pokemon well, as the other bulky boy on that team, Amoonguss.
Yeah, the Amoonguss there, the mainstay, and Incineroar there as well. I mean,
yeah, it's number one today, remember?
Yeah, came in, and so we'll be throughout all of these teams, I'm sure, because of the usage stat change from day 1 to day 2. Of course, Incineroar, just one of those Pokemon that is just so strong, but players are having to adapt it into this format, and you're seeing it having more success with those adaptations, I think, especially here this weekend, rather than the kind of tried and tested that we've seen in the past. It's just starting to be figured out, I think.
Okay, well, the matches are ready. We're going to be jumping into the next stage of the competition very shortly. Hopefully soon we'll be able to find out exactly which match we will be able to feature. But there are so many good ones out there. It's so hard to choose. Oh my goodness, I love to see this one here. We've got Yoel versus Shay.
Yeah, this is going to be great. We had Yoel on stream yesterday, and it was an extremely exciting game coming right down to those last few turns against Shay as well, who we haven't been able to feature yet on the broadcast. So it's going to be nice to have this matchup in particular. We've got the Blood Moon Ursaluna there, the male Indeedee, which we did talk up pre the event going into this weekend, alongside that Sneasler, and then going up against yours team with that Sinistcha. It's been so prevalent this weekend, and we saw that Pokemon in particular creep into those top 12 usage stats on day 2.
Yes, you are. I had the pleasure of interviewing yesterday, and he was kind of saying, obviously, he was very nervous coming into his first day 2, and because his last tournament hadn't gone so well, so he was going to try and keep up the momentum, but was nervous for how the day 2 competition was going to pan out. But it looks like those nerves were misplaced. You didn't need them. You're doing incredibly well. And that Pelipper yesterday, oh my goodness, the Hurricane connects, the then knock-on effect with the confusion was just so incredible. But that honestly wasn't the reason why he won that match. The way he piloted in and around that Archaladon was incredible, hitting it with his own Scale Shot to get the stamina boost, and then switching it in when his opponent went for Scale Shot to do the exact same thing. Masterful play. I'm so looking forward to seeing him play again.
Yeah, I cannot wait to get into this one. Some of the notable matches, of course, we've got Jan versus Francesco here. The Drifblim that Jan's using as well, not something that we see too common, but another Pokemon that has that Unburden ability. Maybe that's what Jan's running here, utilizing Tailwind. It's got Disruption through things like Will-O-Wisp as well, which is really useful for shutting down some of those physical threats. Then our current world champion has made it through to this stage in the championship. No surprise, Luca Cherubelli going up against Alex Soto. What a match that will be. The world champion against what we could say the unofficial Trick Room champion.
Yes, exactly. That Trick Room team Alex Soto is running is something that he can pilot like nobody else can. And Luca Cherubelli, obviously winning the World Championships, has now qualified for the next one as well. So the pressure kind of came off for the competition this season. So we haven't actually been able to watch him too much in the 2025 season. So I love that potentially if he keeps winning, we might be able to get a glimpse at how this season is going for him.
Yeah, I like that attitude as well. It's like, I'm not really going to take my foot off the gas, because there's probably, for one, I think from the interviews that we've seen with Luca in the past, he loves the game, likes competing, so there's that aspect of it as well. But you could say, I'm going to just take a break, I'm not going to do anything, I got my World's Invite. But no, wanting to kind of prove that he's able to get that World's Invite this season, maybe, even though he doesn't need it. We saw Michiel do it last year and come to events to kind of have that justification for themselves. And I would imagine it's probably quite similar for Luca as well. It's great to see, and it's a treat for us because we get to see Luca at this sort of event throughout the season.
And everybody wants to try and defend their world title at the end of the day, so you've got to stay sharp and focused and keep up with the competition if you want to do so. Two trainers, however, are not maybe looking towards the World Championships yet, just looking at the Stuttgart Regional Champion title first of all. This is going to be an incredible match. I'm looking forward to seeing it.
Yeah, both players not as familiar as some of the other well-known players, but obviously doing so well in this tournament so far, and now they're on the big stage, the knockout rounds of this, and we saw how composed Yoel was yesterday. Despite how nervous he said he was going into that game, I think the composure that was kept throughout that game really shone through, and executed the game plan perfectly to get that victory. both players here. Obviously, on one side, we've got, you know, a World Championship player from last season going up against Yoel. So there is experience right across the board here.
And Yoel has a huge following online as well, a really good online community with the game, so I'm sure they will be rooting for him. And he's going to need it against this opponent. Shai, look at these accolades. Has a lot of top finishers. Treviso Special Event top 8 in 2017, my favorite format, so it's always nice to see players who had success then. And now moving up into 2024, the Global Challenge was able to get top 16, and this is no easy feat. The Global Challenge is a very different format.
Yeah.
So to be able to show your flexibility and versatility in both these kind of online closed team sheets, best of 1 strategies, and then these open team sheets best of 3. For example, Bologna Special top 32 last season as well. It shows the testament to him as a player.
Yeah, definitely. And like I said, Shai was a competitor in Honolulu this past summer, and had the pleasure to play him at a cup before the World Championships, and it didn't go well for me. So I know exactly firsthand how accomplished he is as a player, not only with those accolades. Yoel, on the other hand, no notable accomplishments, but got one this weekend, getting into the top cut here. Hopefully can go on and then get either the top 8, top 16, or even further on, maybe even that championship title. But we're going to have a look at the teams as we get into this next match. Shai here with the Talonflame Incineroar, Indeedee Mail, the Sneasler Electabuzz, and that Blood Moon Ursaluna.
Yeah, I'm not seeing anything too crazy out here. The one call out I want to make is the Sneasler, not running that fake out, instead opting for the throat shot. We saw this to great success yesterday as well, when it would be running Terra Dark to be able to try and get some big damage onto opposing ghost type Pokemon, and that's exactly the same Sneasler composition we're seeing, although this time it's also running that Protect.
Yeah, and it's really good against the Blood Moon Ursaluna in particular to prevent that Hyper Voice that is so detrimental. The Dark Terra typing is well nice to get rid of some of those weaknesses that you do have, especially when you're on a Psychic terrain. You don't want to go up against any opposing Psychic type Pokemon, because that will just remove you very quickly from play. But yeah, I don't think anything too out of the ordinary on that side of the field. Tried and tested, and we know what that team's going to try and do. Lean on that Tailwind and go from there. But we look at Yoel's team. We had that featured on stream yesterday. We got that Sinistcha, we got the Incineroar, Dragonite, Ursaluna, not the Blood Moon one, the just a regular one there, Pelipper, and the Archaladon.
Yeah, the Archaladon's the Pokemon I've definitely got my eye on. The fact that it's running this Assault Vest, very common item for it, just enables its special defense to be bolstered up ahead of the competition. It's also running this Bug Terra Type. Now, this is something I've only seen Flavio Del Pidio do in the past, but Yoel is also rocking this for the defensive capabilities it can utilize.
Yeah, it's a really nice call, actually, because with that Snarl, you can weaken things like that Blood Moon Ursaluna. You've got the male Indeedee that's not going to appreciate a Snarl either. Those special attack drops in particular are going to be really detrimental to Shai's side of the field. And also, that Bug Terra typing gives you the resistance to those big fighting type threats from the Sneasler, and also those ground type attacks from that Blood Moon Ursaluna. So all in all, you feel like it's going to be one of those Pokemon that Yoel's going to lean into quite heavily in this match, and something that Shai's going to have very strong answers to not allow those stamina boosts to get too carried away, or those Electro shots to get stacked up either.
Do you think that Shai's going to be leading out with the classic Indeedee Sneasler combination? Is that something Yoel might have to adapt for?
But possibly. I think one of the things that you could lean on is that Incineroar in particular, the knockoff. If you can get rid of the Assault Vest on the Archaladon, it does make it a lot easier, and you've got that Ghost Terra typing as well. It does mean committing to that, but it does give you the immunity to that body press that could be so threatening.
Well, it is going to be the Indeedee Sneasler combination, setting the Psychic terrain into the field, reducing any potential priority, but I think critically boosting up the Expanding Force and making a double target move for that Indeedee, as well as this beautiful synergy with the Psychic Seed, boosting up the special defense and unleashing the Unburden ability on that Sneasler.
Yeah, that's it. And if you look at your side of the field, got access to that Tailwind with the multi-scale as well. You feel like the Dragonite's probably in that nice position where it's going to be able to get that set up despite any obstacles in Diaclone maybe coming out. Got to contend with obviously an attack from the Sneasler and that Expanding Force, which you would imagine coming out. But the Ursaluna in a position now where you probably want to protect because you want to get that Flame Orb activated. It's a run-of-the-mill sort of play here, but I don't know if Shai's got the ability to kind of prevent that Tailwind being set up, and without much speed control on their side of the field, they're going to struggle. But there is the Trick Room, so there is that potential of the Indeedee just clicking Trick Room, not attacking, and really throwing a spanner in yours work if they're going for the Tailwind. Looking into that, though, not something you want to commit to too early on.
That's the thing, you don't necessarily want to commit to the Trick Room and then kind of only be forced to match that against that Tailwind, for example. It may not be the strategy you want for the rest of your team composition, but team adaptations being made straight away. way, Indeedee going to get all the sparkles on the stage and turn into the Psychic Terror type, meaning it's going to boost up its expanding force with that terrain as well. So there's going to be a lot of pressure on the field for both these Pokemon as Sneasler tries to go for the Dire Claw, not going to affect the Steel type and the Chaladon. A beautiful adjustment by Yoel there, but there's no stopping this expanding force. The Assault Vest definitely going to help out the Chaladon by reducing the damage, but Ursaluna not so lucky.
Not so lucky, but taking that very well. You've got to consider that the Psychic Terrain's on the field, and that is boosted. The Earthquake in return, they're going to be enough to pick up the Sneasler. Not enough to get the Indeedee, but does damage your own Chaladon in the process, boosting that Stamina ability, but taking a lot of damage for the trouble.
I mean, I guess luckily you were able to kind of get the boost beforehand from the stamina hit, just being able to kind of have a bit more longevity. But unfortunately for Sneasler, it's down and out. The Psychic Seed's only going to boost up the special defense, not the physical side. It does give Shy the opportunity to bring in the Blood Moon Ursaluna to kind of retaliate.
Yeah, it does, and I think that our Chaladon now in that position where is the Bug Terror type the good play, because in one respect it is against that Blood Moon where you can get the resistance to that Earth Power, but then you lose that resistance that you've got to those normal type attacks, which is going to be quite pivotal here, because maybe you do, if you are Shy, go for that Hyper Voice just to kind of clear the field with the expanded force. You'd imagine that will be enough, that combination, and you've got to imagine as well that the Indeedee will outspeed that Archaladon. Does the Blood Moon though? That's the big question here, that the Indeedee just wanting to protect this turn.
Yeah, a wise defensive play by Shay here. Allow the Blood Moon Ursaluna to be able to try and clear some of this field, but instead it's going to be actually a defensive play all round. Shy may be wanting to try and see exactly what the opponent's going to do, and it's matched. Lots of protects. Fantastic call out here, Lee.
Yeah, really good call here, because just wanting to get a tick down on that burn as well from the Ursaluna and actually be able to pick up the knockout, scouting out the protect from your side of the field. Shy identifying that, thinking, okay, well, I'm just going to stall a turn here. There's no immediate threat for me to have to attack. Let's see what my opponent does. And now it gets that Ursaluna a little bit closer to that chip damage, and it can't protect this next turn when you want to try and preserve it. It almost makes you have to force it out. And do you really want to bring anything in on this boosted, Terra-boosted expanding force?
Ursaluna, particularly when it's got the Guts ability activated thanks to that burn, is such a formidable force, so you need to make sure you're not underestimating it. And like you say, playing around these burn turns and putting it in a precarious spot where you can get a knockout. No wonder UL is retreating here, maybe saving it in the back for later when it can come through and sweep as Sinistra joins the field. Nice here for the Archaladon, because Hospitality is going to give it a little bit of HP recovery, which I think it needs in this situation. And now you can see the expanding force follow up. We know this is not going to be able to put too much pressure on the opposing Archaladon, but Sinistra is not going to appreciate it.
Oof, no, taking over 50% damage, but another stamina boost. Not really going to help too much in front of these special attacking forces on Shy's side of the field. And what has this Blood Moon locked into? Has it went for that Earth Power? Has it went for the Terra Blast? But it's slower, and the Body Breast coming out. Not quite enough to pick up the Blood Moon, and returning with that Hyper Voice. No knockout in return. So we do know the speed interactions here that Archaladon is outspeeding that Blood Moon.
And that's bad news for the Blood Moon Ursaluna. It goes down thanks to the recoil of its Life Orb as well, and underwhelming damage from the Hyper Voice too. Both Pokemon on UL's side easily able to take that attack. At least Shay does get the utility to now switch up and bring in the Incineroar to throw down the Intimidate, but the Intimidate's really not that important here. The Psychic Terrain's in place, so you can't even go for a Fake Out, which meaning Incineroar has to go on the offensive.
Yeah, and the problem is that Body Press is already powered up. Those expanding forces, the double-edged sword we've talked about before. You are getting damage onto Archaladon, but the beauty about that is for your opponent that those stamina boosts are activating, that Body Press is becoming so powerful, and it will be enough to probably pick up that Incineroar now, and it's really backfiring the Psychic Terrain where you don't have the accessibility of that Fake Out to maybe try and slow it down this turn. You're just a sitting duck really at this point, where we know the speed of that Archaladon. It is going to outspeed. It's probably got enough in the tank to take an expanding force as well. So the Sinistra not on the best of places, but is switching out. You'll want to keep that, preserve that for later, which is quite smart with that Hospitality ability.
Sinistra doesn't even want to take a knockoff, for example, from that Incineroar, so instead we're going to see the switch into the Dragonite. Indeedee, being the fastest thing on the field, is going to be able to go for the expanding force, but is it going to be enough to get the knockout?
Oh,
yes,
it's enough.
It goes down. Incineroar can breathe a sigh of relief, not having to worry about taking a potential Body Press, and instead is free to target down into this opposing Dragonite. Going to go for the Flare Blitz, of course, not going to do too much to the Dragon type, but critically breaking the multi-scale. And when I say not too much, that was actually quite a bit.
That was quite a bit of damage on the switching, but it does allow you to preserve that Sinistra, so you can bring it in again and utilize that Hospitality. Fortunately, you do use that Archaladon there, because if it just survived, you've got to think then the Incineroar wouldn't have much in the tank, but Shy doing everything right at this point. You can see the importance the Indeedee on 15 HP at the moment, but sticking around, doing all the damage, taking full advantage of the Psychic Terrain. One more turn of that left, so going to be able to fire off an Expanding Force. Now, you've got to imagine if there's no Protects come out here, will be enough to clear the field on your side.
And to correct myself, Indeedee had already broken the multi-scale, actually, facilitating a better damage calculation there for the Incineroar. Now, Indeedee has the capability to go for that Expanding Force once again, try and get the knockout, because it will deal more damage into that Dragonite, and Ursaluna's really on its last legs.
Yeah, everything coming down to the wire here as we see a Protect come out from this Ursaluna. Not one to take or contend with that Expanding Force going into this turn. It all comes down to the Dragonite. The multi-scale has been broken. Will it be able to take this boosted attack from the mill? Indeed, it all comes down to this damage, and will it survive? It will not survive. Shy clawing this match back. Yoel in an awkward position going forward, and I feel like it's really difficult to come back. Shy was in a position where it looked really downhill for him, but able with these two Pokemon just to bring this right back, and the star of the show in this game one has got to be that Indeedee male.
Yes, once again, Indeedee on a rampage. This is something very similar to what we saw in Lille Regional Championships, and now we're able to see it once again. Critically, yes, the Sneasler went down. It wasn't really able to utilize its position on the field, but it's been all about the Indeedee. The Sneasler may be drawing in all of the attention, so that Indeedee is now in a prime position to go for an Expanding Force.
Yeah, and without the Expanding Force being a double target attack now, it does make it a little bit more awkward, but it all comes down again, how fast is this Incineroar? Does it outspeed the Ursaluna? If it does, it's going to have that time where it can go for the Flare Blitz into that Pokemon. Will it be enough to take it down, though? And does the Sinistcha have the ability to get maybe a Trick Room set up? Because if it can position that Ursaluna in a way where it is able to clear the field, and that's going to come right down to it. We see the Protect on the Indeedee here. Doesn't want to contend with any damage this turn, and it will be the Rage Powder coming out from this Sinistcha, protecting that Ursaluna.
I love this play. The Dark type now means that Indeedee cannot touch it at all, so there is no way to be able to deal with that Pokemon if you get rid of the Incineroar. Thanks to the safety goggles on that Incineroar as well, it's not affected by the Rage Powder, ignores all powder-based moves, so it was able to still find its mark down on the Ursaluna. But if the Sinistcha can't find a way to deal with the Incineroar, if Incineroar gets there first, then it's going to be an interesting endgame. And Indeedee, I think, realizing, hey, I can't do anything to Sinistcha, but you can, Incineroar. Take a helping hand and Flare Blitz. Me a victory in game one.
Yeah, again, I think we see the Rage Powder there to pull in that Expanding Force and then hope and pray that the Incineroar is slower than the Ursaluna. But unfortunately, for Yoel, not the case, and Shy doing all the right things here and pulling this match back from what looked like a really bad position with just two Pokemon.
Absolutely love to see that Indeedee play, and I still want to credit Yoel going for that Dark Terrestrialization on Sinistcha. I just think it was too little too late in that game. If it had potentially been a little bit more at the forefront, able to apply pressure with something like a Trick Room and reverse the speeds and slow the pace of play down with that Dark type to completely neutralize the threat that Indeedee has, it might have gained him a little bit more advantage.
Yeah, definitely that, and I think we're leaning more into the importance of the speed control in this match. I think for Shy in particular, you've got to, if you want to really utilize and unlock that Blood Moon Ursaluna, you're going to have to utilize your speed control through something like Talonflame, but it means dropping one of those other members that you had such success with in that last game. So do you make that compromise? And if you're Yoel, I think the importance of getting your Trick Room set up in this game is so pivotal, because if you get that that Ursaluna into a Trick Room environment, it's going to cause Shy so many problems. So it's really pivotal. Like you say, that Terrestrialization to the Dark type, a really good idea, especially when you've got things like Expanding Force coming out into the field. Once you've dispatched of maybe the Sneasler that Shy brings, then you're going to be in that nicer position where you can hopefully utilize that Trick Room, get it set up, and then unlock the power of the bear.
We spoke about how Indeedee Sneasler was such an iconic lead there for Shy. Do you think it's going to be the same lead going into this? Do you see a need to change it up?
I don't really see a need to change it up. I mean, I feel like the Sneasler was given up quite easily then. You know, it wasn't anything that went wrong because Shy came out on the better end of that match, but I do think, you know, the Indeedee was so pivotal in that match, where it was just able to sit on the field and essentially fire off Expanding Force after Expanding Force under that Psychic Terrain. And I think that's something that Yoel probably needs to mitigate and manage a little bit better going into this one. And you can see the Incineroar coming as a countermeasure to that straight away.
Yeah, well, you're right, Indeedee Sneasler, no need to shake it up. We're going to keep it how it was in game one, the victorious match for Shay. And instead, we're going to see an adaptation here with the Incineroar and the Sinistcha on the field. So although there's one type Dark type present now, there is the potential for a second.
Yeah, the one worry that you've got to have about going into that Dark Terrestrialization now with the Sinistcha is the fact that you've got the close combat on that Sneasler, what makes it such a good Pokemon. And you could just go for it into the Incineroar, of course, as well, and just get some good damage there. The Indeedee is not going to be as effective, though, so that's the one drawback here. I think you maybe have one turn if you're Yol, where if you are shy, you don't really want to commit too hard into going for that close combat into the Sinistcha to expect a Terrestrialization, because if it doesn't come out, you've wasted a turn. So going for the close combat into the Incineroar, like we're seeing here, it's a safer option.
Yes, going into the guaranteed Dark type here, able to get a huge amount of damage onto that opposing Incineroar, and the special defense will, of course, be dropping thanks to the Psychic Seed has been able to have that boosted up, so it should now be at neutral. Indeedee going to be taking a parting shot. This is a really nice player, UL, I think, realizing that, yes, Indeedee is a threat on the offensive side as well. That's been perfectly demonstrated in Game 1, so let me try and stop you in your tracks a little bit, slow down the pressure you've got, and also allow this beautiful switch into Ursaluna that's going to be able to get its guts activated at the end of the turn.
Yeah, and this looks like this might be backfiring for Shy here. You're expecting a Trick Room, so it looks like the Indeedee's Trick Rooming, but it's actually setting up the Trick Room for Yol, not going for it with that Sinistcha, getting the Ursaluna onto the field. It's in its home territory. It's got that Flame Orb activated, and things are getting very difficult for Shy very early on in this game.
This played out perfectly for UL, not only being able to bring in your dominant Trick Room Pokemon and get the guts activated, you have Trick Room kindly set up by your opponent. Now, how is Shay going to get out of this?
Yeah, this is the tricky thing, because you've got 5 turns now to get out of it, or you try and reverse it. I don't know if the Indeedee's got the capabilities to take an attack like a Facade or an Earthquake even from this Ursaluna. Now that Guts ability is activated. So are you able to reverse the Trick Room? Probably not. Can you switch things up? You've got no switch-ins in the back to come in and be able to take these attacks from this Pokemon. So you're going to have to try and weave in the Incineroar. That's the best thing you've got at the moment with that Intimidate onto the Ursaluna to try and lower that attack. Hopefully allow maybe a close combat to come out from this Sneasler, but we're clutching here as it does go for that Protect.
You've got to start burning through the Trick Room turns. Protect is a really good way to do it. Magigotcha's going to come through from the Sinistcha, moving fast, of course, in this change speed environment. But Incineroar's actually going to avoid. Okay, that's one nice way to go about it, but Ursaluna's like, you can intimidate me, but Intimidate really does only go so far. You're still a Fire type, I'm still a Ground type, and this Earthquake is going to do a huge chunk of damage. Critically, though, it actually doesn't get the knockout. That would have been huge if it was able to.
Yeah, it would have been massive, because then it starts to force the hand of Shy and really lock in this Trick Room turns for UL. But unfortunately, the Incineroar not in a position where it can utilize that Fake Out. We know, we've seen the kind of speed interactions here. That Ursaluna is going to be slower than everything on Shy's side of the field. So we're just going to have to play this cycle, Door of Revolving Pokemon. I'll get it in there when I can, but the Indeedee coming back onto the field. Another Earthquake, you've got to think, will be enough, especially after this Magigotcha.
And also, the Sinistcha really doesn't care about taking the side Earthquake either. It gets this recovery from Magigotcha, and the Earthquake does barely any damage anyway. So Ursaluna is in a prime position to be able to go for this move without feeling bad for its teammate. The Indeedee is going to take a burn for its troubles as well, put a timer on that Pokemon that Shay would really want to be able to utilize. But I think Ursaluna is just going to be able to close up the game for Ursaluna and Sneasler, leaving Shay with just 2 remaining Pokemon.
Yeah, it's really fast-paced, and you're really seeing a great example from UL taking advantage of these Trick Room turns when they're in play and making the most out of them. You can see it's a hot-paced game, and only the Incineroar to come back in. It will be able to cycle in another Intimidate, which is great. So you're putting it down to -2 now. But really, with this Guts boost under the Trick Room and such low health from this Incineroar, especially with this Psychic Terrain active on the field, it's preventing that Fake Out support. It's making it very difficult to make any sort of comeback.
Yeah, exactly. I'm just trying to have a little look, and I think, is there any terrestrialization? Shay still has access to it, am I correct?
Yes, she still has access to the terrestrialization. You've got to look at the Blood Moon. What's the option there? We've got a normal type terrestrialization there, and would you commit to it so hard on the Incineroar with that Ghost typing on such low health?
Not needed.
Probably not. So you're going for the normal type. If you go for anything, we may not see it here, but it might be worth it. One last dish effort to try and get a Blood Moon off, or a Hyper Voice even, to just get damage on the field. The Ursaluna on your side, though, has been preserved so well. It's not really had to contend with much damage, and we are seeing the terrestrialization. Which side of the field is it going to be from? I think we know where it is going, and it is into that Blood Moon Ursaluna.
The thing is, as soon as you deal with the Incineroar, there's really nothing Ursaluna can do to the opposing Sinistcha. Sure, you can Earth Power it, but you're going to need a few of those thrown its way to be able to get the knockout. Magigotcha coming through nice and strong again. This may indeed be enough to finish the KO onto the Incineroar and do a significant chunk to the opposing Ursaluna. Even if it does get the burn, though, as a special attacker, is not going to mind that too much, but still, any damage is detrimental damage to Shay here.
Yeah, hugely detrimental, and just a 1 versus, oh, and the burn as well, so the timer added on there. So, you know, it's 1 Pokemon versus 4, and as good as Blood Moon Ursaluna has been in this format, I don't think it's got the capabilities to overcome the remaining resources on your side of the field. As we see that Earthquake not doing so much damage, of course, but the Hyper Voice in return will do quite considerable damage, boosted by that Life Orb.
Yes, of course. Oh, I forget. Mind's Eye going to be able to connect down all the Ghost-type Pokemon. Is still going to be able to do enough damage, but it's still not enough to be able to deal with the Sinistcha here. I mean, honestly, Indeedee was the superstar of Game 1, but in Game 2, it seems to have put a little bit of a spanner in the works for its team. Yeah, it's really backfired on Shine. You can see the thinking there in turn 1. You think, okay, well, I don't have Imprison on my Indeedee. I do have Trick Room, so I can catch out the Trick Room turn on the Sinistcha, but you're not really playing into that, thinking, well, if you want to play the mind games, you go for it. And if you do set that Trick Room up, well, you'll see the benefit that it can reward me, and I'll take full advantage of that. That parting shot was beautifully done. It get that Ursaluna in. And as we see the Life Dew come out here, the Facade is going to be into that Ursaluna, and enough to clean this up, tying us up, taking us to a Game 3. Not gonna lie, I love this. So a Game 3, when you've got such high caliber Pokemon action, is always a treat and a learning experience for us all. And I mean, that Indeedee definitely went from hero to zero in that particular match. Such a devastating turn, but a risk, and you could see exactly what, you know, he was trying to do in that situation, but just Indeedee, unfortunately, going for that Trick Room not only meant that the speed wasn't exactly how Shay wanted it, but it was exactly how Yoel wanted it, and that just gave his opponent so early on in the match a ticket to victory. Yeah, it made it very easy for Yoel in that match, and especially in those situations. I mean, we could be sitting here celebrating Shai's play there, where, you know, reversing the Trick Room on turn 1. Oh, that would have been incredible. And, you know, that's the risk you take. Sometimes they pay off, sometimes they don't, and it really didn't pay off in that game. And I think if you are going for that play, you've got to try and deny that parting shot from the Incineroar, because you can't allow that Ursaluna to get on the field, because even if you don't Trick Room to reverse the Trick Room from your side of the field, the Trick Room goes up from the Sinistcha, and if that Ursaluna comes onto the field, you're still in that position where, yeah, you might have healthier Pokemon at that stage, but you're still going to be at the mercy of that Ursaluna with its Flame Orb activated under a Trick Room, and you're trying to reverse the Trick Room. You've got to prevent that Trick Room going up. If you allow it to go up, it's going to be a repeat of that. It's going to be a real struggle to kind of claw the match back from that point. So primary thing that you need to do is try and deny it. Remove that Sinistcha as soon as possible. Easier said than done, though. We saw how well it takes attacks. That is very true, particularly with the Hospitality and the Matchagotcha giving it a lot of recovery, plus that Citrus Berry in its back pocket to be able to cook up a brew, to be able to help it stay on the field. I mean, both these trainers, look at them lead. They're focused, they're ready. They are one game away from staying in the competition and one game away from being kicked out of top 32. Well, this is the beauty about this game, and for us as a spectator as well, we've got this treat in store. It all comes down to this moment here. Both players, which one is going to be able to outthink and outmaneuver the other in this challenging matchup, because we've seen both players have exceptional games. Game 1, Shai took it exceptionally well, prevented the Trick Room setup, didn't rely on any speed control, just did the job that was needed to be done with that male. Indeed, he was able to really lean on that Pokemon quite heavily to good success. Yoel, obviously, in that last game, used the bear to big success. Ursaluna just dominating. Can the same happen again? Well, this was the winning lead for Yoel, coming out front and center with the Incineroar and the Sinistcha, but in contrast, a shake-up in the mix for Shay. It's Ursaluna Blood Moon and the Electabuzz for support. Yeah, we've got the Blood Moon Ursaluna in response from Shay, and it's in a great position where it's supported by that Electabuzz. It's going to be able to maybe even terrestrialize here. You've got to be wary about the fake-out from that Incineroar, though. If it does come into that slot, it will slow you down one turn, and then it would allow that Trick Room setup from the Sinistcha. There's also the play where you've got that simple parting shot from the Incineroar we saw in Game 1, or maybe a hard switch out into the Ursaluna where you get the Trick Room up and then you're ready to go. Oh, this could be a prime position for Yoel if the synergy works out, but that has to be if Shay allows it to happen. That Sinistcha, as you said, Lee, has to be got off the field to enable success for Shay's side of the field. It's going to be getting the normal Terra type. That's going to be boosting up the normal type move, something like a Blood Moon into that opposing Sinistcha. Using Mind's Eye to hit the opposing Ghost type could be devastating. First of all, Electabuzz slowing down the pace of play, going for a taunt. In this situation, it just means Ursaluna cannot protect. But here comes the Blood Moon. Is it enough to get the knockout? It's going to be a big hit, and it is into that Sinistcha. If it survives, it's going to get the Trick Room, and it's down and out. That's why Lee has a microphone because he knows what he's talking about. He said Sinistcha needs to go, and it is out of here. This is exactly what Shay needs to be able to get back into this game.
Yeah, huge play there, and really good utility of that move. You know, catching out that Sinistcha, going probably for a trick room there because you positioned, you hard switched out that Ursaluna, getting it onto the field, knowing that maybe the parting shot wasn't the option, the taunt coming out there from the Electabuzz, so that wouldn't have been the play. Really good scouting from Yoel, but not playing out because Shy detecting what was about to happen. Blood Moon boosted by that terrestrialization in a place where it was able to really close things out. Now that Archaludon coming onto the field has to be wary about those Earth powers, because if you do get hit by that, it's going to be super effective. But the one thing Yoel has going for them is they do have their terrestrialization still active.
Yes, exactly. And Archaludon, interestingly enough, being the fourth Pokemon here, another adaptation on the field. No Pelipper to be seen, so it's going to, if it wants to go for Electro Shots, it's going to have to take that second charge. But with both the opponents on the field, I think it's going to be more trying to get the Snarls off, to reduce the special attack pressure, and then maybe once a few stamina boosts have been checked in, you can go for the body presses.
Yeah, definitely that, and we do see the Ursaluna being preserved for later on. Maybe you are leaning into maybe the support element of that Incineroar now, and also this Archaludon, which we are going to see terrestrialize. It is going to be into that bug type, taking away that ground type weakness. At the same time, you do remove the resistance that you've got to normal type attacks, but at the cost of having that earth power resistance, it is going to be huge, especially to allow maybe a body press coming off. Not seeing the Blood Moon attack this turn, it is just going to go for a protect and an Electro Web fight out. The big problem here is that you're boosting that stamina for later on. Maybe if Shy has any of those physical attackers, not really going to be super helpful. Also on top of that, you've got the body press as well, which you're boosting up, which is going to be real detriment to that Ursaluna. And now with the fake out active on the Incineroar, you go fake out into the Electabuzz and you go body press into the Ursaluna, and you can remove it from the field. You will get some damage off with the Ursaluna. Can a Blood Moon get that Archaludon? Probably not because of the Assault Vest, but can it get the Incineroar? Maybe.
I mean, this is the thing as well. The Electabuzz going for these Electro Webs, lowering the speed. It really does feel like Shay has to commit to getting rid of the Archaludon with the special attackers, because as you said, the stamina booster rolling up, and then that means the body presses are going to be phenomenal. I love seeing this terrestrialization. It's also just very adorable seeing the little bug ears onto the Archaludon, but that is not to be underestimated at all. You have to make sure that you do not set up Yoel for success by putting one of his Pokemon in a position to shine. You need to avoid those stamina boosts. You need to try and get a knockout. Interestingly enough, bringing the Indeedee in, yes, it says the Psychic Terrain stops any priority, but there's not really a lot Psychics can do to bug types.
No, I'm predicting that you're not committing to the fake out. We are going to see that Blood Moon. It is fired off from the Blood Moon into the Archaludon, and it is enough. Even with the Assault Vest, it takes that Pokemon down and out.
I feel like it took its Assault Vest off for a moment there and got caught unawares. That was so much devastating damage. Absolute destruction from this Blood Moon Ursaluna. It means business. It's trying to get itself into the top 16. The knockoff comes through. Yes, you lose the life orb, but I feel like that's not going to stop it at all.
No, it's not going to stop it one little bit. This is on a tear. The bear is on a tear. It's going after everything. It's got the ability now to go for an attack into the Incineroar with the Earth Power. The terrestrialization on your side of the field has been burnt, so there's no resistance able from that Pokemon. Then you've got, if you can survive this turn, you've got the ability to go for another Blood Moon. You've got to imagine it would be enough to pick up that Ursaluna on your side of the field, but you can't ignore. You've got to respect that Ursaluna. You can't allow it to get an attack off. Here we go. We are going to see a helping hand from the little Indeedee onto the big bear. Is it going to be able to fire off an attack? Not into the Ursaluna.
I love this though. You lost your life orb, but you've got a friend in me, says Indeedee, and it enables it to go for the Earth Power. That's a one-hit KO into the opposing Incineroar. As you said, there is no stopping this Ursaluna. A critical hit. Shay wants to be in that top cut.
Yeah, and a really great predict, knowing that the Ursaluna might feel a little bit pressured this turn from an attack, wants to preserve it a little turn longer, has just got itself into a situation where the Blood Moon's reset. Another helping hand coming out, and you've got to say this is going to lock up the game.
Yes, a clap for the MVP of this match as Ursaluna goes for the Blood Moon into its counterpart of the opposing Ursaluna. It will, of course, find its mark and get the knockout, and Shay is going to be advancing into the top 16 with that Ursaluna, with that Indeedee. What a match!
Fast-paced, end game was incredible. Shy coming out after a game 2, which looked so bad for him, where it all backfired. That trick room just didn't play out the way he wanted it to. And those moments can be the difference, and you can tilt from those moments. But Shy not doing that, coming out knowing, okay, I can identify that my Blood Moon Ursaluna, if I can get it in those right positions, I can just start taking victims. And that's exactly what it did, and what fashion to do it in.
And commiserations to Yoel as well. It's been such a joy to follow that trainer's story throughout the Stuttgart Regional Championships. And although it comes to a close, the first top cut, the first day 2, and some incredible matches showcased for us. It was just unfortunate that Ursaluna, even though in game 2 it was able to get into the position it wanted to do, it just couldn't do it twice in a row. A bit like Blood Moon.
Yeah.
It's too good, you can't do it twice.
It was the battle of the bears, wasn't it?
Yeah.
And the Blood Moon really came out on top on that one. Unfortunately, like you say, for Yoel, was so good in that second game, because you can see how dominating the Ursaluna was in that trick room environment. It's all about the key to getting that trick room being set up, though, and because of that mind's eye ability, Blood Moon Ursaluna, that's what gives it such an advantage, because you don't have that immunity to ghost types. You can just remove them from the field, especially when you've got the stacking of damage there, the terrestrialization, and then that Blood Moon, which is just such a powerful attack anyway, that's hard for anything to really take it. And it really backfired as well a bit for you going for that terrestrialization on that Chaladon, where you do take away that resistance to the earth power. But all credit to Shy identifying that and saying, well, if you're going for that, then Blood Moon's an option now, and yeah, we'll be saying goodbye to that Pokemon very soon.
Well, I feel like that was the turn as well. The turn of the bug terrestrialization was also the turn that the Blood Moon Ursaluna protected, and maybe Yoel was thinking, actually, because it can't go for Blood Moon a second time, it's just going to go for the Earth Power.
Yeah.
And that could have been a very, very fantastic call in that situation, but the fact that the Ursaluna was like, no, I'm going to protect so I can use Blood Moon again. I'm not using Earth Power. I'm not using that move. I want to use the one that's going to get the knockout, and that's exactly the position that Shay was able to navigate.
Yeah, and in particular as well, talking about another star of the show was really that Indeedee. I mean, in game 1, we saw it sit on the field for the entire match and just clean up Pokemon after Pokemon, making it very difficult for you all to get any sort of foothold in the game. We saw the adjustment, of course, in game 2, but the backfire of that Indeedee going for the Trick Room turn 1 was enough to allow this Ursaluna to come in and really start clearing the field, making things near impossible for Shy to kind of get any sort of momentum swing in that game. But all the tables turned, all the pressure put on from that Blood Moon Ursaluna from Shy's side of the field. Once that Sinistcha went down, it was extremely difficult for you all to get back into this game.
I also kind of want to talk about the Electabuzz, because I'm really not too sure what it did in that particular match. In the sense, yes, it applied that pressure and went for Electroweb, but other than that, it kind of was just a little bit sidelined. It all came down to this Blood Moon Ursaluna, and not only at one point did it have the Electabuzz supporting it, but then it switched it out for kind of the upgrade of the Indeedee that could bring not only the Psychic Terrain to the field to stop the Incineroar from going for Fake Out and things like that, but also give it the helping hand boost. And I feel like one thing that was done really well by Shay in this match was utilizing those support Pokemon. Yes, the Electabuzz didn't do too much, but it enabled that Ursaluna, so when Indeedee came in, it was already on a pedestal ready to perform.
Yeah, and it was that taunt, wasn't it, that was so specific to that situation. You're trying to stop that parting shot, which is so smart, because then you prevent the Ursaluna coming in. Great play from Yoel to kind of read into that as a possibility there, and then hard switch into the Ursaluna.
Yeah,
but
great play.
Same problem, you've got the Ursaluna on the field now, you lose your Sinistcha, and you haven't got the Trick Room, and you can't protect around those big attacks that are potentially coming out from Shy's side of the field, and that was really crucial there. So for that reason alone, I think it goes back to the experience that Shy obviously has with the team, knowing that Blood Moon was going to be enough to get the Sinistcha, regardless of a terrestrialization in that slot or not.
I wonder if it could have been different if maybe Yoel had brought something like the Pelipper to the match, just to be able to help our Chaladon out a little bit more. I mean, our Chaladon, you could see exactly why it did come as the adjustment in that game 3, and in all fairness, it didn't need the Pelipper necessarily, but I feel like if you could maybe play around with the speeds a little bit more, maybe even have something like the Wide Guard usage on the Pelipper to be able to stop the expanding forces, or maybe the Hyper Voices coming through, it could have been a nice option, but ultimately this was the game that was played, and Shay was our victor.
Yeah, definitely the victor. I think the Archaladon would have been the key to removing that Blood Moon Ursaluna. We saw it effectively do that in game 1 quite well, but it was just the bug terrestrialization. You can see the logic behind it, and it was really smart because of, like you say, the Blood Moon had just been used, so the natural thing to use next would be that Earth Power, but Shy seeing through that, unfortunately, and then kind of it backfiring, almost like the Indeedee turn in game 2, where the Trick Room was just set up for their opponent, but then obviously the Bug Terror kind of backfired exactly like that in game 3.
And it's not the only thing set up. I believe our interview is set up and ready to go. So let's kick it over to the couch and hear what our top 16 player has to say.
Hello, Pokemon trainers. I am here with the incredibly talented Shai Rabar, the winner of our top 16 match. Shai, how are you feeling after that?
Feeling great. Like, it was my first win on stream. Like, I've been playing since 2015, but never won on stream, so it's good to win on stream for the first time.
Yeah, that's amazing. And you made such incredible adaptations in all those 3 games. So what were your thoughts when you first saw it in team preview and the matchup?
I was really afraid of the white guard on the Pelipper, but he never brought it never to game 1 and game 2, and then I followed in game 3 going the standard mode with Electabuzz to cover the Trick Room, because game 2 I lost because he set up Trick Room and I couldn't handle it, so I just went for the taunts to stop the Trick Room there.
Yeah, we saw in that game 1, your Indeedee was the star of the show.
Yeah.
Took all those knockouts, but then in that game 2, it set up the Trick Room. And then you made a fantastic adjustment in game 3. So can you tell us a bit about your thoughts on your leads for game 3?
I thought it was going to do the same lead in game 3 as well, but I thought it was never going to click fake out on the Ursaluna slot, because I could just switch in the Indeedee and then Blood Moon on the other slot, pick up the KO and then go straight from it. So, and I taunted the Incineroar slot to avoid parting shot, because usually Incineroar run faster than Ursaluna lately, to then parting shot me, and I don't get the KO on the slot. They set up Trick Room and then I just lose there.
Yeah, that was incredible to watch that game 3 where your Ursaluna took every KO and it was just so strong. So your team is something that is quite familiar. It did win the Sacramento Regionals or something similar to it. Was that where you took your inspiration from?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, Carson Confer winning team is definitely the inspiration here. I got some advice from Marco Maras, who was playing the same team, but with a slot on the Incineroar, he had Chandelure, so another 5 type. So, but in the end, definitely Carson Confer,
Yeah, hyper offense seems to be the way to go. Do you have a favorite Pokemon on that team that you're using?
Yeah, probably the Ursaluna,
Yeah, we can see why. Took every knockout. So, lastly, do you have any shout-outs that you want to give to anyone?
To Il-Server? Yeah, we guys have been in Top Cats every regional, so I mean...
Just another day in the office, right? For Il-Server.
Get used to the shirt. But to Il-Server, to my friends, especially Roberto from Rockers, probably my inspiration to continue playing this season, since I've been like not doing great lately, but top 16 now, so I mean, feeling great.
Fantastic. Well, trainers, we're going to let Shai get ready for his top 16 match and all the other remaining trainers in the tournament. But don't go anywhere, because we'll be back with the top 16 of the Stuttgart Regional Championships.
That's the forfeit, and Kevin Hahn throughout the season has proved he's the best junior in the world, EUIC champion, NAIC champion, and now world champion in the juniors division for the Pokemon video game.
My name is Kevin Hahn, and I'm from Pennsylvania. I'd be a water type because it's very calm and relaxing, and I feel like that fits my personality pretty well. I first got into competitive Pokemon when my brother won NAIC 2022. It was really cool, so I was like, I want to do that too. I just love competing in Pokemon, and I love how fun it is. I love how successful I am, and I love that it's a strategy game and you really have to think a lot or else you won't do well. Overall, Pokemon is just a really fun game. I learned how to fail and accept it gracefully. It was very tough for me in the start. I always wanted to just get first and nothing else. But now that I've competed a lot more and a lot more knowledgeable about failing, I'm completely fine if I get last. Even if I got last in this World Championships, I'd still be fine since I had a lot of fun. One of my favorite memories is when I won EUIC. It was my first major win. I've never won an international or World Championships before that. My #1 goal was to win an international. So to have won 2 internationals and a World Championship seems just completely crazy for me.
It continues the avalanche of success for Kevin Hahn this season.
Even if you're down a game and in a losing position in the World Championships, never give up, because you can always turn that around with some good plays. And you should always never give up, because it might be the only chance you ever get. I want want to give a shout out to all my friends and all my coaches. And I also want to give the biggest shout out to my family and especially my brother. I wouldn't even be into Pokemon without him. He helped me be way more successful and I always want to be more like him.
Let's hear it for Wolf Glick!
My name is Wolf Glick, and I am from Washington, D.C. I first got into Pokemon when I was probably around 5 or 6 years old. I really hated getting my hair cut. And so my mom took me to one of those places where they had TVs for the kids to watch so that they would, sit still and get their hair cut. And they had an episode of Pokemon on. And, my mom and I watched it. I loved it. And I was just obsessed. Like, I had the Pokemon cards. I had, action figures. I had pretty much everything. I eventually was able to play the games when I was a little bit older. And I really fell in love. And, ever since then, I've just kept playing. And it's just, turned into something so much more than I ever could have expected. When I was in middle school, I found out that you could play Pokemon against other people, and that really got me hooked because I have such a competitive personality. And so I was playing online. There were these forums, and you would go and you'd basically schedule a battle over Wi-Fi. And on one of these forums, I saw that there was a sub-forum that said real-life events, tournaments in real life. And I thought, that sounds cool, so I clicked on it, and I saw that there was one in Chantilly, Virginia, 30 minutes from where I grew up. And yeah, so I ended up winning that first event, and it kind of snowballed into everything. I think some people, when I talk about, I'm still playing, I've already won Worlds, I've, won every level of tournament, I think some people are, surprised, or they're thinking, okay, well, why? Why are you still playing, right? And I think the answer that people expect is something like, I want to be the best ever. I want to be indisputably the best ever. But the truth of the matter is that I really just play because I enjoy it. I really enjoy and appreciate the game, and I love that it's always changing. I love that it makes me feel like I can always change, I can always be better. The best thing that I've gotten out of Pokemon is my friends. Some of the best people I've met in my entire life are people who I've met through this game, and I really love Pokemon because it gives us a chance to kind of all see each other a couple times a year. None of my friends are really even that close to DC, so being able to come to these events, being able to work with my friends towards a common goal, being able to celebrate their successes, being able to kind of commiserate in their losses, I don't know, it's really meaningful to me. I think the game's also taught me a lot about failure, People look at me and they see all the trophies, all the accomplishments, right? But there's a lot more failures than there is victories. It's really hard to kind of truly try to be the best in the world at something because when you fall short, been kind of told pretty directly, you are not good enough, you are not the best. And so one of the best things that I've got out of that is just the ability to cope with failure, to say I tried my best and I wasn't good enough and I'm okay with that. Well, I'm a little biased. I think winning Worlds for me will be probably one of my favorite moments from competitive Pokemon history. I think there's lots of other great moments, but personally, if I'm being honest, the fake out Swords Dance play in the finals of my Worlds, it'll always kind of have a special place in my heart.
Wolfie Glick is your 2016 World Champion after so many years of hard work. I can barely stay in my seat right now.
Probably my favorite player is Shoma Honami, the 2015 World Champion. When I watch him play, I feel like he sees the game in just such a completely different way that I do. I just think it's so cool. Aaron Traylor is another one. He just is so willing to break apart the way that the game works at a higher level, and I think he's doing something that nobody else is doing. My starter Pokemon, that's a tough one. My first starter Pokemon was Charmander, but I really like Emboar. He's one of my favorites, so I feel like I have to kind of represent my boy. My goal every season is to win Worlds, just plain and simple. It's a lofty goal. It's one that I've achieved before. It's also one that I failed much more than I've achieved. And barring that, I would love to see one of my friends win the World Championship.
16 is here, trainers, and what a way to be able to follow through with that previous set as well. I, of course, am Kosalai Dimos, joined by the ever so lovely Zoe Liu. And Zoe, you had a brief, informative discussion with our previous winner there, Shai. I mean, a lot of information being able to process there, but yeah, I mean, he seemed really, really happy to be able to be at the stage.
Yes, it's so incredible to get into his mindset and, you know, him letting us know how he approached the game, how he used the team, each team member effectively to take those knockouts. And I really like that hyper-offensive team. Very, very frail, no room for mistakes.
Yep.
But Shai made no mistakes, and he was able to advance to the top 16.
That's sort of, when it comes to that team archetype, like you mentioned, you really need to be able to make the decisive calls, especially when understanding when you need to be aggressive, or whether if you don't have to commit to as hard of a read. And I think, like you mentioned, Shai able to go ahead and absolutely whip out a stellar performance in terms of understanding the board states, being able to go ahead and actually process through the win conditions and being able to finish off in the way that he did.
Precisely, and we saw in the game 2, he made a bit of an over-prediction, predicting that Trick Room, but unfortunately that ended up helping his opponent.
Yep.
Then game 3, he realized there's no need to take unnecessary risks, only take them when needed and just use that Ursaluna to clean house.
Yeah, similar situation to, let's say, for example, the Joe Ugarte Sun team, or even Marco Sun team as well with the Jump Bluff, Sleep Powder. When do you make that read? When do you have to feel forced to go for that inaccurate or improbable sort of scenario where you have to commit to that risk versus reward case? But yeah, I mean, Shai, once again, being able to go ahead and do a really good job about that. But we are in top 16, of course. We'll be getting the bracket readied up shortly, where we can go ahead, of course, and feature who has been able to reach this section. But wow, I mean, so far it has been absolutely exciting to see all that jam-packed action from all of our trainers.
Yeah, there's just been such a great diversity of teams that we've seen. The hyper-offensive teams with the male Indeedee, which is a Pokemon, I believe, at the beginning of tournament, we all kind of scoffed a little bit at it. But let's see which trainers are now in our top 16 bracket and whether or not, well, who they will be facing against.
Oh, okay, all right. So we've got Flavio Del Pidio versus Francesco Pio Pero. It seems like it's going to be a bit of an Azul matchup between them both. Hippolyte Bernat versus Maddie Morgan. Ryan Gezi versus Luca Ceribelli, of course, our current reigning world champ. Their team, Masout versus Sidi Badian. And yeah, we've got a couple of other great names below that too.
Yes, there's Jonathan Marston, who we featured earlier on stream today, versus Fabian Brown, who was also on stream yesterday, beating Joseph Ugarte. But you know, after Marcus Twardowski and Francesco DiBiase,
yep.
I'm hoping I got that right. We see Joseph Ugarte still there, even though he did lose on stream yesterday. He's still a phenomenal player and maybe trying to get a cheeky Europe win. But Alex Gomez is not going to make it easy for him. And of course, Shai Rabar, the winner of our last round, against Eden Batchelor, a UK player.
Yeah, and I think there's so many trainers that have a lot of representation for each of their respective regions, but a lot of really high-level trainers being able to make through to the fray, as well as a couple of trainers that don't have as notable of achievements, but already this is a huge achievement for them to be able to go against these absolute titans of VG.
Precisely, there's always a first time for everyone. The veteran players, once upon a time, won their very first regional for the first time. Nobody starts off having won 5 regionals.
No, that'd be amazing.
That would be a little mathematically impossible.
Yes.
Yes, I came to my first regional, I've already won 5 regionals, so that does...
Unless you pull another Justin Tang or something like that.
Maybe.
You know. But I mean, once again, to be able to just run away with the title at such an early stage is incredible. Something that, of course, these newer or at least less accoladed trainers have the opportunity to do. And I think you called out something important, that we've got like a battle between some very high-profile trainers. I think the first couple of sets, of course, are just that, as well as that Joe Ugarte, Alex Gomez versus each other. Shai Rabar, which we did just feature against Eden Batchelor. Bachelor, which was one of our 3 undefeated trainers going into day 2.
Yes, so many of these trainers have already been featured on the stream yesterday and today. And the ones who haven't been featured, we have not seen Luca Cherubelli on stream, but we are no strangers to Luca. He is the current reigning world champion, just performing so well last season with that Regulation G format, which will be coming back in the next season. And Luca just showing why he's the world champion. He doesn't just do well in one format, he can do well in every format.
Yeah, exactly, especially up against a lot of informed trainers in terms of having such a really good performative season thus far. You know, they've been able to go ahead and gather up a lot of experience with this format in particular throughout the beginning of our major events. And we've got quite a few of those trainers as well that were in sort of like the top 8 of the EU region CP leaderboard. So being able to just put his head into the affair as well and say, right, okay, it may be a different format, but I'm still the same me, and I'm going to bring that towards my game.
That's something we see time and again with all of these veteran players. They are consistent in every format they play in. So that just goes to show that it's not really the format that makes a player good. It's the fact that their mindset, their approach, the way they practice, and how they're familiar with the board state, the game control, because those are skills that's transferable between every single format. Understanding how to position your pieces so that you can take the necessary knockouts.
Yeah, I think board comprehension and just general understanding of how you need to be able to manipulate the board conditions to your advantage, identify the appropriate win conditions, and be able to action it accordingly as well. Some of the real building blocks towards being able to build yourself up to being one of those great trainers, which we've got a plethora of, 16 in particular, at least at this stage of the event. So yeah, I'm absolutely buzzed and excited to be able to see how our next stream match is going to be paired up, which I think we've got a bit of confirmation. It's going to be the Ryan Gezi versus Luca Cherubelli.
Oh my goodness, this is such an exciting matchup. We have not featured Luca so far on stream, but here he will be coming onto the top 16. Luca, the current reigning world champion, just performing so well last season at the World Championships. And I'm sure we're going to see an absolutely phenomenal match going on.
Oh, 100%. But before we do, we have got a couple of the notable matches prepared, of course. These are going to be going in parallel. Unfortunately, we will not be able to feature them, but be aware, this is what's happening.
Wow, look at all those matchups. Luca Cherubelli versus Ryan Gezi, Flavio Del Pidio versus Francesco Piopero, and looks like that's going to be a mirror matchup between these two players.
Ooh.
And then we've got Hippolyte Bernard versus Matty Morgan, so that's going to be a bit of a balanced team versus also a fairly balanced team, but Matty is the one running that Sneasler without the psychic terrain, but still a really strong and really disruptive Pokemon. And then, of course, Joseph Ugarte, an NA player, the #1 player on the NA leaderboard with that Sun team that he came so close to winning Sacramento against Alex Gomez.
Yeah, exactly. And I think we do have a couple of the insights around the particular Pokemon of interest between all of these different sets. We've got the Milotic, which is so cool. It's one of 2 Milotic, I believe, that we've had throughout the entire tournament. So seeing Ryan bring it to the stage is so cool. Luca with that Victor Medina-inspired team composition from LAIC. Like you said, you've got the mirror matchup, Flavio versus Francesco. Matty Morgan, I do need to make a call out here. Porygon 2 seems to be very trustworthy in Matty's eyes, especially accompanied by that Incineroar and a Moondisc Core, which we've seen him bring to success earlier on with our first ever EU regional event of this season. Back in Dortmund, he reached the finals, unfortunately was not able to get that title, but looking to turn it around.
I think I may have heard a little whisper that out of these notable matches, Matty Morgan and Joseph Ugarte may have progressed.
What? Already?
Yeah. As we were talking.
What? That must be like a record or something. That's so quick.
Yeah, so those we know will be advancing.
Okay, all right.
To the top 8. So Joseph Ugarte really eyeing that regional champion in the EU regions.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, he's got a 1 out of 8 chance right now since he's progressed through to the top 8. That's incredible. And Maddie being able to get that win versus Hippolyte as well. That's such a big upset, both in the fact that Alex Gomez is now out for contention in the remainder of the title chase, as well as Hippolyte, both very well-established EU regional players.
All of these players are so skilled and so talented at the game. So I'm sure a lot of these games were just down to really, really fine margins. And now I'm sure our 6 European top 8 players, or 7, sorry, I can't count, will be trying to prevent an NA takeover at the Stuttgart Regionals.
They've got good chances, but that's one Joe Ugarte that is very stubborn and is not going to let go of his opportunity. So yeah, it's going to be a really spicy remainder of those top 16 matches, and already determined 2 trainers that have gone and progressed into top 8. But yeah, what a turn of events. Absolutely shell-shocked to hear that they must have gone so quick with both of those matchups, because I believe there was quite a few balance, at least when it comes to the Hippolyte versus Maddie scenario. It must have been like very tantalizingly close in terms of aggressive plays that must have been conducted in order to be able to be wrapped up so quickly.
Precisely, and also when you look at Joseph Bugatti's team, that's just a really hyper-offensive one. But enough of the players that are already in the top 8. Let's take a look at our upcoming match, Ryan's team and Luca Cherry-Belli's team. So I think Ryan is going to be the first team that we'll take a look at.
Yeah, we've got Ayan's profile on screen. Like we mentioned, that Milotic is such a nice pick. And we have the Tita, of course, which I do genuinely like on this core. A couple of top cuts, notably in most recent seasons, but we see that Ayan has not given it up. Getting that top 16 Liverpool Regionals 2023, I believe that was the first EU of this generation. He was able to get that really good placement in that tournament. Utrecht Special top 8 2024 last season, and of course this current season, Lille Regional top 32. Ryan is eyeing up that title, and he is a couple of matches away.
Yes, Ryan demonstrating that he is a very consistent player, and with that Milotic, a very difficult Pokemon to pilot, because without any competitive boosts, it doesn't actually do that much damage. But Milotic is also quite a bulky and supportive Pokemon. It gets access to moves like Scald, like Icy Wind, which it can be so disruptive to your team. And then, of course, it's paired up with the Tyranitar and the Garchomp. And I don't know if that Garchomp is a Sandveil or a light.
I was just thinking that.
Skin one, but with the Sandveil on the sand, it's a really difficult Pokemon to hit. And Tyranitar typically, you know, more of a balanced weather Pokemon. It's not a centralizing weather unless you have an Excadrill on your team, which Ryan doesn't have.
Yeah, I think that Tyranitars tend to just be running that Assault Vest variant set as well. But we're going to have to get into a bit more details shortly around that team. We do have Luca's profile as well. And I mean, starting from the achievements, you see it right there. It's on the top, 2024 World Champion. And of course, right before that, I believe it was quite literally the last EU region event before Worlds, Bologna Special finalist. He came straight off the heels of form into getting that title.
And not to mention EUIC Top 8 in 2024 and Turin Special Event champion. So Luca, a phenomenal player, the current reigning world champion. And I just love the fact that there's a Skiploom on his head. He's such a fun player to talk to. He's always very cheeky, you know, this very quite loose, very relaxed in his approach to the game, and that's a fantastic mindset to have. And Luca is going to be running that same team that we've been seeing on stream quite a few times now. Saw Shai Rabar run that team, Victor Medina yesterday, that's Sinistra, Incineroar, Dragonite, Ursaluna, Pelipper, and Archaludon.
Yeah, shout-outs, of course, to the inspiration behind the team being that Japanese player named by Elizabeth, just really showing how we've got cross-regional influence that have a direct impact on the meta of other regions. It's such a fascinating thing to do, and obviously we saw Victor do such a good job being able to bring that straight through to the finals of LAIC. So I'm quite curious to see if there are any sort of slight adaptations that Luca maybe identified, because it has been several weeks between LAIC, we've had Sacramento in the middle of that sandwich of events, and now we've got, of course, Stuttgart.
It has indeed, and with each event and every metagame development, a lot of players will be making very slight adaptations and adjustments to their team. So we don't know what sort of adaptations Luca has made to his team. I'm sure being the world champion, he knows exactly what his playstyle will be and exactly what to do to make the team fit to his needs.
Yeah, and I think at this point, you know, the trainers have come so far in the entirety of this weekend. They are one match away from getting that top 8 placement and potentially furthermore. So they'll be well refined in the matchup comprehension when it comes to these teams. Although I'd say that's more so on Rayan's side. Luca may not have actually stumbled upon this type of sandcore composition that Rayan's going. So he may have to better assess the scenario and eventually, potentially even take up a bit more of his processing time to his slight disadvantage.
Yes, that Milotic is such a surprise pick for this format. And because Luca does have the Incineroar, he has to be very, very careful if he chooses to bring it or when to switch it in if he does bring it. Because if he gives Milotic a +2 to the special attack, thanks to Milotic's ability competitive, that Milotic will be taking one-hit knockouts left, right, and center. But Luca, of course, does run in a Chaludon that has Electro Shot, which is super effective against the water type. It might be just a battle of the weathers in this game.
Yeah, and it does have the Terra fighting type as well on the Chaludon, being able to have a relatively okay-ish matchup going into Rayan's team. You know, going up against any sort of sand core, if you're able to get those stamina boosts going and capitalize off of adding a stab boost on top of that with your body presses, it can genuinely become such a threat very quickly, as well as we've seen with the pair up of that scale shot by its side.
Yes, look at our players on the stage getting ready for their big match, and Rayan on the left looking quite focused, you know, really wanting to advance to that top 8 stage. Doesn't have quite as many achievements as Luca, but you can't really beat the world champion title. That is a really strong title, but that is no indication of who is going to be the victor of the match.
Exactly, and we do have Rayan's team now on the graphic. Amoonguss, Talonflame, Milotic, Garchomp, Golden Go, and that Tyranitar. No Sand Veil on the Garchomp. It is indeed Rough Skin. There is no shenanigans of coil sets with that Milotic. It is a safety goggles, Scald, Icy Wind, Haze. I absolutely love this set, and able to capitalize off of any cheeky competitive boost. That's why Scald's there. Get maybe a small burn chance, of course, but having that speed control and Haze is so nice to be able to deter any sort of setups on the other side of the field.
Yes, this Milotic also having access to Haze means that if the Chaludon does manage to get a lot of Electro Shot boost, the Milotic can just haze it away. And of course, you've always got that Tyranitar which turns off the rain and sets sand back on the stage. And if you can catch this Chaludon attempting to Electro Shot in the rain, you could just leave it stuck on the field. I do really like the fact that the Garchomp is not not Sand Veil and Rough Skin. That means it's not dependent on the Tyranitar, whether or not there's no sand. Look at both the Terra flying on the Golden Go.
That's what I was thinking, yeah.
That's the ground immunity, just terrifying.
That's what, I mean, the fact that you could, you know, integrate a immunity with your partner Pokemon is so, so cool with this Terra type mechanic. However, we do have Luca on the other side of the field with that Victor Medina inspired team composition. And yeah, Sinistcha, we've mentioned it before, Zoe, this weekend. It is such a thorn in a couple of matchups, and it's so great to be able to utilize the multiple utility tools it has at its hands.
Sinistcha is such a fantastic support Pokemon. Its ability to heal up a teammate upon switch in, then access to Life Dew and Rage Powder and Trick Room and Matcha Gotcha, the ability to possibly get a burn on your opponent is so fantastic. And then you've got that supportive Dragonite set with the Haze and the Tailwind. Then you've got your heavy hitters, Ursaluna and Archaludon and Pelipper. So a really well-rounded team, and you can see precisely why this team is doing so well in this current format.
Yeah, I mean, match speed Ursaluna isn't something that you commonly see, and at least if you were tuning into this regulation set H format before several weeks ago, of course, ever since LAIC, where it has been very much popularized, you're able to have that dual functionality of the speed control with the Tailwind as well as that Trick Room capability. So yeah, it's just looking into the matchup though, Zoe, what do you feel maybe some key pieces that both of these trainers are identifying?
I think the weather control is going to be so important for our trainers, and this is really going to be something they have to keep in mind in the back. But we are going to get started immediately into our top 16 match. Luca Cherrybelly versus Ryan Gezi.
Yeah, we've got the Golden Go and Moongas on the Ryan side versus Luca's double Dragon lead, the Archaludon and Dragonite. And worth noting, there is no metal coat on the Golden Go. It is actually an iron plate for style points.
Exactly. You want to look all nicely armored and plated up. This Among Us, very disruptive now against both the Dragonite and the Archaludon. The Archaludon is not a Terra Grass type, so a very free Spore coming off. Archaludon cannot even protect itself because it's holding an Assault Vest, but now Ursaluna switching in, and fantastic switch in. Golden Go going for a protect, maybe trying to scout out what Luca's going to do.
Yeah, not wanting to be failed by any sort of special attack drops, because this Snarl is such a good bring for this Archaludon in this scenario. Of course, going to be able to get a bit of chip damage onto the Amoonguss, but at what cost? Now being put to sleep, unfortunately, for Luca's side. Ursaluna, though, at the same in parallel, is going to be able to get that Guts boost via the Flame Orb proc and burning it. So now it's no longer going to be able to be susceptible to spores.
That was such a gutsy switch in on the Ursaluna because it could have been put to sleep. But Luca getting the call correct. Yes, the Archaludon has been put to sleep, but it will eventually wake up. And now this Ursaluna just does not care about any spores because it's already burned. Of course, the Golden Go is Terra Flying, so if the Ursaluna tries to go for ground move whilst the Golden Go Terra Flyings, it will be immune. But then the next turn, there could be a Facade, and we do see a Terrestrialization coming out.
Yeah, that's a really good point, because it sort of forces Luca's hand into making a choice. Facade into the Amoonguss, not expecting the Protect and expecting the Rage Powder, or you try to target a Facade into the Golden Go, make that read, anticipating no Rage Powder and a Protect on the Amoonguss, but no, redirection is active right now. Nasty Plot is also going to be able to bolster up the special attack of this Golden Go up to +2. Facade, though, into the Amoonguss with that chip damage. No. It is enough to pick up the KO.
No more redirection from Ryan's side, but this Golden Go is now at +2, and that is an absolutely terrifying thing to be facing down. It will be floating in the air with those balloons on the head, so it forces the Ursaluna to go for the Facade. And now Garchomp switching in. That Life Orb Garchomp just very free to start spamming Earthquake. Of course, against Luca's Dragonite, that's going to be immune. And Dragonite with the multi-scale will be able to tank any first hit from Ryan's side. And that does leave it free to set up a Tailwind and allow the Ursaluna to outspeed and get a move off before either the... Oh, actually, no. Dragonite will be outsped by Garchomp, so Ursaluna can move before the Golden Go.
Yeah, I think this may come down to whether Ryan can make a read on that Dragonite Steel Terror, as we see, and anticipate it coming out, going for a very risky ground-type move, but it does have Earthquake, though. It's not necessarily risky at this point, because at least you guarantee that you pick up that multi-scale and do enough damage in combination with the speed being an advantage for that Golden Go's make it rain. So Earthquake does come out. It will be doing a lot of damage through this multi-scale.
Fantastic call from Ryan there. That multi-scale really saving Dragonite from this super effective Life Orb. The Mega Rain comes out from this Golden Go, but now we see that Terra still, no, it is not enough to allow the Dragonite to hang on. down even with that Terra Steel, and the Dragonite is going to get knocked out before it even has the chance to make a move.
Yeah, such a big interaction. The Golden Go being trained enough to outspeed what is most likely an adamant Dragonite with its own training. Max speed surely, but Golden Go can do it. And being able to have this sort of board position right now, you're at +1 of your Golden Go, you got a Garchomp right next to you. Surely this might just be enough to pick up the Ursaluna, especially because of the additional damage holstered by that Life Orb.
Yes, this Sinistcha can't even... Well, it can go for the Rage Powder, but Golden Go and Garchomp both have spread moves, so they can just easily ignore this Rage Powder, and Ursaluna protected the last turn, so there's a very free +1 Make It Rain from this Golden Go and an Earthquake coming from this Garchomp. And even though the Golden Go has had that -1 stage of special attack, it is still at +1, and I would expect it to take the knockout on the Ursaluna. Looks like actually Sinistcha just going to get on out of there.
Yeah, Luca is going to probably have to hope for either a double protect here or an actual survival. Earthquake will be coming out. Super effective damage onto the Achalon that does switch in. It is still asleep. Guaranteed 2-hit KO. And at that range, the Make It Rain might actually be enough. So it is going to move. No, actually it doesn't even go for the Make It Rain. It goes for the Shadow Ball. Wants to be able to preserve that +1 of its special attack and force that Ursaluna to go on the defensive. So that might just be a read there.
The Ursaluna now going for the Facade onto Golden, enough to get the one-hit knockout onto this flying Golden Go. And now Ryan's the one that's forced down to his final 2 Pokemon as well. Ursaluna now about half health, but the Sinistcha is going to be switching in and helping the Ursaluna regain some more health with some tea.
Yeah, with some very hospitable tea as well. And yeah, at this point, I do feel like Ursaluna having that much more HP is going to be quite crucial. We've already seen Terra has been utilized from Ryan's side, not at the moment from Luca's side, so he still has that option. Actually opting in for a bit of a risky situation there, expecting Ryan to respect that Ursaluna slot, and was able to capitalize and stay in with it.
Yeah, I'm really curious because Sinistcha does have access to Trick Room, but there's a Tyranitar able to use a knockoff, and Tyranitar has not been intimidated, and the knockoff, because Sinistcha is holding that Citrus Berry, will take really heavy damage, and I would not be surprised if that knockoff just knocked it out. So is that Ursaluna just going to stay on the field and go for the attack that will be hitting the Tyranitar for super effective? But Tyranitar is a very bulky Pokemon, and I would not be surprised if the Tyranitar survives. And looks like Earthquake coming up immediately.
Okay.
That was a good bit of damage.
Wow, it does. It survives on 14 hit points, that being the Tyranitar, of course, which will allow it to get the knockoff, outspeed onto the Sinistcha. It does pick up, of course, the KO, but this is now susceptible to an Earthquake potential KO. The Ursaluna is going to have to really dig deep in order to go for it. No, it actually focuses down on the Facade. Critical hit does not matter from that range, and all of a sudden, this Tyranitar is actually fast enough to be able to steal this game 1.
It is a battle between Tyranitar and Ursaluna, but because the Ursaluna is so heavily chipped and is much slower than this Tyranitar, even with that 14 health, will easily be able to take the knockout onto this Ursaluna. So Ryan playing that game 1 so well. You know, being knocked down to his 1 Pokemon, but that didn't matter up against this Ursaluna. And now the knockoff coming out, going to knock off the Flame Ball, but that doesn't really make a difference. And Ursaluna goes down, and Ryan wins game 1 of the top 16 of the Stuttgart Regionals.
Yeah, look at Ryan go, identifying the win condition, and the fact that the self-Earthquake is not enough to pick up the KO onto the Tyranitar. It does allow it to be able to get that very critical move off. And yeah, I feel like from Luca, there may have been a bit of uncertainty in terms of whether the Earthquake is strong enough to pick up the KO onto the Garchomp, and saying, right, I want to play a bit more safe, not have to rely on any sort of damage rolls that may come into effect. But there was a bit of range and chip damage because of the Life Orb on the Garchomp already.
Precisely, and I'm really curious, had that Ursaluna gone for the Earthquake on Luca's side in that final turn, he would have, because the Tyranitar took such heavy damage from its own Garchomp, Tyranitar would have gone down. Garchomp's range is a little uncertain because Garchomp Garchomp is a relatively bulky Pokemon, so that might be something that Luca was, you know, like you said, not quite sure of. Let's get rid of the Garchomp first with the Facade, and hopefully maybe my Ursaluna can outspeed the Tyranitar the next turn, but then we saw the Tyranitar outspeeding, so very good information for Luca going into Game 2, knowing who's faster.
Yeah, and I think that's what I've noticed when it comes to a couple of the Tyranitar sets. Normally you'd expect, okay, super bulky, there's no real reason to be able to put it within more investment in terms of the speeds, but there's a lot of different Pokemon in that speed tiering of the Tyranitar that you can absolutely capitalize off of outspeeding, one of those notably being the Ursalunas.
Yes, the Ursaluna is going to be key, and looks like our players have chosen their lead for this Game 2. Ursaluna immediately with the Dragonite up against the same leads from Ryan as Game 1, the Amoonguss and the Goldengo. So Ursaluna on Luca's side, very free to just go for Protect, activate the Guts, and suddenly, you know, allows it to go. But we're going to see a turn 1 Terastallization immediately.
All right, going for the Terraflying straight away. You do not want to be able to be susceptible to those ground-type moves. There could be even a double play here of going for the Scale Shot. However, there's not even redirection on the field. Just a raw Nasty Plot brings that +2 straight up Scale Shot. It actually misses on the Amoonguss Headlong Rush. You see the double up, trying to pick that off. Quite unfortunate for Luca there, but the Amoonguss has not yet moved. It is still on the field thanks to that it did have the Citrus Berry, so there is a case scenario where double up may have not even been enough to pick up the KO, and there's the Spore. It goes into the Dragonite.
Dragonite now fast asleep after having missed that Scale Shot, so now it's really contributed nothing to the game, but Ursaluna is burned and is ready to go. So now that the Terastallization has been forced out from this Goldengo, it's very susceptible to the Facade, but Goldengo is at +2 thanks to the Nasty Plot, and a Make It Rain with that Metal Play will do heavy damage to the Ursaluna, and it might even pick up the knockout.
Yeah, and we know that it's a bit of a speedy Ursaluna, so there's not going to be a lot more resources in terms of the training to its special defense to be able to survive a +2 Goldengo with an Iron Plate attached to it, and that is why we see it run away from the field, brings in that Chaladon in hopes of being able to take this Make It Rain a bit better.
And look at this super powerful Make It Rain coming off onto this Dragonite, that multi-scale ability really saving it. But now this Chaladon has switched in, tanked in the Make It Rain really well, going to get that +1 stage of defense, which won't matter too much against for the body press. You don't want to body press a flying Goldengo or an Amoonguss. But now that also means our Chaladon with the Assault Vest cannot protect, and if it stays in and the Amoonguss spores, it could be put to sleep. But the Dragonite could potentially be waking up this turn because it's already taken one turn. But I don't see how Luca can get rid of this Amoonguss right now. It is so pesky.
Yes.
On Luca's side, just being able to redirect and spore things.
Exactly, and I do feel like there may be a Pelipper in the back because of the core 4 that have been brought. And there it is, of course, and guess what? It's Patrick's Pelipper too. That's shiny, of course, from LAIC Distribution, and being able to try to get those Electro Shots right now will be crucial, especially because the Amoonguss has switched out, but Ryan is a step ahead, has brought that Tyranitar in and gets a bit of a stream going right behind his back.
Ryan has played this turn perfectly, switching in the Tyranitar just as the Pelipper switches in. And now that leads us to the question, did I Yes, it went for the Electro Shot, and unfortunately will be stuck on the field, not getting to do anything this turn. So Ryan taking advantage of his very slow Amoonguss, knowing that he will get the weather up this turn regardless. And now this Goldengo is once again at neutral, and it's going to protect itself just to maybe scout out what Luca is going to do this turn.
Yeah, the Pelipper on the other side of the field does go for the Tailwind. It doesn't have Protect, it is Focus Sash, and it does have Wide Guard, which of course could be quite crucial in trying to slow down the momentum of these Make It Rains. But knockoff, targeting the Chaladon, not enough to pick up the KO. It is now at +2, if not +3 of its defense, but most importantly, Assault Vest is now off the field, and Tailwind is blowing quite hard behind Luca's Pokemon.
There is no Assault Vest on this Archaludon, which means it will be very susceptible to special type attacks. And now Archaludon is heavily chipped, but the Tailwind has been set up. And because Ryan has used up his Terra option, that Tyranitar is very susceptible to a body press. Of course, Ryan does have Pokemon in the back that can absorb it. And Golden Go will be moving second after the Archaludon and the Pelipper. And Pelipper, with the Weather Ball now, will be dealing rock-type damage onto this Golden Go. So actually, Pelipper's Weather Ball could be a really good option against the Golden Go.
No, it would be really good, but this Pelipper doesn't actually have Weather Ball. It has the Muddy Water instead. No Protect, as we mentioned, but most crucially, it still has an opportunity to be able to take advantage if it can connect with the Hurricane, which it does not, into the Amoonguss switch, and that would have been so good for it. Body Press, dealing very pitiful damage onto such a spongy resist Pokemon. And guess what? Make It Rain has made it rain outside of rain.
A double knockout from this Golden Go, and Amoonguss just being a bit of a ninja in this game, dodging a Scale Shot and a Hurricane. Luca has now lost his Archaludon and his Pelipper, which means he has lost the Weather Ball and will be forced back to his final two Pokemon, which is the Dragonite and the Ursaluna. Now, Ursaluna will not be afraid of any spores coming its way, but if the Amoonguss goes for the Rage Powder, it cannot hit the Golden Go this turn, and Ursaluna really wants to get rid of that Golden Go because the only move he has to hit it with is that Facade.
Yeah, and Dragonite has taken its mandatory turn of sleep. It needs to be able to wake up and support this Ursaluna as the main damage output sources from Luca in order to try to win this game back, because right now it is heavily in Ryan's favor.
Yes, Dragonite Terrestrialization into the Steel type, trying to tank any very strong Make It Rains coming up from this Golden Go. Amoonguss going for the Rage Powder, just trying to redirect away any strong single target attacks, but Dragonite is going to stay asleep for another turn, which means the Facade going off into the Amoonguss knocks it out, but also allows that Golden Go on the stage to get another move off.
Yeah, Make It Rain is dispatched yet again. Not as strong as before, as there wasn't any boost to be able to assist it, but it does start whittling both of Luca's remaining Pokemon within a better range to be able to bring this back. And I do feel like that Garchomp is lurking in the back, as we do get confirmation, and it is looking at this board, and it is honestly so happy to see that Steel Terra on the Dragonite.
Garchomp is in a fantastic position here. This is the final turn of Tailwind on Luca's side, so there's just an easy double protect on Ryan's side. Stall out that Tailwind. Dragonite cannot go for a Tailwind, but it'll have to wake up as well.
Yeah, and there is the case of whether this Dragonite does wake up or not. In order to get a Scale Shot off, it does not, because it really wanted to be able to outspeed the Garchomp the following turn. Not looking good right now for Luca, unfortunately, going through an additional turn. The Sandstorm does subside, and we have got the speed advantage now well in Ryan's side as the Tailwind has petered out.
Tailwind is gone, and Garchomp is the fastest Pokemon on the field. There is a very easy Earthquake, and Luca recognizes Ryan going to advance to top 8.
And what a way to do it against the currently reigning world champion, Luca Ceribelli. And that was honestly a tantalizing set between both of our trainers. It did feel like Ryan really played without a lot of pressure behind his back. He was just so locked in, so focused on understanding the appropriate actions that Luca needed to do to be able to bring this one back. He got some really crucial spores off, but most importantly, that switch out of the weathers as Pelipper came in and Tyranitar came in was absolutely stellar.
It was such a perfectly played game too. Ryan just completely read Luca turn by turn, and switching out the Amoonguss for the Tyranitar, the turn that the Archaludon went for the Electro Shot, which meant that it was unfortunately stuck on the field and could not, had Luca predicted that switch, could have gone for a body press because Archaldon was at +2.
Exactly, and just being able to understand the next steps of how you want to be able to tackle that sort of matchup is so crucial, and it just looked like Ryan was really well versed going into that matchup. But that's sort of what we were talking about, where sometimes it really is important to be able to have appropriate flow charts prepped in advance, and Ryan did have a bit of a core that wasn't as sort of popularized to this point, at least going into the build-up of this event.
I think it's really interesting that he had that Milotic on the team, which I think played a pivotal role in scaring away the Incineroar on Luca's side. But Ryan never brought his Milotic, and so the Incineroar could have been very, very helpful for Luca in, you know, nullifying a lot of the damage. And Incineroar, one of the best counters to the Golden Go, with the safety goggles, ignoring the Amoonguss, but because of that fear of the Milotic, Luca just never brought it.
Well, intimidates on the guard jump as well, being able to further mitigate the damage output of the Tyranitar. Like, you've got so many options with Incineroar, and that sort of like pays a testament to why it's so important to be able to bring a couple of Pokemon that can scare off other Pokemon on the other side of the field and not necessarily even be brought to the field. They've already done their job on Team Preview, and they're like, okay, sure, I'll give my support maybe in the back. And it worked out really well. Like you said, really good point.
Yes, it's sometimes a risk that some players will need to take, and I can see why Luca did not want to risk it. Unlike King Gambit and Annihilate, which only get a +1, Milotic gets +2, and we see now this Golden Go in a replay just going to town, throwing all of its coins everywhere. That was not enough to... The Terra Steel just wasn't enough for the Dragonite to survive, and Golden Go, Shadow Ball, Make It Rain, Nasty Plot, you name it, he's got it.
Yeah, exactly. Golden Go and Amoonguss putting in so much work to be able to enable that late game Garchomp as well as the Tyranitar to sweep up the rest of the game. You see, unfortunately, that scale shot was actually quite important. Of a miss there, it would have allowed the Dragonite to be able to outspeed, which unfortunately it just wasn't able to do. You saw the dismay in Luca's face, unfortunately, there. And yeah, this is sort of this double switch of the weather Pokemon coming in that we were talking about, Zoe, at the same time. There you go, Luca, giving the appreciation. That was such a good read, especially because the Pelipper didn't even get brought that game one.
No, it didn't. And just that weather war aspect of it, in addition to all of these different levels of decision-making you have to make during Team Preview. And Ryan must be very proud of himself for having beaten the current reigning world champion, no less. But Luca also, having advanced to top 16 is a phenomenal achievement. And I am sure we'll be seeing more of him in the future and at Worlds this year.
Oh, definitely. And I think just being able to come in to your first event and get top 16 is already, you know, a huge accomplishment, but then sort of, this is the world champion as well, right? Like, you kind of expect it to be the case. And yeah, seeing him be able to execute that to this high level is lovely to be able to observe. But yeah, huge commiserations to Luca, but most importantly, huge congratulations to Ryan, which we're going to go ahead and hear from in just a quick moment with the interview.
Thank you, casters. What a match that was. I am joined by Ryan, who just took down the reigning world champion. How are you feeling?
Of course, I'm very happy. So, moreover, I'm with my friend today, so of course I'm happy. Yeah.
There's definitely a big crowd cheering out there for you. Let's dive a little bit into the team, because one of our co-casters, Lee Provost, is the biggest Tyranitar fan. And Tyranitar was awesome on your team. Can you talk us through why you picked that Pokemon?
Yeah, in the first time, I started to build the team in September like this. And I had King Gambit on the slot of Tyranitar, because King Gambit is a very good Pokemon in the meta.
Yes.
But my friends that are here today, Mathieu and Carl, talked to me a lot of time about Tyranitar to contest the matchup, the rain matchup.
Okay, perfect.
That's why I started to play it in the first time. Moreover, it's a very good Pokemon for Ursaluna Blood Moon, for Blood Moon Ursaluna, right?
Perfect.
And the Chip Dark is a very, very good type in the meta game too. So I decided to play. My team is a very fast team, so I decided to play this Tyranitar with the tailwind of Talonflame.
Well, I'm glad you mentioned the weather because we saw you change the rain from that Pelipper as well and stop our Chaladon. In that game 1, however, the end game looked a little intense, particularly against the Ursaluna on the opposing side. Were you surprised that Luca didn't go for Earthquake?
Honestly, I prepared a lot of time the matchup yesterday.
Okay, perfect. You were planned.
I prepped it with Adam Shafawi, Tony Luiso, who are watching me now. So thanks, guys. And I know that the tailwind is a big issue for me, but I anticipate the lead of Dragonite and Ursaluna.
Okay.
He didn't did it. He didn't did it on game 1, but I was very happy to see it in game 2. Right. I decided to spore the Dragonite just for the temporization of Ursaluna because I can take a facade with Among Us.
Okay.
And that's why I decided to play like this, and my Goldengo is the real key in the matchup. So if I don't have Among Us and without a speed control, so I can't win. That's why I decided to play like that.
Well, the speed control has been so important, but I've just loved the way that you were able to play Tyranitar in that particular match. How has the rest of your tournament gone? Obviously, you're now advancing into the top 8, but can you let the viewers at home know kind of how the tournament has gone?
Yeah, I'm very happy of my tournament because I don't play a lot since Elite Regional when I did top 32.
Okay. So now we've gone better than that top 32.
And I don't accept, of course, to do the top 8 today, honestly. So, of course, I'm very happy. I lost a round against Pado.
Oh, okay.
Pado, who is in 11-0. Was in 11-0.
Incredible run.
So,
yeah.
And after, I played a lot of very good game versus Marcus, Alex, Soto, and one other people. I don't remember his name.
Sounds like you've had a hard run.
He won the last one against me.
Yeah.
So, of course, very happy today. And
yeah, it sounds like it's been some intense competition. Well, we'll let you go and celebrate with the rest of your friends. But before we go, are there any shout-outs you would like to give to people supporting you?
So, of course, a shout-out for Chimpe. I know that they are watching me now. And can I say something in French?
Yes.
Yeah. Bon, Alexandre, on va te montrer comment on fait parce que c'est pas ouf chez toi. On va te montrer.
Well, it looks like your friends are so ready to support with you. So we'll let you go off and join them. Pokemon trainers, of course, the action is just going to keep rolling through here. Don't go anywhere. Just go grab a drink and then be right back.
Thank you.
Pokemon trainers, we all know that Pokemon battles are essentially about knocking out the Pokemon on the opposing side of the field. So the temptation is to do that as fast as you can. But what if you want to take things a little bit slower? I'm Charlie Merriman, I'm joined by Ben Kiriakou, and today we're going to talk about Trick Room.
It's one of those strategies that's been so prevalent in VGC over the years, and with good reason. Most trainers, when they're picking their team for their coming into competition, they're picking between power, bulk, and speed. All of those things are really crucial to any team. Now, most teams, without the advent of Trick Room, have to pick maybe 2 of those things to be able to have an effective team. Maybe they're trying to be fast and offensive. Maybe they're trying to be, a little bit bulky and powerful. But you always have to sacrifice something. Under Trick Room, though, you can be the fastest Pokemon on the field and be the most powerful and take a few hits as well.
Yeah, it's a really, really interesting strategy. And I think also when you set up Trick Room, and especially when your opponent isn't expecting it, if maybe they're running a more hyper-offense team, a very fast team, those teams, as you've been saying, Ben, tend to be frail because they can't also have that bulk. And so quite often won't have the resources necessary to weather that storm when Trick Room is set up.
especially over the 4 turns of Trick Room that these teams really have available to them. So, you know, looking at this, it sounds all sunshine and roses for Trick Room teams, but it's not quite that simple. Trick Room's a really difficult move to be setting up because it's so slow. It almost always goes last in a battle. That means that 2 Pokemon can double up to knock out the Pokemon trying to set up the Trick Room, or moves like Taunt or Roar could even force the Pokemon trying to set up Trick Room to not be able to act that turn. And that's really tough. If you don't have that dedicated Trick Room setter and the support for it, you can really have a lot of trouble.
Yeah, it's quite high risk, high reward, isn't it? But I think it's also worth saying that even if you are running a faster team and Trick Room is set up, there are still ways around it. There are still ways you can try and stall out those turns before you can achieve something when the Trick Room is expired. Going for a priority move, for example, Extreme Speed, Grassy Glide, those sorts of things, those are ways to get some damage down and make sure you're still acting first, because those moves will still go first in Trick Room. And of course, Protect, the move that's so common throughout VG, trying to keep your Pokemon safe until they're in a position where they can act decisively.
Protect, defensive switches, they're all well and good though, Charlie. You can always, though, count on Pokemon like Torkoal to be able to, you know, use those really powerful spread damage moves to get around those sort of defensive plays. And as you were saying before, it's those more fast and offensive teams that really struggle to be able to deal with Trick Room threat. So, trainers, if you're at home thinking about what strategies that you're going to be looking to take to a tournament in the video game, Trick Room definitely should be high up on your list. But that's all we've got time for at the moment. Thank you, Charlie, for discussing this with me. We're going to be getting back to the action, though, very soon.
Hello, Pokemon trainers. I hope you are ready and refreshed between these rounds, because the action is just going to keep rolling here at the Stuttgart Regional Championships. I am Luke at Josh Cromie, and once again, I am joined behind the desk by the ever-fabulous Lee Provost. What a tournament we're having, Lee.
What a tournament, and what an intro. It's nice getting you here.
I think it's the first time I've... I mean, I'll take it. That's my compliment. You're ever-fabulous, and I'm not Costa.
You're way more than that. I feel bad because I'm bad-mouthing Costa. But no, what a fabulous part to be in the tournament here at the Stuttgart Regional Championships. We're on day 2. We're getting into top 8 momentarily. It is very exciting. We just had our current world champion on stream, Luca Ceribelli, and what a game that was as well.
I mean, I know you're very happy, Lee, because you are... We talk about Gastrodon a lot on the broadcast, but before Gastrodon, there was Tyranitar that had the space in Lee's heart. And being able to see it do so well, not only in this tournament, but we've seen it previously, obviously, when Nils Dunlop win a championship as well. You must be loving this regulation.
I am loving it, and it's nice to see Tyranitar do well. I know over in the US, we've got Len kind of representing.
Oh, yeah, he's done well with it, too.
He always does well with it, so representing on that side of the pond. But we've got some good representation over in EU now as well, which is great to see. And Ryan just played that last match fantastic, wasn't it? Just all those reads, all those turns, got everything right, and just kind of really pinned Luca down.
And I like how he said he brought that Tyranitar just for kind of opposing rain matchups and other kind of weather things, and to be able to perfectly demonstrate it in that match as well. I think showcased not only kind of the method behind the strategy, but also actually in effect working really well.
Yeah, exactly that. And coming back to another point on Rain's team was the Amoonguss. We talked about that from those day 2 usage stats, and Amoonguss performed extremely well in that match, being able to pressure with those spores, get off the field when Rain needed it to, and then come back in to soak up some big damage that wasn't so big in the end.
Well, let's dive a little bit into the rest of the tournament and look at how the bracket is shaping up, because of course we can only kind of show you a snapshot of the matches. The other matches are being played elsewhere, but you can see who is advancing into our top 8. Only 8 players remaining here, Lee.
I know, incredibly exciting that we're down to this number of players, and it's all to play for now. These top players have to all give themselves a huge pat on the back. You can see Francesco Piapero overcame Flavio Del Pido in the undefeated run that Flavio had, you know, so that was just incredible to see Francesco progressing there, going up against Matty Morgan, another very well accomplished player. Going to be a tough one, that one. Rain obviously moving on to their time, and then we've got Fabian against Francesco, and Joseph Ugarte against Eden Bachelor as well. Eden doing incredibly well this tournament.
They are doing incredibly well, and Joseph Ugarte is going to be a formidable opponent in that next match. Of course, Joe, just coming off a second-place finish at Sacramento, has come across the pond to kind of test his skills against the European region and is already doing a phenomenal job at that. I think he's definitely one we got to keep an eye out for.
Yeah, definitely. And if you look at who Joseph beat in that top 16 bracket, it was Alex Gomez, and Alex was playing phenomenal, featured earlier on the broadcast. And Joseph able to overcome Alex 2-0, really convincing win there to move into the top 8. Got a very tough opponent in Eden. Eden, I think, maybe only dropped one game all tournament, so Eden's on an absolute tear. Going to be a great game to see. Of course, we do have a bit of a treat because, spoiler alert, we've got a community choice coming up for our next match, which is very exciting, of course. But some absolute phenomenal players amongst our top 8, and one of these players, Lou, will be our champion this weekend.
I love that it can be a community choice as well, because you do have literally 4 matches to choose between, so it's a really nice way to be able to get you guys at home involved with the broadcast as well, and you have the power to be able to decide which match we will feature.
Yeah, exactly that. And now we know the teams as well that will be featuring all the way to the finals. We've got some absolutely amazing teams, some teams that we've been very familiar with over the weekend, players that we've been able to feature in the broadcast already over the weekend, which is phenomenal to be able to see their stories progress and their journeys to get that championship title. But, you know, Lou's already mentioned it, I've already mentioned it, community choice is up for grabs.
It's ready.
Next for this top 8. It's down to you all at home to choose which match you would like to see featured, and you can get yourself voting over on Twitch now and pick whichever one you would like to see most.
Yeah, if these names were not enough to sway you in favor of voting for them, the teams indeed are inspiring as well. Ray and we were able to just feature on the broadcast with that Tyranitar, but we cannot underestimate the Milotic as well, a really unique choice of water type on the field. A lot of the other teams have a lot of those tried and tested combinations of the Ursaluna, for example, Gold and Go. I see a lot of Porygon 2 running around. Joseph Ugarte really throwing caution to the winds with that Sun team with the Jumpluff. I love to see it.
Yeah, it is. Is it the only Sun team in this top 8?
I think so,
it looks
yes.
like it is. So we've got Sand, we've got Sun, and we've got Rain here.
Where's Snow? That was the one on my cast prediction, the Alola Ninetales. It's gone now.
You win. Snow's outside.
That's true.
It's cold
okay.
here, and
that was what the prediction was for. The weather actually in the venue or location, not in the venue. There is no snow here. But I think the other thing I like to look at is that Vivillon on Francesco's side. We've seen that before.
Yeah, we have seen it, and it's managed to get its way into top 8. And huge congratulations to Francesco to pilot this team in particular to this place in the tournament. I mean, there's a lot of hard hitters on there. You can see between the Goldingo is there with that support from the Vivillon. It's got the fake out support from the Incineroar to help boost those nasty plots. Then you got that hard Trick Room mode there with the Porygon 2 and then the Ursaluna. We've seen how devastatingly powerful that can be once it is in position. And then all supporting by the Amoonguss. I think the one thing that you would say from this top 8 is there's 6 Amoonguss out of the 8 teams. So really showing how useful this Pokemon is in particular for our trainers here this weekend in Stuttgart.
Yes, and I really like some of the more interesting Pokemon choices that are coming through. Pokemon, for example, like that Volcarona. I know this has been a favorite of a lot of Pokemon trainers over the years, and in certain nuances of the format, it's always kind of risen to the top. And Fabian being able to bring it here, we saw it yesterday going for those quiver dances and things like that, and setup has been such a key strategy, whether it is Nasty Plot on Golden Ghost, Swords Dance on some of our physical attackers, but the quiver dance, being able to activate those 3 different stat boosts as well, does give Volcarona a lot of flexibility.
Yeah, it's very dangerous once it's set up. It's a bit like the Scale Shot and how useful that is on the Dragonite, where we have the speed boost at the end of the Scale Shot turns. Of course, Quiver Dance doesn't have the ability to do damage, but you are getting those 3 boosts along the way. And once we've got 1 under your belt, if you can weave another 1 in, then you become very potent very quickly. And then Terrestrialization on top of that. We saw Fabian pilot that to extreme success yesterday. And whether or not Fabian will be able to move another step further into top 4 will be another question. Maybe we get to see that match, but of course, it's all down to our lovely viewers at home who will be deciding who we will be seeing.
And to be honest, the community choices have never let me down yet. So
Never. We always get a banger. We always get a banger.
And to be honest, I feel like there's no wrong choice with the 4 matches we potentially got up for grabs here, but I am sure that you guys at home will have picked an absolute blinder for Lee and I to commentate on.
Yeah, exactly that. And I don't think we can lose. I think we're always in safe hands when it's a community choice. I haven't had one this weekend. I always think that
you've missed them.
I look out normally at events where I'm always on the desk when the community choice is going on, which is great because I always feel safe with all of you. But I haven't had it this weekend, so I had the pleasure to sit most of the time backstage and kind of watch and soak it up and see the results. But yeah, I always feel safe. We're always going to get a good result, and I feel like the results are in. The results are in. Let's see who we will be featuring. We cannot lose Lou.
We cannot lose Lee, indeed. And the one that's been selected is Joseph Ugarte and Eden Bachelor. Love to see this. Joseph Ugarte is a player we haven't been able to feature so far on the... Oh, no, we have, but not today. We haven't been able to feature them today, and we have spoken about them so much. And their opponent in Eden, again, another formidable player.
Yeah, I'm really... thank you so much for the choice. Of course, missing out on some other great matches, but we can only feature one this round right now. So we've got the absolute top of the pile, I feel, with being able to feature Eden as well. Eden been doing so well in this tournament. We haven't been able to feature him on the broadcast yet, so having them on the stream is going to be amazing. Having Joe back on the stream is going to be great. There's a bit of a redemption, I'm sure, there for Joe from yesterday's performance on stream when it didn't quite go their way, but you know, the fortitude that Joe showed to get to this stage in the tournament after that loss is brilliant to see, and a really good experience to make it this far in, and yeah, it's going to be an absolute corker.
I can't wait to see how these teams match up, actually, because we've got that kind of one weather mode, obviously, on Joseph's side. Really wants to get the sun in the sky to boost up things for the jump luff and also the Typhlosion. But on the opposing side, there's plenty of things that are going to be able to counter it. So when we can dive later into the team list, it's going to be interesting to start working out what these leads could potentially be, because this is top 8. They do not have kind of a safety net anymore. You lose this next set, you are out of the competition. And the winner will be able to advance into top 4. That means more prizes, more booster packs, and more glory as well.
Yeah, the glory is what it's really all about. Well, probably not at this stage. It's probably all about winning the whole thing in the championship points along the way.
But you need to get to top 4 to get to there, I guess.
Baby steps along the way, yeah. But the matchup in particular, like you say, we know what Joe's bringing to this matchup with the jump luff, the sun there, the Torkoal. I love the eject pack on that Torkoal because you've got that overheat, instant overheat, and then you just get out of there. You've got your weather in the back to preserve for later if you need to, if there's disruption there. You look over at Eden's side of the field, and of course we will get in more depth, but there is no weather on Eden's side of the field, so going to have to really contest with that powerful kind of the plays that Joe's got available through that Hisuian Typhlosion and the other elements of the team there.
I feel like as well, whenever you're looking at a matchup and one has a very kind of strict mode, that they're going to be able to get up here because you have the Sun Core and there's no weather to override that, for example. Then the opponent, in this case Eden, has to make those adaptations. So already it's kind of like Joe Ugarte is the one who kind of names the turns, goes first in the chess smash, for example, and then Eden has to adapt accordingly.
Yeah, exactly that, because the jump luff, it offers so much disruption with those sleep powders, with the redirection, with even attacking in the tailwind as well. It can instantly put Joe into a really favorable position and really start to pin down what Eden's able to do. So it's going to be how you're able to react to that. It'll be interesting to know if Eden has come up against this sort of team already in the tournament and how they've done. You would imagine if they have, they've done pretty well because of the record that they've got at this stage in the event. And the Incineroar is going to be a big player for Eden as well, I think, because it's got those safety goggles. It is going to have the kind of resistance to those fire type attacks as well. So it's going to be a big player here and offers that support with Intimidate, the fake out. It's going to be very helpful in allowing some of the other elements of Eden's team to kind of get set up and perform.
I kind of want to talk about Incineroar in general, to be honest, because it hit that #1 spot, knocked Sneasler not only off the #1 position, but right off the podium down into 4th place on the usage stats for today. But Incineroar has been a Pokemon that is generally always very good. It likes to go for these fake outs, intimidates, parting shots. But for me, the reason Incineroar has been so incredible today is because of the things you're mentioning, the way that it's averting sleep, going for the safety goggles, maybe having that ghost terrestrialization as well to bypass any of these fake outs, and being able to go for the taunt. Taunt on Incineroar has been such an inspired adaptation by our EU players.
Yeah, definitely, and it's something that we haven't seen so commonly used so far in this format, really. And it's really seemed to kind of solidify its place here this weekend in Stuttgart, which is really good to see. And you can imagine the utility of it with those safety goggles. If you've got room for it, which a lot of players have, you know, it's just such a good utility. Along with that knockoff as well, another really good element of being able to just remove those items from an opposing Pokemon that are so pivotal. Life Orbs in particular, giving that 30% boost to moves. If you can remove that, it's crucial. If you can remove things we've seen in the broadcast over this weekend, getting things like the Flame Orb,
that was the big one.
Because then you really nullify the ability to expedite the damage on your opponent's side. And there's so many others. I mean, if you've got Sleep Powder or Spore yourself, you can get rid of an opposing. Safety Goggles, you can get rid of Assault Vests. The list goes on and on and on. But it's just, there's no wonder it's really got that #1 spot in day 2, and there is a lot of them still in this top 8, so we'll see if Incineroar can take the crown this weekend.
Yes, and of course all those Ghost Terror types we're seeing as well. Do not want to take the super effective damage the Dark type moves with the same type attack bonus of an Incineroar can deal out. So not only do you lose an item, but you can lose a lot of HP as well. Zooming onto the stage here, we've got Joe Ugarte on your left and Eden Bachelor on your right. Both these players incredibly well-versed with Pokemon, with a lot of years of experience under their belts.
Yeah, a lot of years. Obviously, we're all familiar with Joe from past and recent seasons, but Eden as well played for a long time and has had some remarkable finishes also in their playing career. So, you know, coming into this event, when Eden's in this position where they're playing so well, so confident, you've got to be wary as an opponent. You've got to respect. You know, even Joe is a big name. Eden, maybe not so much, but you can see the accolades here. Lille, top 128 at that regional in 2025. EU, I see top 32. Sutton Coldfield regional finalist in 2016. And then also the year before that, 2015, top 8.
That's near a decade of experience that Eden can pull from to be able to bring to this match. Again, Joe Ugarte really needs no introduction at this point. Portland regional champion back-to-back and Sacramento regional finalist most recently in 2025. So this season has already got off to a storm for Joe Ugarte, but he has been close to the #1 finish, but not able to get it yet. At the minute we're in top 8, he needs a few more wins to be able to try and get the trophy this time.
Yeah, and you've got to feel determined, I think, if you are Joe in this state, because coming off the recent results, obviously that Sacramento finalist place, you kind of want to get redemption for that final, not taking it home there, but you can't deny the ability that Joe's got as a player. Just a remarkably consistent player, and has been over the past few seasons, and going to be a big challenge for Eden to get past. But yeah, that's what makes these events so exciting and such a pleasure for us to look at. And we can take the first glance here at Joe's team. We've talked about it a little bit already, but to recap, we've got a Wave and the Jumpluff, Torkoal, Dragonite, Typhlosion, which is the Hisuian form, Garchomp, and that King Gambit.
Yes, hello Joe, and hello the team of 6 that he's going to be trying to use to get into the top 4. Again, we've seen a lot of utility in the way that Joe's able to play this, with the Jumpluff and the Torkoal, for example, and most importantly, the eject pack on that Torkoal, allowing it to go for the overheat and then jump out of there, reset that drop thanks to the item, and then that allows a free switch in for Typhlosion, or even something like the King Gambit if you maybe are thinking that an Incineroar is going to come in or something like that. Additionally, you have really nice dragon damage in the form of Dragonite and Garchomp.
Yeah, the double dragon here is going to be key in this battle, I feel, because you've got that ability to sit the Dragonite next to the Garchomp. You kind of keep things in check if you need to with that Earthquake and a combination of that Scale Shot. Ice Spin is a really nice tech there. It's a good way to remove the terrain. It's not really going to play a part in this game because Eden doesn't have any terrain on their side of the field, but for other matches, I'm sure it has been useful, and it just shows the insight and the kind of tweaks Joe's made to the team over time to be able to kind of combat the format in the way he does. And we can take a look at Eden's team. They have the Amoonguss Incineroar, the Dragonite Sneasler, Goldingo, and the Blood Moon Ursaluna.
Once again, seeing the Sneasler without a fake out here, utilizing Protect and Throat Chop instead. Interesting as well, we've got this Focus Sash. Sneasler, we've seen a little bit of a move into it, maybe carrying that Psychic Seed when on in DD teams, but the more traditional Focus Sash is going to be here in play.
Yeah, and it means you've got to commit twice into that to remove it from the field. I love the Stellar Terrestrialization on it as well. You can get the benefit of all those moves that you've got. The Ursaluna is really interesting with that Assault Vest as well. We haven't seen too many of them this weekend. And the Vacuum Wave in particular, with that priority that it does offer, is very powerful and can be very useful in getting rid of those Pokemon that do have sashes maybe, and just being able to chip them before they have any more use in the battle.
I can see the Goldingo being really important here for Eden. It's got that Water Terror type as well to kind of work around any of the fire damage that Joe wants to throw its way, and the Good as Gold ability means that the status moves like Sleep Powder, for example, will not be able to affect it, so it cannot be put to sleep.
Yeah, you've got to be careful, though, in those situations because, I mean, you do have the terrestrialization, a great terrestrialization type with that water terra type on the Goldingo. If you are seeing maybe the jump left next to something like that Hisuian Typhlosion, which is, you know, a tried and tested lead where you can get the tailwind up, the specs is boosting that Typhlosion, then the eruption is so dangerous, especially if you are weak to it. The Goldingo are not really going to stand a chance in front of that, but you do have the option to go terra type into that, maybe hit back with something like a Shadow Ball that would be super effective into that Typhlosion with its past ghost typing.
That's very true, actually. The Typhlosion has the fire terra type there as well, so it has the utility to maybe even drop that ghost typing and reduce its own super effectiveness to a Shadow Ball from the opposing Goldingo. But if it gets that nasty flop boost up as well, it's going to be formidable. So let's jump into top 8 and get the game started. It's Dragonite and Ursaluna on one side versus Torkoal and Jumpluff, the iconic duo, together once again.
There we go. There's the sunset on the field for the next 5 turns in the Jumpluff's Chlorophyll activated, doubling its speed. It's going to be the fastest thing on Joe's side, fastest thing from Eden's point of view, and it is going to threaten with that sleep powder onto one of these targets. Which one do you go to? Maybe the Ursaluna is the target because it is switching straight out, Lou.
I love the speed that Joe Ugarte locks his moves in with every single time. He knows what he wants to do. Incineroar joins the field for Eden. It's going to throw an Intimidate down, but to no avail against 2 Pokemon here. They're not going to mind too much about it. It's really about that fake out going into the following turn. The critical thing, though, is it gets Torkoal off the field.
Yeah, activating that eject pack because of the attack drop there, it does give Joe the ability to reposition and maybe keep it safe for later on in this battle. Of course, you're in front of a Dragonite that may be firing a scale shot out this turn, but the sleep powder, it is into that Incineroar. Safety goggles proving their worth already.
I honestly really like this adaptation, and now we're seeing the scale slot target down into the Jumpluff. Possibly the 5 hits might be enough to get the knockout here. My maths is terrible, so I'm going to leave it up to Dragonite to see if it proves me right or wrong.
It is the 5th hit, and it is not enough. You can see Joe has trained this Jumpluff perfectly to survive that. And the Dragonite now going to get that speed boost, which is so pivotal in this game against such a speedy Jumpluff. Unfortunately, probably not going to be enough to get the jump on it with that Chlorophyll because the speed is doubled on the Jumpluff, and it's so fast anyway. So it's going to have another go at the sleep powder. Obviously not into that Incineroar. Has to be wary now of the fake out. Although it can't flinch, it can be a priority attack that can be enough to take down this Jumpluff.
Yeah, only on 4 HP remaining. That fake out's going to be more than enough to get the knockout. I also like the way that this Incineroar forced the switch with the Torkoal, meaning that Kingambit had to come onto the field, and it's come in then unable to catch and intimidate because Incineroar was already there. Joseph, I think, realizing, hey, I need to keep my jump up later on, and let's bring the Torkoal back into play just to make sure that I have some pressure here.
Yeah, and we are going to kick off this turn 2 with a terrestrialization. Where will it be? Well, it's onto that Kingambit on Joe's side of the field, and the Kingambit has that flying terror type.
I like this as well. You know, you don't have to worry too much about a Flare Blitz coming through, for example, here from the imposing Incineroar, as Dragonite just goes straight for the Scale Shot. So this is going to connect down into Kingambit. It is going to be able to hang on, but this damage is really stacking up, as well as utilizing the fact that Dragonite will get a speed boost going forward.
Yeah, it's going to be a +2 after this one. The critical hit there, taking it down. 4 hits. That's all we've got, but the Kingambit in a pretty good space if it can outspeed this. Incineroar has taken away that Flare Blitz damage, and a low kick into the Incineroar. Going to be very useful there, taking it down 50%. Is the Flare Blitz enough? Under the sun, it is more than enough to take down this terrestrialized Pokemon from Joe's side of the field.
Yeah, Torkoal helping out its opponent there a little bit and enabling the Flare Blitz to get the knockout. Really nice double up by Eden, eliminating that threat and also forcing Joe to have utilized the Terror, and it's now gone. Joe does have the utility to bring in Jumpluff from the back, benefit from the sun being in the sky, activating his Chlorophyll ability, but as you said, the Dragonite is now also at +2.
Yeah, the +2, but I still think the Jumpluff, because it's naturally speedier than the Dragonite, it's going to have the 1 turn now where the fake out's not an option to get that Tailwind off, and that might be the pivotal thing that Joe needs to do, get that Tailwind up, so it sets up that Hisuian Typhlosion that we've already seen in the back. Then it allows it to come in and fire off those eruptions, but the sun is on a counter now. There isn't many turns left for Joe to be able to utilize that and the Tailwind. You can see how Eden has been positioning their Pokemon, making it very hard for Joe to get any sort of momentum swing in this game.
Might even see a Protect come out from the Dragonite just so it doesn't have to take a Sleep Powder, but instead, Jumpluff's going to go for the Tailwind here. Maybe think Protect was coming through, and even if it does go down, at least it set the speed up on its side of the field to match the Tailwind blowing up a storm behind Eden's team.
Yeah, there we go, and a parting shot from that Incineroar. Going to be on to the Torkoal, going to lower that attack and its special attack by 1 stage. Going to weaken any moves that come out, like that Burning Jealousy or anything like that we could see, maybe trying to scout out a Scale Shot from that Dragonite, but a really smart play from Eden, matching the tail tailwind here to say, if you're going to set it up, I'm going to set it up. And the overheat coming out now, it's going to catch that Ursaluna in the sun, but not really as impactful because of that Assault Vest. You can see the value of that item right there.
Not just the Assault Vest, but the parting shot as well. And Incineroar once again demonstrating its flexibility on a team. I think getting the Ursaluna in is really nice in this position, though. You can apply a lot of pressure with something like the Earth Power into that opposing Torkoal.
Yeah, you can. And the Torkoal now in a position where it is -3, it's not really going to be that impactful. I mean, you can go for those Burning Jealousies because you can try and get that skill shot if it is going to come out. The Jump Bluff in a position where it has got access to Sleep Powder, it is going to be able to pressure the Ursaluna, but that Vacuum Wave showing its worth once again. How useful is that? Not normally seen on the Blood Moon Ursaluna, but able to pick up the remaining HP on that Jump Bluff.
That's the exact moment you need one of those cheeky priority moves in play, and Ursaluna able to secure the knockout as Scale Shot will come down and connect onto the opposing Torkoal. Now the thing is, Burning Jealousy could come through. Of course, it's going to be jealous of the speed boost that the Dragonite is going to gain from this attack, and therefore can inflict it with a burn.
Yeah, it does so much damage. That 5-hit Scale Shot, it is going to get another speed boost. Now Dragonite in the position with that Jump Bluff off the field, it is going to be the fastest thing, and another overheat from the Torkoal, not wanting to switch out here, just taking another -2 to its special attack. And now the Living Legend, Typhlosion, hitting the field in the sun, still active. Is it going to be enough, though, to close this game up? It doesn't look like it. Joe feels like an in position, maybe calling in the cancellation. We'll have to see if that is what has been locked.
Yeah, I feel for this little Torkoal. I was kind of thinking Burning Jealousy could give you some utility, but instead Torkoal just happily clicking that overheat button and lowering its special attack further and further. Considering Joe only has 2 Pokemon remaining on his side of the field, there's no opportunity to switch out and reset that. So even though Typhlosion does join the field, I think going through 4 Pokemon is a little bit too much for that one to handle. So Joe resetting for Game 2, but Eden, what a match they have had there.
Yeah, incredible lead from Eden, and the turn 1 switch into the Incineroar, catching that Sleep Powder onto that slot, really just opened the door from then on out to support the Dragonite and get it into a position where you're maybe not picking up knockouts, but you're putting things in very close range. You can see how well Joe's trained his Pokemon there, surviving the 5 turns of Skill Shot.
4 HP.
Yeah.
4.
But having to, and knowing the value of the Jump Bluff in that situation, having to take it out, it puts you at a real deficit at that point where you're switching something in that you may not necessarily want to, and that's always giving Eden a little step closer to taking the match, and exactly what happened in the end. And then that Vacuum Wave as well was just, its worth there was amazing, and being able to switch in on the initial overheat.
Yes.
Quite rightly, after you mentioned the parting shot had lowered that Torkoal's attack 1 stage, but still being able to take it in the sun so well was just a testament to how well this Ursaluna can perform in these certain situations.
I love this Ursaluna, honestly.
Yeah.
I know we've been talking about how scary Blood Moon Ursaluna is to look at, but I think Eden might have the scariest Ursaluna out there today. The Assault Vest showing that it's really ready for battle and to take all of those special defensive attacks. Really nice play, and the Vacuum Wave just the cherry on top. I wonder if it's going to be another key piece for Eden in this match. It's front and center with the Dragonite facing down against the Jump Bluff, and this time the King Gambit on Joe's side. That Jump Bluff is very speedy with or without the sun.
Yeah, and I think there will be a different approach to this match after that Game 1 and how one-sided it was. Joe has to make some adaptations, and exactly that here with the King Gambit now on the field. It is going to be threatened by that Ursaluna, of course, with that Earth Power, but you do have that terrestrialization that Joe lent on so heavily in that first game with that flying that does give you the immunity here. The drawback of that is, of course, you lose the resistance to those Dragon-type attacks from that Scale Shot, and you lose the resistance to those normal-type attacks from the Blood Moon. So a little bit iffy here. We're seeing Eden go straight into it.
Yes, terrestrialization straight out of the blocks, and it's going to be on that Ursaluna turning into a water type here. Really nice defensive play utility. Jump Up just going to go straight away for the Tailwind, making the speed up on Joe's side to help out that King Gambit a little bit more. That now is quicker, can go for the low kick. The critical hit does a huge amount of damage, even though it's taken away its weakness. Jump Up once again going to have to take these scale shots. We know it has the capability to hang on.
Is it going to be a roll, or is it always going to survive? We've got the 4 here. Will it get another one, and will it survive? That is huge, and it just survives. That is always going to survive, it appears. Joe has trained it extremely well. What a terrestrialization, though, from Eden, being able to get rid of that fighting type weakness that allows it to hang on, fire back with a big Blood Moon to guarantee the knockout on that huge disruptive supportive Pokemon on Joe's side in the Jump Bluff.
I love that double off down into the jump up slot. Not only does it guarantee that you get it, you can kind of argue that the blood moon maybe was a little bit more forced than was necessary, but if there had been a switch in to something like the Torkoal, for example, you at least know that you eliminate that Pokemon too.
Yeah, that's the big thing, and I think now you are, Joe, you've got your Tailwind up, so you are going to outspeed everything, even though the Dragonite on Eden's side has had that +1. You've got the +2 on your side for now. You need to try and remove this Dragonite as soon as possible. Can you do that? You're not going to be able to this turn because of the Protect.
Well, maybe your Dragonite can get a Scale Shot off at some point. That was what Joe was trying to do, to remove the opposing Dragon from play. But instead, it's going to be down to Kingambit to try and get the damage on the board with another low kick. Without the critical hit, though, it is not going to be able to get the KO. And Ursaluna free to go for the Hyper Voice. Underwhelming damage, however.
Yeah, underwhelming. Breaking that multi-scale, though, all important, especially if you're wanting to get rid of the opposing Dragonite from Eden's side of the field. Obviously, their multi-scale is still intact, and you still have access to that Vacuum Wave. One last attack from the Ursaluna might be what we see here into that Kingambit. Can Joe predict that, though? Maybe you have to commit to a Sucker Punch in that slot to avoid that Vacuum Wave.
I mean, at least the Vacuum Wave, it doesn't do a huge amount of damage, but it would be 4 times super effective. That could just be a little bit of chip that you can utilize, particularly considering Eden has done the risky play, has brought the Incineroar into the game. The Intimidate will then activate on the Kingambit, the Defiant ability, boosting its attack right back up. So if you're Eden, you need to get rid of this Kingambit somehow, but unfortunately, it's got moves of its own. It KOs your Ursaluna before it has a chance to KO you.
Yeah, getting big, a 1 piece on Eden's side of the field. A really nice play here from Joe, just safe there. And now able to take advantage of that Defiant.
Yes, Defiant is going to be detrimental for Eden. The Incineroar, for its troubles, is going to have to take these scale shots as well. Of course, it's going to be able to hang on. But Joseph, I think, once again, capitalizing on the speed necessity of this match. The Tailwind was up in play. Now Dragonite is getting its speed boosted up as well for when that Tailwind inevitably expires. It's still going to be in a prime position.
Yeah, I like this a lot more from Joe, and I think because the Dragonite has switched out on Eden's side, it has lost that speed boost. It puts itself in a bit of a disadvantage already. You are back on the field, of course, and you do have access to fake out support here, so able to slow at least something down this turn. The Dragonite on Joe's side a little bit threatened now because of that fake out combination with the double up into that slot with a scale shot, which could be detrimental because the multi-scale has been broken here, and we are going to see a terrestrialization now from Joe's side. He's going to maybe go for the Dragonite to take away that dragon weakness.
I really like to see this play. I'm thinking you could just protect in front of the fake out, for example, but actually just going into the Fairy Terror type means it doesn't matter if scale shot comes its way. The opposing Incineroar doesn't go for this. Obviously, if it is followed up by a scale shot, it's not going to do any damage, but at least you stop the Dragonite from moving of its own accord. Low kick sweeps Incineroar under the carpet, under the rug, and out of this match.
Yeah, you can see the value of this low kick. It's not so common on the Kingambit, but Joe utilizing it so well in this match. Tailwind coming out from Eden here, as we do see the Tailwind pittering out on Joe's side. So that means everything on Eden's side going to be slightly faster for the next few turns. And what Pokemon would you like? A really speedy Sneasler to help you kind of clean up things from Joe's side.
Eden taking a leaf out of Joe's book and the way he's played this game too so far. Eden now gets to capitalize on the Tailwind. Really nice play as well, because you know that the fake out was going to stop the Dragonite from going for any damage. You were free to set up that Tailwind as your opponent's one expired. Sneasler actually just going straight for a Protect here. Maybe Eden wants to try and remove this Kingambit from play before Sneasler is able to move and expose its Focus Sash.
Yeah, we see that extreme speed into that slot blocked and the Sucker Punch doubling up. You are exactly on the money there, Lou. And a really great read from Eden as that scale shot comes out. It does miss the Kingambit, though. Unfortunately, that is a huge miss. Here we are with this Dragonite now on Joe's side of the field, the double-edged sword. The Sneasler coming in, the Dire Claw going to be super effective against it, so forcing that switch out, even though the one thing is, though, the Garchomp a great switching, because there's no way Eden's really going to go for that scale shot into that Fairy Terror type.
Yes, and now it leaves the Kingambit free to go for the Sucker Punch into the opposing Sneasler. Yes, there's no Extreme Speed coming through in this time, and it allows the Dire Claw to get off. Garchomp, you don't see that every day, a ground type paralyzed, but that is the magic of the Dire Claw. Could potentially slow down Garchomp's offensive pressure now. Dragonite can go for that scale shot, but as you can see, it is doing such minimal damage to this opposing Kingambit.
Yeah, the Kingambit able to take this pretty well, and I think Joe's managed the Sneasler extremely well in this game. The Garchomp coming in, getting paralyzed, not the best, but at the same time, that Sneasler now in Sucker Punch range. The next time it attacks, it's going to go down as long as as Joe locks in with that. And the Dragonite not causing too many issues yet, especially when Joe has that Fairy-type terrestrialization on their own Dragonite in the back to bring in. So all you need to do really is remove the Sneasler, and it looks plain sailing from there. Of course, there is a lot to do before we get to that point.
I mean, the thing is, even if the Sneasler protects, Kingambit might as well go for the Sucker Punch. Even if you don't manage to get the KO, Sneasler's not doing any damage. Dragonite will go for Scale Shot to Kingambit, and as you can do, it does barely any damage. Maybe allowing that Garchomp to try and get some damage off onto the opposing Dragonite. The Protect comes through. I think this is wise by Eden. Maybe still trying to scramble away to get rid of this opposing Kingambit that, as you can see, applies so much pressure, knockout pressure, into the opposing Sneasler.
Yeah, and I think this is the only thing that Eden could do at this point, rely on these skill shots to try and eliminate this Kingambit. You can see the Sucker Punch coming out once again into that Sneasler. The problem is going into the next turn, if the Sneasler decides to protect once again, Kingambit Sucker Punch fails, and then the Scale Shot goes into the Kingambit. It looks like it probably will be enough, and we've got one more turn of Tailwind left, and all the time these Scale Shots are coming out. Oh, that's huge! The Dragonite gets away because the Garchomp fully paralyzed.
That buys the Dragonite a little bit of time. If Garchomp was going for something like the Dragon Claw, it would have done a significant chunk of damage and critically broken the multi-scale for a KO in the following turn. Now Kingambit, actually, great observation, Lee, is in a detrimental position to not be able to take another 5-shot Scale Shot. The Protect comes through, enabling a Sucker Punch to fail. If that is what Kingambit has gone for, that's exactly the play that Joe made. Can the Dragonite pull through? It lands the first Scale Shot. The move is connecting, but will it get all 5 hits?
It's going to be very close. You can see it's about 9 to 10 HP every time. We've got 3. We've got 4. Is it going to be enough with this final one? It might just hang on, and it does. Just hang on, just missing out on the knockout. The 5 hits was not enough to take down this Kingambit.
Once again, my math's a little out of check, but Joe Ugate's is not. Dragon Claw comes down. Oh! 1-hit KO! Who cares about multi-scale?
All those defense drops really coming back to bite Eden here, because those defense drops from the multi-scale, from the Scale Shot, are giving the speed boost, but all the time it's getting weaker, and the Dragon Claw super effective, ignoring the multi-scale and being able to take it down so easily.
I was not expecting that. Completely fixated on the speed boosts that it was able to get, forgetting that when it's using those scales to throw its shots across the field, it's weakening its armor. Oh my goodness. Congratulations that Joe has evened the score. Oh my goodness, Garchomp was awesome.
Taking us to a game 3, and yeah, Garchomp, even though it was paralyzed, came out in the end as what Joe needed to close this matchup. Tie it up, take us to a game 3, an incredible fashion, all very fast-paced as well. The way that Eden played that end game was perfectly as well. You know, going for the Protect on that Sneasler on the last turn, the 3rd turn, very risky there, because the Garchomp maybe could have scouted that and went into that instead of the Dragonite, but thankfully paying off going into the Dragonite, and because of those defense drops, we'll see the Dragon Claw with that Life Orb boost as well, going to be more than enough, and I'm sure Joe was aware of that. The Paralyze did complicate things there, but Joe overcoming it, and it comes down to this next game.
I mean, depending on how long that paralysis wanted to hang around on the field as well, it could have meant that Joe was kind of utilized to play with only one Pokemon. As it happened, it was only once that it affected Garchomp and it was able to break through. Now, Lee, going into game number 3, we've seen a few adaptations from Joe where, for example, Jumpluff has always come out front and center, but it's had a different duo next to it. Do you think Joe's going to go back to the classic Torkoal Jumpluff combination, or do you feel like the speed boost from Chlorophyll is just not necessary?
I don't think it's needed. I think in that game too, it shone through that it wasn't necessary in that situation. I think Jumpluff's primary goal is always going to be trying to get that Tailwind up, because with the Tailwind, it supports the other members of your team to come in particular that Kingambit. And I think then you've got to always consider that there will be maybe a Sneasler in the back, and you're going to have to manage that. The terrestrialization on the Kingambit always feels like something you want to do, but if you go for it, then you kind of open yourself up to other issues on the opposite side of the field.
Well, it's going to be a 3rd different combination here for Joe, as it's going to be the Dragonite and the Jumpluff front and center, and on the opposing side for Eden, we have got the Sneasler and the Dragonite. Both dragons have come out to play.
Yeah, both dragons here, and that Scale Shot so important in this match. You can see the utility. Eden is aware of the terrestrialization on Joe's end, so will it commit to a Scale Shot into that slot? If the terrestrialization comes out, it could be very detrimental to Eden in this early part of the game. But the Jumpluff under pressure now, because it is going to be outsped by that Sneasler, so there is that initial attack that it could take here, and then maybe even a double up into that slot, which could be a way to remove that from the field really early on. Joe does have the advantage here, where if you want to keep it on the field, you can go straight for that Tailwind.
Maybe Sneasler thinking the Torkoal was going to come in, boost up the speed a little bit for that Jumpluff, instead making an adaptation where the Incineroar is able to come in, apply that Intimidate down. That's going to be detrimental against the opposing Dragonite, but Jumpluff also leaving the field.
Yeah, Jumpluff want to be kept for later. I think Joe, knowing and realizing how important this Pokemon can be to disrupting and supporting the rest of his team, Kingambit making its way onto the field, maybe scouting out a skill shot into that slot, and the Kingambit's going to be able to resist it pretty easily. And there we go. There is the Fairy Terastallization from the Dragonite.
I honestly really like this play, considering how many scale shots we have seen thrown down in this match. Turning into a Fairy type is a perfect play, and it's something that Joe used so well in Game 2. It's nice to see Eden utilizing it in Game 3, but it looks like they are not alone, as the Dragonite on Joe's side is also going to match it with the Fairy Crown.
Yeah, one going for it, the other going for it. Snap, match, and here we go. Who is scale shotted into their other Dragonite? You can see the Dragonite does scale shot. It doesn't affect Eden's, and Eden... Oh, no, Joe does not fall for it. Goes for the Incineroar, just in case there was the Terastallization. Eden going for the scale shot into Jaws.
Yes, really like to see this play come through. Joe being able to go down into the Incineroar, get a little bit of chip damage. If it had remained that Sneasler as well, not only would you have broken the Focus Sash, but most likely been able to get the KO as well. You have to be careful, though, knowing that Sneasler's in the back and you're now a Fairy type.
Yeah, you do. And now with the Incineroar on the field, it has got that fake out, so it's going to have the ability to break the multi-scale on the Dragonite. It kind of forced Joe to almost protect it here. So can Joe say, oh, you're more likely to go for the fake out into the Kingambit?
Well, Incineroar's going to take that sucker punch, catching it by surprise a little bit as the Scale Shot comes through. And I really like this play by Joe, realizing sometimes Scale Shot may not be able to hit all 5 of its hits, but maybe Sucker Punch can help push it over the edge. He leans back in his seat knowing it needed that 5th one. It didn't get it. Dragonite unable to pull through for the knockout.
It does get the +2 to its speed stat, though, but that miss is huge.
Oh my goodness, and the Tailwind goes up on Eden's side of the field, so they have this speed advantage, and Incineroar already capitalizing on it. Flare Blitz, huge damage into Kingambit, not enough to be able to get the KO. Will do a lot of damage to Incineroar and fell it, but this is perfect. The Incineroar was able to hang on, get that damage across the board, and now give Eden the free switch to a Pokemon in the back.
Yeah, that damage onto the Kingambit is vital, because if that Blood Moon or Saloon in the back and it's got that vacuum move, it's going to have a really easy way to just clean up that Kingambit before it's able to do anything, especially with that Tailwind support now that's been set up from Eden's side of the field. The Sneasler coming back onto the field is going to pressure the Dragonite on Joe's end, especially after the Tailwind. It's going to be in that position you'd think, oh, the skill shot though on Joe's side, it's got +2, but yes, the Tailwind's there. Sneasler naturally outspeeds the Dragonite, so going to have the jump on it, and it is going to pressure with that Dire Claw. We saw how impactful that was in Game 1. Game 2.
Sneasler has its pick of the litter a little bit here, who it wants to target, but the Fairy Dragonite getting out of there. I was thinking you could go for the Extreme Speed to break the Focus Sash, but the risk of taking that Dire Claw is too detrimental. Kingambit's like, I can break the Focus Sash with my priority move, though, so it goes for Herod and does that, as the Dire Claw this time will connect into the Garchomp. No paralysis to come through. Rough Skin going to chip away a little bit more here.
Yeah, and the Scale Shot now coming out from the Dragonite. It's going to be into the Kingambit. This time, it will be enough. It will be enough. Only needing 3 to take down that Pokemon and reducing one of the Pokemon on Joe's side. And now, go down to 3 Pokemon. You've got the Dragonite in the back. We know that's a pretty good health. Jumpluff as well can come in, but it isn't going to really enjoy being in front of the Dragonite that's so speedy and supported by Tailwind as well as that Sneasler.
And there's no Torkoal for Joe here either, so you don't have the utility to put the Sun in the Sky and activate the Chlorophyll ability for that Jumpluff. It's really going to come down to the Dragonite here, trying to maybe go for an Extreme Speed. There's no Tailwind utility on Joe's Dragonite here to be able to match the Dragonite on Eden's side.
No, and the Extreme Speed, will it be enough? It's going to be very close onto that Sneasler, of course, and the Garchomp under threat here from the opposing Dragonite on Eden's side. From that skill shot, you know from the range that the Garchomp's in will go down to it, and especially with that speed advantage. So you need to remove the Sneasler as kind of one of those first pieces while protecting your Garchomp. Do you protect this turn, or do you switch out into the Jumpluff? Probably not. With the one thing about the Jumpluff, you could switch it in on a skill shot. You know that it can take 5 moves, but is it going to get you any further forward in this match? Preserving the Garchomp, it might do, but it might put you a little bit further back, knowing how important that Jumpluff could be when the Tailwind ends on Eden's side.
Yes, you always want to try and get the Tailwind up with your Jumpluff, but instead a defensive play coming through from Joe, just going for the Protect on the Garchomp, as the Dragonite on the opposing side does indeed go for that Scale Shot, so a really nice defensive play utilized by Joe here, as the Sneasler does find its mark with that Dire Claw, the multi-scale really helping out. And is there a secondary effect? It is going to be that paralysis, but whether or not the Dragonite can pull through is yet to be determined, and it does not. It has done the same as its Dragon partner in the previous game.
Dire Claw showing its worth there. The Dragonite on Joe's side, it didn't want to go for that Extreme Speed, knowing that it might be not enough to pick up the knockout. Wanting to lock in with that scale shot into the Sneasel to guarantee it, and it all comes back, and Eden taking full advantage. Oh, and the extreme speed is enough!
It breaks through, gets the KO. That is how you get revenge, by being paralyzed. Fantastic play from the Dragonite, but now, due to that speed that the Dragonite has on Eden's side, it's able to go for the scale shot and deal very swiftly, very smoothly with this Garchomp.
Yeah, it's not able to take any amount of scale shots, not when you've got that loaded dice item boosting the chances of the 4 to 5 times. 3 shots was enough. Another defense drop there for the opposing Dragonite. Does get another speed boost though, which is huge because this tailwind on Eden's side has just ended. But the jump love coming in to Joe's side, it is going to have access to that tailwind. It is going to have access to sleep powder. Can it be enough to carry Joe through the rest of this match when Eden's got that Ursaluna, the Blood Moon, just coming out fresh onto their side of the field?
The Ursaluna is terrifying. It's in a great position here, particularly if the Dragonite is able to be paralyzed a couple of times. That can give Eden a few more opportunities to get some damage on the board. Both trainers down to their last 2 remaining Pokemon in this game 3 of top 8. It is going to take a lot for these trainers to battle it out to get through to top 4.
Yeah, and even now, if you get the tailwind up with the jump fluff, is it really going to help your Dragonite too much with that paralysis? Its speed's being cut in half, so it's not going to be that effective. I think you've got to look at other means. Ursaluna, the Blood Moon, is going to be weak to that Leaf Storm from the jump fluff, so that's an option there, maybe. Extreme speed and Leaf Storm might be enough to pick it up, but you've got to worry. There is the Assault Vest.
Maybe a couple of critical hits in here could change the way for jump fluff with these scale shots. We've seen it hang on twice before from the hits, but is it going to be able to do it a 3rd time? I think as long as this isn't a critical hit, jump fluff is going to be here to stay. Yes, 7 HP remaining, so it's going to be able to utilize its natural speed to try and get back into this match.
Yeah, and that's the big thing here. We are going to see the sleep powder, and it does land. That is a huge play here for Joe. It shuts down that big, oppressive option in that Blood Moon Ursaluna.
That's exactly what Jump Love needed to do to slow the pace down on Eden's side, because that Ursaluna is going to be hard to get through. Dragonite going for the Ice Spinner here. This is going to be a great way to use your physical presence to deal a super effective attack, but it's not going to be enough. You might need to double up with the Jump Love, going for something like a Leaf Storm to get the knockout.
Yeah, but are you going to be able to outspeed the Dragonite? It doesn't look like it, and a 6th scale shot going to be enough from Eden with that full health. Multi-scale intact Dragonite, unfortunately, has taken a lot of defense drops right now, so will be very, very, very vulnerable to anything like an Ice Spinner, anything like an Extreme Speed.
Oh!
The Ursaluna waking up though, and it is going to launch off that Blood Moon.
It's still a 2v1. Dragonite has gone down. Eden Bachelor, with the power of this Dragonite and that Ursaluna in a commanding best-of-3 set, is able to take the victory and advance into top 4. Oh my goodness, Eden Bachelor, what a match.
Absolutely incredible from start to finish. It was fast, it was furious, and Eden Bachelor comes out as our winner, moving on to the top 4 of this Stuttgart Regional Championships against what was a formidable opponent in Joseph Ugarte.
I mean, Dire Claw does have dire consequences sometimes, and unfortunately the paralysis just kept slowing down the pace of Joe Ugarte's play. But I have to say, what a masterclass between 2 veterans of the competition. I love seeing Jump Love kind of do its thing out there, but the fact that the speed control, once again, not only with Tailwind, but with Scale Shot on both sides of the field, was so pivotal in that match, was incredible.
Yeah, and I think the importance of that Fairy Terrestrialization on the Dragonite as well, how that much that played a role in this match. I think Eden looking at that game 2 and saying, oh, well, Joe had such an advantage when the Dragonite went for that Fairy Terrestrialization. I'm going to do that in game 3, and it worked out so well for them in that last game and made it very difficult. Of course, we had the Dire Claw and showing it doing Dire Claw things and how impactful it can be and disruptive it can be to your opponent when you get those kind of secondary effects that are available through that move, and it really did punish Joe in a few situations. The fully paralyzed in that one turn was really, really detrimental.
I think as well, we've spoken a lot in the past about Joe Ugarte being one of the ultimate King Gambit players, and we actually saw him use King Gambit to great effect throughout the set, but there was that one turn where Eden was able to use the Flare Blitz to get so much damage down across the board that meant that King Gambit wasn't going to be in the match for long, and that then put a massive kind of spanner into the works against Joe's strategy.
Yeah, I think when you look at Eden's side, for the most part, the Scale Shot hit 5 times when it needed to. For Joe, it was hitting 4 and never the 5th really time that he needed to, and that's sometimes what can happen. It was really unfortunate, of course, because you remove the Incineroar in that situation, and then you've got a full, healthy King Gambit. You're ready, you know, to utilize for the rest of that game. We saw the Blood Moon Ursaluna in the back as well for Eden, so the low kick excuse me, would have been very useful into that. But Yeah, it's just those little tweaks to the RNG that were just didn't go Joe's way, unfortunately.
It was all the terrestrialization for me that was quite interesting. Actually, seeing the Ursaluna go for that water Terra type as well was a really nice...
interesting Terra type, isn't it?
Yeah, particularly when that was that low-kicking King Gambit, you know, was able to maybe only get the 2 shots into it as opposed to being able to floor it straight away, because it's a big, bulky Pokemon. When it falls down, it's going to make a crash. And you can see it here. That first low kick did not put it into that threatening range. Eventually, it was, of course, felled. And this was where Joe was able to gain a little bit more momentum with these sucker punches coming through left, right, and center, particularly pinning down that Sneasler at the end game here of game 2.
Yeah, and you could see how useful the King Gambit was throughout these sets. Just wasn't really able to get any sort of momentum in that third game just because of that Incineroar survival. So it was such a pivotal turn because it was so low health. I think the Incineroar had about 7 HP.
Not a lot.
One more scale shot, that 5th scale shot, if it had hit, it would have removed it, and the King Gambit would have been able to kind of continue on in the match. Pressure with those sucker punches, and it would have made such a difference. And the other thing as well, Joe, you could see maybe why didn't go for that extreme speed into the Sneasler as well initially, because is it going to be enough? You know, you're questioning how it's been trained. If it's not enough and I miss it, then yeah, it could get into it. So we'll go for the scale shot. I'll get the speed boost at the same time. It'll be really beneficial. And it just didn't work out because the Diaclaw then hit the Dragonite. It broke the multi-scale, and then we got that paralysis onto it as well, which was really the kind of the fall down for Joe in that game.
And I love seeing that Blood Moon kind of close out the match as well. We've spoken a lot about this Blood Moon Ursaluna being really unique with the Assault Vest and then also that Vacuum Wave. And we got to see it in action as well, kind of getting that last little bit of damage for a KO. But Blood Moon is what it does so incredibly well. And it's such a devastating attack. You can see why you're not allowed to use it twice, for example. But to clean up the Dragonite like that was just such a beautiful way for Eden to end the match.
Yeah, it was. And the Ursaluna, one of those Pokemon, it's been on, you know, a tear this entire weekend in this regulation. And I think players are really starting to realize it's got a lot of flexibility with how you can play it. We saw Alex Gomez play the Focus Sash on it. Now we're seeing Eden play the Assault Vest on it and have an access to all 4 moves. The Vacuum Wave, so pivotal as well in some of those games that we did have where it was able to kind of just get rid of the jump bluff before it was able to have any impact, support, or disrupt through those sleep powders. In that respect, you've got the priority, you've got a huge attack in the Blood Moon as well. And the terrestrialization, so unique as well, because we normally see that normal terrestrialization there to boost those Blood Moons, those hyper voices, but the water is such a good defensive terrestrialization in a lot of ways. You do keep that grass weakness, but it's one of the... There's always going to be drawbacks and pluses and minuses in that, but a great choice.
Exactly, and I found that a really inspiring match. And maybe you're at home watching, kind of thinking, how do I get involved into some of these Pokemon tournaments? And one of the best ways to start is actually your local events. So let's just take a look at this video so you can kind of see what it's about.
Hey, do you want to play?
Yeah.
Nice.
One shot?
Wait, that one, yeah.
I'll use twin cannons.
Great game, guys.
Bye. See you next week.
Come play at your local Pokemon League.
That's right. Come play at your local Pokemon League. Well, it's a great way to get started if you want to start your own journey in the video game championships, in particular if you want to kind of start leveling up to get to the stage of a regional and then get to this stage in a tournament. The best place to start is at a local. Around where you live, you can go meet people that have similar interests, help you train as well, help you evolve as a player and get to this point in the tournament structure. And eventually, hopefully, maybe you can make your way all the way to the World Championships. But you've got to start somewhere.
Yes.
If you want to start in your local tournaments, get your phones out and take a shot of this QR code. It's going to take you to locals in your area.
And of course, depending on which game it is you're playing, Pokemon video game, Pokemon trading card game, or Pokemon Go, there are options there for everybody to get involved and speak the universal language that we call Pokemon. At these events as well, as Lee was kind of saying, you get to meet a whole plethora of different trainers who maybe are just like you, coming to their first event, or even veterans of the competition who can help mentor and show you the way of different techs and skills and advice to be a top competitive Pokemon trainer.
Yeah, I mean, I was listening to Zoe before talking about one of the trainers saying that Luca Cerabelli is at their my locals. So, I mean, you never know who's going to turn up. You can get some real... I mean, if Luca came to my local, I mean, that'd be brilliant. I mean, I've got someone to really spar off it with him, help improve, maybe not improve me, but I mean, I feel like it would be a step forward.
You at least have accolades, Mr. Top 8 at Worlds.
It was a long time ago, though. It was a long, long time ago.
I don't have quite the same
Too nice to
finesse.
me, Lou. Well, I don't know, Lou. You've had very good finishes.
But I think...
And every time we've had caster battles, I will remind you,
okay, yes.
you have absolutely bodied me every single time. So I think there was one exception to that rule. But every
during
time...
Players' Cup, I remember that. That was the little cup. That was my favorite.
One time. It's the one time I've had the victory. Even when I've been at regionals with Lou in the past, Lou has quite happily just destroyed my hopes with things like Gigalith.
Oh,
and then I'm never going to forget.
Well, I mean, Gigalith broke my heart on multiple occasions.
Porygon Z.
Rock Slide, not a good move. Porygon Z was great, though, and I will always stand by that Pokemon. 2017 was my favorite format. I know a lot of people out there are probably like, no, Lou, that's the worst format. But everybody has an opinion, and 2017 was my favorite.
Don't downplay your talents, Lou. You're very good. You're very good. This is the angle Lou comes in at. Yeah, I'm not very good, and then she crushes your dreams.
Just Lee's dreams. Apparently, he's the only player I can beat, not anyone else. But at the end of the day, that's how it starts for a lot of us. We go to our first events, we maybe have some good games, some bad games, we beat some veteran trainers, we maybe get absolutely destroyed by some other trainers as well, but that's all part of the learning experience. And I remember going to some regionals and things, and you would play against world champions or regional champions before, and it was always such a nerve-wracking experience, but such a joyful one as well, because you could learn so much, and to kind of be able to say, like, I played against this player, maybe I'm still new, so I didn't win the set, but I took a game, that could be a confidence boost to help you in your next match.
Yeah, it is very exciting, especially if you are watching the broadcasters regularly and you come up against these players that you've seen on the broadcast. It's a very exciting experience. So yeah, get to your locals, get that QR code scanned and start your journey today. But we do have a winners interview. We have Eden ready to give us all of the details about that last top 8 game.
Yes, thank you very much, guys. Of course, we do have Eden, our first semi-finalist here at the 2025 Stuttgart Regional Championships. Eden, I know there's a lot of emotion that you must have been going through. I was feeling it, the crowd were feeling it. So talk to me a bit about how you're feeling.
Oh my gosh, I'm feeling over the moon. I never expected to be in this position, honestly. Yep. Like, absolutely crazy.
Yeah.
I never, like, I wasn't even going to go here at first to the event. And at very most, I expected to go like X2.
Yeah.
And ending up in this position, I honestly have no idea I'll be here.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, the way that you're able to just do such a good job in your approach with the matchup, I mean, you just told me right now, you weren't even aware that you're up against Joe. You were told that you're up against Joe. So looking into the matchup itself, what were your initial thought processes about tackling it?
Well, I know Sun is quite favored, I'd say, for me initially, but I was scared. Oh, sorry. I was scared of Joe running it because he's such a strong pilot.
Yeah.
And, you know, he goes all over to all tournaments and he's so phenomenally strong. So, yeah, it was just a scary pilot to face, and I'm really proud of how I managed to play that.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, you really put in a lot of hard work. Commiserations, obviously, to Joe, but he did an equal amount of work with that too. Like, it was just such a tough battle between the both of you. Game 1, of course, you're able to get that win. Game 2, we saw Joe bring it back, and it felt like there was a lot of focus on each of your Dragonites and maybe about the available move sets too. I mean, you only had one offensive move, that was the scale shot. You have the tailwind in substitute of, let's say, the extreme speed. So was that a key piece that you identified, maybe the cost of the result?
Yeah, I do think it would have made my life a little bit easier if I had an attacking move that game. At the same time, though, Tailwind was pretty important in a few key turns in that match. So it was good to have that. And also, Haze has been invaluable throughout this entire weekend.
Yeah.
I don't think I'd change any of those moves in hindsight.
Yeah, and I mean, it makes so much sense because obviously you're trying to cater it around the rest of the team itself. You know, like, where does it slot into? If you need any form of speed control, yeah, you got a Dragonite, why not? You know, like, it does the scale shot stuff that it needs to do. And the Haze, of course. But yeah, I mean, that game 3, it was very close. I think you did a really good job in identifying the win condition.
Yes.
I mean, there was loads of potentials of statuses and this and that, but you did identify that you need to try to focus down, play quite bravely going into it, especially after that ending of game 2, where there was this sort of like the protect bluffs to avoid getting knocked out by the sucker punches. So talk to me a bit about your thought process and interactions going into that game 3?
So I wanted to try and play the game as safely as possible, execute a game plan, and kind of take out the key pieces of his team.
Yeah.
It worked really well, but the only issue is I might have been playing a little bit too safe near the end.
Okay.
I could have made a couple more reads, I think, to make it maybe a little bit safer. But at the same time, I managed to play well and try not to sort of leave openings for Joe to take back the game. So I'm glad at how I played it, and unfortunate that about the sleep powder at the end, not getting those turns that he needed to clutch it out. But I'm more than happy to just win like that. I don't know.
No, I mean, it was a lot. I can understand there's a lot of pressure as well, but you did an incredible job coming into day 2 at such a strong position, 8-0, undefeated. Of course, one of 3 players, and the only other trainer you have lost to this entire tournament is Flavio, who is no longer in contention of the title.
I did not know that.
Yeah, well,
I'm scared to face him, so.
Well, I mean, was it like a tough matchup generally? Like, what was going on there?
So I was pretty favored in that matchup, and then in game 3, his only out was Hurricane self-hit, and he got it on the Pelipper onto my Ursaluna that was in Terra Water.
Right.
So most of the time I would have been okay, but I was scared to have a rematch because Pado's such a strong player again.
Yeah.
He would have adapted pretty well.
100%. I mean, that sounds like it makes a lot of sense. Sounds a lot like Flavio as well, as we know him. But yeah, I mean, you're at this stage right now. You are in top 4, my friend. It is such a huge achievement. Obviously, we've gone through a couple of your older achievements as well. You are Seven Caulfield Regional finalist of 2016.
Long time ago.
A long time ago, but you know, it's still such a good accomplishment. You got multiple top cuts and an earlier top cut this very season. So you're definitely starting to get back into not only form, but interest as well. So do you have any more events that you're looking forward to aside from anything that goes on today?
For me, I just love this format. I can play balance. If there's a format with balance, I invest myself in it. The last main balance format was 2017, and that was one where I made day 2 as well. If there's balance, I will be there, and I will keep trying to do this well.
Very fair. And I mean, it's just so consistent, right? And it's able to just apply so many different forms of flexibility when it comes to team choices, and going into like a day 1 where you're not even gonna know what you're gonna run into, essentially, right? But I guess moving forwards, do you have any other regionals or major events you're eyeing up to take participation in?
I'm going to go to all the UK events that are coming up. So Birmingham, London, I'm going to go to all of those, see how it goes.
All right, good. Sorted. Obviously, we're going to see how the rest of today goes for yourself, but very quickly, I did want to touch a bit on that general team composition that you decided to bring. You just mentioned you really like balance. It has a lot of answers, generally speaking, but you just need to be able to pilot it to a great extent. But then there is that Assault Fest Blood Moon, Ursaluna, which obviously you can tell I'm absolutely hyped to talk about Blood Moon Ursaluna, but it's Water Terror. Is there a specific choice in mind that you had opting in for that? Is it like the Golden Goes and stuff?
Absolutely. There's so many reasons. I tried so many terrors on that thing. Water ended up being the best, although it makes you weak to Rillaboom. It's specifically good into Sun and Goldengo and Sun. Those are 3 major archetypes that are really popular. And also you don't make yourself weak to Dragon by choosing the Dragon Terror, which is important. There's a lot, like you saw in that game, there was 2 dragons on Joe's side. You really want to be careful having Dragon weaknesses in your team right now.
Yeah, that makes so much sense because, like you mentioned, as long as you're able to have another core member of your team or some sort of mode to be able to dispatch of the Rillabooms that we've seen and open up the room for Blood Moon to be able to sort of take that main stage, I feel like it makes a lot of sense. So maybe that Sneasler could be part of that role as well, perhaps in being disruptive with Dire Claws.
Absolutely.
Of course, the poison typing with the stab too.
Yes. I've tried to make the team sort of complement each other really well. Like exactly with my Dragonite as well, Scale Shot is the only attacking move, so I have Steel and Poison coverage to deal with all the weaknesses,
Oh, I like that so much. It honestly, really well built team, of course, but yeah, I think top 4, as we mentioned, Eden, so happy for you.
I'm very happy.
Still got 2 more sets away from a potential title, but you must already be so very proud of yourself.
Absolutely.
And I guess just to wrap things up, give yourself some time to rest as well. Do you have any shout outs or highs that you would like to give to anybody in the venue or at home?
Shout out to the Booloos, my team building group. They've been with me through so many events, so many rough times where I've tilted, I've done really badly, and got to mentally, I'm in such a better place now. And honestly, they ought to thank for a lot of that. They've been amazing. Like, entire Pokemon journey, honestly. Thank you, all of you. You know who you are. Thank you.
That's so sweet. I was going to say, is that name derived from Tapu Bulu?
Maybe.
I love it. Okay, well, that's very sweet and heartwarming. Thank you so much, Eden. We are definitely going to leave you to get some well-deserved rest. Go straight into that top 4, looking strong in order to progress even further. So that's been myself and Eden. Thank you very much, all. We'll cut to a short break, and we'll be back with top 4.
It's been amazing to see Nicholas Morales' journey throughout the Baltimore Regional Championships.
My name is Nicholas Morales. Currently, I live in Georgia. What Pokemon typing would I be? I want to say the poison typing. I think the poison typing has a really good defensive toolkit. I think they have a bad rep for being kind of bad, but I think there's a lot of amazing poison types out there. I first got into competitive Pokemon when I was around middle school, actually. I found it on the internet, pretty much, just like competitive Pokemon videos during the Platinum days. That was my first step into it. I actually skipped Gen 6 and 7, but I really picked up during Double Restricted in Swish. I really liked that VGC format. The overall strategy was just playing towards rain. You know, Archaludon, it's almost impossible to one-hit. You know, you have Basque Legion 2, who is a massive threat. So multiple threats, multiple big number guys. The first time I was on stream, I felt like the crowd was kind of rooting against me. I could kind of hear them. He was doing really well for most of the match. I was sitting there like, I don't know, like, I gotta focus. Like, what are you doing?
3 HP and a dream.
The second time on stream, it was over pretty quickly. It's really nerve-wracking. Like, I can keep my cool during like a high-stress situation, right? Like, I don't, like, when I was playing up on stage, I didn't really like let it get to me too much. Like, maybe like my leg was shaking, but like everyone has that, right?
It's gonna be the newcomer, Nicholas Morales.
Finals, I could tell when I heard the crowd counting down the population bomb hits, I was like, okay, they're rooting for me. That's really cool.
Can it do it? Another one, another one. Give me 2 more. Oh my goodness. This is his first tournament ever, and he wins it all.
I've never been to locals before. So this is my first one ever. It feels surreal. I didn't even think I would day 2, let alone hitting the whole thing. My friends really kept pushing me along the way. My good friend Ming, he's really into the VGC scene. I would never have known like what EV spreads to use, common line, team comps or whatever. I would never know any of that without him. The power of friendship, right? But honestly, they help you push that goalpost so much more, and then you all push the goalpost together. If I don't have fun with it, I'm just not gonna play. I did a lot better than I expected to, and, you know, qualify for Worlds is great. I still don't think it's real. If I were to win my first regional ever into winning my first World ever, I would permanently retire.
Eu acho que pra mim as principais ferramentas pra você melhorar como um treinador seria ter vários amigos pra jogar, pesquisar bastante, entrar em grupos e treinar. Treinar principalmente.
Quais ferramentas que eu acho que um jogador competitivo tem que ter? Primeiro é paciência, porque você tem que repetir várias vezes, várias coisas. Então, primeiro é paciência. E a segunda de tudo é, cara, é anotar as coisas. Anota bastante, porque você vai anotando e vai gravando mais fácil. Então, é persistir e paciência.
Eu acho que a gente tem ferramenta até de sobra, porque é uma comunidade muito grande, a gente consegue compartilhar a experiência um com o outro e ver onde cada um consegue melhorar se ajudando.
Bueno, mira, lo más importante en este juego es caminar, caminar y atrapar. Todo el tiempo estar atrapando y siempre revisando en las mismas páginas de Play Pokémon cuáles son los Pokémon que están destacados y buscar de esos Pokémon los mejores IVs para poder dar el mayor rendimiento en las batallas.
Primero que nada es ver el meta, qué Pokémon son los mejores, un poco más avanzado, aprender a contar los básicos.
I think the players need to always look at meta, check the meta. I think this is really important because on Pokemon the game is always changed.
The first thing I always gravitate towards too is recording my matches and then looking at it afterwards. Not only just looking at it myself, but also like with friends from feedback. Just like really dissecting, like, you know, what am I thinking through this turn? Like, did I make the correct play? Am I thinking about the high-level game plan correctly? Am I accounting for potential risks depending on what my opponent is doing? I think it's really hard to get stuck in the moment when you're actually playing. So looking at afterwards has been like really helpful for me.
In the game, you don't have a lot of time to think. You just do the best you can in the moment. But afterwards, when you can actually pause and slow down, you can analyze what is actually going on in the game.
La mejor oportunidad que tienen es ver las transmisiones de los campeonatos regionales, internacionales y del Mundial de Pokémon. A pesar de que el meta puede llegar a cambiar mucho, no significa que no puedas ver cómo juegan otros entrenadores, qué es lo que están pensando, qué es lo que dicen en las entrevistas, ver cuál mindset tiene. Entonces, ve lo que piensan, ve cómo juegan, imítalos y supéralos.
Hey trainers, welcome back. I'm Luai Josh Cromie, joined by Zoe Lu for some double trouble here behind the desk. And not only are we advancing into our top 4, but the Pokemon trading card game are also currently in their top 4. Pokemon Go are in their grand finals. And as you might have spotted, little Gastrodon has left the desk because there is a blue Gastrodon in the Go grand finals.
Are you sure it's left the desk because in the finals, or just this is the superior Gastrodon?
No, this one's got to go win a regional on another game, I'm afraid. So, you know, it's taking a little step back, but we certainly are not on the video game side of things. We're going to be carrying on with our amazing top 4 action and seeing who our winner will be eventually.
Yes, we've had just an absolutely explosive set between Joseph Ugarte and Eden Bachelor, and so well played from Eden's side. UK representation. Eden is a player that's been so consistent throughout the season, so we've been watching with so much pride, watching them just grow and develop into a phenomenal player.
And Lee and I kind of joke a little bit about how Lee is kind of a veteran at the competition. He's got literally decades of experience, but Eden does too. And they were able to pull on all of those years of competitive Pokemon play and bring that wisdom to the field, showing such an incredible victory.
It's such a crazy team as well. When you look at it, what can you even lead against it? There's so many different options, a lot of bulk, a lot of offense. The Dragonite has Tailwind support, it's got Scale Shot, and then there's that Sneasel on the side with Diaclaw, and Diaclaw doing Diaclaw things.
Yes, it was good to kind of see them come through to, I suppose, demonstrate a little bit about why the trainers do talk about Diaclaw a lot, but in a way it wasn't the most detrimental thing in the match. It could have been worse if it was sleep, for example, but we did, even though we saw a little bit of sleep from Joe Ugarte's side, the sleep wasn't actually that devastating. There were a lot of turn 1 wake-ups, for example.
Precisely. Maybe Eden's Pokemon have eaten a lot of sandwiches. They're
ready.
Full of energy and ready to, you know, not going to be stopped by any sleeps. It's just one little short nap and then they're up and ready to go.
I mean, it is Championship Sunday after all. These trainers are wanting to make sure that they win every single one of the top cut matches in order to keep advancing. And we can take a look at the bracket as well to see which trainers have been able to advance so far, who have been the fortunate victors of their matches indeed, and find out who our top 4 in the semi-finals is going to be. Oh my goodness, these are some incredible matches. Eden Bachelor, who we were just able to see victorious, is going to go up against Fabian, someone we got to showcase yesterday.
Yes, Fabian plays so well. Also up against Joseph Ugarte. So I'm seeing a little bit of a theme running on over here. The two Joseph Ugarte opponents up against each other, and then of course Francesco Piopero prevailing, advancing to the semi-finals, up against Theotime Marcel, also advancing to the semi-finals.
And honestly, look at that top side of the bracket. Those were all 2-0 victories, whereas the lower side were kind of taking it to that game 3. Maybe the matches were a little bit more close cut. So it's interesting to see actually how, as the bracket progresses, where their different storylines and narratives are as well.
Indeed. I'm a little sad that Ryan's Milotic will not be coming to the semi-finals, but I'm also so impressed that Milotic has made it so far. It's not a Pokemon that's been on many players' radar, and just seeing it come to the top 8. Unfortunately, the journey for Milotic ended there, but just a phenomenal achievement.
Yeah, TO team, I'm really looking forward to seeing their team a little bit more as well, because it's not one I've been able to dive deep into, so hopefully we'll be able to bring you some of that action. I'm not sure exactly which match we'll be showing and which match will be the next one, but you can guarantee both top 4s are going to be coming your way at home.
We've seen a lot of these play-ups up on stream. TO team is the only player we have not featured so far this weekend, and it's kind of slipped under the radar a little bit. But now they are here in the semi-finals, and we are so excited to be bringing you both of these matches that will be shown later on.
I never know if that's like a blessing or a curse, though, if you've kind of slipped under the radar, because in one way, we haven't been able to kind of see their story and maybe know them as a player a little bit better to this point. But at the same time, maybe the little nuances and details of their team have been kept a little bit more guarded as well. Their play style hasn't been analyzed as much on the broadcast. So I really like seeing how that can affect a trainer coming into top 4 and whether they can utilize it well.
Precisely. And if you have not been on broadcast just yet, you can also hide your speed training a little bit better. If, you know, Incineroar, the most common Pokemon in the format, if you can see a player's Incineroar consistently, say, outspeeding Ursaluna, you can think, maybe
it's trained this way.
Yeah, it's a bit speedier. So TO Time has that small advantage. And one of the things I've always followed with great interest is that the winner of the top 4A has a bit more of a break.
That's true.
Before finals. Does that influence how well they play then in the finals?
Again, it's a balance, right? Because you get a little bit more of a break, a little bit more time to rest and recuperate. But at the same time, if you've just come off an incredible win and your adrenaline is pumping and you're ready to go, you don't want to have to take a pause so that then it kind of drops a little bit and then maybe that momentum slows down. So I think it depends on the player and the match as well.
Yes, precisely. And, you know, as you said, that momentum is really important in carrying it on. So our players before Francesco Piopero, TO Team, you know, Eden, and who was, I've forgotten the fourth one. Let's take a look at, I'm sorry, but Fabian, yes, I was just talking about him earlier. Yes, so I'm at that stage of the tournament where
it's been a long day,
thinking about which players are going to be up. So let's take a look at Francesco, our player. We're going to try and feature and see what kind of team he's running, his accomplishments, and his journey into the top 8.
I mean, Francesco Piopera is a player that we've been able to showcase a lot over the European seasons. You can see so many great accolades here as well, both in the online sphere with the Players' Cup 3, getting a top 8 finish there, and then bringing it to the tournament floor as well. Liverpool also getting a top 8 finish, and last season getting top 64 at Worlds. And that World Championships was incredibly stacked. So many incredible players. And then more recently, I love to see this actually, LAIC top 16, so coming off a very successful run at an international level this season already.
Yes, LAIC was just 2 weeks ago, so a very recent accomplishment. And Francesco, no doubt, is taking all of his lessons from LAIC and is going to use that to adapt and improve his performance going on. And also want to call out that Players' Cup top 8. So, you know, that was an online tournament back in the day, and sometimes there's a bit of a difference in the skills you utilize between online and real life tournament. And seeing players being able to shine in a lot of different formats is just really amazing.
And it's a different energy vibe as well. You know, when you're in the battlefield here, you're facing down against your opponent, you can do the stereotypical hats backwards, lock eyes, trainers ready to battle. But in an online sphere, that's not the same thing. So sometimes those moments, you don't get to read the same energy and kind of vibe off maybe the success of the room a little bit as well. It's kind of a little different. But to be able to still have that kind of composure and expertise in the online and the physical sphere just shows how accomplished Francesco is as a player.
So see, I know that sometimes when I'm playing online tournaments, I'll be taking a lot of toilet breaks or having a lot of, you know, little bit of a drink on the side. But our players are the ones who have the experience to be progressing through all of these tournaments. So let's take a look at TO Time's team preview and also his accomplishments. So look at that, Lille Regionals top 64. So that was last year. So TO Time, a bit of a more recent player to the scene perhaps, but also proving that having come all the way to the semi-finals of Stuttgart Regionals is not a player to be underestimated.
Exactly, and definitely not with that team. So many classic combinations in Incineroar and Moongus. We've seen them a lot throughout this tournament, and the Golden Go being so forensic with a possible nasty plot, for example, and then you've got your slow and steady duo of Porygon 2 and Ursaluna. But Zoe, I want to talk about this Hydreigon, because I've been banging on about Dragon types all weekend long. Hydreigon was not on my list. I apologize. You're a top 4 competitor right now. Hydreigon's a Pokemon we've seen a lot in previous formats as well, but I have not seen it a lot at the moment in this regulation.
It's really struggled a little bit in this format, but TO Time proving that Hydreigon is a really strong option as well. Its ability, Levitate, means that you don't need to terrestrialize into the flying type or require a flying typing to be immune to your own Ursaluna's Earthquake. So that is a really great team synergy. And with this Regulation H format, there aren't that many fairies around. Hydreigon being dark and dragon, it's allergic to fairies, and well, there's no fairies around, so it's gonna have a great time.
Yeah, the fairy Pokemon we're often seeing at the moment just seem to be the Terra Fairy defensive type, not necessarily utilizing a Terra Blast or Fairy type moves for that benefit. So you're right, these kind of dark dragon types are able to breathe a little easier out there on the field, and that's why we are seeing a rise in the dragon type usage, as well as a lot of trainers utilizing dark typing as well. Hydreigon comes with both of these already locked in as its natural typing, and look at that special attack stat. It is sky high.
It is indeed, and it is so bulky as well. Not the fastest dragon out there, but still relatively fast in this current format. And that dark typing really helps it against Incineroar, one of the top Pokemon in this format. It does have to watch out for Sneasler, which has that super effective close combat, but it has a really nice time against a lot of the other Pokemon like Rillaboom, like a lot of the water type or water hyper offensive rain teams as well.
And we've also seen it sometimes opting for that defensive Fire, Terra typing. I'm blending my words today. But the reason being is it does give you a nice little bit of coverage to Fairy type moves, but also sometimes we see Hydreigon running like a Fire type move, for example, and being able to give that an extra pack to the punch can help you do that additional damage as well as having defensive capabilities.
Indeed, and speaking of defensive, Hydreigon does get access to Snarl with that part dark typing, and with that really high special attack. Hydreigon Snarls actually do a lot of damage, unlike an Achaludon Snarl, which is typically just used to help your team to take the damage. Sometimes Hydreigon is able to take a Pokemon that's already been chipped and knock it out immediately with the Snarl.
And there's a lot of special attackers out there at the moment. The Blood Moon Ursaluna and the Golden Go spring to mind straight away. And being able to hit them with a Snarl, and particularly to Golden Go, does not want to hit dark type moves at all. It can be really detrimental to them trying to gain momentum with their special attack.
It's really cool to see this lone dragon, or I should say, is that 3 dragons or 1 dragon, the Hydreigon?
Oh, it's like 1 dragon, but if you're, I don't know, looking in too many mirrors, it could be 1,000. Could be all the dragons just staring you down.
Yes, it looks like our players now getting ready on the stage. So both of these players having battled through such a long and brutal Swiss round and then into single elimination top cut, where at this stage of the game you cannot make any mistakes, because if you lose the set, you are knocked out of the tournament.
It is a grueling day of competition, but what I love at this stage, being in the venue in particular, is, as I was saying earlier, you've got all 3 games competing and they are all getting to the climax of their competition as well. So not only do you have the crowd energy coming from, let's say, the video game side of things right now, but you can absorb all of that support that the Pokemon trading card game and the Pokemon Go players are also feeling, and that can really help you feel confident in this moment in time.
It's having a cheering crowd is such
helps.
a great morale boost. And Francesco may be the slightly more experienced player up against Tio Team, but that is not an indication of who is going to win. We've seen time and again today on stream a lot of the really experienced players being taken down by a bit of a surprising newcomer to the game, and it just goes to show that all you need is that focus and playing well, and do not be intimidated by the accomplishments of your opponent.
Something I've spoken about a lot in the past is about not only do you have to obviously play the Pokemon on the field, but you have to play the player as well. Because some players will opt for maybe more hyper-offensive, risky moves, and other players, their general play style will be to play it safe. And some of the incredible kind of consistent players are not only able to obviously be well-versed with the game itself and the board state and things, but they can read their opponent perfectly. And that's what will often give them an edge, particularly from a Game 1 match. They can absorb the play style and then think, right, I know you will now play this safe, so I can capitalize on your protect and go for your partner Pokemon. I know you'll play it risky, so you're going to bring that Pokemon in, I can double target down into it. All these little nuances and decisions are what separates our champions from finalists.
Yes, the best players know how to adapt to their opponent, and we do know that Tio Team has not been featured on stream, so Francesco does not have that slight edge of seeing how his opponent is going to play, whether they're going to be aggressive or more balanced. Are they really going to utilize a lot of switches. And look at our players just meditating, getting ready, just trying to draw in all of that focus and all of that brain power. And Francesco's team is going to be that Among Us, Incineroar, Basket Legion, Golden Go, Pelipper, and Archaludon. So hyper-offensive rain.
Once again, I love to see this. Pelipper can help out both the Basket Legion with the Swift Swim ability, using its rain to double up its speed, and at the same time supporting Archaludon on the more offensive side, enabling that Electro Shot to not be a two-charge move and able to go off in the same turn while also boosting the special attack of the Archaludon in play. There are some other great offensive Pokemon here though as well. Obviously Basket Legion just does so much damage with Wave Crash, particularly if it does want to go for that Terra Water combined with a Choice Band. Oh my god, Zoe, I can already see it happening and it being devastating, but Golden Go on the special side can get that nasty plot up with the Life Orb and do so much damage too.
There's no such thing as a resist if your Terra Water, Life Orb, or no Choice Band,
it's just gone
in the rain. So the Basket Legion is going to be such a scary threat for TO Team, and that is something I know TO Team will be very much aware of and will have to really play around. There was that Terra Ground Pelipper on Francesco's team that just kind of vanished off the screen just as I noticed it. That's a pretty cool adaptation and not something that's very common, but we're going to take a look at TO Team's team. That's a bit of It's going to be the Among Us Incineroar, that really awesome Hydreigon with the safety goggles.
Ooh.
Golden Go, Porygon 2, and Ursaluna.
I mean, the safety goggles is definitely one way to work around potential spores from the Among Us on the opposing side, but I really think on TO Team's side, the Among Us is going to be the critical Pokemon. You can use that Rage Powder to draw in any of these potential wave crashes that are going to come through from the Basket Legion, and at the same time, you can apply pressure with a Spore and try to shut it down.
There's a lot of anti-Among Us Pokemon on TO Team's side. There's that Among Us, Safety Goggles, Hydreigon, Ursaluna, and a Golden Go. Yes.
Well, Pelipper, no, the Pelipper's on the opposing side to attack the other Among Us as well. So I think both Among Uses are kind of targeted regardless of how you look at them from the opponent's side.
Yes, so this is going to be such a close matchup, and these two players are going to have to play to their absolute best to make sure that they can advance to the finals of the Stuttgart Regionals.
Well, here we go. Top 4 is in action. It's going to be Hydreigon paired up with the Golden Go out on the field against the Archaludon and the Incineroar. Now, the Incineroar's Intimidate going to be null and void against 2 special attackers.
Yes, Incineroar's Intimidate not going to do anything to either of these Pokemon, but Incineroar just heavily threatens Golden Go. Golden Go is not going to enjoy taking any Dark or Fire-type moves, but it is a very good Pokemon against this Archaludon. Now, you do have that Hydreigon on the other side that will be taking super effective damage from this Archaludon. It does have Snarl, so it can try and reduce the damage output of the Archaludon, but then it gives it a stamina boost. So I think Francesco has a bit of an advantage in this lead matchup. Incineroar free to go for a fake out. Hydreigon does have Terra Ghost, but it's probably not something you want to go for this early during the turn.
Yes, also if you go for the Terra Ghost, you leave yourself susceptible to that Incineroar that's got knockoff. It's not running any Fire-type moves, so I guess the Golden Go doesn't have to worry about it from that perspective, but the Dark-type moves, like the knockoff, that's going to hurt down into the Golden Go. And if Hydreigon wants to turn into a Ghost-type, then that would affect it too. Instead, we're going to see some shake-ups on the field as the Incineroar joins on TO Team's side.
Yes, a fantastic protect from Golden Go there, just making sure that there's no really strong catch, but the Dragon Pulse coming off onto this Archaludon, easily absorbed by this Incineroar, and Incineroar on Francesco's side, knockoff is not going to be effective into that protecting Golden Go.
That Dragon Pulse would have done a huge amount of damage to the Hydreigon, so a really nice adaptation there by TO Team bringing in the Incineroar, and now you also have the Fake Out pressure for this turn.
Yes, the Fake Out pressure on TO Team's side, it can easily just go into this Incineroar by its teammate Golden Go, a turn to set up the nasty plot. Ooh. But of course, there is that Terra Ghost option on Francesco's side, so TO Team has to be very careful if a Terra Ghost comes out, but it looks like Francesco is just going to recall the Incineroar, wants to save it to come back later for a Fake Out.
Yes, I quite like this as well. You can have that Fake Out potential going forward, and it enables Pelipper to join the field, set that rain up, and allow Archaludon the moment to shine if it does want to go for another one of those Electro Shots, but not today. First of all, it's going to be slowed down with the Fake Out, but critically, this still gives it that stamina boost, so it's going to have a little bit more defensive flexibility and a boosted body press going into the next turn. But there it is, the nasty plot you called out, Zoe.
Yes, the Golden Go is now up and ready to go after having plotted away some very ingenious schemes. Archaludon now on the field with that +1 can do very heavy damage to this Incineroar that's already been chipped from an earlier Dragon Pulse. And also, it's now very free to start spamming those electro shots. There is no weather control on TO Team side, so there's nothing stopping this Archaludon going for the electro shot. Now, electro shot will not knock out the Golden Go, but with a double up from the Pelipper, it might be enough. So this Golden Go needs to be very, very careful now that it's on the field and rain has been set up.
And the Incineroar too as well. Incineroar doesn't want to take a potential Weather Ball that would turn into a Water-type move either. So a nice adaptation by TO Team, being able to bring the Amoonguss into play, a Pokemon that's perfectly able to take Electro-type attacks or to take Water-type attacks, as the Golden Go just does a defensive moment here. We are going to see the Electro Shot being charged up. This is still going to give the special attack boost, but whether or not it's going to find its target or not is yet to be determined.
Yes, now Archaludon's Electro Shot does go into the protecting Golden Go, but it gets to keep that +1, and Pelipper going for that Tailwind, so increasing the speed on its side. So now both this Archaludon and the Pelipper will be outspeeding this Golden Go, but with the Amoonguss on the field now, it can just go for the Rage Powder. Golden Go can this. Amoonguss, it can redirect both attacks, but the Pelipper does have Hurricane, and that will be super effective onto this Amoonguss if the Amoonguss chooses to try and keep that Golden Go safe. And the Golden Go probably would not want to go for a Make It Rain this turn and risk giving that Archaludon another boost, but you really need to control this Archaludon. And here we go, that Rage Powder onto this Amoonguss, redirecting all attacks.
This is the perfect support to enable that Golden Go a moment in the spotlight. The Electro Shot is going to charge up once again, get another special attack boost, but we know that the bulk of this Amoonguss is unprecedented, and it's an electric-type move, so it should be able to take this reasonably well. But of course, the Archaludon once again is now in a prime position where it just keeps getting special attack boost set up. The Hurricane, on the other hand, that's going to connect and get the KO. Not only is it super effective, it's 100% accurate in rain, and the special attack stat of Pelipper is sky high, so it's going to be able to get the knockout. And here comes Golden Go with the Shadow Ball. So this is going to do a decent amount of damage, a huge amount actually, considering that Archaludon is also rocking an Assault Vest, just showing the damage that Nasty Plot can deal.
Yes, Archaludon surviving it so well. And Tailwind, there is still 2 turns set up. Archaludon is now at +2, but there is no better Pokemon for TO Team to switch in than the Incineroar, which has the Fake Out and can buy its teammate 1 turn to flinch the Pokemon. But Incineroar can only flinch 1 Pokemon at a time. And this Archaludon, now that it's at +3, if it uses another Electro Shot, it will be firing off a +3 Electro Shot in the rain. And looks like the Golden Go and the Incineroar will both go down to it. So Incineroar is almost forced to fake out the Archaludon there, but that also means the Pelipper gets the Weather Ball.
It's a really difficult choice, right, for this Incineroar, because you also want to break that Focus Sash on the Pelipper to get that little bit of chip damage into it. But as you've said, whichever Pokemon you don't target down is free to get a huge amount of damage off. Pelipper, for example, can go for that Weather Ball and try and remove the Incineroar from play, so Fake Out is no more going to be a problem for Francesco to deal with. Instead, however, let's shake it up a little bit. The Disco Lights are hitting the stage, and we're going to see a beautiful Terra Water Golden Go. So just putting itself into a position to have a little bit more of a defensive capability in this match.
Golden Go wanting to join in on the rain. It is the Fake Out onto this Archaludon, stopping it from using any moves for this turn. And that means that the Pelipper is going to be free to go for the Weather Ball onto this Golden Go. And Golden Go, being now a part Water type, will take that very nicely. And at +2 is easily enough to knock out this Archaludon and bring the Pelipper down to its Focus Sash.
I really like this defensive Terra. You might think it's a bit risky in the face of the Electro Shot potential from the Archaludon, but you don't have to worry about that anymore. It's rolled back into its Pokeball, and a fantastic play, not only getting the knockout, but bringing that Pelipper right down to its Focus Sash. So it is going to be so vulnerable going forward.
And now there is one final turn of Tailwind. The Golden Go on Francesco's side is not going to enjoy facing up against this Incineroar, but there is the Terra option still available to Francesco. And at this stage of the game, with the Archaludon down, that is something that perhaps Francesco might want to think about. Looks like the Pelipper is going to be withdrawn, maybe wanting to save the rain setup for another turn.
Yes, interestingly enough, with the rain, it's only going to really benefit, I think, the Pelipper at this point, and also provide some coverage for the Golden Go, so it doesn't have to take a potential Flare Blitz from the Incineroar on Tio Team's team. It's going to have its kind of stats reduced a little bit, but we are going to see some adaptations, and I'm sure you can hear the roar of the crowd from Pokemon Go right now, cheering on this Hydreigon as well as it joins the field.
Yes, terrestrialization coming off on Francesco's side. It will also be this Golden Go terrestrializing into the water type. So Golden Go wanting to have a little bit of a splash in the pool and make sure it resists any dark type moves. But Tio Team now going for that protect to stall out this final turn of Tailwind. But Francesco doesn't fall for it and goes for a nasty plot.
Really like to see this, capitalizing on the fact that Nasty Plot can do so much damage as demonstrated by the opposing Golden Go. So now Francesco's want to get in on the action. I want to know what this Hydreigon's going to do though, Zoe. Golden Go, now that it's also a water type, means it's not going to be susceptible to a super effective move from a Snarl, but the Snarl could still at least reduce that special attack.
Could. It'll reduce this Golden Go down to -1, but even at -1, that is still a really strong attack. This is a Life Orb Golden Go on Francesco's side, not a Metal Coat, so it will be doing a lot of damage to both if he uses both the Ghost type and the Steel type attacks. Hydreigon is a fairly bulky Pokemon, and being the fastest on the field, I wouldn't be surprised if it will just, try and mitigate some damage off on Francesco's side.
Well, adaptations once again coming through on Tio Team's side. Going to be making an adaptation to bring the Incineroar in, and I like this for the capability. It applies the Intimidate to the opposing Incineroar, but also allows you the Fake Out on either Pokemon in the next turn. There is no Ghost typing on that Golden Go anymore, so it can be hit with the Fake Out move, and instead Hydreigon just going to go for a little bit of a defensive option as well. Incineroar going to be targeting down into that slot to no avail, so this is a really nice board adjustment and defensive strategy coming through from Tio Team.
Yes, and now Golden Go going for the Shadow Ball onto the opposing Golden Go, which is now an Incineroar, and does a fairly reasonable amount of damage, but it does activate the Citrus Berry on Tio Team's side. Citrus Berry, a little bit of a deviation to a very common safety goggles, and here it is coming into play so nicely, but the board positioning is so even here. Now that Tio Team has the Fake Out option and the Golden Go is Terra Water, it can be flinched this turn and allow the Hydreigon on Tio Team's side to do some damage down, and Incineroar really doesn't have a great time against the Dark and Dragon type Hydreigon on Tio Team's side.
That's true. You have to ask the question, how do you get around the Hydreigon here? I think the Golden Go going for the Nasty Plot, just allowing Make It Rain to be devastating, can be enough to get the momentum. But you're right, Zoe, there aren't a lot of super effective attacks here in play. The Incineroar, for example, just running Knockoff as its kind of only offensive move there isn't going to be anything that Hydreigon's going to worry about at all. The Fake Out does come through and connect with the Golden Go that is obviously not able to attack this turn.
There is one thing the Hydreigon does have to be careful. Looks like Incineroar now first going for that parting shot, throwing some insults there at that Hydreigon and lowering its special attack. So this Hydreigon will be doing a lot less damage. And this Hydreigon only has Draco Meteor and Snarl as its attack. So it has to be very careful about when to drop that Draco Meteor, because then you'll be stuck at -2 and you'll have to switch out to try and reset that. Now, Pelipper switching in, this Pelipper does not have Wide Guard, so it can't actually prevent the Snarl. And, maybe Hydreigon in quite a nice position to go for the Snarl, knock out that Hydreigon, knock out the Pelipper, and then perhaps coming back later on to then reset its special attack.
But also, I agree with you, the Snarl would be great to try and get the knockout on Pelipper, as well as lower the special attack of that Golden Go, for example, so you can start neutralizing that threat potential that Francesco has. One thing that's very interesting about this match, in contrast to some of our previous ones, is the slow pace of play. Both these trainers taking every opportune second to make sure that they're adjusting their ball position accordingly, and at some point, a Pokemon will snap and change that momentum.
This is one of my favorite kind of play styles, just seeing players play so defensively, and look at that. Pelipper switching out, not wanting to take any attacks, and the Incineroar coming back in to absorb any attacks coming from Tio Team's side, because there's really not that much offensive pressure coming off from either side right now. Golden Go is quite nicely set up, but it's really going to watch out for those Snarls, and that's exactly what the Golden Go does, protecting itself from any attacks this turn.
Yes, and that Snarl comes through, and Incineroar not going to worry about that at all. Not only does it enable the Pelipper to be able to be nice and cozy in the back, but Incineroar as a physical attacker doesn't mind getting its special attack dropped either.
Yes, so the Incineroar on Tio Team's side, as we saw earlier, the Fake Out went into the Golden Go, did not work, but now this Golden Go is still free to go for an attack, and if it gets hit with the Snarl, I would expect both the Hydreigon and possibly the Incineroar at +1. It looks like it should have enough gas in the tank to survive. But Francesco did wisely switch in his own Incineroar this turn, and TO Team's Incineroar cannot protect. So
yes, that's
something to really watch out for. And TO Team has used up his Terra option, so you cannot Terra Ghost out of that fake out. And there it is again, the defensive play, recalling the Incineroar for that Golden Go in the back.
I'm really not surprised to see both trainers switching these Incineroars in and out. The pressure of this fake out is really critical to enabling the slow state of play and enabling these Golden Goes to go for the Make It Rain. That's a knockout on the Hydreigon. Finally, the heat has been turned up here, even though it's raining on the field. But critically, thanks to the fake out pressure, Golden Goes in a prime position to start getting set up with nasty plots or to deal damage, just like it did.
Yes, and now that TO Team has been knocked down to his final 2 Pokemon, he does have the fake out support for this turn, but Francesco still has that 1 HP Pelipper in the back, so there's really nothing stopping him from going for, say, a Protect on the Golden Go, switching in the Pelipper, and then the next turn, once the Pelipper has been knocked out, the Incineroar is free to come back in and go for the fake out, and TO Team's Golden Go is so heavily chipped that any attack will knock it out. Now, I wouldn't expect it to be trained quite fast, so it might be able to get an attack off, and it's not Life Orb, so it won't be taking the recoil, so it's going to be really key. Does TO Team ignore the Incineroar slot then and allow that? But, oh, it looks like a forfeit.
Yeah, a forfeit comes through. Francesco is going to be able to take game 1 there. Looks like TO Team, I think, maybe figured out exactly the same strategy you just played out in your mind there about the Pelipper coming in, going down, and then Incineroar's back in to apply that fake out pressure once again. And that would just be so difficult for TO Team to work around because he doesn't have the capability to switch out his Pokemon anymore, as he would have been down to his last 2 remaining.
Yes, Incineroar's greatest strength is the ability to pivot in and out, spread those intimidates, spread those parting shots, disrupt the opponent with the fake out. But if you are the last 2 Pokemon left on the field, you cannot switch out, and that is something that I think TO Team may be recognizing, that he has all the information that he has obtained in that game 1, and he's ready and fresh to get going with the game 2.
I would really like to see Amoonguss come through a little bit stronger here on TO Team's side. Do you think it has the potential to get further in this match, Zoe?
I think Amoonguss is a really key Pokemon because there's that Basculegion, and that's a Pokemon that deals so much damage. But I can also see that with the Pelipper, the super effective Hurricane damage, and Terra Fairy Amoonguss does not have a great time against the Golden Go. So it's really difficult for this Amoonguss to be pivoting into a strong position, even though it is very strong. So it's really close. Like, each player has to pick the perfect 4 Pokemon in game 2.
And I think these leads are going to be critical as well. We saw how important Incineroar was to both of these trainers, making sure that even though they weren't dealing a huge amount of damage, it was really for that fake out pressure on the field. The Intimidates weren't even really effective other than to intimidate the opposing Incineroar, for example. But the fact that you could try and keep them on the field and keep them in check just meant that the pace of play was slowed down for these Golden Goes. Whether it was the fact that you were trying to slow down your opponents, particularly once they became Terra Water and could be hit with fake out, or whether you were enabling a slower pace of play so that your partner could set up the nasty plot.
Yes, and it looks like our players have decided what their leads are going to be. So we are going to jump very, very shortly into the game 2 of the semi-finals. We're going to have an Incineroar lead up against Hydreigon versus Incineroar and Archaludon.
Yeah, not double dragon, but double dark type out on the field for TO Team with the Incineroar and the Hydreigon, facing down once again against the Incineroar and the Archaludon, this time on Francesco's side.
So 2 dragons up against each other. The Hydreigon on TO Team's side is very heavily threatened by this Archaludon. If it goes for the Snarl, it's boosting up the body press damage, and I see why in that game 1 the Hydreigon switched out immediately. But TO Team does have that Incineroar with the access to fake out, and I wonder if he might want to try and go for a knockoff onto this Archaludon, get rid of that Assault Vest, and then his special attackers like the Golden Go, like the Hydreigon, will have a much easier time hitting the Archaludon on its special side, and they won't even care about those defense boosts from Stamina because it's not hitting that defense stat.
And we've seen previously as well, one of the Pokemon switch on Tier Team side and bring that Amoonguss in. If that's something Incineroar wants to try and catch, that could be a great opportunity. But instead, it's going to be the Golden Ghost switching in here. So even if something like a Taunt was going that way, Good as Gold is going to stop that from being a problem. The Snarl comes through, gets a little bit of chip on the Incineroar, but looks like it missed the Archaludon.
Oh, that's a very, very unfortunate miss because the Dragon Pulse is going to come out and deal absolutely heavy damage. And the knock-off onto this Golden Go. What a prediction! The critical hit, knocking out this Golden Go in one hit.
Golden Go is out of here. Oh my goodness, the Incineroar roars supremely, knowing it found its perfect mark. The fake out was so tempting, Zoe, but Francesco had the call of this match.
Oh my goodness, Francesco adapting so well. Getting that read correct, and now Tier Team is really on the back foot here. He has lost one of his strongest special attackers, and there's this Archaludon on the field that is just going to be so strong now up against this Incineroar. It's not going to care about this Intimidate, and if the Incineroar tries to go for a fake out, well, guess what? Its body press damage is just going to be boosted, and just looking at this team now, Tier Team really probably has to try and get rid of this Archaludon with either maybe a Snarl, trying to knock off the Assault Vest. I would even say go for that one stamina boost, just get rid of that Assault Vest, so to allow your Pokemon in the back.
You also have the utility with the Flare Blitz, I guess, on the Incineroar, but that's not going to be dealing huge amounts of damage, but at least you're trying to hit it on the physical side before the stamina boosts start rolling up. But as soon as those are in play, the physical attackers are null and void to dealing with the Archaludon. So you're right, maybe getting rid of the Assault Vest and kind of carving out a way to get the knockout through your special attackers like the Hydreigon, for example, could be the way to go. But your Hydreigon has to watch out as well. Those Dragon Pulses coming through from Archaludon are going to hurt.
Yes, it looks like the fake out coming off onto this Archaludon, so giving it that stamina boost, but also buying Tier Team a turn to go for a Snarl, which lands this time and drops the Archaludon's special attack.
Yes, of course, this is going to be really detrimental, though, once again, to the stamina boost. So I feel like Tier Team is going, my physical attackers have not got this. We're going to focus down on the other Pokemon. Special attackers is up to you. Of course, the knockoff coming through isn't going to do too much damage, but at least it means there is no Citrus Berry to contend with now on the opposing side.
Yes, this Incineroar on Tier Team side still fairly bulky, in a really nice position, but Archaludon is now at +2, and those body presses are really going to hurt. Now, Tier Team has not used up any Terastallization, and the Incineroar and the Hydreigon are both Terra Ghosts. Hydreigon in that range probably will not want to go for Terastallization, but it's also so heavily chipped that any attack, almost any attack, will knock it out, and it just leads us to question, what's in the back? Because I don't think there'll be an Ursaluna, because Tier Team has just given that Archaludon so many defense boosts, so he must know that his back Pokemon has to take care of it.
You almost wish it was a Blood Moon Ursaluna, hypothetically speaking, to be able to deal with it. But if it is something like the Porygon 2, unless there's going to be some Ice Beam tricks being played with, it's going to be very hard to get through Archaludon. Incineroar's going to try its best, though. It's going to go for the Terra Ghost here, just to try and avoid taking any body presses that could be coming its way. It's not going to be affected now. It is a Ghost. But Archaludon just sticking with the Dragon Pulse, trying to get rid of the Hydreigon first and foremost.
Yeah, no need to try and guess the Terra, but the Taunt's coming off onto Tier Team's Incineroar, preventing any parting shots. And it looks like the Incineroar not falling for it, going for the knockoff. So there is no more Assault Vest, giving the Archaludon a +3 now to boost his special defense, but also means this Hydreigon, it's a neutral, so that Draco Meteor might be enough to pick up the knockout onto this Archaludon now. And that means once the Archaludon is gone, that's one really defensive wall that's being removed on Francesco's side.
That's a very good point. Archaludon could be in a vulnerable spot now that Assault Vest has gone. Incineroar doesn't really have the capability to deal with it, and again, Incineroar's protected itself from the body press, so I feel like for the Archaludon, you're going to want to keep Dragon Pulsing into the opposing Hydreigon. The speeds could be interesting, though. As you've said, if that Draco Meteor is able to connect, and it does, it lands down onto the Archaludon, but it does not get the knockout.
It is not enough to knock out. Archaludon hangs on, even without the Assault Vest, and allows the answering Dragon Pulse to knock out this Hydreigon. And Tier Team now, really with his back against the wall, forced down to his final two Pokemon. Francesco hasn't even revealed his back two Pokemon yet.
Yes, it looked like the Incineroar was trying to go for the taunt there. In retaliation, it's going to be the knockoff from one Incineroar into the other. But the Rocky Helmet damage going to chip away at this Ghost Incineroar. And honestly, Zoe, our Chaladon and Incineroar, is there nothing this duo cannot do in this match? They've been able to get a knockout apiece, and now there is a Ghost-type Incineroar that's not going to appreciate any knockoffs from the other Incineroar, and now Amoonguss. Amoonguss, however, in a position where the Archaladon in such low HP. Is there something that Amoonguss can do to redirect here to support? But then how do we get the knockout on Archaladon?
Yeah, it's looking really difficult there. The Incineroar really doesn't have much against this opposing Incineroar, and Amoonguss only has Pollen Puff as its only damaging move, and so it is effectively a 4v1 against this Incineroar. Sure, the Amoonguss can go for the Rage Powder, but Amoonguss actually going for the Protector's Turn. But oh, so difficult now.
Yeah, I've seen Amoonguss do a many great thing, but I'm not sure it's going to be able to go through this whole team if Incineroar gets felled. Of course, Amoonguss just plays defensively here. The Incineroar on the opposing side looks like it was trying to taunt it down into that slot, but to no avail thanks to the defensive play. But critically, the Incineroar on TO team side is able to go for the Flare Blitz. It will get the knockout, but it will take that teeny tiny little bit of recall. And I believe the Citrus Berry had already been knocked off, so there will be no chance of recovery now.
Yes, so the Archaladon is finally down, but Francesco is now free to bring in his back two Pokemon, and it's a Pelipper and a Basculegion. And TO team has already used up his Terra option, so this Pelipper is very free to go for a super effective Hurricane onto this Amoonguss. And even if it doesn't, Francesco can just focus down on this Incineroar, and honestly, at this stage, it looks like Francesco can just take his pick of a target and coast his way to victory.
I feel like this was definitely the Pokemon tier team did not want to see coming through from the back. That Pelipper, as you mentioned, can hit those Hurricanes, can hit those Weather Balls even into the opposing Incineroar, which is exactly what it's doing here. Not going to be able to get the knockout because it has dropped its fire typing, but Incineroar can at least find its mark down onto that opposing Amoonguss, taunting it, meaning it cannot use Spore, Rage Powder, or Protect. It can only go for that Pollen Puff. The Focus Sash being broken on the Pelipper is nice, but I don't know if a Pollen Puff follow-up could even be enough to get the knockout on it. Instead, it's going to find its mark down onto the Incineroar and help it out a little bit.
Well, Amoonguss is going to try very, very hard to keep that last remaining damage dealer on TO team's side alive, but this Incineroar has so much work cut out. Pelipper now very free to just keep spamming these Weather Balls, and we can see a knockoff possibly coming off onto this Incineroar.
Yes.
Knocking it out, and now Amoonguss stuck with only Pollen Puff as the only viable move, and this poor little mushroom is not going to be able to clutch out the win.
Yeah, it can go for all the Pollen Puffs in the world, but it looks like Francesco is going to be able to close this up. Very simply, a Hurricane followed up by a knockoff is going to be able to get the match. TO team, I mean, he's played so incredibly well in this tournament, but locks in the forfeit, meaning Francesco Pioparo is going to be your first finalist here in Stuttgart.
Well done, Francesco, for playing that so expertly, taking it to a 2-0 once again. He has won all of his games in the top 8 brackets so far, undefeated, and that is just a phenomenal accomplishment.
You're right, he was in that top side of the bracket, all 2-0s the whole way through top cut, and top 4 was exactly the same, going completely on a tear into that finalist position. And I have to say, the one thing I love the most about that is we were going on and on about Basculegion in the beginning, and we didn't even see it. It was in the back there for game 2, but it wasn't even needed in this match. Francesco had it all mapped out.
Yes, that Archaladon was so pesky. That part Steel and part Dragon typing meant that it was unafraid of the Hydreigon on the other side. It's often something that a lot of Dragons have to watch out when they're on the field staring down another Dragon. We saw earlier 2 Dragonites facing each other, and both of them forced to go for a Terra Fairy just to dodge a super effective. But when you're an Archaladon, that's okay. You're only taking neutral damage.
That's very true, actually, and it was nice to see Hydreigon in action. I think, unfortunately, we didn't get to see it to its full potential in this particular regulation, but I think you did a great point of analyzing its kind of flexibility and capability that it has within these matchups. Just, I think the Archaladon was a little bit too much of a bridge for it to climb.
It was, and in that game too, also, I just do want to call out, in that turn 1, where the Incineroar went for the knockoff, it had been intimidated. So actually, if not for the critical hit, that Golden Go would have survived. But then again, it's still a super effective hit. So that knockoff onto the Golden Go, even at -1, would have been doing a lot of damage and would have really reduced Golden Go's time on the field.
Yeah, I was completely shocked by seeing that one-hit KO come through, because I think particularly in Game 1, we'd seen such a slow and steady pace of play. It was only really right at the end, multiple turns into the match, where we got to see that Golden go for the Make It Rain and really get damage on the field. And then in Game 2, this one-hit KO came out of nowhere straight away and really woke us all up.
TO team losing that Golden Go immediately meant that he was down 1 Pokemon from the start, and he was effectively playing a 3v4. Golden Go is usually one of the best answers to our Chaldon, because it resists, or it's immune to body press. It resists all the steel-type moves, and we can see now this Golden Go on Francesco's side just going on a tear, knocking out everything with that Make It Rain, and bringing TO team's Golden Go so low.
Yeah, that was the moment in Game 2 that made us sit up to attention to what Francesco is doing in this tournament, carving his way out to get to the final. And you can see him really trying to build off the energy of the crowd there, really enjoying this match, and it has helped to catapult him to victory.
Yes, this Hydreigon tried its best, but not quite enough, and Chaldon proving itself as the superior dragon in that game. But well done to TO team for making it so far in this tournament.
And I really like the way TO team was able to play with the Incineroar and the Golden Go as well. A really nice masterclass in the fact that Golden Go, when it's running that nasty plot, wants to get it set up so that it can apply that pressure. I just think the unfortunate thing was his opponent was trying to do the exact same thing and just was able to get that ball position a little sharper, a little cleaner.
I really enjoyed watching that Game 1. It was so defensive. There were so many times when the Incineroar on the field just didn't go for the fake out, or in fact, it withdrew. So a little bit of a bait there, and you can see both players adapting to each other, both going for the immediate switch out, and then switching in the Incineroar right back in.
What I quite liked as well is in Game 1, we saw 2 Terra Water Golden Goes, but then I believe in Game 2, we saw the 2 Terra Ghosts, or we saw a Terra Ghost on the Incineroar, and the fact that that was that potential on the other side as well was quite an interesting mirror, I thought, for the mind games that they would have to play with.
It was. The two teams are quite similar.
In a way, yeah.
Of course, one side does have the rain and the other doesn't, but there were a lot of different options for both players, and TO team maybe getting a little bit unlucky with that critical hit in turn 1 of the Game 2, but you know, it's just so hard against Chaldon, and Chaldon also proving why it's so good, because how do you stop those electro shots if you don't have your own weather?
You just don't have a way to stop them, and that's where I felt like Amoonguss could have been in such good potential using that redirection to eat them up, as we did see a little bit in Game 1, it being capable of doing. But I feel like even though the critical hit was very unfortunate, bringing that Golden Go into the field, it wouldn't have had much longevity to get a nasty plot set up. So it would have had to go on the offensive very quickly, and the damage could have been underwhelming.
It was indeed. And there was, you know, also Incineroar on Francesco's side, and Golden Go does not enjoy facing off against Incineroar. That fire and dark typing resists both Golden Go's Ghost and Steel type moves. So it is something, you know, even if the Golden Go had gotten on the field, it really needed to prioritize that Chaldon. And perhaps that was what TO team was going for, but then it got knocked out.
Yeah, that's the thing. Unfortunately, the critical hits are a part of the game, and it is just one of those things that you do have to roll with, and that's often why we have kind of best of 3 sets and things like that. Well, trainers, we're going to let our finalists kind of rest before the tournament, so we won't be having an interview this time, but I'm sure we'll hear from them a little bit later on in the future. For now, we're going to kick it to a break for another chance for you to go and hydrate, get ready, so you don't miss any of the action.
Andrew Zhang will win his first ever regional championship in the Masters Division here in Louisville.
My name is Andrew, and I grew up in Ohio. I actually started pretty late by VGC standards. I didn't buy a Pokemon game until Scarlet, actually. Once I played the game, I grew in love with it. I found out about VGC, and it took off from there, and I haven't looked back since. This season, my #1 goal was to qualify for Worlds. I knew that it was going to be harder than last year, and then last year I didn't actually make it, so knowing that in a more challenging season I still made it to Worlds definitely gives me a confidence boost going forward. One of the biggest lessons I think this game has taught me was actually learned over this weekend of Louisville. I've heard a lot of good players say that taking early losses at a regional were like fine and you just have to bounce back, but I really didn't believe them until this weekend. After my bad start, it was just stay alive and trust my team. The first few times that I was put on stream, I was definitely super nervous, especially the first time at Indy. My nerves was like literally skyrocketing. It definitely does get a little easier from then on, but still nothing compares to the emotions I felt today. I think I've learned that when I can really focus and play the game without distractions, I can beat anyone. As cliche as it sounds, I think people getting into VGC should do two pretty simple things: battle, have fun, and watch other people battle. That's the way that I've improved the most. Usually, I do best when I play the game and not the player. Obviously, that doesn't always work if you're playing someone really, really good. Recognizing when I'm behind and have to play accordingly is still one of my biggest weaknesses. Like from ahead, I can spot win conditions, but from behind, I still have a lot of improvement to do. I think that finals was definitely the most exciting match, but I think my hardest was against Wolf. We both recognized that our best game plan was to bring 3 of the bulkiest Pokemon on our teams and just play long games.
An iconic matchup against Wolf, which lasted, I believe it was like 54 in-game minutes.
Just trying to navigate that was really challenging, but in the end, super rewarding. The first people in this community that I felt like really believed in me are Toller Webb and Aaron Traylor. They're like first top players that I met in this community, and they've been super supportive. I had some really good coaches to help in my growth. Sempra and Triple Cross really helped me understand the game more. Without all of those people, I wouldn't be where I am today. I've definitely reached my biggest goal today, which is to win a regional, and from here, who knows, but I am looking forward to it.
Welcome back, Pokemon trainers, to our second semi-finals of the Stuttgart Regional Championships. I'm Zoe Liu, joined by the amazing Costa Damos. How are you feeling?
I am feeling ecstatic, Zoe, joined by the amazing Zoe Liu, of course. And yeah, this is it. We are now officially in our second semi-finals. We've already got our first finalist, Francesco Piopero, and my lordy, what a match that was last round.
It was so phenomenal and so well piloted, just getting all those reads correct, that one very key knockoff onto the Golden Goat, taking it out of action. But now our other two semi-finalists will be playing. So let us take a look at these players that we have featured today on stream and the ones who might be advancing to the finals.
Yes, and it is going to be Fabian Brown versus Eden Batchelor. We've already seen so many great things from both of these trainers, being able to highlight, of course, their paths towards the semi-finals is so cool. We've got Eden from one hand, being able to be one of the 3 undefeated players going into day 2, and Fabian, we actually did feature on stream yesterday and did a really good job about it.
He did. He went up against Joseph Ugarte, a veteran player, and played so well. Danced around that sun. He had that Volcarona team. And Eden, of course, still the only player so far to be at X and 1. So as only one other player in this entire tournament has managed to beat Eden. So this is a top player to watch out for.
Yeah, exactly. And that player was Flavio Del Pidio, which unfortunately was felled at the top 16 stage of the tournament, and gives Eden perhaps a bit more wiggle room in order to be able to try to aim for that title, of course. So yeah, both trainers excited, they're getting prepped on stage, and we are absolutely thrilled to be able to feature this semi-finals between them.
Yes, both of these players have gone to Game 3 in all of their top 8 matches, unlike our previous semi-final set where our players had a much easier time going 2-0 on their opponents. But these 2 players have had much longer sets, so they might be, maybe a little bit more mentally worn out or
exhausted.
But that also means they're at this stage of the tournament, and if they made it this far, they know how to manage that mental exhaustion.
Yeah, exactly. And it sort of gives them a bit more of a boost as well, if you may, just because of the sheer excitement and passion that they've got, knowing they are potentially 2 more sets away from becoming the champion here at Stuttgart. You see them, of course, going ahead, taking a bit of a pause right now, perhaps even considering a bit of the matchups going into things.
They're both looking quite relaxed and comfortable in the chair, and I'm sure that's because they have been a part of the big stage for so long now. Both of these players are very experienced, and we saw earlier Francesco doing a bit of meditation. It looks like Fabian is also maybe going to think about what the matchup is going to be faced off against Eden, the only XN1 player so far in this tournament.
Yeah, exactly. Eden, of course, did come straight into the top cut as the number 2 seed. Only second, of course, to Flavio. And yeah, what a way to be able to do so and have some stellar performance, not only through day 1, you have reached the point where you are 2 more sets away. Fabian, on the other hand, having a really structured, balanced team, as we know, versus a bit of a mix of balance from Eden's side as well, but both strangers definitely not unfamiliar of this stage right now.
Yes, all these fantastic achievements from our player. Fabian Brown, the London Open top 16 in 2023, Milan Special top 8, Prague Special top 4, 2-time EUIC top 32, a lot of top finishes, and Eden Bachelor on the other side, Lille Regionals top 128, just a very recent tournament this season, EUIC top 32, Sutton Regional finalist, and also Sutton Regional finalist in the previous year.
Yeah, exactly. They have a lot of years they've been able to accumulate over the span of what I'd say out of the range of this newer post-COVID era of trainers that have been really coming to the fore. They've got so much experience with differing formats, so being able to take advantage of that going into this new one allows more room for creativity.
Yes, of course, Fabian rocking that really balanced Rillaboom, Volcarona, Dragonite, Sneasler, Electabuzz, and King Gambit. So no weather control, but there is that terrain control. And when you've got really bulky Pokemon, you can just weather the storm.
Yeah, quite literally, and I think a couple of notable options here. We've got the Sneasler with no Fake Out. It does have Protect, and it does have Coaching. Really nice support, both offensively as well as being able to boost up those physical Pokemon by its side, whether that's a Dragonite, that's a Rillaboom, or especially that King Gambit, and may actually be able to open himself up with that great utility of a Pokemon Electabuzz with the redirection as well as Taunt support.
There's so much support setup going on Fabian's side, and you can see why that Electabuzz is there, because it can provide that redirection and the taunt. And Eden, the opponent, will also be running a bit more of a defensive team. So this Volcarona, I can see it being a really useful Pokemon. That Quiver Dance, so useful, getting the special defense boost, special attack boost, and speed boost. So it can go toe-to-toe with a Dragonite going for scale shots.
Yeah, exactly. And something to note there is there is no Fairy Terra on the Dragonite, is actually Steel Terra on Fabian's side, which I feel may be a bit vital in terms of the matchup versus Eden's Terra Fairy. Only Scale Shot mono attack. It has Tailwind, it has Haze, it has Protect, of course, but yeah, we saw how that really factored in for Eden's matchup versus Joe just in the previous stage.
Yes, Eden's team that we've just featured earlier is going to be that Amoonguss, Incineroar, Dragonite, Sneasler, Goldengo, and Ursaluna. I'm seeing a lot of, a good balance of special and physical attackers, but that Volcarona might come in very, very handy here against both the Goldengo and the Ursaluna. It is Terra Fairy, so if it goes for that, then Eden's Dragonite can't actually hit it. But that's why you have the Incineroar with the Diaclaw, it's a Sneasler. I was staring at one Pokemon above, but the Sneasler with that Diaclaw, if that Volcarona dares to go for a Terra Fairy, well, it might just get hit with a super effective Diaclaw.
Yeah, and even though we're talking a bit about how it's slightly awkward for the Dragonite to come to this matchup, it sort of makes sense because you've got that Haze shutdown option. As long as you're able to enable your partner Pokemon to pick up that KO, it should be completely fine. This is sort of the duality of the different roles that we've been talking about when it comes to a team composition and being able to assess the correct threat, which, like you mentioned, Zoe, does feel like it could definitely be that Volcarona.
It is a battle about to begin. Our second semi-finals of the Stuttgart Regionals. Eden leading with the Ursaluna and the Dragonite against Fabian's Rillaboom and Volcarona. So immediate fake-out pressure from Fabian's side on this turn 1.
Yeah, and it's sort of what we were just talking about. Dragonite being brought from Eden's side, Volcarona being brought over on Fabian's side. You want to be able to start shutting down your opponent's sort of key strategy here, the setups, as we spoke about. Ursaluna is just there for the pure damage and to be able to really stave off any high-pressure special attack from that Volcarona.
This Ursaluna with the Assault Vest cannot protect itself from a super effective grass-type move. So Rillaboom doesn't even need to go for the fake out. It can just go immediately on the defensive. Looks like Dragonite going to switch out, not wanting to have that multi-scale broken man. Incineroar dropping that Intimidate.
Yeah, nice little play here to be able to mitigate that damage. Doesn't look like the Ursaluna so far is switching out. And because of the Water Terror, it is a sitting duck, not a bear. And that is why it is switching out for the Sneasler coming from the distant past.
Yes, so a double switch on Eden's side, but also his Volcarona going for the Heat Wave this turn. Does get knocked down the Sneasler half, and the Woodhammer coming out. It is not going to be a knockout. The Sneasler hangs on with 1 HP.
Yeah, 1 HP, just paying dividends to why that Intimidate was quite crucial to be able to allow it some room. But Rillaboom does have access to Grassy Glide, of course, and it is in grassy terrain. So it sort of leads us to the point where the Eden may feel they need to be a bit more defensive with this Sneasler, although Fake Out is live with the Incineroar.
It is indeed. So Rillaboom cannot protect because that is also holding an Assault Vest, which means that this Sneasler has room to go for a really strong Diaclaw. The Diaclaw onto the Rillaboom will deal super effective damage, but the Rillabooms, normally they're trained defensively, so I would expect it to take the hit, but the Volcarona really doesn't want to take it, and looks like a fake out onto this Rillaboom, just blocking it from a Grassy Glide.
Yeah, exactly. Not being able to move and getting hit by a close combat, which is not enough to pick up a KO. We see Eden not even wanting to risk going for that Diaclaw in case there's a Kingambit in the back, allowing the Quiver Dance to now be set up. This is the part where Fabian's saying, right, I want to be able to have a main sweeper in this scenario and go through all of Eden's Pokemon, and there's no Dragonite on the field at the moment to be able to haze those boosts away.
There is not, and this Volcarona is in such a comfortable position. It is at full health, and now it's faster than the Sneasler. So if it goes for the Heat Wave and manages to connect, that Sneasler will be knocked out. Now this Incineroar is bulky enough to tank any hits, but Incineroar has Parting Shot. It has Flare Blitz, so it will be doing some fairly good damage, but the Volcarona in a really nice position for maybe Fabian Sneasler to come in the back and threaten those super effective close combats.
Yeah, that's a good shout, and it's something that Eden needs to be very wary of because of that priority. But the Rillaboom actually switching out, looking like it's going to be the Dragonite instead. You want to be able to get those scale shot setups going whilst you can. Heat Wave, of course, does allow the KO onto the Sneasler because of the Quiver Dance boost, because it outspeeds. It, of course, gets a bit of respectable chip damage onto the Incineroar as it is brought down back to neutral when it comes to its special attack with this Incineroar, giving a bit of a parting shot, pivoting it out and allowing Eden to bring in a fresh Pokemon, but also perhaps that Incineroar yet again in the secondary slot.
Oh, that is something we've seen time and again, and if that Incineroar comes back in on the other slot, then there's a fresh fake out on the field, and that Intimidate is going to be so nice against Fabian's Dragonite. Now, Eden's Dragonite is going to be outsped by this Volcarona, and the Volcarona can go for a Terra Fairy to try and pick it off, but it is now at neutral stage of special attack, so it will not be able to take a knockout onto this full health, multi-scale, intact Dragonite. So Fabian really has to think of a way to chip down this Dragonite before he can go and take that KO.
Yeah, and I feel like Fabian has to opt in to either go for the scale shots or the Quiver Dance at this point. You can't afford to play defensive, and you want to be able to capitalize off the fact that there's probably going to be a guaranteed fake out from this Incineroar and completely want to utilize that at some point. And if, for example, Eden goes for the read, to be able to actually catch that out.
Yes, indeed. And the one thing is that Volcarona Volcarona is naturally faster than Dragonite. So even if Dragonite succeeds in getting a Scale Shot, it will likely be outsped by this Volcarona anyway. But it looks like it's our first terrestrialization of the game. It is going to be that shiny Dragonite looking nice and angelic on the field.
Historic genius from the Generation 1 pass. We've got the Protect on the Volcarona. Fabian really wanting to be able to make sure there's no sort of damage and focus down on that slot. It's going to be able to safeguard from the Protect, allowing the Dragonite to go for the extreme speed. The most important thing there, breaking that multi-scale, aware of the threat of that defensive Terra Fairy as the Tailwind is now set up. Eden has the speed advantage.
Eden has the speed advantage thanks to that Tailwind. So all of Eden's Pokemon will have double the speed. And now that this Dragonite is a Terra Fairy type, it is grounded. So it is getting all of that recovery from the grassy terrain. And if Fabian doesn't prioritize knocking it out, this Dragonite might actually regain the multi-scale back. So this, Fabian's Pokemon are still fairly healthy, and Dragonite can also go for the Scale Shots, but not against this opposing Dragonite that's Terra Fairy now.
Yeah, and I feel like if you're Eden, you want to be able to at least get rid of one of the slots ASAP in order to lure that Rillaboom back in, because that's the main threat to your Blood Moon Ursaluna in the back, which is your main offensive pressure, but that doesn't mean that the Scale Shot on the Dragonite is anything to sweat off of, but might just be for this Volcarona, as it's not going to be able to be touched by the Dragonite.
Yes, this Volcarona now turning into a Fairy type is completely immune to Dragon type moves. Fabian's Dragonite goes for the Protect just to try and scout out any Scale Shots, and that is a Scale Shot into Fabian's Dragonite. A fantastic Protect there, but allows the Volcarona, which outspeeds this Incineroar under Tailwind, to get another Quiver Dance up.
Yeah, seems like that was thanks to that initial Quiver Dance that was set up in previous turns. Now at +2 of speed, special defense, but +1 of its special attack, with the leftovers knocked off right now. However, it's still able to get some really good recovery at the end of the turn because of the grass terrains, and we saw the interaction there. We can confirm right now the Volcarona does outspeed that Dragonite.
It does indeed, and now the Dragonite is back at full health from the looks of it. So multi-scale is once again intact, which means that Fabian has to spend 2 turns to try and knock out this Terra Fairy Dragonite. Volcarona is in a very good position against Eden's Dragonite because it's Fairy type and that Dragonite only has Dragon moves, but the Incineroar can go for a neutral Flare Blitz onto this Volcarona, which does not enjoy taking physical moves.
No, it does not. However, Terra Blast +2, Fairy Terra, is it enough? It's definitely not enough. We know that this Incineroar is very bulky. Scale Shot does connect. It does target the Dragonite over Fabian's side. However, it does pick up the KO at that range, it guarantees, because of the 4th hit. The question is, though, Fabian does have that free slot in. It could easily be bring in a new Pokemon.
Yes, now that the Dragonite has been failed from Fabian's side, it also leaves this Incineroar free to go for an attack. So we're going to have to see how bulky is this Volcarona. Can it survive the Flare Blitz? It can, and survives it very comfortably. But with the leftovers knocked off, it will get no recovery. But Rillaboom now coming back in with that Fake Out support is going to be very nice in helping stall out one more turn of Tailwind.
Yeah, and I think you are really, if you're from looking at from Fabian's side, wanting to be able to put Incineroar within that range where it can actually get picked off either by a Terra Blast Focus or that Heat Wave after a couple of boosts, and you just want to be able to out-boost the Dragonite. It has +1, the Tailwind is set up. However, we know that Fabian's boosts are going as well. There may be a bit of an issue with the speed interactions here.
Yes, Fabian's play right now is maybe just to ignore that Dragonite, which cannot touch the Volcarona, and just focus on the partner slot. So Volcarona going for that Terra Fairy Terra Blast, easily enough to pick off this Incineroar. So Eden is going to lose a second Pokemon and is going to have that Ursaluna forced back in. And critically, Ursaluna can no longer Terrace type, although it is a Terra Water, so no matter what this Ursaluna does, it will be taking a really strong Grass type move from this Rillaboom.
Yeah, exactly. And there was a really nice pin from Fabian there to be able to guarantee, since Incineroar had no way to protect itself, it wanted to make sure that once you get that slot down and leave Eden's last 2 Pokemon remaining, you will be able to probably outboost things. However, the question is, can this Rillaboom be able to deal enough damage in combination with that Volcarona on its side to be able to get rid of this Ursaluna? Because even though there are special offensive boosts on Volcarona, that's an Assault Vest Ursa.
Yeah, I think the Rillaboom could just go for Grassy Glide, Volcarona protect. We saw the Sneasler in the back. Ursaluna cannot protect, so it's a really easy task. Just let the Rillaboom get knocked out, bring that Sneasler in, focus down on the Ursaluna, and you've got that Terra Fairy Volcarona against that Dragonite that can't touch it.
Yeah, let's see what goes down. Grassy Glide, nearly 2-hit KO, basically bringing it in the orange. Is this gonna be enough from the Volcarona Terra Blast into the Ursaluna slot? It is bulky, and it is not going down. Tailwind now reset with the Dragonite, and the Blood Moon is gonna rise right now. It's gonna be targeting down the Rillaboom, picks off that KO, and all of a sudden, we are down to a 2 versus 2 with the Tailwind set up on Eden's side.
A fantastic knockout from this Ursaluna, knocking off that priority Grassy Glide, and this Sneasler does not have Fake Out, so it cannot flinch this Ursaluna, and with the Tailwind active, the Sneasler will be outspared, but the Volcarona is at +2 stages of speed, and with the Tailwind, it should outspeed this Ursaluna, and I believe Fabian might have found a way to win this game 1.
Yeah, and there may be a situation where the Dragonite could go for a quick haze, but at this point, I don't think you have enough resources available from Eden's side to be able to bring this back, especially against a Focus Sash Sneasler.
Yes, indeed, that Sneasler Focus Sash means that he will survive any time. The Dragonite going for the haze, just wanting to remove all of those boosts that the Volcarona has obtained. But Sneasler's close combat is still going to go first, and with the Ursaluna down, this Dragonite cannot hit the Volcarona.
Yeah, cannot, and it is gonna be failed, giving so much of a boost for Fabian going into this, most likely winning game 1. Heat Wave does break multi-scale, doesn't get a burn, but at this point, this is a Sneasler that is looking down the Dragonite. However, we know Scale Shot is such a good move from Dragonite's side. It can get rid of the Sneasler, but you can never get rid of the Volcarona. This is such a good pin.
You cannot. Only with Scale Shot, the only attacking move on Dragonite, it is going to mean that it cannot touch the Volcarona, and Fabian just expertly takes game 1.
Yeah.
That seeing the game through, knowing the only path to victory is just ignore the Dragonite. Who cares? You've got the Terra Fairy Volcarona, and just focusing on the Ursaluna was such a fantastic play.
It was one of the things that we were speculating about in the preview of this game 1. The fact that the Dragonite, because it's sort of locked into a state where it only has one offensive move on its side, damaging move, that being the Scale Shot Dragon type, Fabian is more inclined to be able to bring that Terra Fairy Volcarona, of course, to be able to have an answer to that. So even though Dragonite's always brought for the haze capability, that Terra option really works so well for Fabian. So Eden's going to really have to find a proper way to be able to slow down the momentum from Fabian's side.
Yes, indeed. Dragonite is a Pokemon that I feel has a lot of 4 move slot syndrome.
Yes.
It wants to run Extreme Speed and Ice Spinner, and I think in this situation, that Extreme Speed would have come in very, very helpful. But of course, this Dragonite has served Eden so well, so there is a reason why it's running that moveset. And moving forwards, an adaptation I think Eden could make is just making sure the Volcarona doesn't get set up so easily.
Yeah, and I think Golden Go might actually be a really good play as well in order to be able to interact with the Tailwind being set up, and to allow yourself to position and have a better matchup towards a mid to end game Terra Fairy Volcar.
Yes, and our players are now getting ready for the second game of this set. Are we going to see any adaptations? It is game 2, and it is going to be Sneasler and Dragonite versus King Gambit and Volcarona.
Ooh, all right. So definite adaptations here. Sneasler is going to be able to directly threaten the King Gambit and potentially force a Terra. But at this point, I feel like you want to be able to save the Terra for the Volcarona. So Fabian may be more inclined to go on the defensive straight off the bat with his King Gambit and get a relatively, I would say, safe Quiver Dance setup, but you're concerned about the double up of the Diaclaw and Scale Shot.
Yeah, Volcarona is in a really difficult position here. If it Terra Fairies, it may have to eat a Diaclaw, and Volcarona is quite frail on the physical side. It's not going to enjoy taking a super effective Diaclaw if it goes for the Fairy type. But if it stays as a Bug type, it will be hit by the Scale Shot. Looks like Fabian recalling that heavily threatened King Gambit for the Rillaboom instead.
Yeah, and wanting to be able to play a bit more safe, it seems, from Fabian's side, probably going for the Protect on the Volcarona. You have, in the subsequent turn, the Rillaboom to provide fake out pressure in the following situation. Though, Terra Fairy Dragonite has come out.
Yes, that Dragonite wanting to make sure it is just not going to take any really strong Iron Heads coming off from this King Gambit. Actually, no, sorry, the King Gambit does not have a steel type move.
No, it does not. It does have the Swords Dance setup, of course. Diaclaw seems like did try to target down the Volcarona. May just well be the double up, so really good defensive play from Fabian, of course. And like we mentioned, Rillaboom now has fake out pressure. You got options. You could fake out onto the Sneasler, break a Focus Sash, stop it from moving, or fake out into a multi-scale Dragonite to be able to break it.
Yes, the Rillaboom can go for the fake out onto the Sneasler, break that Focus Sash, and buy its partner Volcarona one turn to get that Quiver Dance up. But then you've got that Dragonite on the other side with access to Tailwind. So if Eden predicts this move, he could just go for the Tailwind on this Dragonite and ensure that the Quiver Dance is going to be nullified. The fake out goes into the Dragonite, breaks the multi-scale, and the Diaclaw coming out. A critical hit is not going to get any status move for a Heat Wave coming off.
No, Heat Wave will connect, of course. The Dragonite is flinched, and we do see that Eden didn't want to play defensive in that scenario, maybe trying to read the obvious protective plays from their side and capitalize off of Fabian trying to set up there, but Fabian was like, no, I want to be able to make sure I don't only break your Sash, I break your multi-scale, and I start whittling down your resource availability.
Dragonite is at a health range where it's going to take way too many turns of grassy terrain recovery to regain that multi-scale, and now this Sneasler is still the fastest Pokemon on the field. It can still go for those super effective Diaclaws onto the Rillaboom, neutral onto the Volcarona, but if Volcarona really does not want to Terra Fairy at this stage because it would just get immediately knocked out. Of course, Fabian still has the Sneasler and the King Gambit in the back, which, of course, Eden does not know that there is a Sneasler in the back.
No, but we do see the switch right now. Volcarona not wanting to be subject to any more Diaclaws as well as Scale Shot focuses. So Eden, do they make the read? They do. Close combat into the Rillaboom. Is this a double up of the Scale Shot to be able to completely capitalize off of that defensive switch out? It is, and it is going to pick up the KO onto the Rillaboom. Guaranteed fourth hit, not even needed. Third hit is more than enough. And all of a sudden, we have got the Rillaboom, a key player in supporting the rest of the sweepers on Fabian's side, out of game 2.
What a fantastic move from Eden. They're doubling up onto this Assault Vest Rillaboom, which had no way of protecting. And it's such a safe play as well, because if Rillaboom switches out to King Gambit, it just gets immediately knocked out, and then your Volcarona has to take the Scale Shot. And now the Rillaboom got knocked out without being able to do anything. King Gambit switching in is still going to be heavily threatened by that Sneasler. And if King Gambit chooses to go for the Terastallization into the Dark type, it will no longer resist those Scale Shots, and Dark typing is still weak to the fighting type, so King Gambit not in a great position.
Really not, and the critical hit Diaclaw did not help Fabian at all. It put it within a range where it could be directly threatened by a couple of options. The Scale Shots, the Diaclaws, of course, yet again, because we know Volcaronas, especially the leftover set, tend to be built a bit more bulky.
I think Eden has managed this Volcarona so well this turn, leading with Pokemon to both heavily threaten this Volcarona, and now with that Rillaboom down, there is no more fake-out support for Fabian. Both the Volcarona and King Gambit are just so heavily threatened. There's not going to be room for a Quiver Dance, so Volcarona is really just forced to go for an attack. And we see the King Gambit going for that Terra Fairy to maybe try and take a lot of hits and do really strong Terra Dark damage.
Yeah, I think Eden is trying to bait and switch right now, anticipating the Sucker Punch focus into the Sneasler, which really wants to try to get ASAP KOs left, right, center. And now actually Defiant being proc +1. This is going to be a very powerful King Gambit.
It will be indeed. Now, Dragonite is a Terra Fairy type, so it will resist the Dark type moves coming off from this King Gambit, but it is at about half health, a little bit more than that. Is that going to be enough for the Sucker Punch? It is going to be dodged because the Sneasler switched out and the Haze coming in. A fantastic play there, just making sure that the King Gambit loses all of those attacks.
Oh! Heat Wave miss, #1, not a second one, but it is so crucial to have been able to pick up some sort of damage onto the Dragonite, to be able to start whittling it down, perhaps even within range of a Sucker Punch. But really well played there from Eden. You're gonna be able to have the fake out pressure immediately available.
That is a really unfortunate Heat Wave miss there, but Eden has managed the flow of the game so expertly, switching out that Sneasler and the Incineroar back in, but also playing it safe with the Haze. And now this Incineroar on the field has fresh fake out support, but against both the King Gambit and the Volcarona. King Gambit, with only access to Dark type moves, is not going to enjoy trying to land any hits. It doesn't even have a Sword Stance boost, so King Gambit, so heavily threatened, is going to protect.
Yeah, makes so much sense. But the fake out is going into the Volcarona, and that is exactly what Eden has read. Fabian on the back foot with a couple of very key read situations going for it. Eden, obviously, with their back against the wall, they are one game down. They need to be able to pull out all the stops, and that seems to be the case with the Tailwind now set up too.
Tailwind is up, and Eden's Pokemon are going to be faster than Fabian's Pokemon. And with that Terra Dark option used up by the King Gambit, this Volcarona cannot even dodge any scale shots coming off this Dragonite, which had been the key to the Volcarona's victory. And both this Dragonite and Incineroar now in a fantastic position to just stay on the field and start picking out all of these knockouts.
Yeah, and I think Incineroar may be well primed to try to pick up a KO with the Flare Blitz. It's going to be very close, depending on the damage counts, of course, and the rolls with the Volcarona. But Scale Shot is actually going to miss the Volcarona! And there's no double up knockoff, trying to at least get rid of more damage output with the black glasses now off the field. Heat Wave does target down the Dragonite, showing it is so important why the previous miss was crucial. Count out Cleave, trying to pick up the KO. Is it enough? It is not enough. Dragonite survives on a slither of health.
Dragonite hangs on, and critically that Volcarona got that free turn to lay down a lot of damage. Now Tailwind is still active on Eden's side, so there is still the speed advantage, but there's 2 more turns of Tailwind, so Fabian can try to stall it out with 1 turn of Double Protect, but there is going to be a turn where he's vulnerable. So Eden, even though there was a Scale Shot miss, is still in a good position, but King Gambit can go for a Sucker Punch. Dragonite does not have extreme speed, and at this range, it will be knocked out if the King Gambit goes for a Sucker Punch, and it means that the Volcarona may have a bit of space to go for a Quiver Dance.
Yeah, there's another layer of mind games going into this, whether there's going to be some form of defensive play from the Dragonite or a switch out even perhaps, and it's going to really come close. There is a defensive play from the King Gambit, wanting to make sure it is not exposed to a KO. Scale Shot not even looking. King Gambit's side gets a crit on the first hit, gets another hit, and the third one is going to be enough to get... I take it back. The 4th one is going to be enough to pick up this Volt.
Volcarona has been fouled, and means Fabian is forced down to his final Pokemon of this game, which we know is that Sneasler. Now, Tailwind is on its final turn on Eden's side, so Fabian can try and go for a Double Protect to stall it out, but then you allow Eden to switch out the Incineroar and switch back in and permanently drop the attack of the Sneasler. Of course, it will be raising the King Gambit's attack, but you do have a Haze Dragonite, so there is a lot of different options for Eden and not that many options for Fabian. But right now, I can see a Double Protect on Fabian's side to just try and burn out this final turn of Tailwind.
We did notice that the Sneasler was able to outspeed in Tailwind, at least I believe. Might have been the Incineroar, or actually it was the Ursaluna. So like you said, tried a bit of a going for the Double Protect Scout right now to be able to try to whittle still down the remaining turns of Tailwind is so crucial, but once again, you're subject to reads. There is any sort of interaction that could go on right now with the switches and the anticipation, such as, for example, the Dragonite going for the Protect.
Dragonite going for the Protect, trying to dodge a sucker punch, and allows the close combat to come in onto this Incineroar, knocking it out in one hit, which means now this King Gambit is free to start setting up with the sword stance that we saw that Fabian lock into, and Fabian is set up and has found a way to try and come back into this game.
Yeah, and what a way to go about it. Of course, it did indeed seem that because the Sneasler is trained most likely to be max speed, it's still enough to outspeed the Incineroar. Such a crucial point of contention there. And this King Gambit, even though it's had the Black Glasses knocked off and it doesn't look as cool right now, it is definitely very powerful with that additional Terra boost.
There is another Sneasler on the field, but Eden's Sneasler also does not have Fake Out.
Yeah.
Dragonite has gone for the Scale Shot, so it will be faster than the Sneasler. But if it chooses to attack, it's pinned by this King Gambit Sucker Punch. So Fabian can double into the Dragonite, which went for a Protect last turn, so it's unlikely to succeed a second Protect. And with Dragonite so low, it will be knocked out by any one move and can give Fabian the opening that he needs to take this game too.
Yeah, it really does come down to whether you go for the read, Sucker Punch, KO into the Sneasler from that range, and whether it even does pick up because of the Black Glasses. We're going to have to find out. The Sucker Punch is active. It is targeting the Dragonite. It does guarantee the KO, shows that the Scale Shot was coming out, most likely trying to target down the Sneasler on Fabian's side. So the real question right now is it going to be a KO onto the King Gambit?
Oh, no!
It's a coaching setup right now, and because it's not quad weak to the fighting type, and this is a bulky King Gambit as well at +1, it may just well be able to survive this close combat, and it does.
King Gambit surviving that close combat. The coaching just coming in so clutch for Fabian, and now Eden has been forced out to their final two Pokemon, which is the Ursaluna. Ursaluna does not enjoy taking fighting type close combat from the Sneasler. It is Assault Vest, it cannot protect, and because the Incineroar did not get to intimidate the Sneasler might be able to pick up the knockout. So the question is, can Eden Sneasler get rid of this King Gambit or the opposing Sneasler, because it's looking very difficult now for Eden to try and get that pullback.
Yeah, and at this point, it's a bit weird because you've got the Vacuum Wave priority available on that Ursaluna slot. So if it's going to be able to outspeed and pick up the KO onto the King Gambit before it goes for the Sucker Punch, it will prove to be quite difficult for Fabian to be able to target both Pokemon, as of course the Sneasler will be left. But the Vacuum Wave does come out. It does pick up the KO on the King Gambit, although the Focus Sash is still intact for Fabian Sneasler.
It's now going to be a 2v1 for Fabian. Can Diaclaw do Diaclaw things? I think at this stage, that's the only thing. But close combat now, coming off onto this Ursaluna. Not enough to get the knockout, which means the Ursaluna can go for a Vacuum Wave the following turn. But now Diaclaw coming off, not very effective, but does so much damage to this -2 defense Sneasler. And it looks like Eden will be taking this game too.
Yeah, and in what style as well. Close combat into the opposing Sneasler is not enough for Fabian to rule this one out and lock themselves into the finals just yet. We have got the Blood Moon Ursaluna, such an absolute tank and unit, going ahead and wiping up this game to giving Eden that final opportunity to be able to still try to vie for the finals.
We are going to a Game 3, folks. What a fantastic adjustment from Eden. Just realizing the Volcarona was so problematic in that Game 1, and then Game 2 leading with two Pokemon that heavily threaten it. If the Volcarona stays in its Bug and Fire type, well, it gets hit by Scale Shot. If it terrestrializes into Fairy, well, then have fun with a Diaclaw. And it's just a fantastic adjustment, and now Fabian has to be very careful. He cannot just try and freely let his Volcarona sit on the field and absorb all those hits.
Yeah, even though we didn't see a status condition coming out from the Diaclaw from Eden's side, it was so important to get that critical hit, I feel, onto the Volcarona to be able to put it within range of whether it tears or not. It's probably going to go down to a Diaclaw. And by the way, there was no Flame Body activation combinations as well, which is another point of contention, which really could have been able to introduce a new dynamic to the Fed.
Yes, Flame Body has a 50% chance to activate when a Pokemon with that ability, such as Volcarona, is hit by a physical contact move. So Sneasler was risking getting burned and losing its Focus Sash because of that burn damage. But the Dragonite Scale Shot is, even though it's a physical attack, is not a contact move. So Dragonite was very free to go for those Scale Shots. And I think that was a risk that Eden was willing to take, because even if the Sneasler did take a Flame Body burn, he would have gotten a Dire Claw off onto potentially a Fairy-type Volcarona. So I think the management of setup is going to be really key for Fabian here. And for Eden, it's going to be just making sure that the Pokemon on the opposing side does not get to set up.
Yeah, we did see the Blood Moon Ursaluna in that Game 2 lead. It's not anywhere to be seen right now in this final Game 3. We have got Dragonite Sneasler on Eden's side versus the Volcarona and that Rillaboom. Setup galore is what this Volt is looking for.
So Eden recognizing that the Dragonite and Sneasler is such an immediate offensive lead for Fabian. Now Volcarona, once again, not really in the greatest of positions because it's threatened in and outside of terrestrialization. But there is a Rillaboom on the field, and that does have access to Fake Out. So Fabian can buy a turn to allow this Volcarona to speed up and go for the Quiver Dance. But if he ignores the Dragonite, that's going to be a Tailwind coming out.
Yeah, it feels like there may have actually been an early commit, a reason behind Fabian, but no, not the case, as the Fake Out is breaking the multi.
Oh,
no! And the Dire Claw connects with a sleep condition onto the Rillaboom. Not enough to pick up a KO, but enough to incapacitate it, as the Quiver Dance is now set up with that Volcarona.
Rillaboom is down for the count, or just for now, and Volcarona, having set up with the Quiver Dance, means that it is the fastest Pokemon on the field. But Eden Sneasler is holding a Focus Sash, and the Dragonite, although it's had its multi-scale broken, it will not care about the Heat Waves. And if Fabian goes for Terrestrialization, Terra Fairy, he risks getting Dire Clawed on this Volcarona. But Volcarona's still in a really good position. And a Heat Wave, if it can pick up a burn, could be very, very devastating for Eden. So Rillaboom, yes, it's gone to sleep, but it's done its job in going for the Fake Out and setting up Grassy Terrain. And Fabian might want to bring a fresh Pokemon in the back to start dealing damage.
Oh, seems like Eden's trying to get a bit ahead of that. Switches that Sneasler out in favor of the Incineroar. Not only does it drop the physical attack of that Rillaboom, most importantly, it has Fake Out online for the subsequent turn, especially as we've got this switch up from Fabian, of course, bringing their own Sneasler on the field.
Sneasler back on the field, so, oh, not back, fresh on the field, but it looks like a Terrestrialization coming off. It is going to be onto that Dragonite once again, so Dragonite maybe wanting to make sure that, well, actually, I'm just trying to think what it would have been.
I think it's trying to respect that Terra Blast focus into it, given the multi-scale is broken, but Fabian does not fall short of that expectation. Goes for the Heat Wave, does do really good damage onto the Dragonite, bit of chip damage onto the Incineroar, but most importantly, we have got the Tailwind now set up on Eden's side. We've seen the interaction. This Dragonite, after Tailwind is set up, will still be able to outspeed the Volt, but that sort of invites a Fairy Terra back in.
It does indeed, and we saw how problematic a Terra Fairy Volcarona was for Eden. So Volcarona, it's still in a really great position. +1 speed, +1 special defense, +1 special attack. The special defense won't be that useful, but of course, Eden's Incineroar does have Fake Out, and Fabian's Sneasler does not have Fake Out. I can see a double protect of Fabian's side just to burn that turn of Fake Out.
Yeah, I think it's for good reason as well. You're able to also burn an additional turn of Tailwind, but no protect from the Volcarona, no Terra Fairy as well. Scale Shot, trying to instead target the Sneasler. So Eden really respecting that Terra Fairy and saying, right, well, I don't have much to lose as long as I get that Fake Out into the Volt.
Yes, Volcarona now slowly regaining all of its health thanks to the leftovers and the grassy terrain. Now, there is still 2 more turns of Tailwind, so there is still a lot of turns to try and stall out. Rillaboom in the back fast asleep means that Fabian can't really switch it in and try to use that as a fake-out option. But we have seen in previous games, this Sneasler outspeeds the Incineroar even under Tailwind. So, if Eden allows the Sneasler to get a close combat off, the Incineroar might just get knocked out this turn.
Yeah, and that gives a lot of incentive for Eden to have to respect that Sneasler slot, try to opt in for the scale shot, and maybe even let this Volcarona either get another setup going or deal some form of damage.
Yes, now our players are really taking the time to make a move, but Scale Shot is going to connect, and Sneasler, a Pokemon not known for being bulky, can it survive? That's 3 hits, and I think the 4th hit is going to take it. Oh, he lives!
Wait.
Oh, but 5 hits takes out this Sneasler, and there is no more close combat coming off, which means this Incineroar is safe to get an attack off this turn.
Yeah, this is huge because it allows the Incineroar even more wiggle room. That is exactly what Eden needs right now. Does get a +1 in the speed of Dragonite, but that's not even important. Heat Wave knocks it completely out. However, we have got this Incin now available to be able to either go for damage or go for rotation, and it is going for the damage. Fleblitz into the Volcarona does pretty much put it within range of a 2-shot unless the grassy terrain is enough to recover, and all of a sudden we've got a 3 versus 3, but it doesn't really feel like that because the Rillaboom, mind you, is still asleep. It has burned its first turn.
Yes, Rillaboom fast asleep and at such low health, meaning that any attack is just going to be able to knock it out, and Fabian, not wanting to risk it, keeps or brings in that Kingambit, which is not a Pokemon that really enjoys going up against the Sneasler or the Incineroar. This Kingambit is Terra Dark, so it will still be taking super effective damage if the Sneasler goes for the close combat, and there is a lot on that, but there's 1 more turn of Tailwind left.
Yeah.
Fabian can try and stall out. There's no more Tailwind options left, so there's a double protect. The next turn, maybe a Sucker Punch and a Heat Wave to try and pick off this Sneasler.
Yeah, and at this point, we just got the situation where the Incineroar is such a big threat for Fabian's side of the field that you need to be able to respect it enough and whittle down as much damage as possible whilst not succumbing to those very powerful Flare Blitz.
Yes, that Flare Blitz is dealing so much damage, it won't knock out the Volcarona at this range. And the Kingambit, a very bulky Pokemon, will probably be able to hang on. But it looks like our trainers, Fabian is going to double protect just to burn out this final turn of Tailwind and allow that Volcarona to be the first Pokemon to make a move next turn.
Yeah, this is definitely what you want because you want to be able to just slow the momentum from Eden's side. The Focus Sash, of course, is still unbroken. And as you can see, the Flare Blitz was trying to target down to Volcarona, understanding that it is such a key player. I believe it still does have the Quiver Dance that it originally did set up, so it's still a threat. It's still going to be able to outspeed the Sneasler. Who knows? Maybe if you can connect the Heat Wave, maybe get a burn, you might be in a better spot.
Yeah, this is a really close turn because Kingambit, if it goes for the Sucker Punch, that combination of Sucker Punch plus Heat Wave onto this Sneasler will knock it out. But of course, Eden is a top player and they will know that if they leave the Sneasler in and try to attack, you might just get knocked out and force them down to their final 2 Pokemon. So Eden has to be very, very careful here.
Yeah, very careful indeed. And it's sort of the point of the matchup right now where it's so integral. You are in the final game 3. And at this point, it's just going to have to come down to a couple of mind-reading situations. Terra Fairy is out on this Volcarona.
Volcarona now going once again for this Terra Fairy. So maybe wanting to go for a 100% accurate Terra Blast, not risking those Heat Waves. Sneasler going for the Protect just to keep itself nice and safe, which means the Sucker Punch is actually going to go into the Incineroar. So Fabian reading.
The Terra Blast double up isn't enough. A +1 to pick up this Incineroar, which is such a big threat from Eden's side. It is enough, and we've got such a good board position right now for Fabian, forcing Eden down to their final Pokemon.
What a fantastic read from Fabian there, completely ignoring the Sneasler and leaving that Kingambit, which is ×4 weak to fighting type moves from this Sneasler, meaning Eden is now down to their final Pokemon, which is that Ursaluna. And Ursaluna cannot protect because he has the Assault Vest. But it does have a ×4 super effective Vacuum Wave onto this King Gambit. Now, Vacuum Wave is not the most powerful attack, so I would expect the King Gambit to survive. So Eden still has a lot of outs here, because if the Sneasler and the Ursaluna both attack, they might be able to pick up a knockout this turn, and Rillaboom in the back is effectively not really an option. So it's actually really, really close here.
And there's no Tailwind support from Eden's side, so it's going to have to come down a couple of mind games of whether the Vacuum Wave can outspeed this King Gambit before the Sucker Punch gets launched out, as there's another double protect attempt from the Sneasler in order to avoid a Focus Sash being broken, and King Gambit actually opting to go on the defensive as well. Seems like Fabian is trying to scout out the scenario. No Vacuum Wave, Earth Power just wanting to make sure it whittles that King Gambit down, perhaps to a range for a follow-up Vacuum Wave to be able to dispatch the job.
Fabian trying to scout out what Eden's priorities are, but that means both of these, you may look the same board positioning, but a lot of these Pokemon have used up their Protect. Now, Sneasler is going to Protect once again to try and dodge those really strong Sucker Punches and Heat Waves, and the Sucker Punch is going to fail onto this Sneasler. So the Volcarona Heat Wave comes out.
It does indeed. Is it going to connect onto this Ursaluna? It does. Does not do that much damage at all. Earth Power going into the King Gambit. Does survive on 13 hit points, but the point is, it is now within range of that Vacuum Wave. Such a nice little bit of utility on this Assault Vest set.
Yes, this King Gambit managing to hang on without the Assault Vest onto this really powerful Earth Power. The question is though, King Gambit has Sucker Punch. Who is faster, King Gambit or Ursaluna? Because King Gambit can get a Sucker Punch onto this Ursaluna if it is faster, but there is still that Focus Sash Sneasler left on the field. Vacuum Wave kind of knocks out the King Gambit.
Oh, that's so huge, and all of a sudden King Gambit is gone. This Volcarona is on its own. Heat Wave, this needs to burn the Sneasler to give it some sort of chance. There's no burn. Dive close enough to pick up the KO, and you have got Eden Bachelor in the finals.
Yes, there is still one more Pokemon left. It is that sleeping Rillaboom, but at this stage, the game is completely locked up. Rillaboom is fast asleep. It still needs to wake up, and it only has single target moves. At this range, any attack can knock it out, and Eden can just comfortably sit back and click any move they like and knock out this snoozing Rillaboom.
Yeah, there's no way for this Rillaboom to dispatch of both Pokemon at the same time. Unfortunately, it has not been blessed with spread damage potential. Dire Claw, there you have it. And all of a sudden, Eden being able to lock up that game in such an intense fashion.
Well done to Eden Bachelor for becoming the first finalist to our Stuttgart Regional Championships. This is going to be such an amazing accomplishment for Eden. Just so well played there.
Yeah, Eden versus Francesco in the finals, and what a way to go about it. I mean, it was so tense, honestly. It had us on our heels. Fabian really, at some point, felt like he had the advantage. He was making some really good reads, but Eden, on the parallel, was doing the exact same. Both of these trainers were not holding up, and unfortunately, for Fabian, just wasn't enough at that point.
It's exactly why this set went to a Game 3. It was so evenly matched between these two trainers, and I feel that at any time, either player could have gotten the advantage if they made the better play. And, you know, the Rillaboom did get put to sleep very early on. But Eden also piloted so well. The Rillaboom's really purpose was to set up the grassy terrain and provide fake-out support. The main damage dealers were the Volcarona, but Eden handled that so well.
Yeah, and I mean, it's quite unfortunate. Like you mentioned, the Dire Claw sleep, it could be quite detrimental because it sort of deters you from being able to make another switch in for the Rillaboom. It's sort of at that point a bit of a sacrificial slot piece because it's just out of range. Like, you have to play around a bit with the first time waits and such like that, and it really did put him on the back heel, but he did really put out all of the efforts, and just Eden was able to come out on top. And unfortunately, we have lost our final German representative from the local scene, but what a way to go about it. Top 4 is no slouch of an achievement.
It was a phenomenal game, and Fabian should be very very proud of himself for having advanced so far all the way into the semi-finals of the Stuttgart Regionals. But now Eden will be advancing as our second finalist, and we are going to have an absolutely electrifying finals.
Oh my lord, will we? And I think Eden, I did have a chat with them before as well. They're a bit nervous, but they were so happy that they were even able to reach this stage. You could tell that they really wanted this. They had a lot of passion for it. They understood sort of win conditions. And I mean, you know, like, you got a Sneasler. Sometimes you really do have to go for the Dire Claw, not only for the just general good damage it does, but if you can pick up a very vital status condition, as for example, we saw the Sneasler put in a lot of work versus Joe Ugarte earlier on with that paralysis, I believe, on the Dragonite. You're just able to find a way through, and it's just more so having that Ursaluna Blood Moon in the back for the late game sweep. That was so great to see.
Sneasler once again proving why it is one of the best Pokemon in this format. Dire Claw and Close Combat, such a potent combination against your opponent. We have so many Terra Fairy Pokemon running around just to try and counter the dragons, but hey, guess what? There is a Sneasler that outspeeds pretty much this entire format and has two very powerful same type attack bonus.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, poison fighting, the only other Pokemon that comes to mind right now is a Toxicroak, where I guess dry skin may be something for like rain matchups, but at this point it doesn't have enough attack or speed that the Sneasler has. Like you mentioned, it's just such a destructive dual typing, especially in the current format where there aren't as many prevalent fairy type Pokemon, forcing a lot of dragons or just general Pokemon to have Terra Fairy as an option.
Yes, and Eden running such a defensive team just goes to show that sometimes having that really strong defense allows you to have that room to pivot in and out. And if there maybe one or two turns didn't go exactly according to plan, but because your team is really bulky, you have that room to take those hits.
Yeah, exactly. And you saw there the Ursaluna just being so bulky. And I do really love this popularized set right now, ever since I believe Nick Navarre actually brought it to one of the grand challenges, and just being able to see it through in the finals right now, potentially going and picking up a win is so great to see.
Yes, Dragonite now, that Terra Fairy serving Eden so well. And the Vacuum Wave on this Ursaluna, a fantastic move priority, so it gets to pick off any opponents if they don't have that priority. And you know, what was Kingambit's Sucker Punch and neutral going to do to this full health Ursaluna?
Yeah, exactly. You need to be able to have some sort of setup there, and we saw the scale shots just trying to put in a lot of work from Eden's side. Sort of that's what it's there for, and it scouts out or forces a potential Terra Fairy from the Volcarona, which makes the flowcharts a bit more navigational into the point of expectations. And we see Terra Blast there. The combination of Sucker Punch was enough to pick up the K on Incineroar. Sneasler really did have to try to initially go for the offensive there, but the fact that we still had, like you mentioned, that full health Blood Moon Ursaluna being able to sweep up in the back is so crucial.
It's really also interesting that Dragonite's Scale Shot reduces its defense, but it does not reduce its special defense. So it's actually quite free to start spamming it in front of a special attacker because your special defense is not being reduced. So it's actually a really cool adaptation for Eden to then recognize, you know what, it's okay, I can leave my Dragonite on the field and keep going for these scale shots.
Exactly, because sort of like forces your opponent to have to respect that, and then things become a bit more predictable, right?
Yeah, and I was just so amazed by the high level of play that we've had there. And now we've had this Game 3, which I always love watching Game 3s. I'm sure our players do not enjoy playing the Game 3. They prefer an easy 2-0 sweep.
I would imagine they do so, but yeah, I mean, at this stage of the tournament, you know, every single game is so vital and so tough to be able to, you know, force through, because everyone's so committed to be able to do the very best that they can. You feel like, okay, it must be fate. I've reached this point right now. I'm going to try to do the very best that I can, but unfortunately, not everyone's going to be able to get that #1 slot. That's only down to one person, and right now, we've got 2 people waiting to try to chase for that final opportunity.
Only one of them can advance and win the finals of the Stuttgart Regionals, and I'm just so amazed by the high level of play that we've had all weekend. This is, of course, the last Regulation H major tournament in the Europe region. There are still more tournaments coming up in the following weeks before the new year.
Yeah, exactly that. But enough dilly-dallying about what we have got is the interviews that are set up with both of our finalists.
What a treat.
What a treat indeed. So, right, Lee, go ahead, take it away.
Thank you so much, Costa and Zoe. And I have the pleasure to be joined by both of our finalists of the Stuttgart Regional Championships. We have Eden Batchelor and Francesco Piopero. Welcome, both of you, to the couch area. We can take a minute before the finals, of course. I do want to congratulate both of you on just a phenomenal show this weekend and performance. Eden, since you have just come off the back of your match, I'll give you a minute. I'll focus on Francesco for a second.
No problem.
And I hope you appreciate just a little minute to breathe, because that was an incredible game. Francesco, we've seen you perform incredibly well this season. We've had a little bit of time since your top 4 match. The one thing that I really wanted to ask you coming into an interview situation was you had such a good performance at LAIC, that top 16 finish, and you've got the same 6 coming into this tournament, but there are some slight changes. And were they off the back of that tournament in particular, or were they just things that you think would be specifically for this event?
So yeah, I definitely got a lot of feedback from LAIC, especially, well, my top 16 match against Marco, in which I realized my sum matchup wasn't as good as I thought. So yeah, I had to focus a little bit more on that, come back to the drawing board, and after my friend Carson won Sacramento last week, I had to be aware of the Sneasler in DD with the Electabuzz and Blood Moon core, which was catching up on usage a lot. And so I made some tweaks on the team to have better matchups into those teams especially. And then it was, for example, one change was Terabug on the Archalon, which has a slightly better matchup chart into some teams, but it gives up the immunity to Among Us, which is, kind of a big deal, but you have to make those changes, make some matchups a little bit worse, but overall, if you keep it playable and you outplay your opponent, you can still make it. So I was okay with this change.
Yeah, and I think those changes have obviously helped you immensely coming into this tournament, and in particular with the Amoongus, there just seemed to be so many of them in that top cut as well. I think out of the 8 teams, there was six players who got the Amoongus this weekend. So yeah, really good decisions on your end. And Eden, you've come into this event this weekend, and how has your season been so far? Because it just seems like you've come out of nowhere this weekend and just absolutely been on a tear, because from the start of the tournament, you were just at the top, and you didn't seem to falter at all, and you're now here in the finals.
I took a large break last year to work on myself because I started getting really middling performance after middling performance. I'm a long-time player, but I felt like something wasn't right, so I decided to take a break from the game, analyze things, and then come back from there. And I mean, I got day 2 in Lille, and I was really happy with that, but I couldn't have really predicted what would happen here, honestly. I'm so happy.
Yeah, well, congratulations once again. You've done incredibly well. And one step away from taking the championship title. Of course, both of you will be gunning for that. I'm sure you will be. But that aside for a second, what are your plans for the rest of the season? Francesco, we'll start with you. Have you got any events already booked in, or are you kind of just seeing and playing things as they come and go?
So, of course, I want to compete in EUIC, in which I got its inscription, like the sign up. I already got it by getting a lot of points with LAIC that allowed me to sneak into the top 16. So the top 16 players have the sign up, priority sign up for the event. So I'm definitely planning to do that. I, as an European, am very proud to compete every year in UIC, and I try to give my best to represent my country. Outside of that, I will just roll with my feelings. That's been maybe the most important thing during this season compared to the last, because last season I maybe let the season decide when I was playing. This time I am just playing when I feel like it, so that has helped me mentally. And so for example, I played 3 events in a row now. November has been quite a month, but now I will gladly take a pause and get back to normal lifestyle once I'm back at home. So yeah, that was important for me and helped me mentally. So UIC and then maybe NAIC if I wanna see some friends and try to place there after the 6-3 unfortunately last year. So that's what I'm thinking now.
That's amazing to hear. And one of the things I really love about having the skilled, talented players on the couch with us to be able to kind of talk through matches and their experiences is the advice that they can give to the newer players. And that is some brilliant advice. Just, I think that a lot of people can take a lot of inspiration from going forward and how to approach a season, because the seasons are grueling and long and they can be exciting and they can have their high moments, but they can also have their low moments as well. So really great advice, Francesco, of course. I need to ask you as well, Eden, what are your plans for the season? Are you a bit the same or you got different plans?
Me, I just want to be a part of the community. Like for me, I'm going to be trying all the UK events where I come from. I might even get involved in like Comic-Cons, just everything. I want to immerse myself in Pokemon, you know? Like, this has really driven me and really motivated me to try and push myself to see how far I can take things. You know, maybe I could even go for Worlds now. Like, it's crazy.
One step away from a guaranteed Worlds invite. Both of you will be able to have the chance to do shout-outs and things after when we have the winner ceremony. Of course, I won't keep you any longer because you're going to want to go and prepare. And once again, huge congratulations. Thank you so much for taking the time to share some invaluable insights in the game and your thought processes and how to get to this stage of the tournament. It's been a pleasure. Good luck to both of you. Sit tight, everyone. Go get a beverage, and we will be right back with the finals of the Stuttgart Regional Championships.
My name is Rajan Ball, and I'm from Washington, D.C. The World Championships were in Washington, D.C. in 2014, so I wasn't competing then, but I participated, and after that I was hooked. I saw some of the friends that I'd known online. It was right in my backyard. I took the metro there. I did go to the 2015 World Championships in Boston. That was my first actual tournament. And my friend Nick Navarre and we both top cut that tournament. And then I just remember thinking, like, man, this game is really, really easy. It's not that easy. I've come to find out.
He's come so close to winning regionals in so many different years. This might be his chance to secure his first championship title.
The times in the tournaments I've done the most poorly have been when I felt tepid, when I was playing scared. I have never again watched the stream set of my previous finals experience. I started tunnel visioning on the win. I was thinking, I'm so close, but unfortunately that compromised the quality of my play. I started to really think about stream being like man, I lost my mojo then, it's just been downhill from here. And this time, each stream set, each round today was just win. I was competing pretty actively as a full-time lawyer, and I just wasn't sure I could justify continuing. Folks are prepping more, they're playing better, they're just smarter, they're better players now. But if I quit, I wouldn't have as many lifelong friendships as I do. This weekend especially, I didn't mind falling on my feet, and I didn't mind messing up something because I was playing to win. I was not playing to not lose. Identifying the things that are costing you games. Lean in on what you're good at and then bring everything up to the extent that you can. It's been my goal for a very long time to win a regional championship. I mean, I'm over the moon.
Rajan Ball, he's made it to the finals and now he's claimed his first regional championship victory.
I had high expectations going into this tournament. The prep was coming together very well. I mean, the weekend could not have gone any better. I went 9-0 day one, won the tournament day two. I've been wanting this for a long, long time. So this just feels really good.
best and I'll be there anytime, anywhere. And I'll go anywhere. I'll stop anytime, anywhere. And I'll go anywhere. I'll stop anywhere. Never best and I'll be there anytime, anywhere. Anytime, anywhere.
We are here. This is it. This is the final stop in the 2025 Stuttgart Regional Championships. I am Costa, this is Lee, and we are here for what is going to be a celebration of two trainers going into the finals. Francesco versus Eden. Lee, we heard just now from the interview you had with both of them that they're really gunning for this, and there's a lot on the line, aside from qualification, but also all of the passion and drive they've got.
Yeah, that's it. And I think that you have to be quite careful what you ask on the couch when they're both there present in front of each other, because it's awkward. You don't ask about strategies. No one wants to give anything away, but you can feel that hunger from both of the players and the excitement there of both of them being able to make it to this stage of the tournament and the last Regulation H event of this season in Europe. It's incredible. It's a way to go out with a bang, and both players have been phenomenal this weekend.
They genuinely have been, and I think we've got like a bit of a parallel, right? Or opposite parallels, should I say. We've got Francesco on one hand, having a really good notable Players' Cup Challenge placement in 2021, I believe, during the COVID era. And in the past couple of seasons has just been building up with all the top cards, getting stronger and stronger. And then we've got Eden. We got a veteran player that back from 2015, 2016, has been in the community for a long time, took a bit of a break, and now has come back in order to claim all the glory.
Yeah, and it's amazing to see, you know, and I think the way that Eden's approaching things, just taking that break like they described on the couch, and then just coming back when the time felt right. And I think, you know, there's always been talent there with Eden, and it has shown through this weekend, which has been incredible to see.
Yep.
But I think a big part of that is taking a step back maybe to reassess everything in your perspective of the tournament structure.
Yep.
And then coming back in with such fashion and dominating this format.
Yeah, and what weighted to it as well. And yeah, both of the trainers, obviously, it's high pressurized situation for both of them, but they've got everything else behind them. They are just one set away to not only be a champion at a regional championships, but to get that instant qualification to Worlds all the way through to Anaheim later on this season.
That's the exciting thing as well. You've not only got the medal up for grabs, you've not got the glory, you've not got the championship points, but you get that automatic invite to the World Championships. So you know you will be there in Anaheim later this year, and it's just incredible to think that you're one game away from achieving that.
Yeah, one game away, but let's have a bit of a preview on all the other games that came through in this very vital top 8 bracket that both of our finalists have been able to rush through the trenches of. Francesco having a great time from the looks of things against some very, very powerful opponents. I'm sure it wasn't a great time, it was very tough, but able to get 2-0 against Maddie Morgan, 2-0 versus Teoti Maso, and on the other hand, Eden having to also go through the juggernaut of Joe Ugarte as well as Fabian Brawl on what were grueling sets.
Yeah, it's weird. It's like the mirror image. One side of the bracket's very clean route to the final, those 2-0s, and then the other side, it feels like you mentioned it, described it, a grueling slog to get to the other side for Eden. So it'll be interesting to see how this one plays out, whether it will be clean-cut. I really don't think it will be with two such high-qualified players.
Yeah, and it's essentially going to be a bit of a matchup roulette in terms of what do you want to try to focus down on bringing? We've seen Francesco having that rain core locked in versus Eden's slightly unconventional Blood Moon Ursaluna Assault Fest. So both of these trainers are going to really have to figure out all of the kinks in understanding how they need to be able to take advantage of the key strategy their opponent is going to try to apply to this final.
Yeah, and that's the thing. I think you've got tools on both sides of the field that can combat against what they're going up against and have a good way around it. It's just whether or not you can get the positioning right at the exact time that you need to, because I think with the big, powerful hitters that both players have access to, it's going to be real fine margins going into this match, and it'll come down to those big decisions. We had a lot of them in Eden's match versus Fabian. There was some really key decisions there, and Eden got the majority of them right, and that's why Eden did progress on. Francesco obviously not in that same position. Clean-cut wins all the way through, so very precise with their play, knowing what they've done. They've got that experience from LAIC, that top 16. There has been a few tweaks coming into this tournament, but they've all paid off. So both players here, top of their game coming into this tournament, and it can go either way at this stage.
Yeah, exactly. And I think Francesco, like we mentioned, has been building upon each and every event they have been going to. And Eden, like we also mentioned, right now just coming out with a very stellar performance of that 8-0 day one going into day two conversion at number 2 seed.
Yeah, it's incredible, really, when you think about only players who have dropped one game all weekend in this field of players.
It's incredible.
I mean, it is incredible just on its own, but that is not going to be enough for Eden, I don't think, at this stage. It is going to be all about getting over this line right now. The line in front of them is Francesco Piepero, but it's not going to be easy. You can see how calm and relaxed and focused. I mean, Francesco very, very focused going into this. I think got one thing on their mind going into this match, and that is just how to overcome everything that Eden's going to throw at them. And Eden also very relaxed. That's one thing I noticed on the couch, relaxed about this, you know?
Yeah.
And we'll start off, as always, traditional fashion, looking at the accolades from these players. We'll start with Eden with that 2025 Lille top 128, finished then at top 32 in 2018 in the EUIC. Sutton Coldfield, regional finalist in 2016, so familiar seeing this for Eden. And then 2015, the year before, Sutton Coldfield, regional top 8.
Yeah, and of course, we've gone through the very recent achievements of Francesco. They are both finalists in previous events. However, none of them are champions, but one of them will be straight after this.
Yeah, that's it. And we can take a look at the teams. We've seen them all the way through the broadcast every time they've been on, but we can recap with the Amoonguss, the Incineroar, Dragonite, Goldingo, Sneasler, and that Ursaluna. The big important thing, I think, that Eden's got access to and can really utilize in this game is that Ursaluna. Maybe even the Amoonguss. You have to be careful with the Amoonguss around that Pelipper, but the Ursaluna has that terrestrialization into that water type. It gives you alleviation against things like that Basculegion, but it does put you at risk at the same time from that Arcaladon when it does have those electric shots that can hit for super effective damage.
Exactly, but the Assault Vest has just makes this Ursaluna so bulky, and it is going to be quite fascinating to see how that eventually may play out. However, we have got Francesco's side of things as well, rocking that Rain team as well. And I think we had a bit of a very quick interaction, Francesco, just prior, and he did mention, right, I'm going to try to bring the Basculegion for you. And I'm like, yes, yes, please, Francesco. I want to see, I very much do. And when you, of course, do see, it is banded. It is a swift swim ability, and it's got so much firepower, water power, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, you've got to respect this Pokemon, because with that swift swim in the rain, Eden doesn't really have a way to get rid of that rain, so it's going to be in effect as long as that Pelipper makes one appearance. And then you've got the power boost to the Wave Crash. You've got that Choice Band on top of it. You've got the Flip Turn to get out of there if you need to reposition. And then you've got that Wave Crash, which is just the most powerful attack, especially after the terrestrialization. They can do so much devastating damage and can really storm through a team quite quickly.
Yeah, at some point, resists become neutralities, and there's just no such thing as trying to slow down the damage momentum this powerhouse does have, especially being choice banded too. So I'm quite interested to see how this will play out, Lee. How do we feel, generally speaking, in terms of the matchups between both of these trainers?
I think it's going to really come down. I feel like straight off the bat, I think Francesco has a slight edge here with that Rain Core, with the ability to not have to exert any time to set up that speed control with the Basculegion, where you've just got to get the rain out on the field and you've got your Pelipper then, and then you also have that speed control on top of that. It also kind of sets up the Arcaladon as well, where it is able to just fire off those electro shots pretty freely. You do have to be careful around things like the Blood Moon Ursaluna, but you do have that Assault Vest alleviation. So I think they're the things that Eden needs to really concentrate on.
As we are going to get our leads. Game one, make some noise, everybody, between both of our finalists. Francesco leading with Incineroar, Archaludon versus Eden's Golden Go and the Dragonite.
The Incineroar coming in for Francesco's great. It lowers the attack on that Dragonite, so it's not going to be hitting as hard, of course. Does have access to the Fake Out, can break that multi-skill. Eden has to keep that in mind. Maybe wants to protect here. The Golden Go in a decent spot, though. It is going to resist the majority of attacks from that Archaludon, and it is in the position where it could go for a nasty plot. You've got to be wary about the Incineroar. Of course, it does have access to those attacks that can do super effective damage, so you don't really want to take any additional damage that you don't necessarily need to. But if the risk is worth it, then you can get those nasty plots up, put yourself in such a strong position.
It's all about whether the reward will be able to advance your board position. Golden Go saying, no, sorry, I want out. I'm going to bring in my buddy, that Blood Moon Ursaluna. And Incineroar actually following suit there, quite interestingly, allowing a potential synergy setup of this Electro Shot, trying to target down the Golden Go and maybe guarantee a two-shot.
Yeah, and a really nice play there, but the Dragonite not falling for the Fake Out, going for that Tailwind, setting that speed control up very early on in here, like you say, Costa, is that Electro Shock.
Oh, where is it going to target? Is this going to be a very cool switching of the Blood Moon in anticipation to be able to be immune? Yes, it is! It is the ground type immune that comes into play, although, of course, we do know Dragonite right now, Tailwind has been set up. This Blood Moon, it wasn't that fast before. Guess what? It very much is now.
Yeah, it is now. It's putting on a lot of pressure onto the opposing side of the field with those Hyper Voices, with that Blood Moon. And now, before the terrestrialization on Francesco's Archaludon, it is pressuring with that Earth Power. So you've got to see Francesco maybe react here, try and match the Tailwind if you can with your own Pelipper, and you've already got that boost to Electro Shot. The big thing, though, for Eden, got in his pocket is that multi-skill still intact on that Dragonite. Got that Tailwind up for free, and the Blood Moon in a powerful position.
Oh, all right. First terrestrialization forced in this game one of the finals. It is the Bug Terror. You do not want to fall short of getting KO'd from an Earth Power combination there, and wanting to be able to resist that ground typing is so key.
Yeah, it is so key because it does take away that weakness to the Earth Power. It gives you a bit of room, and you've got that Body Press to be super effective damage into that slot.
Oh, Scale Shot trying to catch out this Pelipper, but Pelipper saying no. I want to go on the defensive right now. Archaludon, buddy, please do all of the work for me. Hyper Voice actually not even going for the Earth Power, identifying from Eden's side that most likely the Bug Terror is going to come out. We've got +1 stamina in the Archaludon's favor. Dragon Pulse, even at +1, not dealing that much damage onto Urs.
Yeah, and one of the drawbacks about terrestrializing is that you do take away that resistance to those normal type attacks. Yes, you take away that weakness to the ground types, but again, those big powerful attacks are going to be the Hyper Voice, are going to be the Blood Moon. Now you're susceptible to just taking normal damage from those, so you have to be wary. You do have the Assault Vest, of course, but the stamina boosts are always going to be beneficial, especially when you do have that Body Press. Do you want to lock into it to that Blood Moon Ursaluna, though? Do you want to take the risk to try and pick up a knockout there? Because if you can remove that from the field, one of those big pieces is taken away from the field.
Oh, Hayes wanting to catch out and neutralize any sort of boost, both on the special offensive side and the defensive, which allows the Blood Moon to come out not quite enough to pick up the KO, and of course, in turn, does give a +1 defensive boost. And this Body Press not enough to pick up the KO, even with the +1, remaining on 15 hit points, and most crucially, we have got a staggered Tailwind active on Francesco's side.
Yeah, we've got one Tailwind turn left on Eden's side of the field, but perfectly timed by Francesco. That Protect turn previously allows that little bit of a staggered Tailwind now. You're going to be able to stall this one out on Eden's side, and then you're going to be in the driving seat. You just got to make sure that you don't lose any resource too early. We know that the Blood Moon has been used by that Ursaluna. It has to lock into one of two things. Either that Hyper Voice, the Earth Power, could alternatively just go for the switch into something a little bit safer, allow Eden to reposition as the Tailwind is about to end.
Yeah, and at this point, we have got the fact that the Pelipper will feel a bit more inclined to be able to get that additional damage on. It's a Focus Sash. It's most likely going to be trained in order to outspeed this Ursaluna, but it's not even going to be utilized right now. Francesco maybe identifying, bringing that Incineroar in for the subsequent Fake Out turn, and maintaining potential of reactivating the Rain could be quite crucial.
Yeah, another Intimidate coming in from that Incineroar. Going to be quite pivotal on that Dragonite. Yeah, the Ursaluna doesn't want to take any additional damage. Retreating out out of there and just been saved for later. The big sponge itself coming in. Amunga is going to be able to soak up any attacks coming in that direction.
Yeah, scale shot. Ooh, going to be quite interesting right now because of the stamina interactions. Is it enough? Maybe with 5 hits. Surely it has to be. But now we got a +3 on the Archaladon. 3rd hit from that Dragonite. Oh my lord, it might not even be able to pick up the KO from this range. With 5 hits, we've got that 4th. Can we get a number 5? And can it do enough? No! 4 hits. And the Archaladon is saying, right, this is time. I want to go ahead and pick up as much damage as I can, but targets that Amungus was looking for the KO on the Ursa.
Yeah, it was looking for it. That's why the Dragon Pulse is there, not that body press, not wanting to take any risk. Amungus coming in and taking that so well. Now you've got the Incineroar, you've got the active fake out. It can break that multi-skill on the Dragonite, so Eden has to be wary of that. Amungus, though, is pressuring with that Spore into the Archaladon slot, so that's something that Francesco has to be aware of as well and not take any too many risks here. Yeah. Dragon Pulse will not pick up the knockout onto Amungus, and it is going to be susceptible to that. It has just got all those stamina boosts, so you kind of want to preserve it as best you can.
Yeah, and it's quite awkward for this Dragonite because it does not have access to extreme speed if that Archaladon is on its probably single left hit point. Amungus switches out, does get that regenerator proc with the ability will have even more HP. Ursaluna may well just be brought in to be able to burn as that slot.
Yeah, really great protect here just to preserve that multi-scale, and the Dragon Pulse now into that Dragonite. All right. And a great protect from Eden.
Yeah, and of course this does allow the taunt to go into the Ursaluna, not even going on the offensive, and of course this is not gonna matter. This is an assault vest Ursaluna, no such thing as a status type move or any sort of non-damaging one.
Now this is a great position for Eden, getting that Ursaluna in for free. Not only you've got access to that vacuum wave now, it's not going to be super effective into the Archaladon, but it's probably at the range where the vacuum wave is going to be enough to pick up the knockout onto it. Yeah. Solo health at the moment, and then it gives you the opportunity to set that tailwind up once again with your Dragonite. We talked about staggered tailwinds. This is a perfect position. You go for the vacuum move, you go the tailwind. This has got to be something that Francesco needs to think out. Maybe you can utilize something like the knockoff here to get rid of an item that's key, or maybe parting shot out of here to reposition, activate that fake out once again, drop another all-important Intimidate onto the field.
And I'm even wondering if it's worth trying to switch out the Archaladon right now to be able to preserve it, because at this point it's got such little HP. Is it worth it? And the vacuum wave does pick up the KO. The Archaladon, the bridge is now down, has been brought out of this game 1, allowing the Incineroar to try to get a damage move off or any sort of repositioning, but the Dragonite going for the tailwind. Staggered upon staggered situations going on from both sides.
Yeah, the knockoff coming out. It is going to be enough to pick up the Ursaluna, but it's done its job. It got that vacuum move onto the Archaladon. The terrestrialization has been used up now on Francesco's side of the field, whereas Eden still has it active. Still got that Gold Ingo and the Amungus in the back. The Amungus has been utilized really well because that earlier on switch out, the regenerator activating, soaking up all that damage from the Dragon Pulse, all undone. Eden sitting in a very comfortable place. You still got the Pelipper in the back for Francesco, and one Pokemon still yet to be revealed.
Yes, and the very important part is the fact that Fake Out is no longer active for Francesco to be able to utilize right here. And actually, we see both final slots revealed, both the exact same Pokemon, although there's a bit of a shiny one over on Francesco's side. But most importantly, Tailwind is in Eden's favor. You're able to directly threaten a potential double up onto the Incineroar and maybe hope for a KO, as there's no direct source of recovery.
Yeah, and the terrestrialization still being active on Eden's side gives a huge advantage now that Archaladon's been removed, because it was one of those Pokemon that puts you off going for that water terrestrialization because of the Electroshock threat. Now that it's been removed, kind of frees you up. It paves the way. You can go for that nasty plot and you can resist those Make It Rains. You're not going to take super effective damage from those Shadow Balls, and more importantly, you're not going to take super effective damage from that knockoff, which is so easy for that Incineroar just to fire out now. You've got the Tailwind behind you. The Tailwind on Francesco's side going to fail this turn, and we are seeing the paving the way of that with a Protect from the Dragonite.
Really lovely positioning, just wanting to be able to hold off from any sort of cheeky play of Francesco. Scouting out, and does actually seem like the Shadow Ball was trying to focus down on Eden's Golden Go. So far, no switch outs whatsoever, repositionings, maybe to allow Eden to focus a scale shot if the Pelipper was brought in.
Yeah, that's the big thing. I think the one thing that you need to keep in mind as well is this Dragonite has been intimidated twice, so you probably want to try and remove that from the field as soon as possible, but at the same time, you want to try and get the the Amoonguss in a safe position, obviously. You don't want to take too much damage from something like the Incineroar. It would feel safer if the Rain was up on the field doing that to reset the Dragonite, save it for later on. But of course, you've got the threat. If you leave the Goldingo alone on either side, they've got the ability to set that nasty plot up, and you need to keep one another in check, not to let the other kind of run away with this game.
Yeah, it's still very, very close, and it's going to really come down to this turn, most likely, if not the following one. We're going to have to see what the outcome will be. Terra Water is now utilized from Eden. It is no longer susceptible to any sort of knockoff super effective moves or even the Shadow Ball Protect from the Goldingo Francesco side, knowing it is a prime target. But is there even a focus in it right now? Scale Shot targeting down the Incineroar, still doing a bit of respectable damage, being at -2.
Critical hit.
Oh, critical hit, where it may even well prove to be quite decisive if there is a follow-up. But at this situation, we're going to really have to see where the Goldingo is targeting.
Yeah, and that's the big thing here. It is into the opposing Goldingo because it still has that Ghost weakness, a big play here. But it does leave that Incineroar allowed to go for that knockoff. And it will be huge because it knocks off that Life Orb. The big 30% boost that Eden had access to has now been removed.
Yeah, and in this scenario, I kind of feel like there may have been a missed opportunity for Eden to opt in for a nasty plot, want to be able to take advantage of that defensive play from the Goldingo.
Yeah, definitely, and I think that's the opportunity missed. You can't really afford to go for it again because of that knockoff damage. You're probably in range from a Shadow Ball now, considering, even though it's not super effective, it is going to be boosted by the Life Orb that Francesco still has available to it. Now, the Incineroar as well, you can't forget about that. You know for a fact the Scale Shot from the damage before, even if you get the 5 hits, it's not going to be enough to take it down. Can you drop a Make It Rain? Maybe it puts it in range of that, but what are you prioritizing here? You're prioritizing the Incineroar or the Goldingo, but I think this is a big indicator, Costa.
Yeah, it very much is. We're most likely going to be seeing a double up into the Goldingo, so we are most likely at that range going to see a Shadow Ball KO unless there's any sort of weird speed interactions. But right now, we're waiting. 5 hits down, 1 more left to go, at least from the Goldingo side. Shadow Ball focus. Is it enough to pick up this Goldingo? It is! And there you have it, showing why it's so crucial to be able to identify when to utilize your terrestrialization.
Yeah, perfect play here, and just how important it is to get that tailwind in place, to match your opponent, stall theirs out, and get yours in a position of power, and that's exactly what Eden's done.
Yeah, and the Pelipper now being brought, it still has its Focus Sash maintained, and we know that there's quite a few, at least one offensive drop on the Dragonite's attack. It may not even guarantee a KO.
No, it might not guarantee a KO, and that's the big worry here. I think you've got to really get this right because Eden has got the advantage in numbers here. Can you utilize them? The Dragonite not hitting as hard as what you would like to. Is this the time where you switch it out? It's risky because there's Hurricane on the field, but we're not seeing that, just a haze.
Or maybe not even needing the Tailwind because this Goldingo has been trained to be fast enough. Yes, it is. It goes and wants to try to maximize the damage output onto this Pelipper to put it within range for this Dragonite to guarantee the KO in the subsequent turn. But the Tailwind has now been set up from Francesco's side.
Yeah, and now the speed control going backwards and forwards. The taunt coming out from the Incineroar into the Dragonite. That's going to prevent any future Tailwinds for the next few turns at least. But it does maybe push the boat where you want to switch that Dragonite out. We've been talking about it. Is this now the chance? But you've got the opportunity to take attacks from the Incineroar, from the Pelipper. You don't worry about getting knocked out with the Dragonite. You've just done all of those defense drops.
And I think Francesco's identified a win condition of a confusion potential with the Hurricane. No confusion. Knockup not enough to pick up the KO, and the Goldingo allows it to go for the Make It Rain. Picks up the KO onto the Pelipper. Incineroar is now on its own. I'm not sure if it has enough gas in the tank to be able to bring this back.
No, all the scale shots, those Intimidates have been undone by the haze, and now, too, we are going to see the third. It will be enough for Eden to take game 1 in this finals here at the Stuttgart Regional Championships.
And what a way to be able to do it. There were so many back and forths between Francesco and Eden there, especially in the early game interactions. We had that Archaludon pretty much set up to the point where it wants to click all of the body presses. It very well can be allowed to, but the bug terrestrialization was utilized early on. It did survive a couple of crucial turns. However, the fact that Eden was able to get a Tailwind of their own initially set up, we saw the staggered Tailwind set up on Francesco's side, and then a reset up of Tailwind back on onto Eden's side.
Yeah, it was Tailwind Central. It was very blustery up on the stage for both players. But I mean, I think the big problem for Francesco, what they need to really prioritize going into this next game, you look at that last one, the multi-scale on the Dragonite didn't get broken once throughout the game. It was left alone to just set up, support, disrupt, do all of the things that Eden wanted it to do for pretty much free, right? And Francesco, I think, can't allow that to happen. I think it didn't really pay off that terrestrialization with our Chaladon because Eden didn't really play into it, knowing that the Bug Terror was there, thinking, well, if you go for it, yeah, that's great. Then I've got my Blood Moon to take advantage of. Once that Pokemon is removed, my Goldingo could come in. I can utilize terrestrialization from there, and then we saw how it played out. So I think there needs to be a bit of a change of plan from Francesco going into this one. Maybe prioritizing that Dragonite. You've got a good way if you can break the multi-scale, then you've got that Dragon Pulse with our Chaladon to get rid of it.
I do feel like maybe there's a way that Francesco might be able to pave a path with the Basculegion, immediate offensive threat on the field, but the thing that really deters that bring is not only the Dragonite, of course, being able to resist the water typing, but that Amoonguss. With the redirection, there's no way to be able to ignore it. We know Basculegion is water terror rather than grass.
Yeah, and that would be a big play, I think, as well. That's one option to look at. The Amoonguss could be that disruptive force that you need. Start putting things to sleep, start redirecting, supporting some of your own Pokemon in a bit better light, and that might be enough to tie the set up, push us to a game 3.
But, of course, we are going to find that out very shortly as our trainers are getting ready. There's the crowd. Make some noise, everybody. Hello. Game 2 is up, and we are going to see the leads between both of our finalists. Chaladon and Incineroar, yes, yet again on Francesco's side versus the Dragonite and the Blood Moon Ursaluna.
Yeah, it's the same lead up again. We see that Intimidate drop onto the Dragonite, all important for learning that attack stat, weakening those scale shots. But you've got the same opportunity here where you've got that Tailwind set up for pretty much free. You do risk, if you stay in with the Dragonite, that Francesco could go for the fake out this turn to prevent that Dragonite going for it, because it was a bit cheeky to not protect that last turn. And this time, are you going to allow that to happen? Maybe you do protect this turn if you're Eden and allow your Blood Moon to try and get some decent damage on the field. You are pressuring with that Earth Power into the Chaladon. Is that what Francesco wants to go for? And there it is, bro.
Oh, multi-scale, now protected, of course, not subject to any sort of fake outs, but the Ursaluna instead is Dragon Pulse, at least wanting to A, get rid of the multi-scale, but B, deal respectable damage through it.
Yeah, and that's a really nice, safe play from Francesco. Not wanting to take any risks, just wants to mitigate the things that are in front of it. Now you've got the opportunity to get that Dragon Pulse onto the Dragonite. You have to be very careful, though, because are you trying to force the terrestrialization from Eden into that Fairy type? If it does go for that, it's not going to have any impact at all. And then you're going to see how that plays out for the rest of the game. But you can't ignore this Blood Moon Ursaluna. It is threatening the Incineroar. It is threatening the Chaladon as long as you don't see that terrestrialization.
Yeah, and Scale Shot now coming out at -1 of its attack due to the previous Intimidate. And at this situation, no terrestrializations actually being opted from Francesco's side means it will be susceptible to an Earth Power. Seemingly, Francesco thought he doesn't want to burn out that Terra option just yet. Dragon Pulse will target down that non-Terra Dragonite, breaks multi-scale, respectable damage, knock off into the Blood Moon Ursaluna, will get rid of that Assault Vest. But the Blood Moon will come out, will target down that Incineroar, and pick up the KO with a critical hit. I'm not even sure at that range if it was enough normally.
Yeah, that's a big, big knockout there and a big return for Eden. You know, the one thing you would say is the Earth Power coming there. Well, that's a bit risky because if that Pelipper comes in on that slot and you don't get any return, so that's why we see the Blood Moon there. Now the Pelipper, we talk about it, it does appear. We've got the Dragonite, though, in a situation where its multi-scale has been broken. There's no Tailwind on the field. Francesco prioritizing, setting this up a lot better. It is going to be threatened now going into this next turn by another Dragon Pulse. That will be enough to take it down. Are we going to see that terrestrialization come out from the Dragonite now, or are we not? We've got the Pelipper as well. It can set up Tailwind. It can go for just a Hurricane. It can pressure this Dragonite pretty hard with a Hurricane. It probably is in range of that right now. Pelipper is not the sort of Pokemon you want to scoff at. It can hit pretty hard when it needs to.
Exactly, as the first terrestrialization of Game 2 is on the board. It is going to be the Bug-type Chaladon. We've seen this become so prominent in the meta right now. Shout-outs, of course, to Shohei Kimura being able to bring out LAIC. Tail Tailwind is online for Eden's side. It will allow this Blood Moon to actually go ahead and outspeed, go for the Earth Power, hoping the Terra wasn't the choice right there for Francesco, playing into that so incredibly well. And at that range, if there is a body press, which there is not, it could have potentially picked up the KO, but wanting to prioritize, maybe within the range, to pick up the Dragon Knight.
Yeah, and I love this Electro shot. You've got the one-turn setup, and there's no risk here. If there is a terastallization, you still get the move off, and you get some return as well. You take down what was such a thorn in Francesco's side from that game one. The Tailwind has been set up, but yes, Tailwind's there. I'm going to match you this time. We're keeping pace to pace as we go forward in this match.
Yeah, and you can see the reprioritization from Francesco there, a clear adaptation from game one, understanding and identifying what a key role the Dragon Knight was playing in game one. Now, it's gone. There is no situation that it could get another Tailwind set up.
Yeah, and you can't really understate how much that bug Terra type has just been paid off for Francesco. It was risky going for it. It didn't pay off in game one, so you think, maybe I'm not going to go for it again. But very brave in the conviction. The Earth Power going into it, and you see the value of being able to terastallize right there, getting it perfectly timed this time around.
Yeah, and that's sort of what you need to be able to buff away from the wind conditions that we saw Eden identified in the previous game. But Golden Go is now on the field. We know that it does outspeed for sure that Pelipper on the other side of the field, most likely going to be the Archaludon. Is there a way for it to be able to dispatch immediate damage? Although we see the focus may well be in the Pelipper. Vacuum Wave priority with the Shadow Ball. Life Orb boosted, mind you, is enough with a critical hit. Not sure if it mattered or not, but it's enough to get rid of that slot.
Another important piece of Francesco's board does fall down, and now that is gone, we're going to see an Electro shot. This is +1. It's going to be into that Goldingo after the booster being +2.
Yes, exactly. And it is going into the Goldingo. Is it enough at this range? It is, thanks to the Life Orb chip damage at that end of the interaction.
Trade for trade here. It is incredible. These players are pulling no stops. Now we're seeing Eden bringing in the Incineroar. It's going to have that active fake out, but this Archaludon is getting itself set up in a place where it is feeling very good. It's already got those stamina boosts, so it's going to be able to pressure with that body press on. So both these targets do not want to take a body press at all.
No, and the fact that both Tailwinds were set up very close to each other really skews a bit of the speed tiering right now. A Golden Go and Archaludon will most likely be able to outspeed Incineroar and Ursaluna as long as there's no advantage in Tailwind turns.
Yeah, and the problem is here, you go for the fake out. Yes, you can start the Archaludon for at least one turn, but by doing that, you're giving it another stamina boost, almost powering it up even more with those body presses. So there is the conflict there. Do you have to go for it? You probably do, but by doing it and concentrating so much into that slot, you're ignoring the Goldingo, and there's the opportunity here, perfect time for a nasty plot, or even just a big make it rain.
Oh, here we go, fake out into the Archaludon, wants to make sure it cannot get any pesky body presses. Make it rain, will not pick up the KO on the Ursaluna, proving its value with that Assault Vest accompanied against the Life Orb. Golden Go, out of all things to call out Blood Moon, is this enough to pick up the KO on the Archaludon? It is not. It's able to stand tall and proud and survive.
That is incredible. Assault Vest versus Assault Vest, and you can see how valuable, why players rely so heavily on this item. It gives you the opportunity to survive when you need to. The big question, there is priority on Eden's side of the field still with that Vacuum Wave. Is it enough, though, to get the Archaludon? It has got its Assault Vest still, so that's the big worry here. You don't have a way to protect. You've probably got to go for it, and then it might come down to the Goldingo and the Incineroar, but we'll see how this plays out. I feel like the Archaludon probably got enough in the tank to take at least one Vacuum Wave and then get rid of the Ursaluna, and then allow the Goldingo and then the Archaludon to clean up that Incineroar.
I'm getting stressed because Eden is not locking into a move, and this is going to be so close. Make a rain, no Vacuum Wave, gets out. Ursaluna does get KO'd there. The Incineroar is sure it's going to be able to open up and get rid of the Golden Go, but this Archaludon has been left free reign to be able to go for the Electro Shot rather than a body press into the Incineroar.
+3 into this Incineroar. We're one step closer to tying up the set, giving us our wish and taking us to a game 3. It feels like we are. Francesco taking it in absolute style.
Oh, bellissimo! more, Francesco. Look at you go, forcing a game 3. And what a way of a turn of events between both of these trainers. You see, Francesco is just saying, calmate, we are going to get the ass catcher preview that we were looking for.
I'm going to take that advice from Francesco. We are feeling the hype behind the desk. You can hear the audience. They're going crazy. We've got a game 3, and this is going right down to the wire.
Oh, very well so. And what a tantalizing set between both of these trainers, really proving their worth and all of the fight that they've got in them to get that title.
Yeah, and it all comes back to it. We said it at the start of game 2, how Francesco needs to prioritize getting rid of that Dragonite. And that's exactly what they did. They got rid of it. They didn't allow it to position itself, perform those set of options, and all of those damage that it did from that game 1. Got rid of it very early on and made it difficult for Eden then to have that support for the rest of the game. Now, I think if you're Eden, you need to go back to that game 1 and say, okay, right, I'm not going to be so free with my Dragonite. I need to protect it. I need to keep it safe in this battle. Can you catch it, Francesco out with maybe one of those Dragon Pulses? You're committing to the terrestrialization on it, but maybe that might be enough to get you your Tailwind, maybe a really important scale shot onto the opposite side of the field, and that could be enough with how tight the margins are in this game.
Yeah, and I think what we did identify there, Lee, is the fact that game 1, we feel that Francesco did not as best utilize the most optimum terrestrialization, however, was able to do that at the appropriate time in game 2, and that could genuinely be the smallest of margins of what can make the difference, make you a finalist or make you a champion.
Yeah, and we talked about how brave Francesco was going for that terrestrialization in game 2. After what happened in game 1, it didn't go your way, and you think in game 2, I'm going to have to change this up to get a different result, but no, sticking true to the tried and tested convictions, and it paying off because the timing was perfect into that Earth Power, and it just allowed that Archaludon to clean the way.
Oh yeah, I'm talking about the way! This is game 3, and the Basque Legion that Francesco promised me is on the field with the Pelipper versus the Golden Go and Incineroar.
Well, this Basque Legion is a great adjustment because it's in a prime position to pick up a knockout onto that Incineroar. It is weak to those big wave crashes, especially under the sun, and that Goldingo as well is not in a great place either. Obviously, you have to worry about the Basque Legion getting a Shadow Ball. You don't want to take that for free, but you do have Tailwind on your side of the field. You've got the Swift Swim. You can go after that Goldingo. Do you force terrestrialization from Eden? And you could also go for the terrestrialization yourself, Francesco. You're not going to be worried about the fake out. If you terrestrialize, of course, you do become susceptible to it, and that's something that maybe Eden could call out, but it is a risky thing to do, especially when we're in a game 3 of the finals.
This is where you put out all of the stops. If you're going to make the big gutsy plays, this is the moment you're going to have to do it. No fake out into any sort of terrestrialized Basque Legion that goes into the Pelipper, and the Wave Crash is going to be able to pick up the KO with an Intimidate drop regardless.
Yeah, into that Incineroar, and it's gone. It's done its job though. It's broken the sash on the Pelipper, and it has prevented it from moving this turn. No Tailwind, and followed up by a Shadow Ball. Life Ball boosted, going to be more than enough to get rid of the Basque Legion. So trading 1 for 1.
Yeah, very fair trade from either side, but at this situation, you did bring the Basque Legion. It is such a juggernaut of a damage source, and you've lost that right now. However, this opens up the play for that Archaludon to now be brought from the back.
Yeah, and it's in a position where it's got the rain up already. You don't need to maneuver things around. With your board position, you've got the Pelipper in prime position to set up that Tailwind and start the onslaught with that Pokemon. If it has been brought, of course, by Francesco, you would imagine it has. It's got such a good matchup into this, but I do like that neither player committed to that terrestrialization really good here, because it would put you in a detrimental position going forward in the match. If the Goldingo had terrestrialized there to potentially take an incoming Wave Crash, then now the Archaludon, which would be coming in, would be hitting for super effective damage, but now you've still got access to that terrestrialization, which could be the make or break of this game.
Okay, so Eden identifying right. Let me make sure I bring in my Tailwind supporter as well and not allow this Pelipper to be able to get any sort of free setup going if we feel the Shadow Ball Life Orb is not enough to pick up the KO.
Yeah, and what are we going to see here? Because either one of these Goldingos can knock out the other one. Of course, there is terrestrialization here. You are going to take a lot of damage, but you commit to that terrestrialization on that Pokemon. Is it worth it? Or do you go for something risky here? Is this the time to go for that nasty plot, expecting your opponent to maybe be a little bit more cautious, not wanting to overcompensate in this situation and maybe lose a Pokemon? If you are brave enough in this situation, this is where you go for it. The Dragonite in a prime position to get some good damage onto that Pelipper, of course. The one thing that you can say, that multi-scale is still intact and that protection is there, and the Pelipper going to be out of there.
Yeah, wanting to make sure it does not fall short of no longer having Tailwind support, as well as that Reynard Chaladon taking its place. We have the first terrestrialization of this Game 3 right now. It is going to be the Goldengo. Question is, which Goldengo is it? It is the Terra Water, and from the looks of things, it could still be very much both. But it is most crucially going to be Francesco, and I feel like we're going to see a very similar play over on Eden's side.
It makes sense that both of them are going for it to take away that weakness to the Shadow Ball, so both of them can kind of target into each other and get a little bit of an advantage more than one attack off. If you don't terrestrialize, take the Shadow Ball, you're down and out.
Too risky. It is so risky, and that's why the trainers didn't do it. Make It Rain will deal respectable damage regardless of the typing change there. It did move first from Francesco's side, whilst we had the nasty plot set up from Eden's, not even going on the offensive.
No, and we're not going to see a Tailwind, but it is going to be that Scale Shot.
Oh, Scale Shot, of course. Now targeting the Archaladon may well, even though not do as much damage, put it within range to get KO'd if the Shadow Ball does follow suit in the subsequent turn.
Yeah, that's huge. That nasty plot definitely starts to pick up knockouts on whatever is on the opposing side of the field. The Pelipper's sash has been broke. That can't take a Shadow Ball. The Goldingo will not be able to take a Shadow Ball. And this Archaladon, even with that Assault Vest, after the chip from the Scale Shot, probably likely going down to a Shadow Ball.
This is huge as well, because the Goldingo on Francesco's side is at -1 special attack. We've seen, even though it did outspeed, it's not going to be able to pick up a KO except of any sort of weird RNG situations of a critical hit into the Goldingo on Eden's side. However, the Dragonite may well be in a position to get Tailwind.
Yeah, and because of that Scale Shot, you've seen the speed boost there. Now it's going to outspeed the Archaladon. Now it's going to be able to get the Tailwind, putting that Goldingo on Eden's side in such a valuable place to be able to just pick things off.
Tailwind support is key, folks. And guess what? The Goldingo is allowed to go for the Shadow Ball faster than every other Pokemon on the field.
No!
And it picks a KO! The Archaladon is down for the count!
And the Goldingo on Francesco's side of the field, you've got to remember, has used the Make It Rain. It's -1, trying to make up for it, trying to lose ground. It's getting that nasty plot, putting it back up to +1.
It's still trying. Francesco is not completely out of the count. Pelipper is put on the field, but this is looking quite dire because the Tailwind's been set up, because this Goldingo on Eden's side is still at +1 of special attack.
Yeah, and now you think, right, the Tailwind isn't set up on Francesco's side, so you are at a deficit here. Can the Pelipper take a Scale Shot? That's the big question, because if you go into it with a Scale Shot, if you pick up the knockout, you deny that Tailwind. You could go into it convincingly with a Shadow Ball to pick up the knockout there. We've seen the damage, not Life Orb, not boosted. It's enough from this range, boosted to pick up that knockout. And then you can just concentrate on whatever target is left. Everything to do for Francesco. Got to pick the target right, got to pick the option right here, because Eden in the driving seat.
Well, here we go. This is going to be a nail biter, folks. Protect from the Pelipper. Scale Shot does try to target it down. However, the Goldingo has not moved just yet. It will most likely go for the Shadow Ball into the Goldingo. Is it enough to pick up a KO from the right? It is! It's more than enough! And all of a sudden, Eden is looking so prime and ready for that championship title.
Not taking any risks, doing what he needs to do, and collapsing that KO to get rid of the big threat on Francesco's side of the field. The poor Pelipper, all it's alone, and
there we go! Eden Bachelor, your Stuttgart Regional Champion!
Electric, phenomenal, incredible.
Absolutely.
Just amazing
slingshot from Eden Bachelor, our Stuttgart Regional Champion. Just incredible from start to finish, and just didn't give Francesco a look in that game 2 and game 3.
What a way to be able to come through with your first championship title at the regional level against such an informed Francesco Piopero, which honestly really gave us that feeling and confidence that he's bringing that A game into the game 3, especially after the game 2.
Yeah, after the game 2, you know, I think that the thing was when Francesco started to get a foothold in that game after that point where you were like, okay, you have got yourself in the driving seat once again. You're starting to get those calls right. You got the call right with the terrestrialization. You got rid of the Dragonite early. You felt that game 3 was maybe leaning more towards Francesco, but all credit to Eden there, because taking a step back, taking a moment, right, let's approach this a little bit differently, and let's go after everything I can on Francesco's side, and did it so well.
Absolute execution to the T from Eden, identifying, having the tailwind set up after a couple of the key pieces over on Francesco's side are out of the count, getting the advantage of going for the tailwind first and being able to wrap up this game 3 and nab that title with the golden go under tailwind conditions was just phenomenal to see.
I think the turn where Eden went for that nasty plot was just incredible.
It was.
I talked about bravery and conviction in that set in particular, because both players showed it in spades. But that turn with that nasty plot was incredible, because it was so easy there to go for that shutter ball, and you're not getting much advantage. But I think Eden seeing past that, saying, well, if I get my tailwind up here and I do take this opportunity to take a nasty plot, get that, I'm going to be able to just pick off everything as we go.
Yeah, and that Blood Moon critical hit we see, of course, from that game 1 could have proved to be quite crucial, actually, since you do not have Life Orb to further bolster your damage output. Electro Shot getting that Dragonite. There was a lot of different, so many great interactions we saw between both of our trainers, going back and forth, slogging it left, right, and center, and just being able to guarantee some really critical KOs.
Yeah, and you can see the importance. We've seen it through the broadcast every time Eden's been on, of that vacuum wave in particular. Might not do much damage, but what it does, it allows the other Pokemon, enables them to pick up the knockouts past those focus sashes that could be so detrimental to your time, because if the Pelipper survives, it gets a tailwind up, and then the opposing Goldingo in a position where it can start to pressure you. Eden didn't allow that a single time.
No, really didn't. That very cool trade between both of our finalists in the game 3 leads really paved out what the rest of the game was going to look like.
Yeah, just incredible, really. And you think, okay, well, the Basque Legion, and really on the face value of it, was never going to go for that wave crash into the Goldingo because of the threat of the terrestrialization there, and how Eden had utilized that in previous games. And you think, yeah, okay, well, you go after the Incineroar because that is one Pokemon I can guarantee a knockout on. And Eden quite happy with that, thinking, yeah, I'm putting this here almost as the bait to say, right, Basque Legion is a bit of an issue for me because of the Swift Swim, because of that automatic speed control that's set up with the rain. You go after my Incineroar, I'm happy to leave it because I can win this match without it, because I'm going to just take the trade, get rid of that Pokemon, and then bring in my Dragonite, which is so good utility, you know, and then from that point on, it was just really very one-sided.
Yeah, and I feel like the Blood Moon Ursaluna bring is just a really nice pin to be able to start immediately whittling down any sort of like resource availability. So we've seen Eden actually use that a couple of times today on stream to either whittle things down early game or bring it in as a late game sweeper, and just going ahead, both trainers identifying Golden Go. Golden Go will do so well right now, and clearly they both thought it, and we saw how dramatic of conclusions it was. So after that, you've met that stage, you're like, okay, oh no, they brought Golden Go. I need to get Tailwind set up. I want to be able to outspeed, and that just goes to show why Eden was able to get that up and was able to just absolutely launch out such powerful moves after the nasty plot.
Yeah, the Goldingo was the key to it all, wasn't it? Really,
it was.
Keys to the kingdom, as you say, because I think whichever one did come out on top felt like, you know, the trainer who had positioned it better in that match. And I think Eden had maybe not positioned it better, but I think definitely had better lines of support in that game, because utilizing it from the very start, though, was very risky, because if the Goldingo on
Eden's side goes down in that game 3 early on, then where's your game plan? Because then you don't have a real way to come back. But that aside, we'll get into that a bit more in a minute, because here are the final standings of the Stuttgart Regional Championship.
Yeah, and of course, we've got Eden first, our new champion. Francesco following suit immediately after. Very well-deserved placement and great performance from both of our trainers. And of course, the rest of our top 8, everyone fought so valiantly and did incredibly well to not only do the very best they could, but give us an absolutely amazing show.
It was an incredible show from start to finish, and what an amazing final as well. It's not always we get that game 3 in a final, it's always what we hope for, but it went down to the wire, it went right to the end in game 3. Both our finalists did absolutely impeccable through this weekend, and huge congratulations to both of them and all of our top 8 players who did remarkable this weekend in such a tough field of opponents.
Genuinely. And yeah, I mean, we see that balance or sort of core between that Incineroar and Amoonguss being brought from both of our finalists. Once again, not shying away from a major event finals.
It's on 5 of the 8 teams, that combination.
Yeah, I mean,
there is 6 Amoonguss across the board in this top 8.
It's a bit busted. It can be.
It's a great Pokemon. It's a great. I am a very big Amoonguss advocate, as you know already. But yes, and I do like Incineroar.
Yeah?
Yes, I do.
Well, I mean, you kind of have to, because it's just so good. You're able to just place it in scenario where it just alleviates so much more room and board positioning for all of its supporting Pokemon, should I say, its partner Pokemon.
Yeah, and I mean, Lou touched on it earlier when we were on the desk about that utility of the taunt, and I think it's so valuable in this format because, you know, if you position your Incineroar right, you can get it to shut down Trick Room, you can stop opposing Spores, you can stop any sort of setup in a lot of ways, and you could prevent opposing Incineroars from going for those really annoying parting shots. So it's got so much utility. It's a really great Pokemon. The knockoff so valuable in so many places as well. We know how important these item choices are. You can see how important, in particular, that Assault Vest was for both players in that last game, right? Where both of them really just hung on by a straw. And then, you know, also the Life Orb as well. If you can remove those items, these Pokemon become way less impactful. So it's a really good way of kind of stopping your opponent in their tracks.
Yeah, and I mean, it's such great utility. I want to touch on that knockoff in comparison to previous formats where, let's say, for example, we've got restricted Pokemon that may have signature items that cannot get removed. Like, this is a scenario where you're able to get so much utility. And we've seen with the particular pairing of Incineroar and Amoonguss, you can go for the very fast knockoff and then Spore into any sort of safety goggles slot.
Yeah, that is so true. Well, we are nearly at the end. We've got an award ceremony to come. I am so pumped, my friend, to crown our new champion. But let's have a look at our caster predictions. Let's see how we all got on. I don't feel very confident in mine.
I feel very confident.
Of course you do. Here we go. Caster predictions. Costa.
Oh,
there we go.
Would you look at that? Blood Moon or Saluna.
I did have the gold ingot, so I don't know.
You did, to be fair. No.
That 2 in the final.
That's a very fair second place.
Does that mean I win?
No, that
means 2 in the final.
No.
On both sides of the field.
No, it doesn't work like that.
There was only one Blood Moon or Saluna.
No, it's about your number 1 pick. That has a higher priority, as you can vertically
That is brand new to me.
What?
That is
Did you not know that?
It's an alphabetical order.
No. It's all about the slot that you've put it into the list. I put Blood Moon or Saluna because I was like, yeah, it's surely going to get a back-to-back major event.
Nah, I think because I had one that was on both sides of the field, I think I'll take this one.
Well, you can think all day if you want. But the fact of the matter is, I'm correct. I hope I'm correct. I am correct. I am very confident.
No, I didn't see any Cerulege this weekend, though.
Okay.
I don't know.
Don't hit me where it hurts.
I didn't see any Excadrill either, so...
Okay, fair. No, that's right. You will take the win because you're right.
Let's call it a tie. A tie.
Okay, very admirable, my friend. Thank you very much.
Call it a tie.
All right, so this is so we don't have another fallout, basically.
This is to stop him bullying me.
He knows me so well. Wait, what? Bullying? What are you talking about? There's no such thing.
They know.
Well, anywho, that has, of course, been the Stuttgart Regional Championships. We've got our crowned champion. We are looking to try to start wrapping things up. Understandably, we're getting everything sorted with the winners' ceremony. But, I mean, Lee, aside from that amazing final, is there any initial call out or highlight moment that you can think of that you've really, come to think was unexpected?
Unexpected, I'm not too sure. I think
I've really enjoyed this weekend, this event, and in particular the final. I think my highlight will be the final because I think that final was just incredible, and it was a real celebration of both of those players. So that would be mine. What about yourself?
I mean, I could easily say and agree the finals, which I genuinely feel like it has to be because it was just that good. But I would probably say, I don't know, the male Ndidi is just continuing to be such a great solo surger and doing a really good job across the weekend. But enough of what we think. We have got the winners ceremony where we've got the finalists and our newly crowned champion. So, take it away.
Thank you, casters. Well, the Stuttgart Regional Championships is drawing to a close, and I think Regulation H will have a special place in all of our hearts. I want to thank all of the crew and staff who have made this event particularly epic. But now to the players. First up, our finalist, a trainer who was able to, side by side, have Pelipper bringing the rain and our Chaladon bringing the pain. Please give it up to our first finalist, Francesco Piopero. Runner-up at the Stuttgart Regional Championships. How do you feel?
Oh, honestly, I feel amazing. I still had to realize I was playing finals, but that actually helped me because I was able to relax and play my best. But in my opinion, the finals could have gone either way. It was an amazing set. I think we gave the crowd some entertainment, so that's the most important thing. And that final, this final, I hope will be remembered as one of a kind. And I'm happy to be here in Stuttgart to have played. And I want to thank all my friends that supported me so hard during this tournament. First of all, I want to shout out to Flavio del PDO Pado, VGC over here, because we prepped together and unfortunately a joke of the fate made us face in top 16. And so I hope I brought honor to the team and to the preparation we had together, and also to the Gapardo squad I have at home, my brother Gigi, my brother Andrea, Totore, Alfredo. Hi guys, of course my team Aqua, that was so helpful during the tournament, always cheering me up every round. I was getting hyped round by them from private messages. So guys, thank you all. Thank you really. And last but most importantly, my parents that allow me to come to these tournaments every time and support me. And so I want to shout out them. And thanks guys at home.
Well, what a fantastic few words from you, and I'm sure your friends will be so excited to celebrate with you. We as the crowd will certainly forever be entertained from when you put your hat backwards and got ready for battle. Crowd, give it up one more time for Francesco Piopero! And now, the moment we have all been waiting for. Throughout this weekend, we've spoken about Blood Moon Ursaluna versus Ursaluna, which Pokemon is going to reign supreme. And with the help of Blood Moon Ursaluna, our champion, Eden Bachelor! Huge congratulations, Eden. It's been a pleasure to watch you throughout this tournament. How are you feeling now?
I'm feeling amazing. Honestly, I never thought I'd be in this position. You play for 12 years and you never get in this kind of spot. I can't believe I've finally done it.
Well, we were talking about your illustrious career over the many years you've been playing Pokemon. How does this rank on your performances?
The top, honestly. Even compared to the other regionals performance, this level of difficulty, the level of play, honestly, everyone here is incredible. It's really tough.
Well, you're the #1 most incredible player, being our champion at the end of the day. Is there anyone at home you would like to give some shout-outs or thank yous to?
I would love to thank my Tapu Bulu squad. Honestly, you've been amazing. You've helped me out. My other friend group as well. I've got so many friends that I'd love to shout out. Team UK have been amazing. Thank you to my grandma who doesn't understand Pokemon, but I'm going to call her after this and make sure she's well and tell her about what's happened. She's going to be so freaking happy. It's going to be amazing.
Oh, she will. I'm sure she'll be so delighted to have seen your victory. Eden, we have enjoyed every single moment. We hope to see you in the future. Are you planning to come to many more events?
Absolutely. Every UK event, I'll be there.
All right, keep an eye out. Birmingham's just around the corner, so maybe we will see you there. Crowd, give it up one more time for your champion, Eden Bachelor! one more thing to do, to kick it to the couch with the casters to close out the show. Let's go.
I train hard, go hard. I'm a real rock star. Got the fire in my veins, yeah, I'ma go far. I'm a maverick, havoc in my way, high stakes, and I'm dishing out moves. Time to step up to the plate, and I'll battle anywhere. Yeah, I'll step up anywhere. Name the place and I'll be there. Anytime, anywhere. And I'll battle anywhere. I'll step up anytime, anywhere. I'm a battle anywhere. I'll step up anywhere. Name the place and I'll be there. Anytime, anywhere. Anytime, anywhere.
Welcome back, everybody. This is it. This is the end of the show this weekend for VG here at the 2025 Pokémon Stuttgart Regional Championships. And my lord, I am still shaking from that finals. I am Costa, this is Zoe, this is Lou, and that is Lee. And what a way to be able to wrap up what has been an overwhelmingly impressive EU regional for the final regulation set H.
Yeah, that was such an explosive finals. And I don't think very many players can claim the fact that they have only gone X and 1 at a major event such as a regional. That is a phenomenal achievement from Eden.
Yeah.
Honestly, Zoe and I were backstage watching that finals performance, and every single turn that Eden was calling correctly, we were so impressed by their skills in that entire match. Every single turn, it really did look like it was Eden's to win, and that's how it ended.
Yeah, it truly did, didn't it, Lee?
I mean, yeah, it was just incredible, yeah.
No, honestly, are you also like short of breath like I am?
I am.
I was the one who had to run from the stage, thank you very much.
Yeah, you were.
That is so true. I am so sorry, Lou. You are so right. But I mean, yeah, so it has been an amazing weekend, of course, and it's not the final one, of course, of the season. We have got a lot more coming up as well. We're at the half-point mark of the season, but generally speaking, I mean, there's so many different highlights that we can think of across the weekend. If you can think of one just off the top of your head, what would it be?
Sinister, again.
Sinister, all right.
I'm just going to talk about Pelipper's synergy with whichever partner. I loved it.
All right, final.
I will say the final because I said it on the desk and I don't want to change my mind. I think the final was fantastic.
Absolutely agreed.
What about you,
choice.
Costa?
That is my choice as well.
What about you?
Final. It is my final choice. Okay, but of course, this isn't the last event. Generally, in the global circuit, we have got Toronto coming up for the NA region. And yeah, what a way to be able to continue what is such an amazing season. It will be featured on December 13th to December 15th. So make sure you are in tune with all of the action and the continuation of this regulation set. It's not over just yet.
Yeah, I have no doubt that a lot of NA players looking to attend Toronto will be using this weekend's regionals to try and adapt to the metagame. But there's also a lot more other events going on in Asia, Latin America, Australia as well.
Yeah, exactly that. But at least in terms of our next EU event, you will be able to find that being in Birmingham, United Kingdom, in the new calendar year. January 18th over to January 19th. And yeah, I mean, first change up that we've seen for a while in terms of the regionals hosted in the UK, typically being hosted in Liverpool. So generally speaking, seems like it's going to be a very exciting change, Lou.
Yeah, Liverpool, Sheffield, they've tended to claim where the regionals are going to be in UK, but we're bringing it back to Birmingham. The last time we were there was 2017. I remember that was such a great event, and I'm sure that the next Birmingham regional will be just the same as ever.
Yeah, it's an amazing venue, and it's got a lot of history there, Birmingham, you know, going right back to 2010. When I think the first UK Nationals was held there. So everyone knows I'm old, it's fine. We know by now. You guys make enough comments for a weekend.
Do we also say Grandpa Lee now?
Oh!
That's a step too far, so
He's not wearing slippers just yet.
No, but I mean, it's a great way to be able to make a comeback to the Birmingham Regional after so much time. But yeah, I mean, generally speaking, it has been great. But talking about our broadcast website, if you want to make sure you do not miss out on any of our highlights, we have got a lovely website, Pokemon.com/broadcast. That is a sort of a hub, in essence, of all the different links that you can go ahead and follow. But talking about follow, we've got our channels, that being YouTube and, of course, Twitch, which at the moment, right now, if you're watching us live, you're definitely staying in tune. And finally, we have got our lovely social media platforms. We have, of course, X, YouTube once more. We've got Facebook and Instagram as a final up. So make sure, as always, you are staying tuned for all of the action. I mean, yeah, it's been a lot this weekend, but we have been having the absolute pleasure of experiencing that day one yesterday as well as this day two. Yeah, there's a lot to go through and process, but generally speaking, there's a lot more coming up with that new regulation set H in the new calendar year.
Yeah, indeed, and that's going to be a fresh change to a lot of players. Now, we do know that the new regulation will be the same format as Worlds, but Worlds didn't have that much time to develop, so I'm sure our players will be taking the format one step further and maturing it for even longer.
Yeah, exactly that. But of course, that is going to be in the new calendar year. And right now, we are looking to wrap things up. So a huge thank you from the bottom of all of our hearts to everybody tuning in, of course, to all of production, the trainers themselves, all of the staff making this event as great as it has been. So thank you once again. Make sure to not go away and go ahead and engage with our links in order to not miss out on any of the action. So we bid thee farewell, guten Tag, and have a good one. Take care.